Chapter 1 Saiyan Transformation. Bardock could feel the intense heat from the giant ball of energy Frieza had unleashed on his home planet, as he could feel death ready to claim him, but even as life left his body, the Saiyan warrior could only smile with joy knowing his son would rise beyond his own limitations, and avenge their race. It would be ironic when that day happened, as Frieza's fear of the Saiyan race being his own undoing, and at the hands of Bardock's own son. His third-class Saiyan of a son would one day achieve the ability to become the Super Saiyan of legend that was coveted beyond anything else among his people. It would be glorious. I just wish I would be there to see it. Good luck, my son, thought Bardock, as he closed his eyes, and let death take him with a smile on his face. Or at least, what he thought was death. Elsewhere, another dimension. The Yondaime Hokage had just battled Uchiha Madara, freed the Kyuubi from the man's control, and called forth the Shinigami to seal the fox within his own son. Something he had no intention of doing when Kushina's pregnancy hit its apex and the seal holding the Kyuubi weakening to the point where the fox might break free. Minato didn't know how Madara was alive, much less how he knew where Kushina's hideout was during the last few hours of the pregnancy prior to his interventions, but the man had just about screwed up everything for the Hokage and his village. Now here he was using his own sealing methods, which were in truth second best when compared to his wife's own, which would bind the fox to his son, and turning Naruto into a Jinchuriki. Minato was not naive to believe the village would see his son like the hero he wanted the boy to be, as Jinchuriki were hated for what they held, ironically by the very people that made them Jinchuriki in the first place, and yet the Hokage did not want this for his son. The original plan was for Naruto to receive Kyuubi like his wife did at a much older time when Kushina herself could not hold the fox and let the woman use her own sealing methods to transfer the 9 tails to Naruto. But not everything goes according to plan. It's time, mortal, say goodbye, I have things to do, said the Shinigami, as he saw the blonde man put his son down on the ground, the sealing finally complete, and wished there was some way the boy could be protected from such a harsh life. Strange how during the entire fight with the fox after Madara fled, as Minato summoned the death god, no one saw the bleeding body fall from the sky from the very real the spiritual entity came from, and land right on the Kyuubi's back. Like a tiny flea amongst its fur, but barely felt by the large mass of demonic chakra, and was sealed into Naruto too. Goodbye son, I'm sorry for this, I never wanted this for you. Same with your mother, whatever you may think of us in the future, I will understand, and won't hate you for hating me if the village does what I think they will. All I can ask of you is to endure what they dish out and know your mother she'd tell you to return it back 1,000-fold, said Minato laughing knowing his wife would say that to her son. With that being said, the Shinigami took the soul of Namikaze Minato, but before leaving for its own real, the death god looked back at Naruto, and sensed something else upon its entry to this realm had happened. Something about the boy's energy had suddenly changed, but was restrained by the seal with his mark, and even in part by the fox itself. The Shinigami could only conclude that whatever this something was, it was not part of the boy, not connected to Kyuubi, and not connected to this very dimension. The death god had always been told by the other powers above that such a contract was dangerous to have since it tore partially into the dimensional fabric, risking something from another place, from another dimension from getting through, and entering this dimension. Now it was starting to suspect Kami and Yami were right. Of course, they were always right when it came to matters like that since they had helped the death god make such a contract with the mortals of this village. In the name of balance they said, needed to be put in place to counter a forbidden jutsu that cheated the Shinigami out of a few of the souls in his deathly realm from staying there for an unknown amount of time. However, the Shinigami could not remove this unknown entity from the boy, as it would mean removing the seal and freeing the Kyuubi again. The Shinigami didn't want that, as it had enough paperwork on its hands already just from the sealing alone, and didn't want to make things even more complicated than it already was. Let the mortals deal with this situation, and if it bit them in the ass. Oh well, more souls for its realm. Inside baby Naruto. Bardock opened his eyes, as pain shot through his body, and wondered if this place was hell for all the evil he had done for Frieza. Not that he probably didn't deserve it. Frieza had attacked so many worlds and the Saiyans had been at the forefront of it for a long time getting stronger, and done what most of the tyrant's normal army couldn't. Why is it so empty? Surely hell doesn't have a floor reserved entirely just for me, said Bardock to himself looking left and right before he felt the ground around him shift. Who is there? Show yourself, said a deep voice, as Bardock felt himself being moved left and right along the tall red grass he was feeling underneath his broken body. I would like to, but my body is badly beaten, and I can't move, said Bardock while he heard a deep growling sound and felt something very powerful was underneath what he thought was the ground when in fact it was something very much alive. "Get off my body," said the voice, as the ground shifted further around Bardock, and the Saiyan soon found himself falling off the fur onto the hard wet ground. Before staring up at angry crimson eyes that burned with an intense fire at him and a giant clawed appendage ready to end his already fading life. "Sorry, not my intention. Where are we?" said Bardock, as he stared at this vulpine-like creature, and knew of the classification of animal this was since he had seen them before on various planets. Of course none of them were this big or powerful. "We have been sealed inside this human child. He's the son of our sealer and are stuck here until the boy's death," said QB, as she watched the Saiyan look around with some effort, and saw his body was in fact injured to near-death circumstances. The only reason he was still alive was because time had no meaning here and thus stalled his death from happening. "I don't know, suppose healing me would be out of the question." "Do you even have the power to heal me?" said Bardock, as he heard the fox growl at him, and felt the QB's power surge around her before entering his body. "The only reason I choose to heal you, monkey, is because you might have some use for my vessel in the future, and I am in need of some company," said QB, as she saw his injuries heal, but even then it appeared that his body had been in a cross between life and death before even being unintentionally part of the sealing. "Thanks. I feel weird, like I am alive, yet in a way I'm dead, and feel like I'm being drained with each passing second," said Bardock, as he got off the ground, and saw the golden bars before heading over to them with the feeling of his energy leaving for that area. "This seal was designed to drain me of my power and give it to my vessel. Since you are here with me, the same applies to you, and our shared vessel will no doubt absorb traits from yourself in the process. Eventually, you will be fully absorbed into him like I will, and will be no longer our own individual selves," said QB, though her tone became sad near the end. "So the boy will inherit the spirit of the Saiyan race. Interesting," said Bardock, as he saw the fox look at him now with a raised eyebrow, and he explained things to her that shocked the vixen before she in turn explained things to him about the world he was now in. "Your race sounds powerful. It's actually a shame they were destroyed," said QB, as she saw him nod, and look past the bars to the boy on the other side asleep. "I want more than just the spirit of the Saiyans to live on outside of my son in my own dimension. Don't get me wrong, he'll clean up the mess we made in serving Frieza, but I want to start things off anew, and bring about a newer version of the Saiyan race. Is it possible for me to give him Saiyan blood through this seal? To turn him into a Saiyan?" said Bardock, as he saw QB think things over, and run a claw under her furry chin. "Possibly. This seal is designed to absorb energy, and blood does have energy. It will take some time, some tinkering, and effort for well over a decade. However, due to the nature of the seal, it may not manifest itself until later, and only if the seal is somehow altered so the absorption process of our energy stops long enough to let any alterations we make to the body become active," said QB, as she saw Bardock nod and look at the boy that would be his new legacy. "I want him to embrace the way of the warrior, but not enough that he becomes like we were under Frieza's rule, and still have the potential to keep a level head. When the time comes, this boy will achieve a power that will rival the Super Saiyan of legend, and all his enemies will tremble in fear," said Bardock, as he saw QB nod and grin a huge grin at the implications. "A vessel worthy of both of us. Though I should warn you in advance, this village will hurt him because of me, and stunt his growth in the process. He should also be allowed to absorb your mentality just to be on the safe side," said QB, as she saw him nod, and then look at his own tail for a second in thought. "Can we also give him a tail? A Saiyan tail?" said Bardock, as he turned to face QB, and the fox seemed to consider it. "It's possible. I can also purge the weakness your race possesses should someone grab it," said QB before she blushed at seeing Bardock's lack of clothing and was only in a tattered loincloth that did little in terms of hiding the Saiyan's manhood, and made a mental note to make sure the boy inherited that too. "And make it grow back," said Bardock while QB nodded and trying to focus on the other impressive thing around the Saiyan's waist. "Do you have to ask?" said QB while Bardock smirked at her. "No, but I just like to make sure. This is going to take a lot of trial and error on our part," said Bardock while QB scoffed. "That it will. Now let's begin. We have work to do," said QB while looking away from him and fighting back the blood that wanted to leak out of her nose. Forest of Death 12 years later. Zaku had just obliterated the little cave-dwelling Leafs Team 7 had been holed up in before Sasuke was on him, and the only one among the cells still in it was Naruto. The boy had been unconscious due to Orochimaru hitting him with the 5 elementals seal and then throwing the Jinchuriki into a tree where unconsciousness claimed him. For the other Leaf Shinobi around Team 7 to witness the event, they felt death had just claimed Naruto too, and there were mixed feelings all around. Some were shocked, glad, angry, and uncaring to the fact Naruto had been blown away by the sound shinobi. "Come on Sakura, we need to leave if we're going to make it to the central tower," said Sasuke while Sakura nodded, but looked back at where Naruto's supposed grave was, and saw the other shocked faces around them. "You can't just leave him buried under that. He's your teammate," said Ino, as she saw Neji shrug since it was no skin off his back while Tenten wanted to help, and Lee already digging for him. "Stop Lee, we have our own objective to complete. Leave the fool in the ground. At least his body will provide nourishment for the worms in the ground," said Neji, as he walked away, and Lee scowled at him. "He is a Konoha shinobi. If you were in his place, would you not wish someone to dig your body out, and give a proper burial?" said Lee with Neji scoffing at him. "Of course, but only because I am a Hyuga of noble blood, and not some commoner like him." "Now move," said Neji before walking away and ignored the dirty looks from both his teammates. "We can't just leave him here, can we?" said Choji while Shikamaru ran his hand through his hair. "Troublesome. As much as I hate to say this, we have to leave him behind. It's not that I want to do that, but we have to complete our mission, and get to the central tower," said Shikamaru while Ino became sad and Choji just scowled, though it was aimed more at Team 7 leaving than at his fellow teammate. "We'll tell the Hokage when we get there. He can send a NBU and dig out his body," said Ino, knowing the old cage would need to know about this. "Doesn't make it any better. Hinata is going to be crushed by this," said Choji, knowing the girl really had it bad for Naruto. "Yeah, this really sucks," said Shikamaru while looking at where Naruto was buried and wished he could do something. "Come on, we have to get to the tower," said Ino sadly while they left. Inside Naruto's mind. Contrary to what everyone thought, Naruto was not dead, and was currently buried in the ground while his body went under a rapid change. The Shinigami seal had been stopped in its function in absorbing Kyuubi's chakra, but at the same time had stopped restraining Bardock's powers, and alterations he along with the fox had set into motion shortly after being sealed into him. The Shinigami seal had restrained all the alterations the two had set up for the boy to one day unleash, as they suspected it would when they first started, and tried to figure a way around it. The only option before them was to have Naruto come into his mind to tamper with it, but the boy had no way of doing it, and neither prisoner wanted to try, knowing how loyal the boy was to the Hokage. Telling the old man would just cause more harm than good ones, and the last thing they wanted was for the seal to be altered in a way that wasn't in their favor. When Naruto tapped into the fox's power back in Wave Country, it allowed the groundwork they had first set up to make the changes possible to form, and had he held out a little bit longer in using the Kyuubi's chakra could have unlocked the power of the Saiyan in him. Orochimaru's intervention, however, had turned out to be the best thing that happened to Naruto, and it was finally time to show this world the might of the Saiyan race. This act by the Sannin would allow Bardock to walk through the caged bars, merge his form with the unconscious Naruto, and become a hybrid of sorts in spirit while being a full-blooded Saiyan that would be unmatched. The understanding of energy, the ability to fly, and how to use it many useful ways. "It's time, Kyuubi. It's been fun," said Bardock, as he had a great time with the vixen, and she also enjoyed his company. "That it has, Saiyan," said Kyuubi while seeing Bardock leave the bars and stare at the unconscious form of Naruto before he vanished into the boy. "It's funny, this would be the second time I died. At least I'm going out on my terms this time, and in a way, I'm being reborn again. Both of us are," said Bardock before his entire form was gone from sight. And in the process covered the dark, dank sewer for a mind in a great light, and power that shook everything down to its foundation. Real world. The grave of Uzumaki Naruto exploded with power, as the boy it belonged to rose from the ground, hovering with silver-colored energy covering his body, and the changes being made. Bones broke before mending, tendon, muscles, and ligaments tore all over, with the boy's healing soon after. All of Naruto's senses had become enhanced beyond that of an average human, and even developed the ability to sense other people's power without the need for a scouter like Bardock had done in the past. Last, but certainly not least in the slightest, Naruto had gained a Saiyan tail, and the knowledge behind it. With a mighty yell that shook the ground, Naruto unleashed the power of his newfound heritage, and turned the area around him into a wasteland that went on for what seemed like several miles. Looking at himself, Naruto saw his attire, which had been appalling to the eyes, had been practically obliterated, not only because of unleashing his power, but due to his increase in height, increase in muscle mass, and in general having outgrown them. All he had won was his boxers, and even they were feeling a little tight, and a new pair would of course be required to obtain. Preferably an adult pair designed for someone with his uniqueness. This is unreal, and yet, it feels so natural. Like it's been a part of me since I was born, said Naruto to himself, as he flexed his hands while looking at them, and then looked at where he sensed the different levels of power heading in one direction. The central tower. As he came to terms with this new change, Naruto also remembered the voices he heard while buried underneath that pile of rubble, and how his team left him in his grave. The boy growled in anger at their stupidity and even more at the one boy named Neji for even having the nerve to call him a commoner. Him, a Saiyan. It was wait, how did he know that term? Why did he call himself that? Shaking his head, Naruto decided to hold off on understanding this for later, and decided to do a little hunting for what he needed to pass this test. Searching for the nearest power level, Naruto took to the air, and flew through the trees before stopping quickly to look down at a clearing where 3 Iwa shinobi had set up camp. What the hell, said one Iwa shinobi, as he looked up, and pointed to Naruto while the other 2 Iwa shinobi jumped away. Hello maggots, I need your stuff, said Naruto while descending to the ground, and the trio of Iwa shinobi just laughed at him. Or what, look at you, you have no weapons, you're all alone, and in your underwear. You are a pathetic excuse for a shinobi, said the leader of the trio while he along with the other 2 just laughed. You're right, well, 3 out of 4 anyway. I was a pathetic excuse for a shinobi, but then again my training was minimal due to the lack of instruction by most of my teachers on account of them never really liking me, and acting like the arrogant fools they serve. However, the problem with the other 3 can be corrected, and solution to that lies with you 3 giving me what I want, said Naruto with the leader of the trio of Iwa shinobi laughing at him. And what do we get in exchange? We don't exactly swing that way, said one of the Iwa genin behind the leader. Good, because I don't either. As for you get in exchange, you get nothing, absolutely nothing, said Naruto before he vanished and reappeared in front of the leader. With his right arm in the Iwa shinobi's torso. What? Why you? Said the Iwa genin, as he saw Naruto grin at him, and sensed his 2 comrades frozen in fear. Since you asked me so nicely, I'll tell you what I am. I'm a Saiyan warrior, and you are dead, said Naruto before removing his arm from the genin, and the Iwa shinobi fell to the ground. Bastard, said the next Iwa genin, who was going through hand signs, and was about to unleash an earth jutsu before his head was blown up when hit with a ball of silver energy that splattered his brain all over the place. You're next, said Naruto with the Iwa shinobi waving his hands and getting on his knees to show he surrendered. Wait, I give up. I have what you need, just don't kill me, said the Iwa genin, as he threw over a bag with the scrolls, weapons, and some extra clothing he had in the event they were needed. That's good, thank you for your generous donation. However, if I let you live, then you will report this to your cage, and most likely make me a target in the future. I can't have that, said Naruto before he shot another blast of energy at the Iwa genin and blew him up. He was on his way. Central Tower several days later. Congratulations to all of you, who made it this far, and welcome to the next stage of the Chunin exams. Normally we would give you all a month to prepare for the finals, but given how there are so many of you, we have to go through preliminary rounds to thin out the ranks, and ensure only the best from each village advances to the finals, said the Sandaime Hokage while seeing one person he wished was here to compete in the prelims. Uzumaki Naruto. Team 10 had come to him after his arrival and immediately informed him of what had happened with Team 7 along with how they left the boy buried in the dirt. For all they knew, the boy was alive, but just buried underneath that rubble, and yet the genin teams there had chosen, some with reluctance, the mission over a comrade. Well, except for Guy's one student, who actually tried digging for Naruto, but then obeyed the acting squad leader of the team, and headed for the tower to complete the exams. Hyuga Hinata could be seen in a state of complete depression, as she had come to the conclusion that Naruto had fallen in the forest a death when he wasn't seen among the other genin there, and yet strangely enough she glared at Sasuke along with Zaku for their hand in his death. Zaku for the killing and Sasuke's disregard for rescuing Naruto in the off chance he might be alive despite the attack that buried him in the ground. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, I'm sorry I couldn't tell you how I felt, thought Hinata, as she was in an emotional state between sorrow and anger at what had happened to him. If anyone here feels unable to compete, please raise your hands, and leave for a different section of the tower where a team of shinobi will escort you back into the village, said the Hokage, as he saw some of the shinobi fidget a little, and Kabuto looking to raise his hand. Pathetic, giving them a chance to back out, and even worse is them taking it. Where is your pride in being the best of your village? Said a new voice, as a figure walked into the room, and gained the attention, and many were shocked to see it was Uzumaki Naruto. Or rather, what was the new version of Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto was wearing black shinobi pants, a muscle shirt, had gauntlets on both hands he had gotten off of the trio of shinobi from and steel-toed combat boots from a large genin from Grass Village. He didn't have a kunai or shuriken pouch with him, but rather 2 medium bags in each hand, and a fur-like belt wrapped around his waist. On his head was a leaf shinobi headband, but it was pretty beat up, and looked ready to fall apart at any second. "Naruto," said the Hokage with the boy smirking at him. "What, you were expecting Kyuubi?" said Naruto with a grin, and many of the adults in the room went pale at the mention of the fox. "You're alive," said Sasuke in disbelief while Zaku and his teammates looked like they were seeing a ghost. "You sound surprised. Then again, you along with the bitch there left me buried in the ground, and didn't even bother trying to dig me out." "Had to do it myself," said Naruto while his eyes scanned every genin in the room and gauging their power. "You should have stayed there," said Sasuke while sneering at Naruto. "And you should have grown a spine when fighting the snake man in the forest to death instead freezing up while on the brink of wetting yourself," said Naruto with Sasuke now snarling at him. "You think you're better than me? I'm an Uchiha, an elite," said Sasuke, as he turned to face Naruto while the boy smirked at him, and the Uchiha was getting angrier with each passing second. "Really, I saw you ready to hand over your scroll for a chance to flee. You had no real guarantee the man would even let you walk away, and yet you gambled the second he was ready to tear you apart." "I stood my ground. I fought and I made him work for his victory. With you, he barely even tried," said Naruto before turning his gaze to the Hokage and walking towards him while every genin within 3 feet gave the boy more than enough space. "Naruto, I'm sorry to tell you this, but I can't have you participate in the preliminaries due to being late, and have you sit on the sidelines," said the Hokage while Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. "Really? Because if the Uchiha had been in my place, you would have let him participate without question, and quite frankly, I'm tired of your cowardice," said Naruto while the Hokage's eyes widened in shock. "Watch your mouth, brat," said Ibiki while Naruto's eyes looked at him. "Why? Because it's true, not that it matters. I've more than qualified with the scrolls that I need in this bag," said Naruto, as he tossed the one in his right hand over to the Hokage, and it spilled open to reveal 16 scrolls with half being heaven with the other half being earth. "How did you get so many?" said Anko, as she looked from the scrolls on the floor to Naruto, and the boy raised another bag. "This one slightly stained in blood." "How do you think?" said Naruto, as he tossed the other bag underhanded to land right next to its brother, and the headbands from shinobi from different villages came spilling out of it, most of them having been stained with the blood of their owners. "You killed all these genin?" said the Hokage seeing the boy smirk. "Not right away. I asked them nicely for their scrolls. It's not my fault they chose to say no. Now do I qualify to participate or not?" said Naruto with his smirk never leaving him. "Hokage-sama, the boy doesn't appear to be unstable, but the fact he's killed so many in such a short time when his records indicate otherwise concerns me, and his sudden look being different is not helping," said Ibiki in a whispered voice to the Hokage. "Let him participate, Ibiki. The boy's right. If the Uchiha had been in his place, we would have let him, and no one would complain," said the Sandaime while Naruto just kept on smirking at him. "Get in line with the others, Gaki," said Ibiki after giving the Hokage a nod. "I knew you would see things my way," said Naruto before walking back to the others and standing in a line while standing behind a heavily blushing Hinata. "Naruto-kun standing right behind me. Don't faint, thought Hinata, as she felt his powerful aura, and it was overwhelming to say the least. "I can't believe that's Naruto. He's so different, not to mention he's kind of hot now." No, do not think like that," thought Tenten, as she saw him cross his arms in front of his chest, and couldn't help admire his muscled body. "That's the brat we first met when coming here to the Leaf. What did he do? Unlock a bloodline or something?" thought Temari, as she had to admit, the blonde now had quite the form, and was an improvement over the body he had before today. "How did he get like that? Did the Kyuubi have a hand in this?" thought all the adults from Konoha while those not from the village were looking at Naruto with curiosity. And so the preliminaries started with names coming up on a hidden screen that would reveal who would be fighting who. Sasuke fought one of Kabuto's teammates while the glasses-wearing spy of Orochimaru had quit and chose to ignore Naruto's taunting about him being a coward. Of course, Naruto knew the boy was not what he appeared, as the instincts of a Saiyan, and the memories of what he recalled from his interactions with Kabuto had made the boy suspect something was off. The Uchiha was victorious in his match, but just barely, and the boy had been taken away by Kakashi to seal away the curse seal that Orochimaru gave him. Next up was the boy Naruto had met earlier wearing makeup and fighting Kabuto's secondary teammate with the ability to bend his body all over the place. The boy from Suna, who went by the name of Kankuro, turned out to be a puppet, and the real one was hiding in the white wrappings where everyone else thought the puppet had been. Then two shinobi from Sound tried their hands next, each one facing off against Leaf Shinobi, with Zaku losing to Shino and Kin losing to Shikamaru. Ino and Sakura had their match, but it ended with a double KO, with neither girl being the victor, while their rivalry put to an end and their friendship restored. Then came Naruto's match against Onizuka Kiba. All right, we got luck and faced a weakling. Come on Akamaru, let's win this one. Akamaru, said Kiba, seeing the dog shake his head no and looking afraid of Naruto. Your dog is smart. He knows not to mess with someone higher up on the food chain, said Naruto, as he easily floated up and landed in the arena below while shocking just about everyone seeing him do it. Shut up, just because you know a trick or two doesn't make you better than me, said Kiba, as he leaped off the rail and landed a few feet from Naruto. Oh, I know a lot more than just a trick or two, Kiba. You have no idea what I know, said Naruto, as he unwrapped his tail from his waist, and shocked the hell out of the people around him further when they saw it was in fact part of him. What the hell is that? Said Kiba, seeing the tail, and it was making a lot of people aside from himself very nervous. Do you need glasses? It's my tail. You got a problem with it? Said Naruto, seeing how freaked out the boy was. Hell yeah, I got a problem with it. Humans don't have tails, Naruto. I'm pretty sure that was covered in our biology classes at the academy, said Kiba, seeing Naruto let out a chuckle. Then I guess I'm no longer human. Perhaps I'm something more, said Naruto, as he grinned further, and his tail was moving wildly behind him. Something more? You're a freak of nature, Naruto. That is what you are, said Kiba, seeing Naruto scowl at him. I like the tail, said Hinata to herself, but let out and squeak when Naruto turned to look at her with a raised eyebrow, and was surprised he heard her. Thanks, Hinata-chan. At least I know there is at least one person in Konoha that likes all of the different parts of me, said Naruto, making the girl blush further since she had seen every part of him with her eyes at one point during the written part of the exams with her eyes, since she had used them to cheat and had seen that part of him down there. Look at that blush. She's done something naughty. Such a bad girl. Maybe I should try corrupting her under Kure-chan's nose, thought Anko, as she had an idea on how to do that, and it involved Hinata looking at Naruto with those all-seeing eyes. Hey, focus on me and not her, said Kiba angrily, while Naruto just smirked. Why, she's much better looking than you. Smells better too. Incidentally, when was the last you took a bath, or shower? Said Naruto, while Hinata fainted with a full-on blush at hearing how he liked the sight and smell of her body. Kurenai scowled at Naruto while Anko was laughing her ass off. Shut up. You think you're so great, but you're just a weak wannabe shinobi, who can't even perform a simple clone, and failed the academy 3 times because of it, said Kiba with a grin on his face while Naruto's face became one with anger. Probably because the teachers knew my output of energy was so high no form of control would allow me to perform one properly. Instead of teaching me an alternative, they felt it necessary to keep such information out of my reach and silently laugh at my failures. Of course, it's much better than yours since they only let you pass so they wouldn't have to smell you for another year, and spray for fleas every week, said Naruto while Kiba growled at him. Oh, you are so dead. Let's get this fight started, said Kiba, as he charged towards Naruto with the intent of taking his head off, and his aim was true. Had Naruto not moved his head to the right, need Kiba right the gut with enough force to send him flying back, and hitting the wall with enough velocity that it collapsed upon impact. You missed and I win. Next, said Naruto before he floated back up to the railing and sat down on the edge of it. Impressive display of power, Naruto-san, said Shino while his bugs were going crazy inside his body and telling him the boy's power was insane. Thanks, Shino. Do you feel any kind of anger at me for knocking your teammate out? Said Naruto, seeing Shino shake his head no. Kiba was fighting an opponent he couldn't win against and dug a deep hole for himself by insulting you in order to compensate for his own feelings of fear, said Shino with Naruto nodding. Too much pride in the belief you're strong caused one to not see the truth right in front of us. It's not healthy, said Naruto while he looked at the screen and heard the gasp from Hinata at seeing the names on it. Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji. No, not that, thought Hinata, as she looked from the screen to her cousin, and he was smirking at her. It's time to put Hinata-sama in her place and show her crush the difference between us, thought Neji, as he went to the arena floor, ignoring Guy's words of warning to not make this personal, and got ready for his fight with his cousin. Do your best, Hinata, said Shino, seeing Hinata look at him, then Kurenai, who nodded in agreement, and then Naruto giving her a thumbs up with a smirk on his face. I will, said Hinata, as she made her way down, and faced Neji. Do you think she can win? Said Asuma while walking over to Kurenai. She's got confidence issues, but when push comes to shove, I'm hoping Hinata can rise above this, and show her true potential, said Kurenai, as she tried to help the girl, but it was hard considering Hinata's father, and the Hyuga clan in general were not what you would call a positive influence. Quite the opposite actually. You should give up, Hinata-sama. The Chunin exams is not a place for one so spoiled like yourself. You have a duty to be the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Just give up and live a life without burdens aside from childbirth, said Neji while getting many glares from those in the room, with the majority of them being female. Don't say that. I'm not ss spoiled. I'm here to prove I have changed, said Hinata, seeing her cousin snarl with his eye active. Changed? You're stuttering. Your eyes move left and right with uncertainty. You will never change, Hinata-sama. Fate cannot be changed. It will forever be your destiny to be weak, said Neji, seeing Hinata shivering at his harsh words. Crunch. Hey Hyuga, the one with long hair, said Naruto, called from above them after putting his fist through the railing. What do you want, commoner? Said Neji while turning around to stare at Naruto. First, if you call me commoner one more time, I'm going to rip your skull open using your hair, and then rip out that tiny organ you call a brain. Second, don't take the coward's way out in making her submit by intimidation, and through words no less. Such a way is a coward's way, said Naruto, seeing Neji looking ready to spit fire from his eyes if he had the ability. No one asked you, fool, said Neji while finding his eyes were hurting from using his eyes while in Naruto's direction. Hinata, ignore your idiot cousin, and fight him to the very end. You want to prove to everyone that you have changed. That's how you do it. All your strength, all your power, everything you've got. Do not submit, said Naruto while Hinata looked up at him in wonder and then back at Neji with a fire in her eyes that wasn't there before. I'm ready, Neji. Let's fight, said Hinata, as she activated her eyes, and got ready to do battle with her cousin. So that's how it is, Hinata-sama. You look at him, hear his inspiring words, and all of a sudden you have a spine. Well, it's time to break it, and break you of this newfound strength right in front of him, thought Neji, as he got into his gentle fist stance, and it was clear as day that the battle was on. And sadly, Hinata lost. Still, Hinata had done well holding her own against Neji, who had better training, more confidence, knew things that she did not, and was aiming to kill the Hyuga girl. Hinata used her skills to disable her opponents. It wasn't in her heart to fight, much less kill her own blood, despite that person being a total asshole at the moment. Neji, however, did have it in his heart though, and proved it when he moved in for the kill when Hinata continued to rise to fight against him. Despite her injuries, Hinata endured his words, his assault, and used some truth-filled words of her own to hit a very sore spot in his heart to provoke the attempt of killing the Hyuga girl. Even then, Hinata stood her ground, ready to face the end without fear, knowing she had given her all, and not afraid to die with that fact seen by everyone today. However, just because Neji had aimed to kill, it didn't mean the Hyuga would succeed in hitting his target, as 3 Junin intercepted him and prevented the kill. Neji did not like their intervention, stating they were only protecting the main family from shame of losing one of its members, but Guy had shaken his head no when his student looked at him, and pointed to where Hinata had fallen after being unable to stand. Naruto was kneeling beside Hinata, his right index finger caressing her face, as blood was leaking out of her mouth, and was looking back at him. Hinata knew that if this was her time, then it would be a time where she had shown courage, had shown it right in front of Naruto, and the boy she wanted to notice her was noticing her. Did I do well? Said Hinata while enjoying the feeling of Naruto touch. Extremely. Without a doubt you've changed and for the better. Stay on this course and become the warrior I know you can be, Hinata-chan, said Naruto, seeing the girl's smile increase even when the medics took her away while the Uzumaki made a mental note to visit her in the future. You should just ignore her. She's a loser, just like you. Don't think because you beat a shinobi from a clan doesn't make you better than what you already are. A loser will be a loser no matter what. Fate is fate, said Neji while watching Naruto watch Hinata until the girl was out of sight and in an instant no one could track. The Uzumaki was right in his face. Care to repeat that again, little man, said Naruto in a deadly voice, his eyes staring right at Neji, filled with energy and power that made a shiver run up the Hyuga's spine. Naruto, said Asuma in a warning tone, knowing that if the boy did anything, he would be disqualified, and thus make Neji even happier. along with a lot of other people in the village that didn't want him to advance. I said a loser will be a loser no matter what. Fate is fate, said Neji, though there was less conviction in his voice and a hint of fear. No matter what, fate is fate. Well, you better pray to whatever form fate takes and pray that in the Chunin exam finals that one of us is not facing the other. For if it does come down to that, I'm going to show you just what I can do. You think that win over Kiba was fluke? It wasn't. I wanted to get that match over with because I couldn't stand the sight of him and most of the people in this room that cater to the Uchiha's every whim or desire. Sasuke thinks is untouchable because of his bloodline. You think similar yet slightly different thoughts because of your bloodline being that of a Hyuga and thus are protected politically with friends in high places. However, in the Chunin exam finals, you will not be protected, and I will show you a fury that no human being has ever before witnessed. Even Kyuubi's power over a decade ago will be tame compared to me, and you will know what it means to fear this so-called loser after I kick your ass, said Naruto and let out a growl that was not human before walking away from the stunned Hyuga. The next match came in the form of Tenten fighting Temari from Suna, with both girls becoming excited despite everything that had just happened. Tenten had unleashed her weapons on Temari, but the Suna kunoiki was too much for the leaf kunoiki, and the wind jutsu she used to knock away the projectile weapons. Temari then added insult to injury with her fan being used to hurt Tenten in the spinal column and further reinforced the fact that Suna came to the exams to win. Hurting people was just a bonus for them. This was further proven by Sabaku no Gaara fighting Rock Lee, with the latter fighting with everything he had and more so when opening almost all of the 8 celestial gates. By this point, Kakashi had come back, missing the fight Naruto had with Kiba, and saw things with his Sharingan in order to use what he saw to help train Sasuke. Sadly for Lee, his opponent was a Jinchuriki like Naruto, and had more control over his power than Naruto ever did with Kyuubi. Not surprising, since Gaara's seal was designed for that purpose, in being weak enough for the boy to use his demon's power to control sand in such a deadly manner. It was also made to be the ultimate shield, given how Shikaku was the weakest of the 9 and thus had to think, despite being crazy, on how to fight defensively over that of offense means like the other Biju did. I will not be denied, said Gaara, as he commanded his sand to rise, and move like a serpent towards Rock Lee, trying to crawl away from him. Yes, you will be denied, said Naruto, as he appeared seemingly out of nowhere, his arm outstretched, hand covered in energy. Less than 6 inches of space was all there was between the orb of power and Gaara's face, with the red-haired boy looking right at the energy in Naruto's hands. What? Said Gaara, as he could believe what was in front of him, and stared into the blonde's blue eyes burning with power. I owe him. You kill him, I kill you. Decide, said Naruto coldly while Guy had appeared between the sand and Lee. Very well, Proctor, I doubt my opponent can continue fighting me, and ask you to call the match with me being the victor, said Gaara, as he called his sand back to him, and the Proctor did just that. Guy, tell Lee my debt to him is paid. Out of all the rookies there, he was the only one among them to try and dig me out, said Naruto before he cancelled his attack and saw the Junin nod in understanding. Honorable warriors pay back their debts. After that, the matches pretty much neared the end, as Choji faced Dosu, and the latter won by putting the former to sleep using those metal braces on his arms to emit sound vibrations that attacked the sensory part of the brain responsible for controlling when a person sleeps. With the preliminaries now over, all that remained was to determine who would face who in 1 month's time, and in front of the public masses. First match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. Second match, Sabaku no Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke. Third match, Kinyuta Dosu vs Nara Shikamaru. Fourth match, Aburame Shino vs Sabaku no Kankuro. Fifth match, Sabaku no Temari vs winner of fourth match. These are the matches that will take place in 1 month. Train well, said the Sandaime while making a motion for Kakashi to keep Naruto back to answer some questions. With that said, the contestants left with their senseis with the exception of Naruto and Sakura, since Kakashi stayed behind while the pink-haired girl left with the others. As for Naruto, he was told by Kakashi to stay and answer some questions the Hokage might have for him. What do you want? Said Naruto, with the Sandaime looking at him with a frown, and so did Kakashi. Naruto, be more respectful to the Hokage, said Kakashi, since this was a serious matter that could impact Naruto's life in the future. What respect? I don't respect people who have replaced their warrior spirit with that of a coward's, and would play politician, said Naruto, seeing the Sandaime's eyes narrow at the accusation. Naruto, said Kakashi sternly. Shut up, don't you dare try to reprimand me, you hypocrite. You think I don't see your actions in favoring the Uchiha since our team was put together? Giving him extra training while I and the pink-haired Uchiha fangirl do chakra control. Have me do the labor of the D-rank mission while having Sasuke spar with you while using shadow clones to keep us in the dark. Not that training did much good. Sasuke will always be a sniveling little coward no matter what you do, said Naruto, who got a punch to the face for his words, and yet was not even affected by it. Ow, what is your face made out of? Said Kakashi, as he tried to fight back the pain in his hand, and failed miserably. Kakashi, Naruto, you have to understand that once the village sees your new appearance over what they know, not to mention the tail, many will assume the Kyuubi was involved, and call for your head, said the Sandaime while Naruto's eyes narrowed at him. That's not exactly shocking news, old man. Besides, you make it sound like I should care what they think, and do my best to appease the masses by being their punching bag, said Naruto while the Sandaime looked grim. You should care about 'em, Naruto. They are your people, said the Sandaime while Naruto just laughed that echoed throughout the large room. My people, that's where you're wrong, old man. They are not my people. If they were my people like you claim, I wouldn't be hated, I wouldn't be shunned, beaten, and brought near death so early on in my childhood. They are certainly not my people, said Naruto coldly while the Sandaime looked at Kakashi, who nodded in understanding, and put a hand on the boy's shoulder. I'm sorry, Naruto. I'm ordering your powers sealed away and your mind wiped of all these events. Within a month's time, you will be brought back to Konoha looking like you did before, and we will tell the other rookies that your change they witnessed here was the result of Orochimaru's doing that had dangerous after effects if left unchecked, said the Sandaime with Naruto's eyes narrowing at him. What makes you think I'll let you do all that? What even gives you the right to do it in the first place? Said Naruto while the Sandaime's face became a scowl. I am the Hokage of Konoha and you are one of its shinobi. My subordinate, my word is law and you will respect my decision, said the Sandaime in a more authoritative voice. You are a disgrace to your position, old man. You are not worthy of the hat and robes you wear, said Naruto before moving quickly and disabling Kakashi with quick spin strike to the Junin's ribs with his elbow. Fast, but not fast enough, thought Sandaime, as he moved quickly for a man of his age, and aimed for a pressure spot on the back of Naruto's neck. Only for Naruto to vanish from his spot and the Sandaime found himself unable to find him. Until Naruto laughed, which caused the Sandaime Hokage to look up, and saw the boy hovering over him with arms crossed with a cruel smile on his face. You must think I'm an idiot in just standing still and letting you do all that stuff to me. Fool, make no mistake, I will be at the Chunin exam finals, I will fight Hyuga Neji, and when I do, his life will end, tragically. Said Naruto before he was covered in a silver-like fire that was his energy, shooting up through the tower, out of the tower, into the sky, and then to Kami knows where. What do we do, Hokage-sama? Said Kakashi seeing the Sandaime Hokage sigh at this defeat. We must inform the councils and clan heads of this. I must also contact Jiraiya and tell him what has happened, said the Sandaime Hokage with Kakashi nodding. You did what was right, Hokage-sama, said Kakashi while the Sandaime shook his head in affirmative no. No, what I did was betray my late successor and his wife. I betrayed all they stood for and tainted their noble intentions in saving the village. Soon, Konoha will pay the price for its stupidity, said the Hokage before walking away and leaving Kakashi to his own thoughts on the matter. This would not end well. Kakashi was sure of it. Make Naruto's apartment. Anko was at Naruto's apartment, people spying something flying to it that could only be Naruto, and decided to get some answers from the Gaki before reporting to the Sandaime. After what happened in the central tower, the old man would want answers, and willing to bet the third Hokage would give anything at the moment to know what happened to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. So with that thought in hand, Anko was at Naruto's door, and gave a polite knock before counting to 10 when kicking down the door would be the next choice of action. However, before that even happened, the door opened, and Naruto opened the door with a raised eyebrow. What do you want? Said Naruto though he had an idea. Hey Gaki, can I come in or would you prefer talking to me in hall where everyone can hear us? Said Anko seeing Naruto shrug and move away from the door to let her in. Come right on in Anko-san. I have nothing to hide, said Naruto while Anko did just that. How do you know my name? Said Anko with a question mark before Naruto shut the door. You told us after the written test, remember? Went through a window, cut my cheek, said Naruto while Anko having that, ooh, look on her face. Right, now I remember, said Anko now being sheepish. So why are you here? At the request of the old monkey to find out more about me by any means necessary. Said Naruto seeing Anko shrug. More or less, though I'm doing this more for my own curiosity since what I saw before the forest to death is completely different from the stud I'm looking at now, said Anko with a gleam in her eyes. So you're curious, huh? Just how are you planning to get information out of me? Said Naruto, as he saw Anko smirk at him and remove her trench coat to let her bust behind the fishnet shirt barely conceal what the secondary bit of clothing did on a slightly better scale. I have my ways, said Anko, as she saw Naruto smirk further with his own eyes getting a gleam too. Then bring it, said Naruto while Kyuubi inside of him was giggling perversely, and while unable to send her chakra into the seal to strengthen his power further, she could increase his pheromone output. Without further delay, Anko pounced on Naruto, and the young Uzumaki met the special Junin's challenge with joy. Many hours later, the door to Naruto's apartment opened and a shaky Anko stumbled out. Her clothing was disheveled, the skirt ridden up on one side, and the special Junin's hair looked like it had been in a hurricane. She had a glazed expression on her face, which was a mixture of satisfaction and tiredness that the kunoiki of the leaf had not experienced in a long time. Walking out slightly behind her was Naruto, who was wearing black pants, and shirtless at the moment with his tail waving about. Looks like I won, Anko-chan. Remember, what happens in my home stays in my homes, and that goes for everything we did, said Naruto, seeing the woman nod slowly before giving the special Junin a tap to her butt with his tail, and she just mumbled to herself while walking home. Yes, Naruto-sama, what stays, happens, home, rest, said Anko, as she made her way back to her own apartment, and ran into Kurenai. Anko, what in Kami's name happened to you? You look like you've just had a training session with Mito Guy in the middle of a sugar rush, said Kurenai, as she saw her friend walking like a zombie towards her home, and Anko letting out a giggle in the process. Good, happened, stays, everything, nap time, said Anko, as she entered her apartment, shut the door, and then used the last of her strength to collapse on the bed. She may not have gotten the information the Hokage needed, but damn did he know how to work her body, and Anko would need to have her energy tank refilled soon. All she needed was 2 weeks worth of rest, food, and lots of water due to dehydration would be settling in soon. Oh yeah, Anko was drained. In his apartment, Naruto was grinning like a madman, and looking at the black panties the woman left behind in her dazed-like state. There is more ways to achieving conquest than just fighting, said Naruto while Kyuubi just giggled like a crazy woman. Just you wait, Naruto-kun. When I get free, we're going to shake the planet, and it won't be from fighting each other, said Kyuubi, as she was in her more human form now, and cackling like a mad woman on a mission. Chapter 2 Saiyan Impressions. Naruto didn't really understand how he was able to fly at first, but just knew from what his mind was telling him to do on instinct, and the sensation felt so right. Like he was a bird, freed from its cage, and spread his wings to fly high into the sky. He was flying all over the place, from one country to the next, zooming at such an intense speed that by the time the sonic boom he made over one country was heard, Naruto was on the other side of the world, and making more of them. The more he focused on what he could do with his newfound abilities, the boy felt more memories that were not his coming out, and had nearly overwhelmed him. However, Naruto fought for control, focusing on doing things one step at a time, and just learning not to blow himself up with what he knew from instinct alone. He figured that a whole month of learning how to control his powers for the Chuunin exam finals was a blessing in disguise, and would be able to get ready for his fight with Hyuga Neji. Suddenly stopping in his training in the ways of flight, the blonde remembered what Neji had done, what the boy had said about losers always being losers, and saying fate is fate. It just was total bullshit. If what Neji said had ever been remotely true, which is was not, then Naruto wouldn't even be a shinobi right now, and be a dead nobody just like everyone wished since his birth. Well, almost everyone. Hinata seemed to liked him for him. The words made Naruto angry. He was so damn angry at that prick. His power had begun to rise, his power forming in the form of silver energy. A storm was forming overhead, and even the ground began to shake. Letting out a yell that echoed throughout, possibly half the world hearing it, Naruto unleashed his power, and feeling a need to vent it out on something worth hurting. Looking down, he just so happened to be over water country, which he also realized that this particular country held the mist village where Zabuza and Haku were from. The memory of the two and their deaths brought even more pain to his heart. Naruto had hated what had become of the two before their encounter with him, having to sleep with one eye open, never knowing if you'll be killed at any moment by Hunter Nin from Mist, and all for not fighting for a sick cage with a distaste for bloodlines. The mere thought of the Mizukage no doubt laughing with at the news of Zabuza and Haku's death made the Saiyan blood in him boil to untold heights. Those two deserved better than what they got from that bastard of a cage, and Naruto had every intention of seeing to it the Mizukage understood that, painfully. Flying downward, Naruto crashed down into the middle of a forest region not far from the Mist Village, and sensed for power levels in the general area. Finding quite a few of them not far from his position, Naruto sensed they were in the middle of a fight from the spiking, and the sense of bloodlust slowly making its way to him. Curious, the blonde made his way to the fighting, seeing a red-haired woman fighting a group of masked shinobi, which Naruto knew from his own experiences in the Leaf to be a NBU, and had every intention of killing this woman. Pathetic, said Naruto, walking towards the group, and everyone was now looking at him. Who are you? Said one of the ANBU. Do you serve the Mizukage? Said Naruto, seeing the ANBU look at each other while the red-haired woman narrowed her eyes. Why do you want to know, brat? Said another ANBU. Because I want to rip his heart out and stuff it down his throat, said Naruto coldly while the ANBU tensed at hearing it. You have a bloodline, don't you? I can practically sense it off of you, said the ANBU with the captain insignia on his right arm. Judging by the hate-filled tone in your voice, you do work for the Mizukage, and believe in exterminating people with bloodlines. If there is one thing I truly despise, it is people like you, who hate others for being different, and think they should be slain, said Naruto while covering his body in silver energy, making the ANBU back up in fear. Monster, said the Mist ANBU captain. No, not a monster, Saiyan, said Naruto before he quickly vanished and in a flash had obliterated the ANBU before turning to face the shocked redhead. Who are you? Said the woman in shock, awe, and fear. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and like you I've got a beef with the Mizukage that needs to be settled, said Naruto, seeing the woman nod slightly and accept the hand he offered. Though mere seconds later, the two were surrounded by another group of shinobi, but they were different from the ones Naruto just killed, and seemed to ready to defend the woman rather than kill her. With a simple motion of the woman's hand, the group stood down, and lowered their weapons, though they were clearly on alert should that command change. My name is Terumi May. I lead the resistance against the Mizukage and his supporters for some time now. He's been trying to kill me for months after learning I had not one, but two bloodlines, and won't tolerate someone like me being alive to oppose him, said May, as she saw Naruto was impressed, and she had to admit the Gaki was quite the looker for someone his age. She could only imagine what he'd look like in just a few more years. Then you just gained yourself a powerful ally. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, said Naruto, seeing the woman smile at him. Before we continue this conversation further, Naruto-san, I'm curious as to what is your reason for wanting the Mizukage dead? Said May while Naruto just seemed to lose all of their playfulness. It's because of the Mizukage that two people I respected had to leave Mist. Perhaps you heard of one of them. Momoki Zabuza, said Naruto with the group instantly having weapons at the ready, and May was surprised to hear that name. And how is Zabuza and his rumored subordinate? Said May carefully while her men now looked ready to fight him. They're both dead. Haku went down protecting Zabuza from Hitaki Kakashi's attack and Zabuza from his injuries before killing the backstabber that was his employer, said Naruto before he told May what happened, how the two had been his enemies until the end, and how it was unfair for them to die. I see. At least Zabuza got his revenge for the girl. But why do you blame the Mizukage for their deaths? Said May, seeing Naruto shake his head. You misunderstand. I don't blame the Mizukage for their deaths. I blame the Mizukage for doing everything that led to them leaving Mist and making their lives miserable since then. Running constantly from Hunter Nin, never truly being able to breathe for letting down your guard even once could bring about death, and living off the scrapes life throws just to get by. They both deserved better than that, said Naruto, seeing May nod and once again command her forces to stand down. I knew Zabuza well before he left. In fact, he could have sold me out, but chose not to, and for that I've done my best to misdirect Mist Hunter Nin until recently. The Mizukage caught on and decided to dig around before learning what he needed to send them after me, said May, seeing Naruto nod and then grin. Well, this is your lucky day, Terumi May. Not only does the Mizukage fail to kill you, but he now has to deal with me, and I am not in the mood to be merciful. Said Naruto coldly at the end. I believe you, but you also need to know he's a Jinchuriki, and has the incredible power of the three tails at his command, said May while Naruto raised an eyebrow at her. The three tails, that's it, said Naruto with May looking surprised by how casually he brushed off the fact the Mizukage was a Jinchuriki. This is no time to be arrogant, Naruto-san. The Mizukage is powerful enough without the demon's power, but with its demonic chakra under his command, said May, but was silenced when Naruto unleashed his power, and it kept rising higher than the Three Tails ever was when free. The Three Tails is nothing compared to me, nor is its jailer. You want the fighting to end and bring stability to this land. I can do that easily, said Naruto, as the ground shook, the sky flashed with lightning, and scaring the crap out of those around him. And just as quickly, the power he generated left, and all was calm again. And, in exchange for this generous action, said Mei, having regained her voice after a short few minutes. Nothing much right now, just come see the Chunin exams in Konoha in 1 month's time and make it known you're the new Mizukage. I can tell you're going to be a much better one than the current jerk, so that's all I really want right now. A Kage, who will look out for everyone, and not just the majority, since the majority is not always right, said Naruto with Mei nodding, and knew that she knew he meant more to that than he was willing to admit. I can do that, said Mei, as she saw him smirk at her, and the red-headed to admit, she was a bit turned on. Are your forces remotely ready for a fight? Said Naruto, seeing Mei think over the size of her forces. Most of them are ready, but we're lacking the power to fight off the Mizukage, and the number of those loyal to him is still higher than our own, said Mei with Naruto's smirk growing. Get your troops ready, Terumi Mei. The strength you need has just arrived and you're looking at him, said Naruto before turning around and heading for Mist. Terumi-sama, are you sure it's wise to trust this kid? I know he's powerful, but we hardly know anything about him, and the risk is very high, said one of her shinobi. I know it is, but we can't delay any further, and Yagura needs to fall now. If we don't act, the chance to kill him will not happen for a few more years, and even then such a fight will have its drawbacks. The only reason we won't be invaded by rival villages is due to being our country being a continent unto itself, and it takes time for them to get here with any sizable force. This kid will do the hard work for us, and from I felt of his own power. I honestly think we can win with him on our side, said Mei, as she saw the man nod, and had to agree that the boy's power was something he had never felt before. I'll get our forces ready, said the shinobi before heading off to get the others. In Mist Village, Yagura was feeling uneasy, as he had felt that power somewhere in Water Country rise up out of the blue, and it was something out of this world to him. To make matters worse, he could feel it coming this way, and wondered if it was another Biju seeking to expand its territory. It was possibly, but this power felt different. Very primal, yet focused on just heading in the direction of the village, and did not change course. Prepare the village's defenses at once, said Yagura, as he saw his ANBU nod, and leave to carry out his orders. No sooner had the Mist ANBU left, an explosion was heard at the gate, and the power the Mizukage had felt earlier was back. The sound of fighting was heard in the village, as his shinobi were fighting whatever had made its way here, and when Yagura arrived on the scene he was surprised to see it just one person. A boy with a monkey tail, from what he saw, with it being used to smack one of his shinobi through a building. How could a boy have so much power inside of him? Was he a Jinchuriki too? Sent by his masters to crush the Mist because so many losses over the years had weakened them significantly? Maybe, possibly. Judging from your robes, you're the current Mizukage, and the team responsible for the suffering of the people in this country with bloodlines, said Naruto with Yagura nodding his head. I am. Who are you? Are you a Jinchuriki, a weapon sent by your Kage to kill me and conquer a Mist? Said Yagura while Naruto just laughed. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and yes, I am a Jinchuriki just like you. I'm also from the Leaf, but the Hokage didn't send me, and no, I am not weapon, said Naruto, seeing the man's eyes widen slightly. Konoha, from what I know, they defeated Kyuubi, and since you admitted that you are a Jinchuriki, then that means the Kyuubi is sealed inside your body, concluded Yagura, as it made sense given how the Kyuubi attacked all those years ago, and that would be sealed by the Yondaime Hokage. Correct. Since then, I've been through a whole bunch of crap because of idiotic people that think they know better, and that I should be put beneath them. Not for long though, said Naruto, grinning at Yagura. So you intend to unleash Kyuubi's power upon me, said Yagura with Naruto laughing once more. Are you serious? Can't you tell? This isn't Kyuubi's chakra you're feeling right now. This is my power, said Naruto, as he let out a mighty yell, and shot his power up, making the ground shake around them. This power, it's beyond anything I've ever felt before. What is he? Thought Yagura, as he gathered up his own power, plus the Three Tails' own, and tried to match it against Naruto. Sadly for Yagura, it wasn't enough. You think that demon in your gut is going to save you, Mizukage? Nothing you have at your disposal can stop me from getting justice for the lives you ruined, said Naruto, as he saw the faces of Zabuza, Haku, and even Terumi Mei in his mind suffering at Yagura's hands. So what if I did ruin lives like you claim? Those people deserve to die for what they are. They're freaks of nature with powers that do not belong in this world, said Yagura, as he brought out his weapon of choice, and attacked with a downward slash. Naruto caught the weapon, broke it, and hit Yagura with an open palm strike that sent the three-tailed Jinchuriki back. A large group of mist shinobi converged on Naruto at that point, but his power was too much for them, and obliterated each one from existence. Those that weren't blown away were taken down by Naruto's fighting style, which was in reality Bardock's way of fighting, and moving on instincts. He broke bones, busted heads, and slammed others into nearby buildings. Water style, water dragon jutsu, said Yagura, as he unleashed a powerful water jutsu at Naruto, and it crashed into the boy dead on. Thanks. While I don't mind a shower, I'd prefer to have one in the normal fashion, or go to the hot springs, said Naruto, as he had yet to move from his spot after the jutsu hit him, and looked unimpressed by the attack. Die, said Yagura, as he unleashed the Three Tails chakra at Naruto, who dodged to the demonic chakra, and instead charged his fellow Jinchuriki head-on. You first, said Naruto, as he hit Yagura in the face with his knee, followed by a punch that slammed the Mizukage into the ground, and then finally finishing up by taking to the air before with a blast of energy that obliterate the entire area around them. Descending to the ground, Naruto looked at his handiwork, seeing that the village had taken a bit of a beating from the blast, but nothing a little elbow grease and hard work wouldn't cure when rebuilding what was destroyed. Letting out sigh, Naruto saw many of the mist shinobi that he hadn't hurt, or killed backing away from him in fear of facing such a powerful foe. You did it, said Mei, as she appeared with her forces, and saw the devastation Naruto had brought down on Mist. I aim to deliver Terumi-san, said Naruto, as he bows his head to her, and begins to walk out of the village. I'll see you at the Chunin exams, said Mei, seeing the Saiyan stop and turn his head to smile at her. I'll look for you there. If by chance I'm not, assume it's anything foul play was involved, and don't believe anything the Sandaime tells you. Mizukage-sama, said Naruto, as he shot up into the air, and shocking many of the mist shinobi while taking off with a streak of silver energy being left behind. Such a strong boy. One day, he'll be an even stronger man, and when that happens, I will make him mine, said Mei, as she could see it now, and the blush that formed on her face matched the hair on her head. Graduations on being the Mizukage madam, said one of Mei's loyal subordinates by the name of Ao. Thank you, Ao, but now is not the time for celebration, as we have a lot of work to do, and only a month to get it done before the Chunin exam finals come around, said Mei while Ao frowned in confusion. If I may, Terumi-sama, Mist doesn't have any of its shinobi participating in Chunin exam finals, so there is no need for you to attend, and, said Ao, but an icy stare from Mei made him stop, and felt a shiver run up his spine. Our ally, who is responsible for succeeding ahead of schedule, is participating in them in 1 month. I want my position in being the new Mizukage of Mist to be strong enough by then that I can leave the village to see him, and if it's not, I'll just have Naruto-kun kill you, said Mei before her face goes from cold to sweet with a smile and goes skipping off to Mizukage Tower while Ao can only sweat drop. Wait, she said the kid was participating in the Chunin exam finals. Then the kid is ranked a genin. Oh Kami, thought Ao, as his Byakugan eye hidden behind the eye patch had felt that power, and the realization that the adult version of Naruto would be even more powerful brought icy shiver up the man's spine, knowing how this could play out for him, with Mei clearly having thoughts about the boy that would one day become a man. An idea of what Ao would face should he fail to complete his leader's orders appeared in his mind. Ao's pictured outcome. Forgive me for missing the Chunin exam finals, Naruto-kun. Our team dragged his feet and I was held back by my duties as the new Mizukage on account of his incompetence, cried Mei into the blonde's shoulder, and Naruto comforting her. I understand, Mei-chan. I don't blame you. I blame your subordinate, and I don't like to see such a beautiful woman cry because of his stupidity, said Naruto, as he comforted her, and glared at a frightened Ao. Really, you don't hate me, said Mei with Naruto smiling at her. No, of course not, Mei-chan. Now your subordinate, on the other hand, do you have a suitable replacement in the event of his death? Said Naruto while Ao began to sweat even more out of fear. Yes, I had to in the event he died during the rebellion against Yagura, said Mei before she got a kiss on the forehead by Naruto, and the blonde turned his attention to Ao. That's all I needed to hear. Don't worry though, Mei-chan, I'll help you until your new subordinate is broken in, and who knows, maybe we can spend time in your office after hours, said Naruto while shooting energy at Ao, who was doing his best to dodge the explosive orbs and crying out for mercy. Oh Naruto-kun, you say the sweetest things. said Mei, as she held onto his left arm, and watched him blow up while gushing as he did it. End of pictured outcome. I have work to do, said Ao, as he moved like the Kyuubi, and the Shinigami were both after him. Konoha Hospital. A few days later, Naruto landed on the hospital roof, as he felt that landing in front of the building on the ground where the public would see him wasn't the smartest move, and decided that the stealthy approach in seeing Hinata was best. Of course, he forgot that the floor Hinata was where the more severe patients rested had doctors and nurses running around to get the injured back on the road to recovery. Once they saw him, they screamed in fear, and took off to find a shinobi to report his whereabouts so they could take him away. Upon reaching Hinata's room, he stopped to hear voices, or rather what was a voice of a man in the room putting down the girl that had fought so bravely against her own cousin. Silently opening the door, Naruto saw Hyuga Hayashi berating his eldest daughter for losing to a branch family member, and that such an act was unforgivable in the eyes of the clan. Hayashi was so into his tirade about how Hinata was a failure, how she would watch her cousin kill that demon brat, and remove the demonic taint that had plagued Konoha for too long. Are you listening to me, Hinata? Or are you too deep in your own little world involving that boy? Said Hayashi with his eyes active, as he stared at Hinata, who was in no real condition to face him, or his harsh words that demanded she crumple like a cheap folding chair being sat on by a sumo wrestler. Do you enjoy putting your own daughter down, Hyuga? Said Naruto with Hayashi quickly spinning around to see him while Hinata gasped at seeing him. You, get out of here before I show you just how lethal a Hyuga can be, said Hayashi while fighting back the pain his eyes felt when seeing the boy's energy shining brightly in front of him. Spare me the theatrics, Hyuga head. You have neither the right nor the power to end me with your skills. I can see those eyes of yours are straining to even look at me when active. What makes you think they can help land a lethal blow at close range when they can barely help you look at me now? Said Naruto while Hayashi looked livid despite the fact his words were true. I'll kill you, boy. I do not need my eyes to destroy your heart with my gentle fist, said Hayashi while Naruto smirked at him. I'm sure you'd love to try, said Naruto while motioning Hayashi to come at him. Die, boy, said Hayashi, as he had to deactivate his eyes when moving forward, and aimed for Naruto's heart. However, Naruto was neither in the mood to deal with such a fool, nor did he want to at the moment, and simply dodged the strike before breaking the man's arm. He then kicked the man literally in the ass and sent Hayashi flying into the wall to leave a body imprint before the man fell onto the floor. I have a better idea, tell your dumbass nephew he's next, and to pray I'm in a good mood when we fight, said Naruto before shutting the door on him and turning to face Hinata. I'm sorry, said Hinata, as she buried herself more under the covers, and looked away from him. You're sorry, for what? Said Naruto walking over to her and sat down in a nearby chair after pulling it over to him. For being weak in front of you while my father was here. I wanted to say something. I really did, but I don't, said Hinata, as she looked away from him, ashamed of her own shy nature, and not sticking up for herself. I know, it just proves how strong you were fighting Neji. If your father treated you like this most of your life, then it's no wonder you've had confidence issues and hesitant to do anything. You're always afraid to do anything knowing your father will most likely hate any decision you make regardless of whether it's right or wrong, said Naruto seeing the Hyuga girl nod since that was true regarding her father. Nothing she ever did pleased him. She could be named Hokage and he would put her down in some manner. I don't feel very strong, said Hinata with Naruto just smiling at her. Physically, you are as you should be, and recovering from your injuries. Mentally, you should feel a bit better, and a weight being lifted off your shoulders, said Naruto while Hinata looked confused. I should, said Hinata with confusion. Of course, you fought and held your ground. Almost everyone expected you to give up after hearing Neji's words. Yet you stayed, said Naruto seeing Hinata shake her head. I only stayed because of what you said to me, explained Hinata with Naruto smirking at her. Sometimes we need helpful push in the right direction to get started on the path we wish to take. There is no shame in that. I experienced it with Iruka-sensei and him pushing me in the right direction in believing in myself, said Naruto seeing Hinata was shocked at hearing such words from him. Even you, said Hinata with shock showing on her face while Naruto smiled. Even me, everyone gets a push in the right direction now and then. The Yondaime didn't just become the Hokage overnight. He probably had a foot kick him in the ass multiple times before even becoming a tenth of what he was, said Naruto seeing Hinata nod since she knew that was true. I just wish my father understood that, said Hinata while Naruto shook his head. I doubt he will, Hinata-chan. Just rest and train in getting stronger when you're feeling better. You got the stuff needed to become a great warrior. All you need to do is believe in yourself and you'll be halfway there, said Naruto before turning around to leave the room. Do you believe in me? Said Hinata, seeing Naruto look back at her. If I didn't believe in you, Hinata-chan, I wouldn't be here telling you otherwise, said Naruto before leaving the blushing girl to her own thoughts. Naruto, said Kakashi with Guy also beside him on his way to see Lee. What do you want, Cyclops? I'm going to see Lee now, said Naruto before turning to face the man currently glaring at him. The Hokage demands your presence, now, said Kakashi, making the boy know this was not up for discussion. The Hokage had convened the councils and clan heads within the hour of Naruto's act of rebellion against the Third. Stated how the boy won his match, which no one even thought was possible given Naruto's level of skill they knew he possessed from his years in being a genin, and Kakashi's own reports on the blonde's progress in the team training they had together. Not that Kakashi ever trained him in anything with the exception of tree walking, which wasn't much in itself due to the Junin's favoritism and bias against the young Uzumaki. Still, this sudden change in behavior, physical appearance, and the tail he apparently sported brought about quite the uproar. Hayashi wasn't happy either, as he had heard how Naruto had inspired Hinata to fight Neji, and the Hyuga clan head did not appreciate it one bit. Hinata had been weak, spineless, and an overall failure when it came to the standards of the clan. If Hinata couldn't fight her branch family member for a cousin without such clear hesitation beforehand, then she was unless, and should just be banded as one for the end result, making the main family appear weak. It could inspire the branch family to rise up, caged bird seal be damned, and overthrow the current hierarchical structure the Hyuga clan was founded on from the start. The Sandaime told them Naruto fully intended to participate in the Chuunin exams to fight Neji, which made the various governing bodies with the exception of most of the clan heads pound their fists in anger, and demand boy be denied. Give it someone else, even one from another village, just to show the brat that they would go so far in denying him the right to advance by giving the opportunity to someone else not from the leaf. The Sandaime told them such an act would get the attention of the clientele and the many daimyos from other lands asking too many questions on the changes to the roster. While they could keep things under wraps for a time, daimyos had resources of their own that could easily find out the truth, and thus make things worse for the village. For now, it was better to have Naruto participate with the potential clients thinking he was a loyal leaf shinobi, and then handle the boy afterwards with a cover story they could sell. Oh, now the Hokage gains a spine. Did the councils give it back to him for this one day only? Said Naruto, seeing Kakashi's eye narrow at him. That's enough, Naruto. Come with me. You can visit Lee later, said Kakashi, about to put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Touch me and you lose an arm. That is not a threat. It's a promise, said Naruto coldly while Kakashi hesitated for a second and clearly gauging just how real the threat really was. The Hokage wants you in his office in 5 minutes, Naruto. Don't be late, said Kakashi while Naruto just scoffed. No promises, master of tardiness, said Naruto walking away to Lee's room with Guy beside him. Lee was grateful for your intervention when I spoke to him last, Naruto-san, said Guy with Naruto nodding and reaching Lee's room. I owed him for actually giving a damn. He tried to dig me out while others just walked away. I don't know what you think of me, Guy, but I am a warrior of honor, and when I owe a debt to someone, it gets paid in full, said Naruto, seeing Guy nod. If that is how you feel, then I have a proposition to make after speaking with Lee, and will benefit for your match against Neji, said Guy, seeing Naruto look back at him with a raised eyebrow. Isn't that a conflict of interest? Said Naruto, seeing Guy shake his head no. Neji may be my student, but I am not allowed to teach him taijutsu, and I know only so much about his bloodline that his clan allows in order to give some kind of training. He spars against Lee, but Neji doesn't understand that Lee is able to hold his own against him with his handicap of not being able to use ninjutsu, or genjutsu due to the lack of chakra reserves, said Guy with Naruto nodding in understanding. Well, regardless of your reasons for helping me with my match with Neji, I'll accept it since taijutsu is something I'd like to work on, and just need to know when to show up at what time, said Naruto, as he felt his fighting ability was great, but something honed in the ways of close combat, and refined with finesse would be better than the brawling one he was using now. His Saiyan instincts once more telling him that. Lee, my youthful student, you have a visitor, and soon to be a fellow student learning the flames of youth, said Guy while Naruto held back the tick mark on his forehead. As long as there is no spandex involved in the training, and no touching the hair, said Naruto with his soon-to-be teacher reluctantly agree to that. It's good to know there will be another student of Guy Sensei aside from myself. Once I am healed, I would be honored to be your sparring partner and trusted friend, said Lee, as he extended his hand, and Naruto took it without hesitation. Same here, Lee. Rest up because you're going to need it when we do got it, said Naruto, as he shook the boy's hand and left the room. He was about to find the nearest window to fly to the Hokage Tower when a noise caught his attention and the blonde Saiyan decided to investigate. Kicking down the room door, Naruto saw the girl Tsuchi-kin being taken away by 3 masked shinobi with the kanji for root on them, and turned to face him in realization they had been caught. It's the demon, said one masked shinobi holding Kin's right shoulder. Take him. We'll bring the demon to the rendezvous point and to Danzo-sama he can be conditioning to be his weapon, said the leader of the group with captain rank on his sleeve. Before the shinobi in the room could carry out the order, Naruto was upon them, kneeing one root shinobi in the gut that sent him through a wall, crushing another after punching the masked face with his fist, and finally stared at the leader of the trio. The man had a kunai to Kin's neck, as she struggled with what strength her body possessed, but it was difficult due to the sedatives given earlier, and the blade to her throat wasn't helping much. I'm almost late to an appointment with the Hokage, so I'm feeling merciful right now. Drop the girl and walk away. If you don't, you die, said Naruto while forming a silver ball of energy in his hand. I'll take my chances and leave with her, said the root captain, as he glanced at the window behind him, and knew the timing for leaping out would need to be just right. Your funeral, said Naruto before moving too fast for the root captain to see, grabbed the hand with the kunai in it, watched with amusement while the fool struggled against his strength, and slowly moved the limb away from Kin's neck. That's impossible, said the root captain before crying out in pain when his arm was viciously broken and kicked into the wall while Kin fell to the floor. According to who? Said Naruto before blasting the root shinobi to pieces and turned to walk away. Wait, please don't leave me, said Kin, as she didn't have the strength to fight right now, and was afraid to be left here all alone. Naruto stopped and turned to face the frightened girl. His Saiyan side told him to forget her, as she was weak, and should fend for herself. However, Naruto ignored it while he came to terms with what the girl was asking of him, and considered his options. On one hand, he could leave Kin here to be picked up by Sound, or whoever those root shinobi worked for, with the most likely fact being he'd never see her again. But on the other hand, in terms of principles, if he did that, then Naruto would be no better than the bastard that screwed him over in life, and the Saiyan was not about to become like them. He'd kick their ass and most like kill them, but never stoop to their pathetic level of abandonment of another person when they needed it. His Saiyan pride wouldn't let him be like them. Picking up the girl, he went to the window, and took to the air before making a quick stop at his apartment to put Kin on his bed. Finding some of his old, yet clean orange-colored clothes since Kin was wearing only a hospital gown, he threw them onto the bed for her to wear, and headed for the window once more. When you've recovered enough to move, wear that since it's all I've got right now, and don't try leaving since it will only get the attention of those that tried to take you earlier. When I come back, you will tell me everything I want to know, and if you lie if only once to me, I'll throw you out in the street to be taken by more would-be kidnappers. Do you understand? Said Naruto, seeing Kin nod weakly, as she knew her life was in his hands, and to betray him would mean facing the Saiyan's wrath. Yes, Naruto-sama, said Kin, as she clearly remembered him from the Chuunin exam preliminaries, coming in with the scrolls and headbands of the shinobi that he found in the forest to death after her team's encounter with his own. Naruto will do for now. I wouldn't eat anything in the fridge. I haven't been here for about a week, so if you're remotely hungry, then I suggest you suck it up, and wait for my return with something edible, said Naruto before going out the window and into the sky without another word. Hokage Tower at the moment. He's late. I knew Kakashi should have just taken the boy and brought him here, said Koharu, seeing Homura nod in agreement. After what he did to Hayashi at the hospital, the boy should be imprisoned, or executed for his actions against the clan head, said Homura, as he had heard from Kakashi how Hayashi had to be hospitalized with a broken arm, and a concussion to go with the various bruises that had formed on his body from hitting the wall. Considering how Hayashi treated his own daughter, I'd say the team deserved the beating, and the Uzumaki Gaki deserves a medal, said Tsume, as she was proud of Naruto for doing what he did, and stood up for the shy Hyuga girl. How can you say that, Tsume? Your own son was beaten by the demon, said someone on the civilian council. My son knew the risks in fighting someone. Besides, Kiba needed a kick in the ass since he was getting a tad arrogant, and I won't stand for that, said Tsume, as she had spoken to Kiba about who he lost to, and that being arrogant had played a part in his defeat. I heard Uzumaki-san has changed quite a bit. I'm curious to see if the rumors are in fact true, said Shibi, as he had heard from his son that Naruto was very much different than before, and that Shino's own insects were terrified of the power the boy had displayed. His demon powers are manifesting and the seal is weakening. Jiraiya-sama, we order you fix the seal, and lock away the boy's powers after his arrival, said Homura, as he saw Jiraiya leaning against the wall, and deep in thought. Why don't we wait until the Gaki gets here before doing anything? From what I've heard, the Gaki has a tail like a monkey instead of a fox's like I was expecting when told of the changes, and if approached in a more diplomatic way could help us find out the changes to his body, said Jiraiya, seeing the Sandaime Hokage's two former teammates grumble at hearing his opinion. He also wasn't pleased with how the village treated Naruto. Truth was, Jiraiya wanted to take the boy with him, teach Naruto like Minato wanted, but the Sandaime had been so damn insistent that Gaki stay here in the leaf, and instill a sense of loyalty. Of course, the Sannin had no idea that the method used when agreeing with his former sensei involved barbaric means of abuse, and downright cruelty that would have the boy's parents come out of the Shinigami's belly to kick the ass of every moron that had a hand in this grand scheme of theirs. Smart move, clearly you have more brains than they do, said Naruto, as he flew into the room via the open window, and glared at the idiots that were discussing his future without his say in the matter. As usual. That's him, no wonder my son lost, thought Tsume, as she saw the Gaki had gone from orange jumpsuit run to full-blown primal-like alpha material, and had to make a mental note to inform Henna, so she approached the boy with caution due to her never even being around an alpha male. The last thing Tsume needed was her daughter seeking the blonde Uzumaki out at night and then getting knocked up soon after. Curious. According to my hive, Naruto-san's power holds no traces of Kyuubi, and yet it is still making him nervous, thought Shibi, as he saw how calm and in control Naruto was despite this overwhelming power flowing through him. You will show us respect, demon, said Homura while Naruto scoffed. And by what right do you deserve respect from me? Said Naruto while seeing the fools the Hokage surrounded himself with seething. We are your betters. You will show us respect and submit like a whipped dog should, said Koharu was while ignoring the growl from Tsume while Naruto just laughed. My betters, and here I thought you fools didn't have a sense humor. You all sit there, behind this table, hands clasped in front of you on it, glaring at me with your beady hate-filled eyes, and basically saying submit to our demands because I sit here. You think that your position gives you power over me. The kind of so-called power you possess is not the kind of power needed to even make me nod my head in your direction. It's not even power, said Naruto, seeing the councils pounding their fist in anger, glaring at him further, and saw the Hokage looking to Jiraiya for help. Okay, calm down before you all break a blood vessel. Naruto, the Sandaime had me come here because he feels the seal holding Kyuubi is weakening, and is influencing you in some way. Being a seal master and the sensei of the Yondaime Hokage, I need to inspect it to ensure that's not the case, said Jiraiya while Naruto now turned to face him. You taught the Yondaime Hokage? You were his sensei, said Naruto curiously while taking a step toward the Sannin. What, didn't the Sandaime tell you? I'm not only his sensei, I'm your godfather too, said Jiraiya with a smile, but it left when the Sandaime winced, shaking his head, and the look on Naruto's face looked like it could blow up a mountain. My godfather, said Naruto, as he took another step towards the now nervous man, and the Sannin looked again at the Hokage currently looking away. Why yeah, I was supposed to take care of you after everything with Kyuubi, but the third Hokage had convinced me that you'd be safer under his watch, and protection from any potential enemies, said Jiraiya while Naruto let out a deep growl of anger before turning his head and glared at the Hokage. Did the old fool tell you of my life in the village growing up? Did the fool tell you of the abuse I had to endure under his watch? Said Naruto, seeing the old Hokage not looking him in the eyes. Just recently, said Jiraiya while he saw Naruto gauging his words for a lie. And what is your opinion of how he handled things? Do you approve? Said Naruto, as he saw Jiraiya look at the Sandaime, then back at him, and then giving his former once-over. You look healthy, said Jiraiya while trying to lighten the mood. He had no part in that. Even I don't fully understand the sudden change I went through, said Naruto, as he kept seeing memories of different places, worlds even with different kinds of beings, some strong, and some weak fighting him. It's the fox. The fox is breaking free. Seal his power away, Jiraiya, said Homura, as he stood up, and pointed an accusing finger at Naruto like he had just confessed to killing off the entire Uchiha clan instead of Itachi. Sit down, Homura, there is none of the Kyuubi's chakra coming out of him. It's almost like it's being blocked, said Jiraiya, as he knew given the nature of the Yondaime seal, there should be some kind of small output of the fox's demonic power, and thus prove the seal was doing its job. Blocked. Impossible. How can you possibly say that? He is the QB, said a member of the civilian council. Oh, so you, a simple civilian with no experience in the shinobi, or the sealing arts in general, knows more about the seal the Yondaime used than me. A genuine seal master and the sensei of the Yondaime Hokage. Please do share your infinite wisdom about the seal on my godson and its purpose, said Jiraiya, seeing the man open his mouth to say something, but found he couldn't, and just shut up before sitting down. So that's what Snake did, said Naruto more to himself than Jiraiya. Snake, you mean Orochimaru, said Jiraiya with some growing concern, knowing that while sealing wasn't up there on Orochimaru's list of prodigal skills, the man did know enough to mess with functioning ones to the point where they did little, or none of the things its creators designed them to do. Yeah, he hits me hard in the gut with his hand and I'm soon out of it. Next thing I know, when waking up, is someone buried me alive and my so-called teammates left me for dead in the forest to death. So much camaraderie and bonding as a team, isn't that right, you old fool? Said Naruto, seeing the Sandaime look away while Jiraiya glared at the Hokage for not telling him that part. Naruto, I need to see what Orochimaru did to your seal, and fix it before what he did possibly becomes harmful to your body, said Jiraiya, seeing Naruto gauging him for lies and deceit on his part. I suppose, but know that if you are trying to do something that will take away what has been a blessing to me, then a curse. I'm going to beat you within less than an inch of your life, said Naruto before he sat down in a nearby chair and raised his shirt so Jiraiya could carefully inspect it. That's what he did. Orochimaru blocked off access and basically disrupted your chakra from functioning properly, said Jiraiya, but still found it interesting that such a seal overlapping the original was not working like it was intended, and the boy changing into what he was now. Remove it, said Naruto, simply knowing the sooner it was off the better. No, the QB's power must be denied to him. That is the only way the brat can stay in the Chunin exams, said Homura, as he glared at the boy, who glared back, and let out a primal growl. We will compromise, said the Sandaime at last while Naruto glared at him. And by compromise, you mean trying to screw me over, again, said Naruto while the Hokage just ignored him. Jiraiya will train the boy for 1 month, but he will not undo Orochimaru's seal over the Yondaime's own, and will check up on it every week leading up to the finals to ensure that nothing is wrong with it, said the Sandaime, seeing the people in the room nod at the idea while thinking without the QB's healing abilities the boy could be badly injured. I have a better idea. Jiraiya fixes my seal or I rip your heart out, said Naruto while he glared at the Sandaime. You border on treason, Naruto, said the Sandaime with a warning tone in his voice. No more than you did with me when you told everyone about the QB and then tell them to do something they had no intention of doing in regards to keeping silent about the fox. How many people did you actually punish for breaking that law, old man? From the way the councils here call me names that reference to the fox sealed in my gut, not to mention the people in the village themselves, I think you don't enforce it at all, and just let them get what they want at my expense, said Naruto before lowering his shirt and getting off the chair despite Jiraiya's protest. That's not true, Naruto, said the Sandaime, but the boy quickly grabbed the table that in a sense connected all the various branches of Konoha's government together, and threw it up through the ceiling like it was ball filled with air. Such strength. It rivals Tsunade, but Naruto doesn't know how to do that, and the seal Orochimaru made should be disrupting chakra output, so control needed to use that level of strength is impossible in a genin, thought Jiraiya, seeing it with his own 2 eyes. Is it? The people in the village hated me for over a decade, yet when I asked why they did after less than half of that time had gone by, you told me it was something that wasn't my fault, and that they would stop if given time. Well, old man, they didn't stop. Not once. No doubt I have you to thank for that in the first place and telling me not to fight back or else bad things would happen from my actions, said Naruto while the third Hokage scowled. You didn't, said Jiraiya looking at the Hokage, who didn't meet either one in the eye, and yet his eyes did not show guilt. Oh, but he did. I may not have understood the reason why he told me that back then, but now I do understand, and it's taking all my willpower right now not to obliterate his body, said Naruto before turning around and walking away. And where do you think you're going, demon? Said Koharu in a stern voice of a woman that didn't like seeing someone turn away from her like she was insignificant. I don't have time for your decrepit bullshit or the politics behind it in seeking to control me like some animal on a leash. I'm going to train for the Chunin exams and I'm going to kick the crap out of everyone I face there. It doesn't matter if I'm facing Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke, Sabaku no Gaara, his father, the Hokage, or even the Yondaime back from the grave. Do you know why that is? Because I just don't give a flying fuck, said Naruto before flexing his power and causing half the room to be destroyed by it before flying off. If Jiraiya was serious about fixing his seal, then the Sannin would do it, and not complain after Naruto gave him a good beating for his involuntary neglect. After all, the man could have visited every so often regardless of what the Sandaime told him. This is an outrage. We order you to seal up the boy's power and then throw him away in prison cell to rot until we can safely extract the Kyuubi to put in a much more obedient vessel, said Koharu while Jiraiya shook his head. You idiots just don't get it. Only an Uzumaki can hold Kyuubi's power, and even then it has to be an infant with a seal master of my level or the Yondaimes even to make such a thing happen. I like living, so me sacrificing my soul to the Shinigami is completely out of the question. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to find my godson, and fix his seal so it can go back to absorbing Kyuubi's chakra again, said Jiraiya, as he leaped out the window, and ignored the shouts of the fools there trying to command him. Naruto's apartment sometime later. Kin had finally gained complete control of her body, as it was no longer sluggish from the sedatives those so-called doctors gave before the root shinobi came in, and tried to take her away. They had been talking about taking her to someone named Danzo, who was going to help his business partner in acquiring Kin for something important, and involved the Chunin exam finals. Kin didn't know what it was, but the only person she could remotely think of that would want her for anything was Orochimaru, and even then the Sannin no doubt had plans for doing something nasty. I'm not his pawn anymore. I won't be used by him like that, thought Kin, as she sensed someone powerful headed her way, and quickly hid in the shadows of the room just in case it was an enemy. You can come out, Kin. I brought some food, said Naruto, as he took out an apple from the bag in his hand, and tossed it to the girl. So how'd it go with whatever it was you were doing after dropping me off? Said Kin, as she ate the apple quickly, and was tossed another before wolfing that one down too. Neither bad nor good. Now why was it those guys tried to kidnap you from the hospital? And don't lie to me. I've had enough people do that already and I'm not in the mood for someone else doing it to me again, said Naruto, seeing Kin nod before he put the bag of food down on his kitchen table. I don't know why they needed me. Just that they served someone named Danzo. I think the man is someone in your village and he's pretty high up to have shinobi working for him, said Kin while Naruto scowled at the name. I think I know who he is. I'll have to ask a source who knows Konoha history. What else do you know? Said Naruto with Kin thinking things over in her head. I know they were going to meet up with Danzo and his business partner. I think they were referring to Orochimaru since, said Kin while not finishing the sentence. Since you served him in terms of entering the Chunin exams for a mission of getting through the forest to death that would allow him set his plans in motion. Whatever he's planning, the Chunin exam finals will be his target, and you were meant to be used as a sacrificial pawn to make it happen. Danzo will have to come up with an excuse for not successfully acquiring you, and if he can't, a sacrifice of his own will be made to ensure their combined plan succeeds, said Naruto with Kin now looking at him with a raised eyebrow. And how do you know that? Said Kin curiously. Because it's what someone does to prevent a partnership from falling apart when you do not want it to just yet. It's strategy pure and simple. You have a partner in crime, he gives and takes while you do the same in return. Working together to achieve the same goal in taking down a village, but the thing about partnerships is they don't last very long when the objective they work together in completing is a success. One will turn on the other so the other doesn't share. The other will expect it, succeed in preventing the betrayal from being a success, or the betrayal will succeed with the victor getting all the spoils, said Naruto with Kin looking surprised by this. And how do you know that? Said Kin with more curiosity in her voice with a hint of skepticism. Because I've been around these people my whole life. They betrayed the Yondaime by trying to control me through abuse and the power sealed within me. They'll betray each other within and without of the village for that single yet potent word that brings about a person's desires. Power, said Naruto before moving to the wall by his window, put his hand through it, and pulled what he caught from the other side. Which was Jiraiya of the Sannin and the man's neck in his hand. Wait, I'm on your side, Gaki, said Jiraiya while feeling like he was caught in the vice grip of his old teammate. You have funny way of showing it by spying from outside and I'm not laughing, said Naruto with his grip on the Sannin's throat not lessening in the slightest. Sorry, it's part of my profession. I'm a spy master and like all things when it comes to spying we have to stay out of sight, said Jiraiya while pleading with his eyes for Naruto to let him go. You're also supposed to be my godfather and that is supposed to take priority over just about everything else you may be skilled in. Or did the thought of checking up on me ever cross your mind? Said Naruto, seeing Jiraiya wince at his words. I was busy with my spy network during that time. Sensei wanted me to protect Konoha from outside threats and gave me reports on your activities in the village. I thought they were accurate when they stated you were happy, said Jiraiya while feeling the grip on his throat get tighter. Perhaps you should focus your spies inward at the village itself. I take it from what you heard outside that there is a conspiracy aimed at taking down the leaf. Said Naruto, with the Sannin finally being freed from his grip and gasping for air. Yeah, the man you heard, the girl here named Danzo, is the Sandaim's former rival for the position and commanded the Root Shinobi division that worked from the shadows before Sensei ordered it to be disbanded. He feared them being loyal to Danzo over that of himself and wanted them reintegrated back in Konoha's general shinobi populace. To many, Danzo is considered a die-hard patriot of the Leaf, and believes any potential threat to Konoha must be killed without hesitation, said Jiraiya while Naruto scoffed. And you believe this man would give up such a thing? Being the leader of an army like that is not a power one tends to surrender lightly, and I think the man is spiteful enough to keep it working in secret long enough to get what he wants, said Naruto, and Jiraiya just nodded in agreement. But why work with Orochimaru? Said Kin, as she knew the man hated Konoha, and if this Danzo character was Konoha's most loyal shinobi, why join his supposed opposite? Because Danzo's views of Konoha are the opposite of the Sandaim's own. Danzo wants cold, emotionless, and fanatically loyal shinobi of the village with everyone's rights that aren't to be limited, so they are only a little higher up than that of slaves, said Jiraiya, as he knew that the man's ideas of what shinobi should be had been a major influence on the second Hokage's decision to make Sarutobi Hiruzen his successor, and it had eaten at the old Warhawk ever since then. Personally, I don't care for either Danzo, or the Sandaime Hokage right now. What I do care about is kicking the crap out of Hyuga Neji and anyone else that stands in my way. So are you going to help me? Or are you going to stand in my way? Said Naruto, looking Jiraiya dead in the eyes while Kin watched the staring contest between them. I'm not your enemy, Naruto. Rest assured, I will help out any way I can, and fixing your seal being the start of it, said Jiraiya, seeing Naruto nod. Let's do this outside. I have a feeling what you intend to do is going to cause a lot of damage to the surrounding area, and while I don't like this particular dump, it's all I've got for now, said Naruto, seeing Jiraiya frown at that. Forget this place, Naruto. I know a place where you can stay and she can join us. I'll need to know everything about Sound and what Orochimaru's planning, said Jiraiya while the blonde just nodded. Fine, said Naruto, as he picked up Kin, and then surprisingly Jiraiya before taking to the air for the secret location needed to keep away from unfriendly eyes. The latter of the two passengers screaming like a little girl. Omake Naruto's apartment number 2. Kurenai had heard Naruto was back in the village and had seen Hinata before throwing her good-for-nothing father out of the girl's room while in need one himself. She had seen Anko earlier too, looking like she had just tortured Orochimaru to death in a room where time and space had no meaning for either one. Though the appearance Anko was now sporting when Kurenai saw her made the Junin wonder what the special Junin had been up to before then. Knocking on the door of Naruto's apartment, she was greeted to the sight of the boy being shirtless, hair wet, and in a towel to indicate he had just got out of the shower. Kurenai for her part had to fight the blush that was no doubt appeared and regain some form of control over the brain that controlled talking. Can I help you, Kurenai-san? Said Naruto, as he had been drying off when she knocked, and saw her fidgeting slightly with a red face that reminded him of Hinata. Said Kurenai, as she saw Naruto's body was well muscled, and her mind was currently trying to reboot the section of the brain that she was trying to use right now with little success. That's not exactly a sentence, said Naruto while Kurenai's mind that handled morality decided to intervene and kick the talking part of the woman's system to get it working again. Sorry Naruto-san, it's just your current state of clothing being non-existent has that effect on women, said Kurenai before mentally slapping herself at saying that while Naruto just smirked. It's all right, you kind of caught me at a moment between getting dressed, said Naruto while Kurenai just nodded in her head and thinking the same thing. May I come in, Naruto? I need to talk to you about Hinata and what you did for her when she fought her cousin, said Kurenai, as she saw the young Saiyan nod and let her enter after moving away from the door. I don't mind, come right on in, said Naruto before shutting the door and locking it. Hours later, Kurenai stumbled out of Naruto's apartment, looking ragged, disheveled, and all around looking like she went through an intense training session like no other. Her dress was in a state of threatening to come off, the Junin's hair looked like it had been hit by a lightning jutsu, and drool coming out of the woman's mouth with a limp when walking. Much like Anko had done. Kurenai, what happened to you? Said Asuma, seeing the state his secret girlfriend was in right now before the woman just stopped and turned to look at him for a second. It's over between us. I'm seeing someone else now, said Kurenai before walking in her zombie-like state away from a shocked Asuma and found herself at a bench where an equally exhausted Anko had been sitting. You too, huh? Said Anko, seeing Kurenai look at her. How did you know? Said Kurenai, seeing Anko give her a weak smile. He was getting ready to take a shower right before I left, said Anko while Kurenai just looked at her with bugged-out eyes. Well, that explains it. Should we tell anyone about this? Said Kurenai, seeing Anko raise an eyebrow at her. And ruin the best sex of our lives? Said Anko, seeing Kurenai nod. Good point, share, said Kurenai with Anko nodding and grinning. Share, said Anko while shaking the woman's hand in agreement. Naruto's apartment. And now Anko's panties won't be so lonely, said Naruto, as he put Kurenai's in the drawer with Anko's, and went to take another shower. Cure this seal. I want out, let me out so I can fuck him, cried Kyubi, as she howled in fury at being denied, and vowed to make him hers the moment she was out of his stomach. Chapter 3 Saiyan Workout. When Naruto landed at the training area, Jiraiya was able to guide him to while blocking out the man screaming. He put Kin down gently, and threw the Sannin onto the ground before putting a finger in his ear. Looking around after doing that, the blonde Saiyan was able to assess the area Jiraiya wanted to work with on, and see it was designed for privacy when training. It was perfect. You didn't have throw me down so hard, Gaki, said Jiraiya while rubbing his butt to get the soreness out. And you didn't have to scream like a little girl halfway here, said Naruto while Kin just giggled since the man had screamed like a little girl. No respect, said Jiraiya while Naruto removed his upper clothing so they could look at the seal, and Kin had to look away with a blush on her face. Welcome to my world, now fix this damn thing, said Naruto, as he was going to make Jiraiya work off 12 years of neglect, and it was starting right now. Okay, don't be so impatient, said Jiraiya, as he gave Orochimaru's handiwork over the Yondimes, and then removed it with the 5 elemental unseal. Wow, that feels better, like a dam was destroyed and my power is overflowing in me, said Naruto, as he felt the Kyubi's power surging through him, and seeing the Sannin leap back with Kin also keeping a fair distance. So, you're not going to explode, said Jiraiya while seeing the boy being covered in energy, and it was concerning to say the least. Give me moment, this is a lot of power I'm feeling right now, said Naruto, as he was fighting for control, and the ground shook with storm clouds forming in the sky above. Oh crap, run the hell, said Jiraiya, as he grabbed Kin, and ran since the telltale signs of destruction of an area were upon them. With a loud roar, Naruto covered the area energy, and yet still fought for control over what felt like another presence trying to control him. However, the boy wouldn't let this power go to his head, and called upon all his willpower to not let this consume him. As he retracted the power back into his body, Naruto felt a part of him swelling with pride over being able to do it, and the Uzumaki wondered if that was Kyubi, or something else responsible for the changes in his life. Before he could think anything further about it, Naruto collapsed onto the ground. Naruto's mindscape. Well, that was certainly interesting, said Naruto, as he got off the ground, looked around his current location, and found himself seeing it was a bit technological for his tastes. Where the hell was he? And why did it seem partially familiar? This way, said a demonic voice that Naruto decided to follow, and walked through the path in front of him with doors automatically opening for him until reaching the source of the one calling him. Why am I not surprised, said Naruto, seeing the form of Kyubi sitting on a throne of sorts, but behind a cell with energy bars, and it was clear from the joy on the vixen's face that she was happy to see him. Come now, I can't all the credit. I want to, but sadly I can't, and is it really so bad seeing your mind like this? Before it was sewer-filled ankle-high with water. Right now the place looks great, it's much more inviting, and a much better improvement, said Kyubi, as she saw Naruto looking around, and took the time to admire his form. How exactly did this happen? Said Naruto, as he kept the surprise of Kyubi being female hidden, and yet it wasn't much of a surprise from the start. It was like he already knew. You haven't figured it out. I know when Bardock merged with you to complete all the things we did to alter your genetic makeup to become a Saiyan, but it seems the seal that the Sannin put on the Yondimes also prevented a full merging, and only now you're feeling a true sense of familiarity, said Kyubi, as she saw him look at her now, and had his full attention. Bardock, yes, that name sounds familiar, said Naruto, as he could feel more of the memories of the man invade his mind, showing him the greatness of the Saiyan race, and how they had become great warriors in their own right. And then finally, how they were wiped out by being afraid of their potential. So you know now how they fell. Such a shame really, despite them being arrogant they had such potential in their dimension to be great. Bardock only learned what they could become too little too late, and by the time it was too late, well, I don't need to tell you how that turned out, said Kyuubi, as she saw Naruto frown at her, and knew to tread carefully with him. That sudden surge of power I let out. It was you, wasn't it? Said Naruto, seeing Kyuubi nod, since there was no point in denying it. Guilty, though in all honesty, I kind of had to do that since you were backed up with so much of my chakra, not to mention Bardock's own baggage after the merging, that if I didn't, well, you would have exploded, and most likely taken a large chunk out of this world that would have made it die a slow painful death. You're welcome, by the way, said Kyuubi, as she was sharpening her nails now, and looking at him with the intention of hearing the thank you from his mouth. What happens now? Said Naruto, while Kyuubi now had a look of anger on her face for being denied the simple 2 words she wanted from him. What happens now is I break out of this seal, out of your body, and then tear your monkey ass to pieces. Said Kyuubi, as she launched chakra through the seal at Naruto, but he batted it away, and flexed his own power back at her. Don't bother making threats you can't keep, Kyuubi. We both know this seal won't let you go all out, and even if you did, your power is still no match for mine, said Naruto, with Kyuubi gritting her teeth. Insolent monkey, the only reason I help you out is because it is a necessity. Given the chance, I'd kill you, and all those that actually saw you for you. I'd know just where to start to, and it would be that Hyuga girl who is always blushing whenever she's in your presence. I'd make her my little slave girl first. Make her a regular carpet licker too before whoring her off to perverts that have thing for the submissive slaves. Then go after that ramen stand place where they actually fed you instead of ripping you off with spoiled food or kicking you out with a nearly chopped off limb from a butcher's knife. Let's see, I could boil the man in a ramen stew, then have the girl make it before she serves it to me, and then serves me below the waist like a good little pet she'll make, said Kyuubi, but before she could even think further on the matter, the vixen was hit by a lot of killer intent, and felt Naruto's power rise him. Speak about him or anyone else I know are worth protecting, Kyuubi, and I swear on my Saiyan blood the last thing you see me do is rip out all 9 of your tails before hanging you with them, said Naruto, as he wanted Kyuubi to know just how serious the threat was to her being by his hands, and was not going to tolerate the demonic fox's actions. Fine, though I wouldn't make such threats if you were more respectful to me for unblocking your system once the Sannin fixed what the other one did, said Kyuubi, though in truth her threats were in fact empty, since she did like her container, and to see him filled with such passion when it came to protection what he loved was quite a turn on. I don't give such things out to demon foxes, who made my life miserable for her stupid attack on the village, and then does one thing positive in my life to combat the negative, said Naruto, seeing Kyuubi look sad when hearing that. I deserve that. Truth is, I never wanted to attack your village in the first place, or be sealed into you either for that matter. If you must know, the blame for my attack was in fact by the hands of Uchiha Madara, and his damn Sharingan eyes, said Kyuubi, with Naruto narrowing his eyes at her. And I should believe you, why? Said Naruto, with his arms crossed in front of him. I'll show you everything from that night you were born. Your mother was so happy before then. Kushina would go on and on about having a boy. Minato thought she was going to have a girl, but Kushina knew from her own motherly instincts building up inside, and if there is one thing I've learned in my long life is to never bet against an Uzumaki no matter what, said Kyuubi, as she showed him that day, leading into the night, and how Madara had come for them while somehow finding out about the location of where the pregnancy was going to happen, with Kushina's seal weakening during that time. My father was the Yondaime Hokage, said Naruto in disbelief, while the Kyuubi nodded and watching the memory unfold even when Madara used his eyes on her. Yes, both married of course, so you're not a bastard child like those adults kept telling you all those years ago. Though to be honest, when looking back at this memory, I do wonder just who sold out your family, and allowed Madara to do what he did. There are only a small group of people, who knew what was going to happen, and they were all high up in the government food chain. Now, if I were the Yondaime, those ANBU would have been chosen at the last minute to ensure no one got information out of them. Now, aside from the Yondaime, Kushina, and the ANBU in the room, who else would know? Said Kyuubi, as she replayed the memories of she had while in Kushina up to how things happened several times, and saw Naruto watching the feed intently. The Sandaime, said Naruto coldly with narrowed eyes while they stared at the old woman with his mother during the pregnancy while around the ANBU. Ha, said Kyuubi while watching what he was watching. That old woman, I've seen her in a picture with the Sandaime. I asked about her once and the old man had an angry look on his face for the tiniest of seconds before telling me it was his wife. How she died around the time I was born, said Naruto, seeing Kyuubi raise an eyebrow at him. But why would he sell out your parents like that? Not to mention his own wife, said Kyuubi, as she saw him trying to figure it out, and knew that he knew the theory didn't make sense. I'm not sure he did, but I can damn well bet he blames me, or you rather, for the death of his wife. As for the betrayer to my parents, it had to be someone who knew. I need to know about all the people who knew of the location, and where my mother intended to be that night, said Naruto before looking at Kyuubi and seeing the vixen nod since she wanted the jerk too. She actually liked Kushina. The woman had spunk for a red-headed human. Well, there is one person you can ask. The Yondaime sensei no doubt checking you over to ensure you're not dead right now, and if I'm trying to take over, said Kyuubi, as she knew the Sannin was probably having a fit, or heart attack over what he just saw the boy do. Then I'll go ask him. Oh, and Kyuubi, said Naruto, seeing the vixen look him dead in the eyes. Yes, said Kyuubi, seeing the boy smile at her. Thank you, said Naruto before vanishing from his mindscape to the real world. Damn, he's going to be a looker in a few years. Just about every girl his age, around it, and even slightly older women are going to want a piece of him. It's not fair, said Kyuubi, as she wanted to throw her own temper tantrum at being locked away, maybe even destroy a mountain here, or a country there, depending on what her line of sight aimed was locked on at the moment. She'd find a way out, and when Kyuubi did, the world was going to be rocking from her actions with Naruto within seconds of being free. Real world. Naruto, wake up, you dumb blonde baka, said Jiraiya before kicking Naruto in the face, and was rewarded with the pain equivalent to feeling of kicking the jagged edge of a mountain barefoot. Not fun. Sorry, I was having a chat with my tenant. She's been most helpful in answering a few of my questions about my life that were kept away from me, said Naruto before looking at Jiraiya hopping around on one foot and cursing him for having a thick skull. What did you learn, Naruto-sama? Said Kin, as she had been awed by his power, and how he commanded it to return to him without it brining his mind to insanity. Who my parents were, who interfered in my mother's pregnancy, and that someone in Konoha sold them out to the team that tried to let Kyuubi free in the first place, said Naruto while Jiraiya stopped dancing around and looked at him in shock. You know, said Jiraiya while Naruto glared at him. Yes, of course, I'm sure it was something you were sure to mention to me, right? Said Naruto with Jiraiya laughing nervously. Ah, well, the Sandaime felt you weren't going to learn about that until much later in life and could defend yourself from the enemies your parents made in the last war. Kumo had tried to kidnap your mother, and Iwa is not exactly a place that loves your father like the leaf does, said Jiraiya while Naruto scoffed. Well, I'm strong enough now. More than enough. Did you know where my mother was going to be when the time came for my birth? Said Naruto, seeing Jiraiya nod his head. Few did. Tsunade was ordered back to help with the delivery, but she came back too late, and the Sandaime lied to her, stating her own living relative on her grandmother's side was dead. The ANBU were last minute, picked by your father himself. There was the Sandaime Hokage, his wife, Hatake Kakashi, and the Shinobi Council, though those two old bats were just given a general area since they were high enough to know just not the actual location due your father not trusting them. It was them, said Naruto, seeing Jiraiya frown. What do you mean, Naruto? Said Jiraiya while sensing the boy's anger rising with his power doing the same. I mean, they sold my parents out to Uchiha Madara, said Naruto with Jiraiya looking at him in shock. But he died years ago fighting the Shodaime. Surely you can't be serious, said Jiraiya while the look in Naruto's eyes told him the boy was deadly serious. Kyuubi showed me her memories of the year of my mother's pregnancy and that night when Madara struck. He killed the ANBU and the Sandaime's wife. No doubt that is the reason behind the old bastard's hatred of me. He talks about the village being narrow-minded and that they would let go of their hatred of me one day in future. That old senile bastard's a hypocrite, said Naruto, making a ball of energy and launching it at the nearby forest region, destroying a large chunk of it in the process. Not to self. Do not anger Naruto to make him throw one of those at me, thought Jiraiya, having seen the smoke and dust clear to see the devastation. I'll deal with that Uchiha in due time. Right now, I'll focus on the Chunin exam finals, and training for them, said Naruto, as he saw Jiraiya nod in agreement. Since Madara was so far off right now, you'd need a super enhanced Byakugan eyes to see him, and that was if you were lucky. So what do you plan to do for training? Said Jiraiya curiously. I'm going to be training with Guy in Taijutsu. I want to refine my skills and he's already offered to help. You're going to help too, but in a different way, and on a much larger scale, said Naruto, seeing Jiraiya raise an eyebrow at him. Me, how? Said Jiraiya, pointing at himself. First, you're going to teach me about seals. What they can do, how can they go, and I want to focus on using them for holding things down, said Naruto, seeing Jiraiya scratch his head in thought. Holding things down, like weights, or do you want to know about gravity seals? Said Jiraiya, with that perking Naruto's interest. Gravity seals. I know Guy and Rock Lee use weights. I want that plus the skill to use gravity seals and how to increase them, said Naruto, with Jiraiya shrugging, since there was no point in denying the kid on account natural talent for sealing was in his blood from his mother's side of the family. Sure, meet me here tomorrow in the afternoon. I'll be digging around for information on who exactly knew of your parents' secret location. I know you suspect the two old crows from the Shinobi Council, but it never hurts to cover all bases, and since I can't trust the old man due to his own reasons for hating you, I'm going to move a bit more discreetly than usual, said Jiraiya, seeing Naruto nod. I also need a new place to stay. I refuse to live in that shithole I call the home, even if it does have some kind of sentimental value, said Naruto, seeing Jiraiya nod. Fair enough. Follow me. I'll take you to your family home, said Jiraiya, as he, along with Naruto and Kin, followed him to the Namika's estates not far from their current location. Nice, said Naruto with a grin on his face while Kin looked at it with awe. Yeah, no one has been in it since Kyuubi's attack, so expect things to be a tad dusty, said Jiraiya before leaving the two genin behind to handle things. Thanks a lot, you lazy bastard, said Naruto to himself, but Kin heard him and giggled since it was true. I will do the cleaning up, Naruto-sama. It's the least I could do after all you've done for me, said Kin while Naruto looked at her in surprise. You don't have to be my maid, Kin. I can take care of myself, said Naruto, though she saw him shake her head. It's not that, Naruto-sama. It's just, I don't want to continue being dead weight while I'm living in your home and doing absolutely nothing, said Kin, as she had felt like dead weight, and needed to do something other than just mooch off of him. Fair enough. Though I will be assisting in the cleaning too. It's a big house and it's too much for one person to do. Shadow clone jutsu, said Naruto, as he created a small army, and Kin was shocked to see so many copies of him. Things were looking up for the two of them. With Guy sometime later. Are you sure you don't want to wear this, Naruto-san? Said Guy, holding green spandex that Naruto could only assume was in his size. How that was even possible, Naruto didn't know. Personally, he didn't want to know. I'm sure, trust me, said Naruto while trying to be polite as possible while holding back the desire to obliterate the thing in the Junin's hand. Very well, I also spoke with Jiraiya-sama earlier and he said you wanted to wear heavy weights mixed with gravity seals, said Guy, as he produced leg weights, and threw them to Naruto, with the weight in them being several hundred pounds each. Not bad, I can use these, both filled to the max with the heaviest weights around, said Naruto, as he put them on, and felt himself moving slower than usual. Yes, when you see Jiraiya-sama later today, he can add on the gravity seals, and make them even heavier, said Guy, as he now got into his fighting stance, and Naruto did the same. Don't hold back, Guy-sensei. The harder the training the better, said Naruto, seeing Guy nod in understanding. The boy had a month to learn his taijutsu and he wanted to learn it the hard way just like Lee did. Watching the two from a safe distance, Tenten watched the two spar against the other, and while Naruto was clearly holding back, he was still taking hits from the more skilled taijutsu master. Though the thing that impressed Tenten the most was how well Naruto had adapted to Guy's level so easily, and wondered just how far the blonde could go in such a short time. Of course, Guy had yet to remove his weights, but she knew that he would do that only when Naruto had adjusted to this level, and not a second sooner. It's a shame I have to train with Neji. Oh well, there will be plenty of times for me to watch these two spar, thought Tenten before sighing and heading off to meet with Neji for his training. Naruto couldn't remember the last time he had a spar like this that got the blood rushing, and deep in the back of his mind the blonde knew why. He never really had a spar like this before, as Kakashi would either have him do chakra control exercises, or leave the blonde to his own devices. Not to mention Naruto didn't know that there was no one to spar with in hand-to-hand combat, much less one he could trust not to use it as an excuse to beat him to death. But with Guy being his taijutsu instructor, the blonde didn't have to worry about that, and could enjoy himself in having this fight. Eventually the two fighters had gone at it for what seemed like hours, and by that point it was finally time to call it quits since Naruto had to meet with Jiraiya soon. Still, it had been a productive day, as Guy left him scrolls to know the stances better, to use shadow clones to have them test out the stances, and the original Naruto would spend time with Jiraiya. With Jiraiya. About time you got here. I was about to think Kakashi's tardy behavior had rubbed off on you, said Jiraiya, seeing Naruto scowl in anger at the mention of the Cyclops. I was enjoying my training session for once with a competent Junin sensei. Sue me, said Naruto while Jiraiya grumbled something like, smart ass, before approaching him with a book on an introduction to sealing. Look at this book later on today. It's a basic guide into sealing. Your mother's side of the family were naturals with the art, so this will help get things moving. Now let me see those leg weights of yours so I can put some gravity seals on them, and take these wristbands too. Once I activate the ones I put on your legs, they'll activate too, and thus make things more difficult for you to move around. Are you sure you want to do this? I mean, even Guy and Lee aren't this crazy, and those two have done some pretty weird stuff if what some of the other shinobi have told me, said Jiraiya, as Naruto put on the wristbands, seeing the gravity seal markings on them, and waited for Jiraiya to finish working on the leg weights. Trust me, from what I know of the Saiyan race from Bardock's memories, their planet had gravity 10 times that of ours, and they also wore weighted armor to further add to increasing their strength when not in combat, said Naruto while memories of Saiyans in such gravity appeared in his mind. That's insane in itself. Well, I'm done. Gravity seal 20 times activate, said Jiraiya, as he activated the gravity seal, and Naruto almost kissed the ground had he not reacted fast enough. Perfect. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a workout regimen to do, and not enough time on my hands to get things done, said Naruto, as he began doing push-ups, and Jiraiya just watched the blonde in shock since he never expected the boy to be smiling after that. Something tells me this kid's personal workout regimen is just getting started and make guys look tame, thought Jiraiya while making a shadow clone to watch over the kid, and went out to do spy master stuff. Hours later. Holy shit, this kid is still going, thought the shadow clone of Jiraiya, as he had been watching the boy do push-ups for 5 hours straight, and not once did Naruto stop. Even Guy or Lee would have stopped at this point with all the weights on their body. I should have done this with those two exercise nutcases a long time ago. I almost regret pulling pranks on people. Almost. Of course, I probably still would even after meeting them, and just worn weights to make things more interesting when being chased, said Naruto with a grin on his face, as he was nearing 50,000 push-ups. Naruto running around in green spandex talking about the springtime of youth. Ah, no, get out of my head. Think perverted thoughts. Think perverted thoughts, damn it. Tsunade in a bikini, not enough. Tsunade naked under a waterfall. Better, but still not enough. I know. Tsunade having hot lesbian sex with that Matarashi Anko chick. Oh yeah, much better, thought the shadow clone of Jiraiya while Naruto finished his push-up and quickly leaped to his feet, though he appeared to be struggling to stay up at first. That was a good first start, said Naruto, seeing the shadow clone of Jiraiya just look at him like he was crazy. A good first start? You just did 50,000 push-ups with weights and gravity seals on top of them. What more could you want to do now? Said the shadow clone of the Toad Sannin with Naruto grinning at him. What else after doing so many? I'm going to eat, said Naruto, and flew off to his old eating place while the shadow clone of Jiraiya face planted himself on the ground before going poof. The real Jiraiya felt the memories of his shadow clone, and his eyebrow twitched at the boy's statement about food. Ichiraku ramen at the moment. Ayame had only heard rumors of Naruto's transformation, some claiming he was showing his demonic form now, and was planning to go on a rampage. Killing people, maiming them, offering innocent maidens up as sacrifices to some demonic god in hell, and trying to open a portal into the demonic realm. Ayame thought they were being stupid, of course, as she had seen Naruto put up with all their crap, and not once even attempt to do those things despite being more than entitled to should the opportunity present itself. Poor Naruto, no matter what he does, they put him down, and do everything in their power to keep him down, thought Ayame before a swish was heard, and what she went to see her latest customer made the woman's jaw drop. Hey Ayame-chan, give me all the ramen you got. All of it. I'm hungry, really hungry, said Naruto while Ayame just stared at him in disbelief while unsure of what to make of his new appearance. Naruto, said Ayame, as she saw him sit down, and couldn't believe the change in the boy. In the flesh. Now about that order of just about all the ramen in back, said Naruto while Ayame's father came out from the back. Naruto, holy crap, what happened to you? Said Tsuki, as he sees Naruto looking like someone you don't want to mess with in a dark alley, and if you did, you were screwed. My body basically got an upgrade. I'm strong, faster, and better than ever before. That also includes my stomach, said Naruto before that same organ rumbled angrily for food and actually shook the ramen stand. You're serious? All the ramen I've got? How could you even afford it? Even if some of the bowls were on the house, it would be too much, said Ayame, as she saw him grin, and knew he had an ace up his sleeve. Simple, send the bill to Jiraiya of the Sannin, said Naruto with Tsuki looking at him with eyes nearly popping out of his sockets. To Jiraiya of the Sannin, said Tsuki in shock at hearing who to send the bill to for so much ramen. Yeah, Jiraiya's my godfather. If the man complains, tell him this is a form of payment for 12 years of neglect in his duties, said Naruto with grin on his face. And if he doesn't do it, said Ayame with Naruto's face becoming deadly serious. Tell Jiraiya he either pays you in money or he pays me with his balls being ripped out his ass. It shouldn't be too difficult a choice. A piece of his male pride, or money, said Naruto seeing Tsuki go pale at the mention of balls being ripped out part. Does he even have the money for it? Said Ayame knowing that while Jiraiya probably got quite a sum of money over the years, but to pay for that much ramen, it was quite the fortune. You know those perverted orange books Hatake Kakashi and other shinobi read all the time? Said Naruto while Ayame frowns and Tsuki grins. Oh yeah, real popular among the men of the world, said Tsuki with a chuckle while Ayame had an angry look on her face. You mean the perverts of the world, said Ayame knowing what she'd do if Kakashi came in here with that book in hand. Slash, off with his hand, the book, and maybe something else too while she was at it. Jiraiya of the Sannin is the author of those books and I imagine is made a fortune with them over the years, said Naruto smirking and saw Tsuki's eyes became dollar signs with Ayame having an evil smile on her usually innocent face. Of course, after all a godfather should treat his godson to at least one all-you-can-eat ramen special and no one eats ramen like you do Naruto, said Ayame, as she was going to enjoy sticking Jiraiya with the bill, and laugh when he had his heart attack that would bring about the end of Ika Ika paradise. The young ramen waitress mentally let out an evil laugh with thunder and lightning in the background at seeing the end to such perverted smut. Her father was picturing all the money Jiraiya would give them and they could expand their business in making it larger to hold more customers with enough left over to retire. Hell, Tsuki was willing to do just that, and let Ayame run the store in his place with a whole staff. I agree, all the ramen Naruto can eat and then some, said Tsuki, as he was making the food for Naruto, and saw the blonde eat it faster than ever before. And that was saying something. Soon Naruto was eating them faster than Tsuki could make, bowls piling up for all to see, and it was drawing quite a crowd. While many did not care for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, they did become amazed at how much he was able to stuff his face, and eat so much ramen without puking. Even the Akamaiki, who were watching this were amazed, impressed, and slightly afraid at the sight of bowls that told all that saw them that Naruto's stomach surpassed all. Within a span of 3 amazing hours of making ramen, Tsuki found himself completely out of the food in all of its forms and means of making it. Everything from beef to miso ramen were no more and the belly of Naruto was showing itself to be bulging with the stomach being very happy at eating so much food. Damn, that was good. A few hours exercising and I should have all this fat turned back into muscle in no time, said Naruto, as he patted his belly, and let out a massive burp that shook the entire area around him. That was the most sickest and most horrible display of eating I have ever seen, said Shikamaru, who had been a witness to the event with Choji, and saw his teammate just staring at Naruto. I, Akamaiki Choji, bow to your stomach Naruto, and submit that no one member of my clan can match its greatness, said Choji, as he bowed before Naruto, and Shikamaru just fell flat on the ground with a slight twitch. Troublesome, thought Shikamaru while Naruto just laughed and patted Choji on the back. Thanks Choji, now I have to work off all this extra weight with some light training. I think I'll make an army of shadow clones and do 8 hours of non-stop Taijutsu practice, said Naruto before flying off into the air to a training ground while Shikamaru just saw the blonde fly away and then looked dumbly at Choji now sporting that same look. Did he just call 8 hours of non-stop Taijutsu practice light training? Said Shikamaru seeing Choji nod. That he did, said Choji while Shikamaru looked back into the sky where Naruto had flown off to. Since when does Naruto train like Mito Guy on steroids? Thought Shikamaru before deciding for his own mental health to let the matter drop for now. It was just too troublesome. With Jiraiya sometime later. Jiraiya was happy. He got some research done, his godson was training for the Chuunin exams, and the gods above were content to let things stay that way. If there was one thing Jiraiya knew how to do was not make waves when there was no point to making them. Jiraiya-sama, said a Chuunin appearing in the bar the Sannin had decided to have a drink in while enjoying this moment of tranquility. Yeah, that's me, said Jiraiya turning to the Chuunin, who handed the toad Sannin a very large compressed receipt of some kind, and a large number at the bottom. Uzumaki Naruto told the owner of Ichiraku Ramen that you would pick up this bill for him, said Chuunin, as he just bowed politely, and left the stunned Jiraiya to see the exact total of the bill. What, Naruto, yelled Jiraiya, as he saw the long, very long bill, and the amount that was apparently owed before looking at the note at the bottom. P.S. Naruto told us you are his godfather and owe him 12 years for your neglect. Don't fight it, you can't. Damn that brat and his guilt trip, thought Jiraiya, who knew this huge bill would break a lesser man's bank account. The years of living like a hermit, and letting his fortune build up from his books barely made a dent in his wallet. Still, did the Gaki really have to hit him with this? Namikaze states a few weeks later. Naruto had really gotten into the spirit of things when it came to his training, which had involved sparring with Guy, learning the art of sealing from Jiraiya, and yet as the exam finals were only a few more days away, the blonde felt like there was something missing in his training. Like a piece of his Saiyan heritage that Naruto should have learned, was right in his reach, and yet, was completely over his head. But what was it? Naruto-sama, said Kin, as she saw him sipping some tea, and found it strange that such an energetic individual could look so calm right now. Yes, Kin, said Naruto, as he turned to face his unofficial maid at her insistence while staying here and saw the girl enter the living room area. There is a wonderful moon out tonight. Would you like to see it with me? Said Kin while she saw him stiffen at the mention of the moon. The moon is out, said Naruto while something in him began to feel like that should be important. Yes, nearly full from what I can see. Maybe it is a full one, said Kin seeing him stiffen further and felt his power spike slightly. Kin, I would like nothing more than to look at the moon with you right now, but there is something about the orb in the sky that brings out a very dangerous part of my Saiyan side, and if I can't control it, will bring about your death, said Naruto seeing one of the memories of Bardock looking up at a full moon and changing into a giant ape like his fellow Saiyans. Oh, my apologizes Naruto-sama, I didn't know since you never showed it during your training, and with the Chuunin exam finals drawing ever closer, said Kin, as she saw him rise from his couch, and just smiled at her. It's all right, I didn't even know about it until you mentioned the moon being in the sky and have always gone to bed at night before it comes out. However, like you mentioned just now, the Chuunin exam finals are approaching, and I would be foolish to miss out on this opportunity, said Naruto seeing the girl looking concerned for a second since whatever power he intended to unleash could possibly destroy their home. How will you test out this new power Naruto-sama? Said Kin, as she saw him smirk at her, and it made the girl's heart jump a little. By looking at the moon at a safe distance from the house and the village. If I do lose the ability to control myself, the village will be annihilated, and that's not on my agenda right now, at least not yet, said Naruto letting out a chuckle. Where are you going to test this newfound power? Said Kin curiously. I'll find a spot. In the meantime, you stay here, and get some sleep, said Naruto, as he left the house, and took to the air while keeping his line of sight away from the moon in the night sky. Must be some power if he's flying off somewhere away from the village, thought Kin, as she wondered what the moon had to do with his power, and just how dangerous it was. Day of the Chuunin exam finals. The contestants participating in the Chuunin exams were lined up, each one ready for the upcoming fights, and showing what they were capable of to the future clients of the world watching them. Of course, not all of the Genin now Chuunin potentials were lined up, as Naruto, Dosu and Sasuke had yet to show up for this event. While most of the people in the stadium watching in the stands cared little for Naruto for obvious reasons in terms of showing up, they were concerned for Sasuke, and the fact that he could be disqualified with the chance to become Chuunin being denied. Where's Naruto and Sasuke? They wouldn't miss this event for the world, said Ino, as she saw Neji looking confident, and Gaara was, well, just being Gaara. Guy-sensei has been training Naruto in Taijutsu for the entire month. I doubt Naruto would do all that training, said Tenten, as she was sitting with the others, and noticed Hinata was looking increasingly worried. After what Naruto did to her father, the Sandaime had told Hayashi to hold off on marking his eldest with the caged bird seal, and see how things progress with Naruto. When the clan head asked why, the Sandaime Hokage told him that Hinata had caught Naruto's eye, and to do anything to her might result in the blonde unleashing Kyuubi's power on the clan. In fact, the Sandaime proposed that Hayashi wait until after the Chuunin exam finals were over, and Naruto was restrained before doing anything to Hinata in that manner. The last thing the Hokage wanted was for Naruto to go on a rampage and cause a lot of damage to the leaf after such an important event that would make the enemies of the village smell blood from freshly made wounds. Will Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji stay for the first match of the Chuunin exam finals, said Genma, as he saw the other contestants leave while Neji stayed, and waited for Naruto to show up. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? I was told by a reliable source he would be participating today, Hokage-sama, said Terume, as she had taken a seat to the Hokage's right while the Kazekage was on his left, and also wanting to hear an explanation. I don't know, Mizukage-sama. I assure you, an investigation into this matter will be led by me should Naruto not show up, and a punishment delivered should proof of foul play be discovered, said the Hokage, as he had hidden his surprise at seeing the woman in Mizukage robes come to the cage booth shortly after the Kazekage arrived, and told them both she was the new ruler of Mist thanks to the help of a great warrior. I bet, probably feared Naruto-kun and have him locked away somewhere, thought Mei, as she watched the Hyuga stand proudly like he had gone toe-to-toe with a cage, and won without breaking a sweat. Fool, all that talk and he doesn't even show up. Hinata-sama is an even bigger fool for believing in him, thought Neji, as he waited for Genma to declare him the winner, and head into the fighter's box. That was until the cries and shouts from people in surprise were heard, with everyone now looking up to see Naruto shooting towards them like a falling start before flying around the inner part of the stadium in complete circles. The speed he was using was kicking up dust, dirt, and basically blinding everyone that was in the lower seats before gracefully landing on the ground barely 10 feet away from Neji. Am I late? Said Naruto with an almost evil-looking grin on his face. You made it, just barely though. What kept you? Said Genma, seeing the blonde Saiyan grin. I have been busy training for this very day. I wanted to get everything just right for the Chuunin exam finals and show exactly what I'm capable of doing, said Naruto, as he was in black pants, armored combat boots with jagged greaves on them, and red t-shirt with various arm bands on both arms with silver braces around each hand that went just past the wrist. They also had weights and gravity seals on them, along with special expanding seals used to make clothing stretch, which were used by the Akamaki for when they would increase their size, and prevent any kind of clothing malfunction from happening. He had studied the idea behind it, used the designs already used, and modified them so they would allow all his clothing to expand to even greater lengths when going into his great ape form. Kyuubi knew about the transformation of course, but had decided not to mention it at all during his month of training, which pissed the blonde off, and asked her why she didn't tell him about it. The demonic vixen wasn't sure if his body could handle the change due to her presence in him, and with the month getting used to his changed body seemed to be a much more important task for the Saiyan. She figured such a power should be known after the Chuunin exams when things had calmed down and could focus on it later rather than sooner. Naruto agreed on some level, but given he had a whole month, which also included the night, and the moon itself, the blonde told Kyuubi not to do that again, or he would make her life very miserable. If you say so. Both genin are ready. Fight, said Genma with Neji rushing forward in his gentle fist stance to put an end to the showy blonde. Come on Neji, is this all you can do? I don't have to do anything except stay in the air and out of your reach, said Naruto, as he dodged each attack, and took to the air with amusement on his face. Since when could Naruto fly? Said Ino, as she had seen him hover a bit in the Chuunin preliminaries, but she thought it was some kind of trick using a wind jutsu, and not the real actual flying he was doing right now. Beats the hell out of me, said Choji while Sakura scoffed. It doesn't matter, the Baka is going to lose, said Sakura while the others looked at her with shocked eyes. How can you say that? He's your teammate, said Tenten with Sakura waving her off. That gets into a lot of trouble and danger. He's not worth anyone's concern, said Sakura while Hinata glared at her, would have done more if not for the coughing fit she went into. Hinata, we need to get you to a doctor, said Kurenai, as she saw her student fight, and desired to stay. I'm fine, I just need to calm down, said Hinata, as she saw her Junin sensei nod, and yet was clearly keeping an eye on her. Get down here, coward. At least when Hinata-sama, for all her weak, pathetic life, had the courage to fight me, and hold her ground against my attacks, said Neji, which made Naruto scowl at him, and descended to the ground with a loud boom. That shook the arena floor. Okay, I was just messing around to stretch my legs a bit, but because of that, I'm going to do what I said I would do, and kick your ass all over this arena, said Naruto while flaring his energy, and it kicked up some more dirt. Big talk from a failure. Just like Hinata-sama, said Neji while being forced to turn off his Byakugan. You seem confident in that statement, Hyuga Neji. We'll see how strong that conviction is when I leave your body broken on the ground, said Naruto, as he raised his power up even higher, was there 1 second, and then gone the next in the blink of an eye. Only to appear behind Neji, an arm around the Hyuga's neck, and driving his knee into the older boy's spine. The Hyuga tried to cry out in pain, but it was so intense that any sound that wanted to leave his mouth to signify his pain failed to do so, and could only stumble to the ground when released. He didn't have time to recover, as Naruto kicked him in the ribs, making Neji bounce heavily on the ground until hitting the arena wall below the stands. The Saiyan was in front of Neji in an instant, picking up the bloodied Hyuga off the ground, and then threw him easily into the center of the arena floor so everyone could see the prodigy of the Hyuga clan in all of his so-called glory. Damn, he beat Neji up and the fight just barely started, thought Kiba, as he realized just how easy Naruto went on him in the preliminaries, and was slightly happy that his ass wasn't the only one getting kicked around right now. Look at you, Hyuga Neji, the so-called prodigy of the Hyuga clan, on the ground a bleeding mess. Last year, you were the Rookie of the Year at the academy, and yet for all your greatness, you look like helpless child, said Naruto while Neji spit out some blood from his mouth and staggered off the ground. What do you know? You're nothing, just mere some peasant, a commoner, who when compared to noble blood should be lucky breathe the air around me. Hinata-sama is only fortunate enough to be in main family and be considered higher than I am in connection to our noble clan. It's a shame someone of such privilege such as herself would be so weak and pathetic like the boy she's long since admired. Of course, it's to be expected that such a weak and pathetic girl finds strength in another weak and pathetic boy. It's even more pathetic when the boy is just lowly piece of trash not worthy of being a smear on the sandals of a noble's foot, said Neji, as he lashed out with his gentle fist style, and hit Naruto directly in the chest where his heart was located with all the chakra he had. For a moment, no one moved, breathed, or even blinked while many thought the fight was over. That Naruto had let his guard down and Neji got the final word along with the final hit to end the match. Hinata looked in horror at the sight of her crush being struck, the gentle mind she possessed picturing his heart struggling to live under the attack, but collapsed in the end, and exploding into tiny little pieces. Tenten was thinking the same thing, as she knew how deadly Neji could be with his clan style, and wondered what this guilty feeling was that now struck her heart. Was she feeling this because the training Neji asked for? Granted, it didn't really do much good for Neji, but the fact was that her teammate for a Hyuga had intended to make each strike lethal in of itself, and not rely on multiple shots to get the job done. Shame, he was kind of cute, thought Temari, as she was hoping that after the invasion, he would captured, and be her slave boyfriend with the possibility of getting a powerful bloodline out of the deal for sooner. I'm putting a bounty on the Hyuga's head when I get back to Mist. Dead or alive, and if he's before me alive, the Gaki won't be for long, thought May, as she might have found a future husband for herself after a few more years, and this stupid Hyuga ruined it. Oh yeah, she was so going to mess that brat up if her shinobi brought him back to Mist alive. Guaranteed. He's not dead, said Gaara watching from the fighter's box with his siblings, and they turned to look at him along with the others in the box. You sure, Gaara? I mean that gentle fist is not something you can walk away from, said Kankuro with Gaara turned his eyes, but not his head to look at him, and felt killer intent aimed in his direction. I'm sure, said Gaara while Kankuro began to sweat a little. How do you know that? Said Temari curiously. Because he's like me, and people like us do not die so easily, said Gaara while turning his attention to Naruto, and the memory of a few days ago came to his mind when in the hospital to finish off Rock Lee. Flashback Konoha Hospital 4 days ago. Rock Lee was unconscious. The sedatives used had to be practically strong enough to put a horse to sleep. Why? Because Lee had been abusing his body in training it to get stronger while he was still recovering from the serious damage Sabaku no Gaara put it through. At this moment in time, no one was with Lee, as Guy was either training with Naruto, or doing his own outrageous training that made many think he was nuts. However, that all changed when the bloodlust-filled presence of Sabaku no Gaara came into the room, his eyes looking at Rock Lee, and sand slowly coming out of his gourd. The intention of this visit? To finish what he started in the Chuunin exam preliminaries and kill Rock Lee to further please his mother, inside his head. Time to die, Rock Lee. Mother wants your blood and she will have it. said Gaara, as his sand got closer, and the growing anticipation of devouring the helpless genin, knowing that his mother would be very pleased with the offering. No, your mother won't have it, said Naruto from behind Gaara, his right arm raised, the hand in open palm form, and energy forming into a ball ready to be sent at the sooner-born boy's red-haired skull. Do not get in my way. I won't let you do this to me a second time, said Gaara with his sand redirecting itself at Naruto, but the blonde let out a blast of his power that sent the sand flying against the wall, and leaving the red-haired boy defenseless. You don't have choice. If it were almost anyone else, I'd let you do it without a second thought, but it's not almost anyone else, and I happen to respect this one. His sensei is helping in training me for the exam finals. Besides, why would you kill him now? There is no honor in it, said Naruto with Gaara smirking at him while the sand came back to his gourd. This is not about honor. It's about killing, said Gaara coldly while once more making the sand redirect itself back to Lee once in his presence, but it was stopped when another connected to his shadow, and found it wouldn't budge. Troublesome. One of you being crazy is bad enough, but two of you is just worse, and I don't know which one between you is the greater idiot, said Shikamaru while holding Gaara and his sand in place with his shadow possession jutsu. Don't think too hard, Shikamaru. The lazy boy in you just might die, said Naruto with a smirk while Shikamaru groaned. Like I said before, you are troublesome, and so is your sense of humor, said Shikamaru while Gaara just scowled at the interference the two had brought. I will not be denied by either of you. I will kill this genin, then you too, and prove my existence, said Gaara before commanding more of his sand to converge on Lee, much to Shikamaru's shock and surprise. He shouldn't be able to do that, thought Shikamaru while trying to figure out how Gaara did do that. That's almost as funny as it is stupid, said Naruto calmly while Gaara's sand suddenly stopped and the boy himself glared at him. Explain, said Gaara coldly. Simple. If you kill all three of us, how can you prove your existence? Who would you tell? Who would believe you? Said Naruto, seeing Gaara's eyes narrow at him. My brother, sister, and sensei would believe me, said Gaara while Naruto scoffed. Family and sensei don't count. You want to kill us? Fine, but not here. Not here where it's quiet, no one's around to see, or tell anyone what you are going to do. The Chunin exam finals are almost here, where hundreds people in Konoha, and all over the world will be attending. Big shot clients and daimyos will be watching. They see you kill us, they'll spread your name throughout their lands, and tell their friends about you. They'll take you seriously. Fight us there, said Naruto with Gaara thinking his words over in his mind. Your words hold weight, there is truth in them, said Gaara before retracting his sand back into the gourd. Why would I lie to a fellow brother? Said Naruto, lower his hand while seeing Gaara and Shikamaru looking at him with raised eyebrows. Brother, I have no brother outside of my older one, said Gaara while Naruto smirked at him. Not by blood, by burden, said Naruto with Gaara's eyes widening for a second. What is Naruto talking about? Thought Shikamaru while Gaara just stared at him for a second with unsure eyes. I hold number 1, said Gaara at last. And I hold number 9, said Naruto, making Gaara's spine straighten noticeably. I see, it is no wonder you are able to make me understand your words so well. I will see you at the Chunin exam finals, said Gaara before vanishing in a swirl of sand, and a stunned Naruto. Shikamaru was now looking at him like he was missing something. Care to fill me in, you troublesome blonde? Said Shikamaru before Guy came in with a serious expression on his face, and it was clear the Junin heard everything. Later, much later, you have 5 minutes to see Lee before we do more training again, Guy-sensei. Don't wear weights this time. I want to fight you for the next 3 days without restraint on your end, said Naruto, seeing Guy nod before dragging Shikamaru out of the room. End flashback. What you mean is like you. But, said Temari in disbelief while Kankuro was shivering in fear at what that meant. Gaara was bad enough, but that was monster they knew, and this Naruto character had the strongest of them all without much intel on him. Yes, he will be my greatest victory, said Gaara while grinning a truly evil smile. You can let go now, Neji. You may look like a girl, but I don't swing that way, and never will for as long as I live, said Naruto finally while Neji looked at him in shock, knowing it shouldn't be possible for him to shrug off the attack like it was nothing. Impossible, said Neji in disbelief before crawling backwards away from Naruto. Hardly. Now, I do believe that you've had your fighting chance in trying to cause me at the very least a great deal of pain. At most, you tried to kill me, and in front of everyone here in a legal setting like you tried with Hinata in the preliminaries. You failed for a second time. Now, It's my turn, said Naruto before grinning an evil grin that spoke of the many things to come that would not be pretty for one Hyuga Neji. In an instant, Naruto was gone again, only to appear in front of Neji, his fist in the older boy's gut, the impact nearly turning the Hyuga's internal organs into paste, and was soon followed by another blow by the young Saiyan. Then more blows from Naruto to Neji at all possible angles, hitting the Hyuga prodigy hard, and fast without mercy in front of shocked eyes. No one expected Neji to lose against the blonde or this badly despite the rumors of Naruto's change in appearance. They never expected that their poorly trained Kyuubi Jinchuriki would be winning against the Hyuga clan prodigy and last year's Rookie of the Year. One final fist to the face sent Neji skidding along the ground, as Naruto slowly walked over to the downed Hyuga, and had an orb of energy in his hand ready to blast the older boy to pieces. Neji could only stare at the bright light from the energy ball Naruto had just made and then up at the blonde to await the inevitable end of his life. This was not how Neji pictured things ending. Not by a long shot. The elders and Hayashi had greatly convinced him that Naruto would lose at his hands through the superior taijutsu that was Gentle Fist. But here he was, broken, bleeding, staring at his death and the man holding the proverbial scythe in his hand. So this is how it ends. And here I thought fate was on my side. I was wrong, thought Neji, as he saw Naruto looking at him for a few more seconds, and then cancel the attack before walking away. Call the match. I won, said Naruto while heading to the fighter's box. Winner of the first match is Uzumaki Naruto, said Genma while the medics rushed to Neji and bring him to the medical area. Naruto won, said Sakura in disbelief while many were thinking the same thing, but in a more positive line of thinking, and not with contempt either. It shouldn't surprise you, Guy-sensei was spending time with Naruto the whole month in learning taijutsu and that includes using a lot of weights. I wouldn't be surprised if he was holding back against Neji, said Tenten, making many of the people around her begin to wonder if that was true and just how strong Naruto really was. It made them shiver at the possibilities. That's my man. Granted, he was clearly fighting for the honor of this Hyuga girl, but that won't stop me from making Naruto mine in a few years, and with his impressive display of power, thought Mei, as she got perverted things running around in her mind, and had to fight the blush that wanted to form. The boy is impressive, Hokage-sama. Where have you been keeping this one? Under a special lock and key perhaps? Said the Kazekage with curiosity. In a manner of speaking. Yes, the boy has been training non-stop all month in secret with Mito Guy and Jiraiya of the Sannin. I can see his training has shown promising results, said the Sandaime while acting like he had made it possible. Something both his guests knew wasn't true. Still, he was impressive, and with his ability to fly gave him quite the edge. I say this Uzumaki Naruto knew that and used it to his advantage. He's more than qualified to be Chunin in my book, said Mei while the Sandaime bit back the frown that wanted to reveal itself. Maybe, though I think the boy has much to learn about being on time and not being so flashy with entrances, said the Sandaime while the Mizukage raised an eyebrow at him. Then I take it Uchiha Sasuke won't be promoted either, said Mei while the Hokage mentally winced. Yes. He won't be promoted. Neither of them will be promoted due to tardiness, said the Hokage, knowing he could always promote Sasuke later using some other means or law Konoha possessed. Really, what a shame. I think Uzumaki Naruto would make a great Chunin, said Mei, seeing the Hokage scowl now and the Kazekage doing it too, though with lesser notice behind the veil. Next match is Uchiha Sasuke vs Sabaku no Gaara, said Genma, seeing Gaara appear moments later, but Sasuke was not around, and the Kazekage's youngest son hated to wait. It seems the Uchiha isn't going to show, said Mei while the Hokage and the Kazekage frowned. With all due respect Hokage-sama, but perhaps we should just postpone Uchiha Sasuke's match with Gaara, and continue forward since we both want our best to fight each other for the benefit of the people, said the Kazekage, and it seemed like the Hokage was going to agree. Hell no, we are not postponing. Uchiha Sasuke knew when to show up for the Chunin exams like everybody else. He's not here. Just because he is the last of his clan does not mean the boy should get special privileges, said Mei while seeing the Hokage and the Kazekage look at her. I see the Mist's contempt for bloodlines still lives in its new leader, said the Kazekage while Mei washed the entire cage booth in killer intent. How dare you? I hold no prejudice over bloodlines, for I have one myself, and yet I say no special privileges for the Uchiha. You either disqualify Uchiha Sasuke or I will make sure your daimyo will hear of my complaints on this matter, since the previous cages in any of the village never did such a thing, said Mei, with the Hokage and Kazekage both frowning at this since they both wanted Sasuke to be here for this. Disqualify the Uchiha, said the Sandaime Hokage while the Kazekage was internally seething at the command the old fire shadow gave a nearby subordinate. Hokage-sama, my son will be most displeased by this, and it will hurt by not being able to fight Uchiha Sasuke, said the Kazekage while the Hokage sighed and the Mizukage just rolled her eyes. He can suck it up. From what I've heard, the boy isn't going to whine and bitch over the loss of not fighting one person, said Mei coldly to the Kazekage. They can't do this. Sasuke-kun is supposed to win. Not Naruto, not this Sabaku no Gara Baka, said Sakura, as she was in pure pissed-off fangirl mode, and everyone could see it from a mile away. Will Sabaku no Kankuro and Aburame Shino please come down? Your match is next, said Genma seeing the puppet user looking uneasy at the moment. I forfeit, said Kankuro quickly while Shino and Naruto narrowed their eyes at him. Okay, winner by forfeit is Aburame Shino. Will Sabaku no Temari and Nara Shikamaru come down? Your match is next, said Genma with Temari coming down via her fan in a graceful manner while Shikamaru began to think things over in terms of whether or not to simply forfeit. Troublesome. I have to fight another girl. Kami must either hate me or is a woman. Or both. Maybe I should just play it safe and forfeit, Shikamaru thought, but just as the lazy genius was about to forfeit his match, Kami threw a wrench in his plans and it was the size of a sledgehammer. Nara Shikamaru, a female voice suddenly yelled out from the stands that spoke of authority that rivaled the Hokage in his prime that could make anyone freeze in fear. But only the lazy shadow user froze. He knew that voice all too well. It was the voice of the person he feared above all else. More than the Hokage in his prime and full of rage. Slowly, ever so slowly, the Shikamaru turned in the direction of the voice, and he was immediately frightened for his life. His mother, Nara Yoshino, was standing up with her evil frying pan, which had been dubbed the emasculator by all the males of the Nara clan, in her firm pain-inflicting hands. Yoshino roared, Shikamaru Nara, don't you even so much as think of surrendering, oh so help me, with Kami as my witness, I will take you over my knee here and now, and spank your lazy ass so hard you won't be able to sit for a year. Shikamaru looked devastated and looked to his father, Shikaku Nara, for help in keeping his mother at bay. Shikaku just looked at his son sympathetically and shook his head at the boy's plight. There was no way Shikaku could talk to his wife about letting their only son off the hook. Even if she did, Yoshino would make them both pay for it in the end, and the clan head didn't want to be left alone with his wife when that happened. If there was one thing all male Naras knew, it was that they may be very smart, but their wives and mothers were even smarter. A Nara male thinks about where to take a woman on the first date, the woman in question is already thinking about marrying them, and they need to have a child while using that child to keep their future husband in line. Sure, they let their husbands go out for a drink every so often, but they always check with their better half, and if they are so much as 5 minutes late, bam! The incredible power of the emasculator would set the Nara male at hit straight, knowing that woman, who was wielding it, was not only unhappy, but she was going to leave out the safety word when they coupled, and that there would be a lot of pain involved in those long hours. Lots and lots of pain from which there was no escape for the male Nara tied down and gagged to prevent any brave soul from hearing the ear-piercing screams being let out. Defeated, Shikamaru began walking towards the stairs into the arena, mumbling all the while about troublesome women with evil frying pans, and how there was no way to defeat them. It just further proved to Nara Shikamaru that Kami was a woman, and was doing this just to spite their lazy clan. Not that way, you idiot. This is much faster, said Naruto, who wasn't going to wait for the Nara to slowly walk down the steps of the fighter's box, and threw the boy over the railing. Damn you, Naruto, you're just like my mother. Always being a pain in my ass, said Shikamaru, as he got off the ground, and dusted himself off. Pain in your ass. I'll give you a pain in the ass, yelled Yoshino while Shikaku had to struggle to keep his wife in the stands and not win the match their son's opponent. Honey, stop, you can get him later, said Shikaku, knowing his wife would get him later too, but it would be worth it to see his son advance in rank, and make Yoshino's mood lighten knowing Shikamaru was growing up. Fine, but his ass will be mine when this is all over, yelled with all the female fury that being a mother to such a lazy son could produce. Yes honey, I know, until then just keep calm and think happy thoughts. Happy thoughts only, said Shikaku, seeing his wife struggle to bring her temper in check. Wow, I almost feel sorry for you, said Temari, smirking with her fan at the ready. Really, said Shikamaru in a lazy tone that didn't believe the smirking woman in front of him. I almost feel sorry for you, said Temari, as she saw Shikamaru mumble, and look at her with no real interest in his eyes. Ready, fight, said Genma before leaping back to give the two space. Troublesome, thought Shikamaru, as he saw that same evil glint in Temari's eyes that his mother had, and found the similarities to be very disturbing. Maybe Temari was his cousin or something on his mum's side of the family. Or was it just how all women looked at him when they wanted to inflict bodily harm? Omake Naruto's apartment number 3. During the long month gap leading to the Chunin exams, Naruto had the hole in the wall discreetly patched up, and used the building from time to time for throwing the Hokage off the scent of him knowing where his real home was, along with protecting Kin from any more kidnappings. Now here he was, relaxing after a long day, as Kin knew of where he was going to be sleeping tonight in the near future until the Chunin exam finals were over, and things calmed down in the village. A knock at his door brought him to it, as he saw the person behind the door was none other than Inuzuka Hana, and she was in Naruto's mind a real babe. She was wearing grey shorts that went down to her knees, sandals with straps that just went above the ankles, and a tank top with Chunin vest behind it to hide the bust the woman had. "Can I help you?" said Naruto with the woman looking him over. "I'm looking for Uzumaki Naruto," said Hana, as she saw him raise an eyebrow at her, and wondered if she might need glasses. "I'm him," said Naruto while seeing how far she would go to deny it. "Don't play games with me. Naruto is a short runt, who wears an orange jumpsuit, and eats ramen like an Akamaki does barbecue ribs," said Hana while seeing Naruto chuckle at her. "Well, I'm not short anymore, and while orange is a nice color, I do imagine the jumpsuit with the color being the vast majority on it is a bit much," said Naruto while not denying he ate a lot of ramen. "I still don't believe you're him. When Kiba told me who beat him in the Chunin exam finals, I looked at your folder, and found the picture of you with the stats recorded," said Hana while Naruto scoffed. "Outdated and poorly documented material. You should have come here first to get the full story about me," said Naruto with a grin on his face. "If you say so. I'm still not convinced," said Hana, as she tried to keep calm, and not feel a sudden burning feeling in her loins. "Come on in and I'll prove it to you," said Naruto with his grin getting wider, and Hana could feel her face getting warmer too. "Okay, but only for a moment," said Hana, as she entered the apartment, and Naruto shut the door before locking it. Next morning, Hana stumbled home. Her walk was wobbly at best. She had bags under her eyes from the lack of sleep due to the activities from last night. Her hair was standing all over the place, drool was coming out of the Inuzuka's face, and mumbling something while trying to make it home without falling down. The clothing she wore was rumpled, the Chunin vest looked like it had nearly been torn in half, barely holding on at the seams, and her pants so loose at the waist that you could see what lay beyond them on one side if the tank top wasn't down at that level to prevent people from seeing. She entered the Inuzuka clan house, heading for the stairs, and finally to her room. "Sis, what the hell happened to you?" said Kiba seeing his sister like that. "Found Alpha, good night, sleep, need rest," said Hana while opening the door to her room while Kiba just looked shocked and then angry. "What, who is he? I'll kill him," yelled Kiba before being kicked in the balls by Hana despite her exhausted condition. "Shut up, runt," said Hana, as she headed into her room, shutting the door, and making it to the edge of the bed before falling onto the soft surface. Sometime later. "You're what?" yelled Sume seeing Hana holding what she feared most right now than even Kyubi's return. "I'm pregnant and Uzumaki Naruto is the father," said Hana holding up the one thing that would make her mother fall over in an instant. A positive pregnancy test. And sure enough, Inuzuka Sume did fall over, and faint from the news. Naruto's apartment. "And the collection of wonderful items has grown once more," said Naruto, as he put the lovely black panties belonging to Hana next to Kurenai's, and let out a laugh worthy of a warrior having conquering another worthy opponent. "Must get free. Must mate with Naruto-kun. Must please him once free," said Kyubi, as she was pacing around, going completely crazy, and wanting a piece of the Saiyan in a bad way. End Omake. Omake number 2 Jiraiya learns to fly. "Come on Gaki, teach me how to fly," said Jiraiya, as he had seen Naruto flying around, and knew such a thing would benefit his research along with the means of getting away when caught. "Why should I?" said Naruto while his teacher was now on his hands and knees begging him pathetically to learn the secret. "Because I'll teach you anything you want to know. I'll teach you how to summon toads like your father did," said Jiraiya seeing Naruto thinking the offer over. "Teach him Naruto-kun," said Kyubi in his head. "What?" thought Naruto in disbelief at Kyubi. "I have an idea. Trust me," said Kyubi, as she told him her idea, and it made the blonde Saiyan grin evilly inside while keeping it from the Sannin. All right Jiraiya, I'll teach you. Consider it a freebie, but you can only use the ability in an emergency for now since it takes a long time to master, and while I'm sure you could get it down in no time I doubt you will start right away, said Naruto, seeing the Sannin jump for joy and thanking him. What do I have to do? Said Jiraiya, as he was told what to do, and soon enough the Sannin rushed off to the nearest hot springs, never seeing Naruto's evil-looking grin in the process. I needed this so damn badly, said Anko, as she relaxed in hot springs with Kurenai, Hana, Tsume, Yoshino, and Yugao all doing the same. I'd drink to that if we had some sake, said Tsume with a grin. Above them, Jiraiya was hanging onto the branch, looking at them with binoculars, and grinning deviously from his position at seeing the women below. So many breasts, so much wet female flesh that he wished would willingly surround him instead of their fists and feet that normally did when caught by such women. Sometimes Jiraiya cursed his luck in not being hot spring water, as he would love to be such the element right now with so many hot women, and just feel the flesh these babes had. So unfair. If he were a Wonder Twin from the Super Friends, this would be the first place he'd go after using his half of the ring. Below him on the male side of the hot springs, Naruto watched his perverted sensei doing his things, and knew it was time to nip this in the bud. Shooting a small blast of energy from his right hand's index, the attack hit the tree branch with enough force that it took enough off for the weight of Jiraiya to be too much, and soon gave way with the Sannin falling into the middle of the female side of the hot springs. Of course Jiraiya was trying to use the flying ability the moment he started to fall, but it didn't work, and remembered what Naruto said about it taking time to master. Now Jiraiya wished he had. "Aro," said Jiraiya, seeing the angry-looking women surround him and knew begging for mercy was out of the question. "Anything to say before we kick your ass?" said Anko while looking peeved at seeing the old pervert getting a look at her body. Only Naruto was allowed to see it. "Think happy thoughts and'll fly. Think happy thoughts and'll fly," thought Jiraiya in a desperate attempt to get out of this situation. Sadly for him, the Sannin didn't even hover, and by this point Jiraiya had a feeling he had been duped by his student. "Get him," said Hana, as she along with the others grabbed him, and started to hurt the Sannin badly. "Ah, no, not that, no, don't shove my foot up there. Ah, stop, mercy," yelled Jiraiya while the women were basically turning him into their own version of what a pretzel looked like. "Filthy old pervert, no respect towards us vixens during our time of relaxation," said Kyubi, as she along with Naruto could hear the screams of Jiraiya being music to their ears and loving every second it. "Says the demonic vixen, who wants to be free, and rut with me for the next 2,000 years, thought Naruto with Kyubi blushing. "Shut up," said Kyubi before going deeper into her cage while muttering about hot Saiyans being unfair and what they do to hot vixens like her. Chapter 4 Great Ape Fun. Bam! Shikamaru went sailing into the wall. In one single shot by Temari, he had just had an up-close and personal relationship with the stone section of the stadium. Many winced at the sound of the impact, which was mostly male, and even a few females too, since they knew it could be them that was hit by the wind jutsu the Suna Kunoiki hit him with to cause that event. Of course the only one actually enjoying the sight of Shikamaru getting his ass handed to him was harshly enough, was his own mother. Not in a cruel way mind you, like, "I hope you die a slow painful death," kind of mindset, but rather, this is part of your punishment for being lazy, and in a way to get revenge on the boy for calling her a pain in the ass. Maybe she was, but it was for Shikamaru's own good, and a woman in that particular clan always knows best over that of the lazy males it held. "Winner by knockout, Sabaku no Temari," said Genma while Shikamaru fell from his position on the wall and groaned out in pain. Even then, Genma thought he heard Shikamaru mutter, "troublesome," under his breath, and wondered if the boy took the attack just to get out of this right away. Wouldn't put it past the boy either. "Next match is Uzumaki Naruto vs Sabaku no Gaara," said Genma, as Gaara appeared once more to fight, and Naruto doing the same with a grin on his Saiyan face. Only for their soon-to-be match to be interrupted by Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke entering in their own dramatic fashion. Something that was pathetic when compared to Naruto's ability to fly around the stadium both in and out before landing gracefully when it was his turn to fight Neji. "Are we late? Sorry, but Sasuke's fangirls were blocking our path, and we had to take the long route around," said Kakashi, which was partially correct, but no one needed to know his excuse was half true, and not a full-blown lie like all the others. "Not only are you late, but Uchiha Sasuke was disqualified, and lost to Sabaku no Gaara in the process," said Genma, who saw the Junin was shocked, and Sasuke was livid with rage. "What? That's not possible. I'm in Uchiha. This is my turn to show everyone what I can do." I'm fighting Sabaku no Gaara. Not this loser, said Sasuke pointing at Naruto. Someone explained to him what I did Neji and that I'll do worse if he doesn't get out of here in the next 10 seconds. Also note that the length of time I'm giving is me being generous, said Naruto with Gaara grinning at him and giving a nod to show he respected the blonde's need to use the threat of violence on one's teammate. You freak of nature, said Sasuke while Kakashi put a hand on the Uchiha's shoulder and held it firmly. Calm yourself, Sasuke. After all, such threats to a teammate will get him in trouble with the Hokage, and will deal with Naruto accordingly, said Kakashi sweetly, but there was nothing sweet about it, and everyone knew that too. We'll see who deals with who, Kakashi. Now get the hell out of my arena before I smear your guts all over the place, said Naruto coldly while Kakashi's eye narrowed at him. You'll regret that, Naruto, said Kakashi before leaving with Sasuke. Doubtful. Let's begin, said Naruto seeing Gaara grin even further at him. Uzumaki Naruto vs Sabaku no Gaara. Ready, fight, said Genma, as he got the hell out of their way, and watched the battle of the titans unfold. Instantly, Gaara launched his sand at Naruto, but the blonde just batted it away, and just motioned the red-haired boy to try again. Scowling, Gaara moved more sand towards Naruto, who just moved with incredible speed from where he was standing to Suna Boy's right about 20 feet away, and it was clear the blonde Saiyan was toying with his fellow Jinchuriki. You're too slow, Gaara, said Naruto smiling at the angry redhead and kept dodging the different streams of sand Gaara sent his way. Shut up and die, said Gaara, as he weaved his sand, and aimed it at Naruto like angry snakes trying to strike out against their prey. Not happening, said Naruto, as he moved from one place to the next, and it was pissing Gaara off with each passing second. Enough. Time to end this. Sand shield, said Gaara, as he was going to perform the plan ahead of schedule, and preparing to unleash Shikaku in the stadium. I don't know what you have planned in there, Gaara, but it won't work against me. This will end everything. Last riot javelin, said Naruto, as he took the memory of Bardock using this attack, and used a more thinner yet still potent version of the original form that the Saiyan had once used. The attack destroyed, which merely grazed the sand shield, still had more than enough power behind it to make the Suna Genin's ultimate shield be obliterated, and injuring Gaara's left shoulder while the wall behind the Suna boy had a massive hole right now. The blonde didn't want Gaara dead, as he was like the only slightly psychotic Jinchuriki, and deserved to live a life without the insanity that had clearly been consuming him. When Naruto first asked Jiraiya about Gaara, the Sannin was surprised that Suna even brought their Jinchuriki to the Chunin exams, as it was to be considered overkill by many, and decided to do a little digging around the supposed allied villages' reasons for it. And discovered a very ugly truth about Suna not being so very friendly. Listen, Naruto, I've heard Gaara's unstable, which I imagine involved his seal being too weak to properly contain his demon, and is mentally unstable. From what I understand from his signs of insomnia, it's clear Gaara's demon gets free should he ever fall asleep, and manifest its body to cause a great deal of damage. I know you're tough, but a biju out and about may be too much even for you, Naruto, and unless you've got a hidden ace up your sleeve, don't engage him when that happens. Those had been Jiraiya's words of advice to him. As if Naruto was some kind of idiot without a means to throw his own weight around against such a creature. The Sannin had begged him to sign the summoning contract for the toads, but Naruto wouldn't despite the man's pleas, and simply told Jiraiya that the amphibian summons weren't for him. No disrespect to the toads, he knew from the stories told that they were great warriors, but the Saiyan felt his choice of summons lied elsewhere, and among the more primal side of the animal kingdom. My blood, you made me bleed, yelled Gaara, as he had never been injured in such a way, and the first time seeing an injury like that was not helping his mentality in the slightest. In that moment, an explosion was heard from the cage booth, and the invasion was now officially on. Get Gaara outside the village long enough to recover his strength. We need him to bring out Shikaku to attack the leaf, said Baki, as he was in front of Gaara, and the boy's two elderly siblings beside him. That smell, you have the smell of blood on you, said Naruto, narrowed his eyes at Baki with the Junin narrowing his eyes at him. And if I do, said Baki while Naruto growled at him. The blood belongs to a Junin of this village, one of the few really, who holds a special place in my heart, and is one of the few I ever respected. Do you know why that is, Suna Junin? Said Naruto, his anger spiking with his power. What are you getting at, kid? Said Genma, as the Kazekage's children made a run for it. The blood of the Junin I'm referring to belonged to one Gecko Hayate. One of the few shinobi of the leaf trained in swordsmanship and a very skilled master, and the one of the even rarer few that actually saw me for me. Not Kyuubi, not a monster, not a demon, just me, and you snuff him out, said Naruto, as the ground around him cracked around him, and it was clear to Baki that the young Saiyan was not in the mood to play nice. It was just business, nothing personal. He was spying on a spy for sound and Orochimaru on the details set in motion for the mission. If anything, I respected his skills and abilities. He was truly a credit to Konoha's forces, said Baki, though it did little calm the Saiyan in front of him. Naruto, I'll deal with the Tsunajunin. You need to find Gaara, and stop him from doing what he's supposed to do. Hayate was a good friend of mine too. Let me handles this, said Genma, as he also didn't have any animosity towards Naruto, and Hayate had talked to him about the boy with only good things being spoken each time. When he wasn't coughing or in between coughing to gasp for breath. Fine, when I'm done with Gaara, he is next, said Naruto before taking off after the Suna siblings while Genma just chuckled. What are you laughing about, Leaf Shinobi? Said Baki, seeing the man grin at him with an almost sympathetic look. You're a dead man no matter what you do. That boy has so few people that trust him in this village. Barely a handful of them are close to him, and for you to kill one of those few people, that kid is going to kick your ass, said Genma, grinning at Baki. We'll see, said Baki while noticing Uchiha Sasuke also going to pursue Gaara in hopes of defeating him. Or perhaps Naruto. Baki never did trust the Uchiha to stay loyal to a fellow Leaf Shinobi any more than he trusted Gaara not to kill someone just for accidentally sneezing in his general direction. With Naruto, the blonde Saiyan soon caught up with the Suna siblings, as all three were trying to get far enough away so Gaara could regain his strength and unleash Shikaku on Konoha. The youngest of the three, who was also the most mentally unstable, turned to see his fellow brother of burden in the air looking down at him, and the other two siblings soon looking up to see Naruto for themselves. I'll hold him off. You protect Gaara, said Temari, as she got her fan out to fight the blonde, but Kankuro stopped his sister, and pulled out his puppets. No, I'll stay. You can move with Gaara and fight. I can't, said Kankuro with his puppets at the ready, and saw Naruto scowl at him. You make it sound like I'm going to stop Gaara from transforming, said Naruto while he slowly descended to the ground. You're not, said Temari while voicing her surprise for the group. No, to be honest, I have a transformation of my own, and I want to face off against the monster Gaara keeps locked away while using mine, said Naruto, with the siblings going pale with fear since they assumed the worst. You can change into the Kyuubi, said Temari fearfully, knowing that while Shikaku was powerful in its own right, the creature was nothing compared to the Kyuubi. No, this transformation is all me. The fox has no connection to my change, said Naruto with a grin while the siblings wondered what this change was and if it was connected to his rapid change since the time they saw him before the forest of death. Not going to happen, said Sasuke, as he charged out from his hidden position up in the trees, Chidori in his right hand, and Sharingan eyes active with the intent to kill someone below him. Given his angle, velocity, and direction Sasuke was headed, Kankuro was his intended target. The puppet master wielded his tools of the trade that Suna was known for and blocked the attack with ease before knocking the Uchiha back. Sasuke was going to once again charge through them, but was blindsided by Naruto's tail hitting him in the face with enough force to knock the boy back against a tree. Such arrogance. The Uchiha thinks he can win simply because of his bloodline. That all are naturally weaker than him simply because they aren't of Uchiha descent, said Naruto calmly while scowling at the Uchiha currently knocked down, and then turned to see the shocked looks on the faces of the Suna siblings. So what do you plan to do? Just wait for Gaara to transform, said Kankuro while still skeptical of the boy in front of him. I want Gaara to bring everything he's got to the table. I like to fight opponents when they are trying their hardest and fighting me with everything they've got. So come on Gaara, bring out the demon that's begging to come out. Unless of course, big bad Shikaku is really just a big fat chicken shit pansy, said Naruto, knowing the demon inside of Gaara would hear him. Oh, you did not just call me that. Let me out so I can kill him, yelled Shikaku inside of Gaara's mind, and the poor boy winced in pain from the demon's voice. Mother wants out, said Gaara with Naruto smirking. Good, you two may want to run. This is going to get nasty, said Naruto, as he formed a ball of energy into his hand, and made them tense. Hey wait, I thought you said you were going to transform when Gaara was successful in unleashing Shikaku, said Temari, wondering if the Saiyan had gone back on his word. I am. This little number in my hands is key to my transformation, said Naruto while he just smirked at them. What, how, said Kankuro while seeing the light from the energy ball look familiar. This energy ball mimics the kind of output of energy the moon makes when in the sky at night by combining with the atmosphere. Once I launch it into the sky, the ball will explode into a much larger one. All I have to do is look it," said Naruto like it was the most simplest thing in the world. "And then you transform. Into what exactly?" said Kankuro while Naruto just grinned at him. "You should never ask. It spoils the surprise," said Naruto simply while his grin never left him. "Leave, both of you," said Gaara, as he felt his injury healing, and strength returning to the point where summoning Shikaku wouldn't be a problem. "But Gaara," said Temari, but the look in his eyes told her that he was in no mood for debating this, and would not debate it no matter what. "Do as I say," said Gaara while feeling Shikaku slowly taking over now, and the siblings reluctantly nodded before taking off. "What do you think you're doing, loser? Those are getting away from us," said Sasuke, who had just come back to the land of conscious thinking, and saw the blonde look back slightly at him with those cold blue eyes. "Shut up, Uchiha. If you want to fight so badly, then pursue the two siblings, and leave this one to me. If not, then go back to the village, and leave me alone with my fellow brother of burden," said Naruto, as he saw the psychotic smile on Gaara's face now, and what the boy was transforming into that wasn't human. "How dare you talk to me like you're in command? I'm in Uchiha. We follow orders from the like of you. Some commoner with a power they don't deserve or should have in the first place," said Sasuke venomously while Naruto refused to look back at him. "Either purse the siblings or leave. If you don't, I'll kill you," said Naruto, as he was now losing his patience with Sasuke, and ready to kick the Uchiha's ass in the next 5 seconds. "You don't have the guts. You're nothing, you're all talk," said Sasuke getting closer to Naruto and confidently got in the blonde's face. "Really, I'm all talk, huh? We'll see about that," said Naruto before punching Sasuke in the gut so hard, the Uchiha fell to his knees, and throwing up what he ate 3 days ago. "That was a mercy hit, Uchiha. The next one breaks your ribs and crushes your heart the moment it's in my hand. Now get out of my sight," said Naruto before kicking Sasuke through a small army of trees and returned his attention to Gaara. "If you were going to use that thing, then now is the time, and not a moment too soon," said Kyuubi in his head, and Naruto nodded in agreement before launching the power ball into the air while watching it do what it was intended to do. "Showtime," thought Naruto with his grin never leaving his face, as he looked up at the giant ball of energy, which now looked like the moon in a foggy haze, and soon felt the change coming to his body. Elsewhere not far away, Morino Ibiki wasn't having a good day. Hence why he looked even grouchier than usual, and even the usual gave him more than a wide space by those around him. Whether out of fear or respect was irrelevant, the point was no one even dared to so much as sneeze in his general direction. The last person that did, while honestly had been accidental, learned that the hard way and was locked away in a psych ward in a padded cell for the remainder of his natural life. As to why Ibiki wasn't having a very good day, there was an invasion happening, which had involved not 1, but 2 villages attacking, and one was a former ally. Not what you call a good thing when you're at a disadvantage when in a 2-on-1 fight and your village is the singular number. That and a giant 3-headed snake was attacking the wall of the village and was fully intent on charging in deeper into Konoha. Not to mention there was this really nice house he was interested in buying with some money he had saved up for it just got demolished by some flying wall debris. Damn. Why me? Thought Ibiki, as he saw the giant 3-headed snake summons demolishing just about everything in its sight, and felt powerless to stop it. The summons of Orochimaru seemed dead set on coming towards his general direction when a ground-shaking roar erupted nearby, and Ibiki along with everyone else looked at the source of the sound. It was then that Junin in charge of I&T felt his day go from worse to downright shot to hell, as he saw the infamous one-tailed Biju manifest itself in all its glory, and a giant ape-like creature battling it out with Konoha being their chosen spot to do it. The 3-headed snake summons not knowing what to do in terms of this development, as it was not expecting either creature to be involved, and didn't like how the two were fighting near its own intended course. It liked it even less when the giant ape threw Shikaku into him, and the 3 were soon fighting in and all out in a triple threat to the death. Ibiki could only watch in fascination, as the giant ape wearing a Konoha headband, which was shown brightly when the sun hit it, fought both enemies at the same time, ignoring the snake bites, and wind jutsus of Shikaku when the raccoon wasn't trying to tear the ape's guts out. The giant ape soon had all 3 of the snake's heads in a headlock, ironically enough, and Shikaku by the throat to prevent any wind jutsus from coming out of its mouth while the Biju tried to break its grip. The snake summons retaliated with wrapping itself around the giant ape's waist with its lower body, squeezing the primal creature with all the strength its reptilian body could muster. Ibiki, what is that? Is it a Biju? said a Junin, seeing what the scarred man was seeing. I don't know, it's not a Biju. Look at the headband, it's Konoha's, which means the ape is on our side, and not on Orochimaru's. Order our forces not to engage it, said Ibiki, seeing the Junin nod and leave to carry out the order. Do you know of such a shinobi or clan that can do that? Said a Chunin, while Ibiki shook his head no. No, there is no such shinobi like that in Konoha. Though I won't deny I wish we had one in the last war, said Ibiki, as the giant ape actually bit down on one of the 3 snake heads and ripped it off the main body. The other snake heads weren't pleased with this and decided to cut their losses by leaving for the summoning realm, while leaving Shikaku all alone with the giant ape. The Biju was soon thrown into the air and surprisingly landed in the arena center, which barely had enough room for the raccoon, but fortunately did, and the stadium shaking actually shook people awake from the genjutsu that Kabuto had started, along with stopping the fighting long enough for people to get their bearings when waking up. The impact even stalled the fight between the Sandaime and Orochimaru, with the latter being surprised something like that even happened to Shikaku. What could have done that to a Biju? Certainly not Jiraiya after summoning Gamabunta, thought the Sandaime and Orochimaru at the same time, while Mei was wondering just how her secret and future stud muffin of a leaf shinobi had done that to Shikaku. They both got their answer when a roar from above them overshadowed practically the entire stadium, as Naruto in his giant ape form descended upon the downed Biju, and literally put his foot through the raccoon's stomach. The move sent sand everywhere. Gaara himself had been forcefully awakened during the entire thing, and could no longer maintain control over his chosen element. The boy had been sent flying into a stadium wall, the sand on it the only thing cushioning his impact, and saving him from serious harm given his already drained condition when awakening Shikaku. As for Naruto, he stared down at the downed Suna Jinchuriki, anger at the red-haired boy for being so weak when it came to his demon, and letting the raccoon fight his battles for him. He was a disgrace, letting such a mentally unstable demon run amok in his head, not even bothering to have the seal fixed, and possibly control the Biju's power better without the drawbacks. So this is the might of Sabaku no Gaara. Ha, I thought you said I was going to be your greatest victory. More like defeat. Maybe I should put you out of your misery, said Naruto, seeing Gaara crawling on his stomach to find a way to escape him, and moved to reach for his fellow brother with a burden. No, said Temari, as she moved to block Naruto, and her fan at the reed to defend Gaara from him. So you came back to defend your brother. Not many family members would do that after all the things I'm sure your brother has done so soon in his life. Being unstable and all. Tell me, Sabaku no Temari, just how many of your brother's victims have been at his mercy? How many begged for him to show it and were denied? Why should I consider sparing him the crushing blow he gave others? If positions were in reverse, I doubt he would be so generous in protecting you from harm, and we both know it, said Naruto, narrowing his red eyes at Temari, and saw her turn to see a shocked Gaara look up to see his sister defending him. It's true, Gaara would most likely let me die if I was at your mercy, and he was watching with the chance to save me. I know he's killed people, both foreign and domestic, in our village. Many screamed for mercy, but Gaara didn't show them any, and there are times I know he would have killed me, if not Kankuro, if we so much as sneezed in his direction. But despite all that I can't just leave him alone to die like this, and that it's because I love Gaara. I love my brother and I will defend him to the end, said Temari, as she readied her fan to use wind jutsus with enough strength to cut off the large ape hand outstretched, and ready to grab her. Such strength and resolve. You are indeed a strong woman. Stronger than most at your age. Take your brothers and leave, said Naruto, much to the shock of Temari, Gaara, and Kankuro, currently fighting nearby with his puppets. You're letting us go, just like that, said Temari, seeing Naruto narrow his eyes at her, and it was difficult for the Suna Kunoichi to determine whether he was now scowling or smiling at the two questions. Would you prefer a painful alternative? It can be arranged, said Naruto, as he was not going to have his gesture of mercy be scrutinized and questioned by this woman, no matter how impressed he was with her. No, I'm sorry, we'll leave, said Temari, as she picked up Gaara, and began to flee with Kankuro right behind her to protect their rear. Good, now to deal with some unfinished business with the Hokage, said Naruto, as he turned to see the purple-colored prison the 3 cage-level shinobi were in, and saw the ANBU outside of it arming themselves to fight him. Back, stay back, demon, said the ANBU captain of the group, as he threw wave after wave of shuriken, and kunai at his body, though it didn't do much good. Even now you scorn me. Fools, I don't have time to deal with such stupidity, said Naruto, as he backhanded them away, and off the rooftop before turning his attention back to the prison his intended target was locked away in. What are you? Said the sound shinobi with 4 arms. Who the fuck cares? He can't hurt us. This jutsu can take anything he throws at us. Even his big ass arms can't do shit, said the girl of the group with red hair. Can't I? I'll take that bet, said Naruto, letting out a chuckle that no one in front of him liked with the exception of Mei, who swooned slightly, and found his voice to be sexy in a strange, I like deep voices, sort of way in this state. Before anyone could say or do anything, Naruto brought his hairy right hand up. It was open-palmed, right above the ceiling of the prison, while the bulk of the hand was over Orochimaru's current position, and made many of the people in the prison very nervous. It also practically blocked out the sun around the people in the jutsu that Orochimaru had his bodyguards trained to perform, and brought the hand down on top of it. The prison had smashed to pieces, 2 of the bodyguards' Saken, including his brother tied to the same body, and Jirobo had become blood while Orochimaru barely got away in time. Naruto, stop this now, said the Sandaime, as he saw the hand remove itself from the tiled roof, and saw the gooey aftermath. And why should I? I just saved your old senile butt and most likely a good chunk of Konoha too after taking down that 3-headed snake while fighting off a psychotic Biju. After all I've just done, you expect me to just heel like some kinda dog on a leash, and obey your every command? I've listened to you long enough. Putting up with your lies, deceit, thinking you can control me for what I hold, and just do your bidding like a well-trained attack dog. Be honest and just admit you hate me, old man. Admit you hate me for the loss of your wife when the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. Admit it, said Naruto angrily at the Sandaime Hokage, who scowled at him, and it was clear the Saiyan in great ape form had struck a nerve with the old cage. All right, I admit it, I hate you. I look at you and see my dead wife. Sunad wasn't able to make it to your mother before the pregnancy, and time was of the essence. My wife had decided to step in and take over for Sunad until she arrived to give her a checkup after the pregnancy was over to prevent any complications. Then that night, the Kyuubi breaks free, my wife is dead, and you are all that remains from it when the nightmare ends. I see you and I see my dead wife. So yes, Naruto, I do hate you, and I'm no longer ashamed in admitting that, said the Sandaime Hokage, while Orochimaru looked at the 2 different beings staring at each other and decided now would be the time to make a strategic retreat from this battle. Why bother getting his hands dirty when someone else was going to do it for him? However, before he could even signal his remaining 2 subordinates to follow, one was cut down by Ao, and the other one, Tayuya, had been knocked out by the Mizukage. The first female cage turned her attention to Orochimaru, as she knew a future threat to Mist when she saw one, and knew this man was her enemy no matter what. Plus the Sannin death by her hands might get her in good graces with her future husband, and the 2 could build relationship over the man's rotting corpse. Mei had to fight back the romantic and slightly disturbing fantasies that played out in her head over how that would happen so she could actually kill the snake bastard. However, Orochimaru was already on the move, and she motioned her subordinate Ao join her in the pursuit before the Sannin got away. You senile hypocrite, you told me to tolerate those fools and that it was best to ignore their misguided hatred of me for holding Kyuubi. And yet here you are hating me for that very same reason. You are not worthy to carry the mantle of Hokage. Your will of fire is practically snuffed out, said Naruto, with the Sandaime Hokage glaring at him, and to both of their surprise the Monkey King broke free from the latter's hand before turning into his monkey-like form. I agree, you have disappointed me for the last time, Hiruzen. At one point, you were indeed a great man, worthy of being Hokage, and being my summoner in battle. But now that time is over and you are not the man I respected many years ago under the eyes of the 2 previous Hokages before your own reign as Fire Shadow, said Enma, as he leaped away from the Sandaime, and the old cage had a look of betrayal written all over his face. What? Said Hiruzen in surprise to this sudden move. This is a long time coming, Hiruzen. First, you let Orochimaru escape you when your body is still young enough to do the job, losing several ANBU in the process, and then you cause this boy pain out of spite. Needless spite, since we both know the child was not capable of murdering your wife and did not deserve the pain you allowed to be inflicted on him, said Enma, while the Hokage just scowled at the Monkey King. And you're going to leave me to face his judgment, said Hiruzen while pointing at the giant ape in front of him. It's no less than what you deserve, Hiruzen. You are hereby removed from the monkey summoning contract, and your name will be forever marked down as a disgrace of a summoner. The boy you scorned, however, I think he will be a nice addition to have in being our summoner, and I will speak to him soon in the near future about such an offer, said Enma before disappearing from sight back to the summoning realm to tell his kin. I don't believe this, said Hiruzen before he was grabbed suddenly by Naruto, and was forced to look the great ape in the eyes. Believe it, old man. You betrayed my family. You betrayed the principles the village was founded on. You betrayed yourself. You betrayed me, said Naruto, seeing the old Kage staring defiantly at him. And I would do it all again just to get back at the Kyuubi, said Hiruzen, while Naruto just laughed at him. You really are a fool. Kyuubi didn't kill your wife. Uchiha Madara did, said Naruto, his voice echoing throughout the stadium for everyone to hear. You're mistaken, Naruto. Madara is dead. He has been for years since his fight with the Shodime Hokage, said Hiruzen, while Naruto growled at him. Kyuubi says otherwise. She showed me her memories of the year leading up to that night. How Madara somehow learned of the location where my mother was giving birth, killed the ANBU, and your wife before holding me hostage long enough to get my father away before moving to free Kyuubi. Madara used his Sharingan eyes to bring her under his control and attack Konoha to weaken the village if not destroy it, said Naruto, while his words echoed throughout the entire stadium, as clients, daimyos, civilians, and shinobi heard him. Then she's a liar. You can't trust what the demon says to you, Naruto, said Hiruzen, who winced in pain at being squeezed harder, and the growl from Naruto increased. I trust her a whole lot more than you. At least Kyuubi tried to help me when given the chance. You would sooner stab me in the back out of senseless desire to avenge your late wife and the being you hate for it, even if the fox wasn't the one responsible. Not that it matters to you, does it? No, I can see deep within you, old man. Even now, you hate the Kyuubi, blaming her for your wife's death regardless of the truth, and me as well to a lesser extent for holding the fox, said Naruto, while Hiruzen glared up at him. The only reason I tolerated your existence was the simple fact Konoha needed a weapon to fend off the other villagers and their Jinchuriki. If that weren't the case, I would have killed you that night, and the fox the Yondaime sealed inside your body, said Hiruzen, while thinking with his last remaining minutes in life he could poison the minds of the younger generation into hating Naruto. You mean my father? Don't be so surprised, old man. Kyuubi's memory of the whole year before breaking free while sealed inside my mother was very insightful when it came to learning about my old man being the Yondaime Hokage himself. Jiraiya has personally confirmed it when I asked, and we both know he has no reason to lie to me. He is my godfather after all, said Naruto, letting out a laugh that made the old Kage angrier. Damn you, boy. Damn you and all the demon spawn you sire. I hope you never have any real happiness for as long as you live, said Hiruzen angrily before being crushed further in Naruto's grip. And I hope you burn in hell with the rest of the traitors of my family after they face my judgment. Die, said Naruto, as he crushed the Sandime Hokage in his hand, the old man's blood slowly leaking through his fingertips, and just dropped the body onto the ground for everyone to see before letting out a roar that scared whatever enemy invaders remained the hell out of the village. Naruto needs to be stopped, said Kakashi, as he was about to use his Sharingan eye on Naruto, and one of the hidden secrets he learned. Don't, Kakashi, said Jiraiya, as he appeared by the Junin, and put a firm hand on the man's shoulder. What, Jiraiya-sama, we have to stop Naruto from doing any more damage, and restrain him for trial, said Kakashi, while Jiraiya frowned at him. For what? Killing Sarutobi-sensei. The Sandime has done treasonous things, which he admitted to doing in betraying the Yondaime out of spite over the loss of his wife, and made Minato's son suffer because of it. Grow up, Kakashi, said Jiraiya, seeing the Junin scowl slightly and saw a banged-up Uchiha arriving while glaring at the giant ape form Naruto was still in. Sasuke, what happened to you? Said Kakashi, seeing where the boy was glaring. That loser stopped me from trying to kill the Suna siblings before Gaara could change into that thing, said Sasuke before spitting up some blood that had accumulated in his mouth. He did this to you, said Kakashi, while Sasuke nodded. Yeah, put me through quite a number of trees, said Sasuke, while the Junin scowled at the giant ape form of Naruto. Drop it, Sasuke. You left without orders after them. Naruto got his from Genma and did what was ordered of him. No doubt he put you down because you were about to get yourself killed against 3 high-level threats, said Jiraiya, which earned him a scowl from Sasuke, and knew the Uchiha didn't want that fact made public. I still want him arrested for assaulting me, demanded Sasuke, though it was clear the Sannin wasn't going to listen. And I'll have you arrested for going off on your own during a battle. Many would call that an act of treason, said Jiraiya, knowing the laws of the village and with how the truth behind the Kyuubi's attack was an Uchiha had started it. The support the Uchiha had in the Leaf would soon be out the window. Sometime later, things in Konoha had finally calmed down. The sound shinobi that were Orochimaru's forces had either been killed or captured, with a large amount of Suna's forces sharing the same situation. About a week later, Sabaku no Kankuro came to speak Jiraiya, who was acting as interim Hokage by the fire daimyo, and negotiated for their release from the leaf, and explained why Suna joined with Orochimaru. How the wind daimyo had been draining them dry financially and were turning them into a shadow of their former self. That Orochimaru came to them, whispering honey into the ear of the Kazekage, and how the attack would show everyone that Suna was still one of the 5 great shinobi villages, while the wind daimyo would realize the error of his ways. Jiraiya understood the kid's position, as he had told the Sandaime time and time again to tell the wind daimyo to hire Suna shinobi only, since it would strain relationships with allies in the future. The Sandaime had ignored him though, possibly in the belief that the stronger the leaf became, their slowly weakening allies would just come to accept it, and support them in being the first line of defense in the event of a war. Basically, the weak shielded the strong from harm, and the strong got even stronger after defeating a weakened enemy. What the Sandaime had failed to realize was that the weak ally could possibly side with the enemy out of spite like Suna did here, and prefer to go down in a blaze of glory should they lose, while gaining a lot more should they win. So after much deliberation, the man agreed to let the Suna shinobi they captured go. The 2 villages would be allies again under much more agreeable conditions, and things would work from there. In an unrelated, but still good piece of news, Orochimaru and Kabuto had been slain by the Mizukage along with her bodyguard Ao. While the woman had burned the 2 bodies beyond almost all recognition, the Mizukage wanted to take nothing to chance, and made sure they were extra crispy. Fortunately, a Hyuga had been able to study the corpses by the Mizukage, with Jiraiya informing the clan member of what to look for to help identify the dead Sannin as Orochimaru, and found it in the summoning tattoo for snakes on his arm. The design, while damaged, was definitely the one Jiraiya's teammate had always used, since Orochimaru always showed off in front of the Toad Sannin when they were younger, and to piss the man off in front of Tsunade, knowing it would involve their female teammate punching the super pervert through a wall or 2. The result of Orochimaru's death had also freed his victims and subordinates of the curse seal he gave them. The name of such individuals were Tayuya, Sasuke, and even Anko, with the woman giving the redhead a big fat kiss with tongue attached. While Mei would have preferred a kiss from Naruto for her actions, Anko made sure she didn't dislike it, and the Mizukage wondered deep within herself if she was secretly bisexual. Not that it mattered, since Mei saw Naruto was a bit intrigued by that move Anko pulled, and the red-haired woman could only blush a bit in embarrassment before sending a death glare to Ao to keep his mouth shut about this until the day he died. As for Naruto himself, he had faced a bit of questioning from the fire daimyo with the councils, clan heads, and Jiraiya in the room, though the latter of them all was there to give him moral support. Everyone was intrigued by his ability to transform into a giant ape, which some claimed was through Kyuubi, and demanding this power be sealed away unless he pledged eternal loyalty to them. To put seals on his body that would prevent the boy from ever turning on him, and basically mark Naruto a slave in all but name. Others thought of it as a new bloodline that had surfaced, which called for Naruto be used as a stud to sire an army of children, and thus basically use them to make the leaf invincible. Others wanted to know about the power in a more civilized way, as they asked about how this change came to be, and Naruto had told them everything, since there was no point in hiding it. How being known as a Saiyan warrior from another dimension, who was near death, had fallen into their own when the Yondaime summoned the Shinigami, and landed on the Kyuubi before being sealed into his gut. How the 2 had made alterations to him so he would have Saiyan blood in him, and basically merge the spirit of that Saiyan with him after Orochimaru hit him with the 5 elemental seal. That the tail he had was the mark of being a Saiyan, which could grow back if ever removed, and that the giant ape transformation they saw required the tail along with the moon. Or an artificial moon made of energy that he had created should such a transformation be needed during the day. He should be restrained. A dead man's seal should be put on him to ensure his loyalty to the leaf. The boy is too powerful for his own good, said Homura, seeing many agree with him, but the fire daimyo did not, and it showed on the man's face. Young Namikaze has proven his loyalty to the leaf despite everything that it has thrown at him, and given how certain things were kept from the boy. I'm quite surprised he didn't do something sooner with the power he has at his disposal, said the fire daimyo while seeing the boy watching the various individuals in the room debating about him after the Toad Sannin had explained things about Naruto's to the feudal lord of Fire Country. Much to the council's protest, since they claimed it was a village secret, but Jiraiya just ignored them since he knew perfectly well that it was the worst kept secret, and that the Sandaime Hokage was to blame. The feudal lord had listened to Jiraiya explain how the boy was the son of the Yondaime, how the Yondaime Hokage gave his life to save the village by sealing the Kyuubi into his own son after the fox got out, apparently due to one Uchiha Madara, and was controlled by the man's Sharingan eyes. Though how Madara even learned of the location of the sealing was still a mystery, since very few knew where Kushina was going to give birth in secret in order to keep the Kyuubi at bay. The whole implication of what the Sannin said had set into the room like a heavy that someone or perhaps more than one person had betrayed the Yondaime Hokage to Madara. Jiraiya had told the Fire Daimyo he knew of the people that knew, but didn't betray Minato, but the others had to have their loyalties questioned, and for good reason since Jiraiya's student had plans to change Konoha's government to evolve with the times though he died before such plans could be initiated. What better way to stop it than see he was dead at the hands of his enemies when even the Yondaime Hokage himself least expected it. The boy is not a person. He is property. Property of Konoha. A thing. All the Biju are our property since they were once all in the possession of the leaf during the days of the Shodime Hokage. Since Suna is so intent on being our allies again, I say we have the one-tailed Biju extracted from the Kazekage's youngest son, and put in a leaf shinobi with the capability of keeping the demon from running amok, said Danzo while he was looking at Naruto and sensed the young Saiyan disliked him a great deal. No, I understand why Suna did what they did. I've already instructed the Wind Daimyo to send his missions to Suna and not to us anymore. As for young Naruto here, the boy is not a threat to anyone unless provoked, and will be left to his own devices, said the Fire Daimyo with the boy smirking at the sight of many people in the room being angry by the news. Besides, I have to take Naruto with me to find Tsunade, and bring her back to the village to be the next Hokage, said Jiraiya with many getting even more furious. What, that woman is a drunk. A gambler. Tsunade will ruin the leaf the moment she step into it and I won't stand for such a person being the Hokage, said a civilian council not wanting the Senju back in the village since he had helped block her desire to set up the medical program where one of the shinobi on a team had a medic to keep fatalities down. Why should he pay extra taxes for them? Sure they protected the village in times of war, but they got paid for it anyway, and it's not like they weren't replaceable. The weak were killed and the strong survived to collect their paychecks from the money civilians like him poured into the village. She's a Senju, the last one I might add. It's technically her birthright. Plus, I think with her help, the hospital staff could get a good kick in the ass since they seem to be slacking in their duties, and need to be reminded of the Hippocratic oath they took that states they will to do no wrong, said Jiraiya with a heavy glare at the man, who sneered at him, and clearly felt money in his pocket then being spent on the shinobi that would one day save his life. If you're referring to him, the doctors and nurses are excused from such a thing since the boy is a demon. Demons don't deserve to be put in the same category as us superior and far more intelligent humans, said the civilian councilman while Naruto just smirked at him. Then how come I've got the power to turn the village into a crater and you don't? Said Naruto seeing the man sputtering and seething in rage. Filthy abomination. I demand this creature be arrested for threatening the village, said the civilian councilman with Naruto just smirking further. What threat? I just stated a harmless question. Did I make a threat, Jiraiya? Said Naruto with the Sannin grinning at him. No, I didn't hear a threat. Just a simple and harmless question, said Jiraiya while loving how the civilian councilman was unable to punish Naruto. We're getting off track. In terms of a permanent fifth Hokage, I nominate Danzo for the position, and put him into office immediately, said Homura seeing many nod with the Warhawk smirking knowing in his own mind that he was far more suitable to be Hokage than Tsunade ever was. Are you serious? The man is old. Look at him. He's old. Around the Sandaime's age in fact. He walks with a cane, said Naruto seeing Danzo scowl in his direction. I have experience, boy. I was the Sandaime's rival for the position, said Danzo while the Shinobi Council nodded in agreement. Yeah, back when you were both young and didn't need a possible hip replacement, said Naruto with the old Warhawk gripping his cane tighter. Not to mention Danzo's ethics have always been put into question even since the days when the second Hokage was in charge. It was one of the reasons why Sarutobi-sensei was chosen over him years ago, said Jiraiya to see Danzo glaring at him with his one eye. That does make sense to me. Age does have a considerable factor with this position in ruling over the village. Can you guarantee Senju Tsunade will return to Konoha to be the fifth Hokage? Said the Fire Daimyo seeing Jiraiya think about it for a moment before he looked at Naruto. With Naruto helping me find her? Absolutely, said Jiraiya while the councils, Danzo, and Hayashi scowling at this information. Then you may go find her, said Fire Daimyo knowing the village could run itself for a short time. Of course Daimyo-sama, I'd also like to recruit one other person for this mission. Her name is Hyuga Hinata. She's in need of medical treatment too from a past injury and Tsunade's the best medic nin around, said Jiraiya while Hayashi narrowed his eyes at him. A Hyuga would be a good candidate for such a mission given their eyes can see things most cannot, said the Fire Daimyo while tapping his finger on his chin. She's also a main family member. If Kumo gets wind of a Hyuga without a seal on her, they will send a platoon of their shinobi after my daughter, said Hayashi while glaring at Jiraiya for bringing his daughter up. Which is why Naruto should be with me when we're out there. My reputation alone in the shinobi world will make Kumo think twice before going after Hinata, but when the world finds about how Naruto was able to take down so many high-level enemies, they won't even consider going after Hinata, and after Tsunade gets back, do I really need to be any more specific? Said Jiraiya, seeing Hayashi wanting to tear out his heart. I agree. Plus, the girl is in need of medical attention like you mentioned, and will allow this Hyuga to return back into the fold sooner, said the Fire Daimyo before he ended the meeting. That went well, said Jiraiya while walking his Saiyan for a godson. Yes, though that part about adding Hinata to our group was an interesting twist, said Naruto, seeing Jiraiya smirk. Considering how her father wants to put the poor girl in the branch family, I figured that this would keep that from happening, and have Tsunade give her a good once-over to heal anything those doctors at the hospital missed. They're slipping and getting lazy after all, said Jiraiya, as he knew the doctors along with the nurses there could have fixed things easily while under Tsunade's command when she was in the village, and now, they just plain sucked. You can thank the Sandaime for that. After Kyuubi's attack, doctors and nurses felt they were immune to harsh treatment if they ignored their duties due to being considered high in value, said Naruto with Jiraiya shaking his head. Well, that's going to change once we get Tsunade back here, said Jiraiya with Naruto nodding. Agreed. Will she put up a fight? Said Naruto, knowing that was always a possibility. Yeah, she's got no love for the village after losing all her loved ones. You were her last anchor because she is an Uzumaki on her grandmother's side. Though even after learning you're alive, I don't think convincing her to come back will be easy, and if she's in a bad mood, there will be a fight, said Jiraiya with Naruto smirking now. Good, I need a fight with a strong opponent, said Naruto while Jiraiya stopped in his tracks and saw the blonde keep on walking. Is he serious in fighting Tsunade? What am I thinking? Of course he's serious. Must be that Saiyan blood of his getting hungry again for battle. Not surprising. All is done since the invasion ended was train with Guy, work out, or keep an eye on that Tayuya girl. He snuck back the Namika's estates before anyone could get a hold of her. Even without the curse seal on girl's neck, she's still a foul mouth, spunky red head, and not afraid to kick people between the legs. I still think I have a bruise on my left testicle from where she hit me, thought Jiraiya after being on watch while the girl was out, and the instant she woke up, well, her first instinct kicked in for defeating him quickly before running away. Only to ram right into Naruto with Kin right behind him before the redhead crawled back in fear of the blonde Saiyan since she knew what he could do. Before Naruto could even talk to Tayuya, she was begging for mercy, cursing all the while though more at herself, and one thing led to another with her choice of words, swearing notwithstanding, the girl somehow joining Kin in being the Saiyan's second maid. Of course, by the time Naruto had told her that she would be staying at his home, her new position notwithstanding, Tayuya had the look of a gaping fish, and Jiraiya was laughing his ass off. Before Tayuya lost her temper, kicking the Sannin right in the nuts, repeatedly mind you, and swearing in the most profound ways imaginable. Still, the position of being Naruto's new maid aside, Tayuya was happy to have her only friend from Sound beside her in all of this. Of course, Naruto reminded them that their stay in Konoha must remain a secret from the majority of the village until Tsunade could come back and take control as the Godime Hokage. Fortunately, the blonde Saiyan had enough food and supplies in the house to last the two girls for quite some time. Not to mention Mito Guy also knew of the situation and promised to check in on the two girls discreetly every so often with some supplies they may need. Anko also agreed to help her with the more feminine things they may need, which made the two girls blush while they glared at the special Junin for mentioning it, and saw her being elbowed by Kurenai while the Junin sensei of Genin Team 8 assured them both that they would be discreet in keeping such items from being seen. You ready to go, Hinata-chan, said Naruto while Hinata nodded, fighting the blush that was on her face, and be strong enough not to seem weak when around him. Ready, said Hinata, as she saw Naruto pick her up gently by the waist, ignoring the silent glare from Kurenai, plus a message to him in them to keep his hands away from the special areas of Hinata's body, and Anko grinning at seeing the obvious attraction the Hyuga had. Poor girl, I'll have to work with her on confidence when they get back, thought Anko, knowing a week in taking a class at the School of Matarashi Anko would really help and bring out the fire that the special Junin knew was there. Wait, no flying, no fly-ironing, said Jiraiya before Naruto grabbed him by his long hair and took to the sky. Should we feel sorry for Jiraiya-san? Said Kurenai, seeing him fly away. He writes smut and peeps on women. Would you? Said Anko, seeing Kurenai frown. On second thought, I hope his hair gets ripped out, said Kurenai before walking off with Anko just grinning at where Naruto was headed. Make Naruto's apartment number 4. Tsume couldn't believe it. Our daughter was pregnant, with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki no less. Granted, the boy was strong, had a sense of loyalty, and from the way Hana's eyes glazed over after asking how such a thing happened was well endowed for his age. Still, it was her duty, as the Inuzuka clan head, to set things straight with the father of the child Hana would one day bring into the world, and find out if Naruto was going to be involved in the life of his offspring. Knocking on his door, Tsume saw Naruto was in training pants, but he was shirtless, and from the looks of the room behind him along with the sweat off his body had been doing some training. At the same time, the Inuzuka clan head felt a blush rushing to her face, and the scent coming off of him was making certain areas within herself stir back to life that she had thought to be long since dead after giving birth to 2 children. Can I help you with something, Tsume-san? Said Naruto, seeing Tsume trying to focus herself on trying to speak and not just look at his chest. Yes, Hana, said Tsume, as she focused on getting the Saiyan scent out of her mind, and trying to remember why she was here. Hana, what about her? Said Naruto curiously before Tsume shook her head almost violently to think straight. I came to talk to you about Hana. She's pregnant and you are the father, said Tsume while giving him her best glare at woman and mother could give in the situation. Really, that's good news, right? Said Naruto, seeing Tsume's glare lessen slightly. It is, provided you intend to be a man and marry my daughter, said Tsume, seeing the Saiyan smirk. Of course, though she will have to marry into my family. Not yours, said Naruto, as Tsume looked shocked, and then angry since it was custom for someone not of a clan to marry into a clan. Not the other way around. What, why? Said Tsume with Naruto beckoning her inside his secret home. Come inside and we can talk about this, said Naruto, seeing Tsume narrow her eyes at him and reluctantly entered. Since the last time a woman, her daughter, in here, well, the woman ended up pregnant. Okay, but I expect a very good reason for your way of thinking, Gaki, said Tsume before entering the apartment with Naruto shutting the door and locking it. Hours later, Tsume stumbled out the door of Naruto's apartment, clothing so loose you would think it was several sizes too big, and had a line of drool running down the side of her mouth. The woman didn't even know how it came to what just happened, as she was talking with Naruto one moment, and the next, she was getting pounded from behind by the Gaki. It was nothing she had ever felt before, or at least a very long time since getting laid after bringing 2 kids into the world with the male sire running off in fear of her for some reason. Not that she blamed him, since her hormonal imbalance after giving birth to Kiba had made the Inuzuka clan head very violent, from what all the nurse and doctors still remember to this day. As she got to her home, Tsume's mind wandered to how this could affect Hana once she learned the father of her children had just screwed her mother too, and then there was also Kiba to consider once learning of such news. Her youngest was quite the hothead, which wasn't always a good trait, and got him in trouble on more than one occasion. Mum, what happened to you? You look like Hana did when she spoke to Naruto, said Kiba, as he heard his mum coming home, and the scent of the Saiyan was all over her. Among other things. Go to your room, said Tsume simply, as she went to her own, and fell on the bed to let merciful sleep take her while ignoring the lack of a certain something along the hip area of her sagging pants. This couldn't get any more complicated. With Naruto. Here you go, right next to Hana's own, said Naruto, as he placed Tsume's panties next to Hana's, and grinned a perverted grin knowing he had conquered another strong woman that few could match. Let me out, Naruto-sama. Please, I need to get laid and right the fuck now, yelled Kyuubi, as she was getting so horny it was making her go insane, and the line for crossing over to it was getting closer to being crossed. Hey, keep yelling at me and I'll have an orgy with those women without you being invited, yelled Naruto inside his head. I'll be good, said Kyuubi submissively in a hushed whisper. Damn right, this is my mind, this is my house. When I roar I'm feared because I'm the baddest man on the planet, thought Naruto, as he wasn't going to let any woman try to tell him what to do. No matter how angry, horny, or demonic they were. Sometime later. What? Yelled Hana and Kiba at the same time while Tsume had anime tears running down her face while holding an item in her hands. A pregnancy test. A pregnancy test that had shown positive results when used. I'm pregnant, said Tsume, as she couldn't believe it either, and wondered just how potent Naruto's seed really was. P pregnant, B but I'm pregnant too. What do we do? Said Hana while she couldn't believe this was happening. Thump. Kiba had fainted, that was what he was doing. I don't know, I still can't believe I'm pregnant, said Sume, as she had honestly thought the notion of being a mother again had long since passed, and just watch her children grow. Granted, Sume wasn't old by any means where such an act was considered to be in the realm of being impossible, but still did the Saiyan Gaki have highly potent sperm that she would get pregnant, and be a mother along with being a future grandmother. Why couldn't anyone else be their situation? With Anko and Kurenai. Is yours reading what mine is reading, Anko? Said Kurenai, holding up her pregnancy test while Anko did the same while looking at hers. Depends. Does yours say you got fucked and cummed into so many times that you're now pregnant with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's child? Said Anko, showing Kurenai that her pregnancy test was positive. Yeah, pretty much, said Kurenai while wondering if this ground-shattering news was a bad thing or, well, it certainly wasn't going to be considered a good thing. Well, let's look on the bright side of this situation, said Anko cheerfully while laughing nervously. What bright side? Said Kurenai, seeing Anko's face now covered in anime tears. Good question. I thought you would have one and tell me, said Anko while the Junin in front of her just sweat dropped. What am I going to tell Hinata? Thought Kurenai, knowing the girl would be devastated. At the hospital with Hinata. Are you sure you want to do this, Hinata-sama? Said Neji while seeing his cousin sign the agreement that the girl herself had prepared. Yes. In return for resigning from my position in being a main family member of the Hyuga clan, I will be allowed to marry Naruto-kun, and give him many children, said Hinata. Did not care if Naruto had children with other women since he was starting a clan and therefore would need to do that. Besides, the Hyuga girl knew with his stamina, the blonde Saiyan had more than enough to go around, and no one woman could handle him in bed. And knowing Hinata, she will give him an army, and they will be deadly, thought Neji while Hinata had a dreamy look on her face. If there was one thing Hinata inherited from her mother was the determination to get the man she wanted. While the choice in future husbands on the mother's part had been, well, let's face it, bad, the daughter had chosen from much better stock, and knew Naruto was the right man for her. Now leave me alone. I must plan for my wedding with Naruto-kun, said Hinata before she reached under the hospital bed to magically produce a large pile of different wedding items used for such a planning. When did you acquire that and how have you hidden it from me? Said Neji, as he was completely stunned by this, and flinched when Hinata glared at him. I said leave now, yelled Hinata before she took the nearest bridal magazine to upon smacking him right out of the room, went through 3 walls, ended up in an empty room, bounced off some equipment, hit the ceiling, and then fell on the bed. Ow, thought Neji simply before unconsciousness claimed him. Chapter 5, Slugging It Out. Naruto landed gracefully on the ground outside of the last known city where Jiraiya's spy network had told the spy master where the Sannin was located, and the Saiyan looked around the city while trying to sense the woman somewhere hidden within it. Letting go of Jiraiya's hair, which in turn freed Jiraiya from his grip, Naruto let Hinata free, and saw the shy girl still blushing from such close contact with him. Still, she wasn't feeling all right due to her injuries, and Naruto had his tail wrapped around Hinata's waist to ensure the Hyuga didn't stumble. As for Jiraiya, well, he was currently making sure all his hair was still there, and with no apparent bald spots. Ladies see bald spots in hair and it freaks them out. Jiraiya didn't know any hair-growing jutsus he could use, and he doubt any such jutsu existed since the Sandaime Hokage never used it on his own scalp. Don't do that, said Jiraiya while pointing a finger at Naruto. What, you wanted to find Tsunade to become the next Hokage and I'm helping you? So what if it cost you a few dozen if not 100 strands of hair? Said Naruto with a smirk, and Hinata just giggled at Jiraiya's seething face. I'll get back at you for that, said Jiraiya while Naruto just smirked. You can try, said Naruto while walking into the city with Hinata right beside him with his tail holding onto her like a lifeline should she fall over. Damn Saiyan, said Jiraiya under his breath before following the two. I can't use my Byakugan due to our close proximity together, Naruto-kun. Your power is very strong, said Hinata while hoping he didn't hate her for not being useful. It's all right, Hinata-chan. You're not here to help find Tsunade. You are here to be treated by her, said Naruto while seeing her blush simply at the girl's face. I still want to help and be useful, said Hinata while finding herself not stuttering in his presence right now. I know, but for this mission, you are simply the patient, and should not strain yourself unless necessary, said Naruto while sensing her hands were playing slightly with his tail and had to fight back the shiver of pleasure she was generating from it. My condition aside, Naruto-kun, do you really think Tsunade-sama will become the new Hokage and lead the village? Said Hinata while Naruto just frowned in thought. I honestly don't know. We won't find out until we meet and ask her to take the position, said Naruto with Hinata nodding in agreement. It won't be easy, you two. Tsunade has lost a lot of love for the village after all her loved ones died. She would have stayed if Sarutobi-sensei hadn't lied to her about you being dead, Naruto. I suspect the old man did it to make sure you weren't raised properly by one of us since we were your appointed godparents by Minato and Kushina in the event of their deaths, said Jiraiya with Naruto growled angrily while feeling he had given the old Kage a merciful death compared to what was deserved. Perched on a roof, two figures watched them with interest, and the taller one grinning a shark-like grin at their target. The shorter man had an unreadable face, his dark eyes were seeing everything around him, and currently focused on the target with the tail. Neither of them understood how their target got a tail, nor did they really care since both believed it was a side effect of holding Kyuubi, and just filed away such information for their leader when they got back. He looks different than what our spies in Konoha told us, Itachi. The Gaki is giving off a lot of power. It's making Samehada hungry, said the taller blue-skinned man. I know, Kisame. I feel his power too. It's different from Kyuubi's chakra though. I don't know what it is, but we will have to handle this carefully, and without hesitation due to Jiraiya of the Sanin's presence, said Itachi while seeing his partner grin hungrily for battle. And the Hyuga, said Kisame seeing Itachi focus on the girl and seeing she was being supported by their target to a degree on account of some injury. We quickly knock her out. She is of no value to us or the organization. Any other kind of involvement with the Hyuga girl would direct Konoha at us, and Pain-sama does not want that. Not yet, said Itachi before they moved quietly to take their target from under Jiraiya of the Sanin's nose. Naruto stopped and turned his head slightly to look behind him and frowned while his senses told him someone was watching them. Naruto himself more precisely. The one with the higher power level was oozing bloodlust, and it was clear the man with the sword had the urge to kill. The other one, surprisingly not so much, if not at all. Naruto-kun, said Hinata while looking where he was glancing and wished she could use her Byakugan to help him. Jiraiya was looking too and frowned. We're being followed, said Naruto while his tail instinctively tightened around Hinata's waist. By who? Said Hinata, as her first thought was Kumo wanting the eyes she possessed, or herself to become a breeding factory. I don't know. They were aiming their intentions at me, said Naruto seeing the girl was a bit nervous at facing a pre-verbal demon from the past in the form of Kumo Shinobi if the village was using this opportunity to grab her. We still have to find Tsunade. For the moment, we'll ignore them, but keep an eye out for anyone suspicious, and hurry in our search for Tsunade before things become even more complicated, said Jiraiya with Naruto frowning, but agreed nonetheless since he had to consider Hinata, and one more Sanin meant better odds of the injured girl not being harmed on this mission. What does she look like? Said Hinata while trying to steer everything away from their mysterious observers. Blonde hair, sharp eyes, jewel on her forehead, and a pair of breasts the size of AAAH. Said Jiraiya, as he dodged the energy blast Naruto sent him, and it almost took a sizable chunk of his hair off. Keep your perverted thoughts to yourself. Besides, I can sense her power, and it's in this direction, said Naruto while Jiraiya grumbled before seeing them head to what many would consider the party district of the city. Tsunade loves to drink and gamble. She sucked poorly regarding the latter, hence her title as the legendary sucker, said Jiraiya with Naruto scowling slightly at hearing such vices. Drinking he didn't mind, but the gambling, then losing, and not having the sense to stop when you're behind. Unacceptable. If she loves to drink like you say, Godfather, then Tsunade is in one of these bars, and enjoying herself, said Naruto while trying to pinpoint the woman they were searching for in the city. Chances are she blew her money at a casino earlier and is now drowning her sorrows at the loss of so much currency, said Jiraiya with Naruto scowling slightly. She doesn't know the meaning of the word sorrow, said Naruto before sending out a harmless pulse of his power forward and felt the wave of energy clash with the people in front of him. The weaker people would shiver, a sense of something ominous, or even foreboding was in the area to make them move along faster than usual. A stronger person like Tsunade would let out a defensive pulse on instinct, her awareness would be awakened to the fact someone powerful was in the area, and unknowingly lead him to her. It was like sonar bats used, but with energy, and something Naruto thought of while looking at the busy street in front of him with bars on either end. Sure enough, Naruto felt a powerful pulse of chakra from a bar not that far away from them, and surprisingly another one manifesting seconds after the first. Following the source of the two pulses to a bar where Naruto saw a blonde-haired woman drinking sake with another woman with dark hair holding a very pampered pig. Both women were tense, or with the younger woman looking concerned since she didn't know what that was they just felt. Tsunade, said Jiraiya, calling out to he blonde while moving ahead of both Naruto and Hinata to greet his old teammate. Jiraiya, what the hell are you doing here? Said Tsunade, seeing her old teammate walk in with his smile that could scare a million women to the other side of the world at her. What, I can't walk into a bar, looking for a drink, and be surprised to see an old friend? Said Jiraiya with Tsunade frowning at him. Not when I know your spy network can easily track me down, said Tsunade with a man laughing like he had just been caught. True, still, it is good to see you again, Tsunade, said Jiraiya, though his grin lessened. Why are you here? Said Tsunade while seeing him becoming completely serious now. You need to come back to the village, Tsunade. You need to come back, to become the next Hokage, said Jiraiya while Shizune gasped and Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Before she broke out laughing. Ha, are you serious? What makes you think I would even consider the job? The title of Hokage is for fools rushing to their deaths. The only exception is Sarutobi-sensei to the rule, said Tsunade while Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head nervously. Correction, Tsunade. Sarutobi-sensei was the exception to the rule, said Jiraiya with Tsunade's eyes widening at hearing the news and what his tone implied. You mean he is, said Shizune seeing Jiraiya nod. Dead, died during the invasion Orochimaru planned during the Chunin exams, said Jiraiya seeing Tsunade just staring him in the eyes while looking for something. Who killed him? You could have easily said it was Orochimaru, but you didn't, and that means someone else did the deed. Who? Said Tsunade while seeing two kids behind Jiraiya walk up to their table. It was me, said Naruto having heard their entire conversation. You, a mere child, said Tsunade in disbelief while Naruto merely smirked. Is it that so surprising for someone like me to kill that old fossil? Said Naruto while Tsunade narrowed her eyes dangerously at him. Watch what you say about my sensei brat, said Tsunade while Naruto just smirked. Why, the old man tried to manipulate me all my life to be his little weapon and be the Leaf's punching bag. He even lied to you about your godson being dead, said Naruto with Tsunade's eyes widening. What did you just say? Said Tsunade to Naruto while just noticing the girl beside him was a shy Hyuga. You heard me, tell her, Jiraiya, tell her what you told me when walking into the city about how the old man basically screwed us both over to ensure one of us would be made the village pawn and punching bag, said Naruto with the toad Sannin letting out a sigh. It's true, Tsunade, Sarutobi-sensei lied to keep us from raising our godson, said Jiraiya while Tsunade looked like she was ready to have a heart attack. So my godson is alive. What does he look like? Said Tsunade seeing Jiraiya smirk at her. See for yourself. He's standing right here, said Jiraiya pointing to Naruto with Tsunade and Shizune looking at him with jaws dropped. That's my godson, said Tsunade seeing the Saiyan blonde in all his greatness with his arms crossed. Oh, like you're some kinda great thing yourself when it comes to godmother material, said Naruto seeing the Sannin growl at him. Watch it, brat, I may be slightly drunk, but I can still kick your ass all the way back to the Leaf, and leave an imprint of my foot to prove it, said Tsunade while Naruto smirked at her. You are so sure of yourself, Tsunade-chan. You would actually hurt your own godson, who you have known for only a few minutes, and that was before knowing I was your godson too. Your body may not look old, but your mind sure has aged, and badly I might add, said Naruto seeing Tsunade looking pissed off. That's it, outside brat, I'm going to beat you up and put my foot up so far up your ass you'll be my living flesh cast for my entire leg. Said Tsunade while Naruto just grinned at her and Jiraiya sighed in defeat knowing this was going to happen with these two. Once outside, which was surprisingly deserted, the two shinobi squared off against the other with an air of confidence in both of them, and each with the strength to smash a building into rubble with a single strike of their fist. Tsunade was still a little drunk, but nothing a little adrenaline from what she surmised would be a simple warm-up against a simple genin, who got the drop on an old man, and needed to be humbled despite what Jiraiya told her about their sensei. You really want to do this? I'm giving you this one chance to back out now before I do something humiliating to you, said Naruto while Kyuubi was whispering to him what he should do to such a woman with no real respect for her grandfather's beliefs. Do it, Naruto-kun. What better way to humble this spoiled child, than to punish her like a spoiled child? Said Kyuubi while she giggled perversely while sensing Naruto agreed with that statement. I guess so. It worked for Nara Yoshino in getting her son to do what she asked when he was being too lazy for his own good, thought Naruto while hearing the fox let out more giggles in the back of his mind. Arrogant brat, I just have to use one finger to beat you, said Tsunade confidently while holding her right hand up with just her index finger point up. Tsunade-sama, you really shouldn't do this, said Shizune worriedly while Naruto just grinned further. I'd listen to the lady if I were you, Tsunade-chan. She's clearly much sharper than you. Much prettier too, said Naruto, knowing that would set the slug Sannin off, and could only smirk seeing Shizune blush at him saying she was pretty. Oh, that's it, said Tsunade, as she slammed her finger into the ground to make a massive crack form while shaking the earth around them, and reminding those that knew her of the strength she possessed. Incredible, even after all these years she hasn't lost her touch, thought Jiraiya while the phantom pains his body felt from past beatings from the woman filled his mind. As for Naruto, he merely elevated himself into the air a few feet off the ground, and just smirked at the now shocked Sannin. Her shock turned to anger when the blonde Saiyan motioned Tsunade to come at him with just the one finger she so boastfully claimed was enough to defeat him. Moving forward, Tsunade decided to forego the use of just one of her fingers, and just pound the gaki with one of her fists instead, while putting the fact he could actually fly in the back of her mind for a later date. Come on, Tsunade-chan, surely you have more skill in fighting than just swinging your fists around like a drunken brawler, said Naruto while moving left and right to easily dodge the woman's fists. Tsunade may have the strength to level a whole mountain, but none of the finesse needed to make contact with someone with the speed needed to dodge, and make her look like a clumsy drunken oaf. Stop dodging and take your beating like a man, said Tsunade while Naruto just dodged one of her strikes and moved further away from the Sannin with that grin never leaving his face. Funny, I could say the same about you. Are those things even real, or did you just have surgery? Said Naruto, making Jiraiya go pale, and helped Hinata take several steps back while he along with Shizune did the same. You are dead, said Tsunade with her line of sight now colored red with rage at this brat making fun of her wonderful breasts. Wonderful breasts she had earned after years of being called flat chest in her younger teenage years, worked to make them the greatest sight a man could ever imagine seeing beyond the clothes she wore, and had made many males fall to their knees because of what they imagined in their perverted minds. Jiraiya was proof of that, and he was the self-proclaimed super pervert. How dare this kid, not even old enough to shave, mock her breasts, and accuse the slug Sannin of having surgery to make them like this. They were all natural, damn it. All natural, they were real and they were spectacular. So that's yes, maybe no, said Naruto while dodging her angry fists of female fury, and knew Tsunade had finally lost it. Any further mocking ended, however, as Hinata had let out a cough, and could no longer hold herself steady due to her current condition. Turning his head slightly to see this, the blonde Uzumaki for a Saiyan ignored the look of triumph on Tsunade's face, and let the woman land her long-desired punch to his face. Not that it did much. Everything shook around them, as the fist made impact with his face, and Naruto blocked it out to look at Hinata while Shizune began to run a diagnostic jutsu on the girl. Seeing his main reason for this trip coughing again brought Naruto's attention back to Tsunade, who was shocked to see the Saiyan was still in the one spot without so much as budging a single inch, and not even showing signs of being in pain. How is this possible? No one could stand a hit like that and not feel it, thought Tsunade, as she saw Naruto look from Hinata to her, and he was clearly no longer in the mood to toy with her anymore. Remove your fist from my cheek. It's being troublesome like your sake-smelling breath, said Naruto while Tsunade's eyes widened and then narrowed in anger. Shut it, brat. You claim to be my godson, but we both know the village would just treat him like a spoiled child, and the fact you killed Sarutobi-sensei makes you nothing more than an ingrate, said Tsunade, as she drew her fist back, and planned to punch Naruto even harder. Only for Naruto catch her hand easily. Ingrate, said Naruto before closing his hand tightly over her fist. Oh no, bad choice of words, Tsunade, said Jiraiya to himself while Shizune looked from Hinata to the Toad Sannin, and then over to the two combatants. If anyone is an ingrate, it's you. If anyone has been treated like a spoiled child, it's you. And if there is anyone that deserves to get punished like a spoiled child, it's you, said Naruto before pulling Tsunade's outstretched arm and kneed the woman in the gut with the leg still supporting her after hitting the Sannin with the blow. Such power, is this what it's like to be hit by one of my punches? Thought Tsunade, as she had always taken a sense of pleasure in being able to punch Jiraiya clear through an entire city and into another country. Now though, she was finding a new line of respect for her fellow Sannin in taking such a hit from one of her own punches. However, Naruto wasn't done with Tsunade yet, as the fox inside of him had basically suggested with a hint of perversion in his voice on what to do, and while the Saiyan was against it at first, the slug Sannin's behavior showed she had more than earned this particular attack. You want to put a boot to my ass with a hard enough imprint for everyone to see, huh? Well, I think I can do something that will top that, said Naruto, as he grinned evilly at Tsunade, even if she couldn't see it, and grabbed top of her pants, before pulling them down. What hell do you think you're doing? Yelled Tsunade, struggling to get free before feeling her panties get yanked down too and increasing her efforts before the Saiyan grabbed her arms with one hand holding them both behind her back. Jiraiya could only look on with a sense of pride in his godson in doing what no one else would dare do to Tsunade. Poor Hinata fainted with a red face while Shizune looked on in horror and getting ready to interfere on behalf of her teacher. Giving what your mother or father clearly didn't have the brass to do when it came to you when growing up, said Naruto before raising his hand and after a dramatic couple of seconds, brought it down right on her exposed rear end. Smack. 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 The sound echoed throughout the abandoned streets of the city, a small mercy granted to Tsunade knowing there were only a handful of witnesses in seeing her utter humiliation in being spanked like a child by a child. To make it even worse, the brat's hits to her butt actually hurt, and not just simple sting hurting either. They hurt like some was using a paddle with dulled spike tips that further enforced pain, but never broke skin, and each hit brought Tsunade closer to tears. Jiraiya was being his usual perverted self by watching with drool overflowing from his mouth and blood from his nose at seeing her humiliation at the hands of Naruto. As for Kyuubi, she was having a giggling fit knowing her suggestions to Naruto not only stuck it to the Senju clan for helping in her imprisonment after the Valley of the End, but helping her vessel in another sense, and no one would know what that was until later on. For with each strike to Tsunade's nicely shaped, in Kyuubi's mind, rear end, the fox was able to let out a small bit of her chakra into the woman, and designed it to travel upward to the seal on the blonde woman's forehead from what Kyuubi knew of the Sannin since her days within Uzumaki Kushina, and with each loud smack was a means to an end to ensure Naruto got something wonderful from this perverted event in the long run. Release Tsunade-sama at once, said Shizune, as what she was witnessing could no be allowed to continue on, and sight of her teacher in the medical arts be humiliated from this could no longer be tolerated. She was stopped by the same blast of power Tsunade and herself felt earlier coming off of Naruto to make them both realize it was not Jiraiya who was responsible for that, but the Saiyan himself. Be silent, unless you wish for me to make a shadow clone and do the same to you right here right now right beside her, said Naruto, making Shizune take a small jump back, her butt clenching slightly in reflex at the image of the blonde Saiyan doing this act to her own rear end, and inadvertently dropped Tonton with the pig charging forward to help her owner. Only to be caught by Naruto tail and thrown back to Shizune without missing a single beat. Slap to Tsunade's ass. Stop, please stop, I can't take it anymore, said Tsunade, as she could no longer tolerate the abuse her butt was taking, and could only hope he would stop. Giving her rear end one last slap, Naruto let the slug Sannin roll off of his knee onto the ground, and walked away from her with Jiraiya running up a nearby lamp post when the Saiyan got near him out of fear of his ass being next. However, Naruto ignored Jiraiya, and Shizune for that matter for Hinata before picking the Hyuga girl up in his arms. Unlike Jiraiya, I could care less if you are Hokage of Konoha, but I do care about the girl here, who needs your medical skills in being treated, and have her injuries sustained by her own cousin be healed. Once you've gotten off the ground, pulled your pants up, and gotten over the shock of this, I expect you to do your job in healing her, said Naruto before he walked away with Hinata in his arms. Damn that brat, I'll get him for this, said Tsunade, as tears ran down her face while it was red with embarrassment, and anger at this humiliating act against her while saving what little pride she had left in herself. How could he even do that? I saw him take one of your punches right to his face, said Shizune while seeing Jiraiya make his way back to the ground. You both really want to know? Join me for a drink. What I have to tell you about the kid is major in itself, said Jiraiya while seeing Tsunade had gotten her pants up and saw the death glare coming his way. Fine, but so help me Jiraiya, if you breathe a single word of what you just witnessed to anyone, I'll castrate you with the rustiest blade in all of the elemental countries, and I'll see to it that region of your body is hypersensitive to ensure the pain is 1,000 times worse, said Tsunade while poking him in the chest with enough force behind it to make sure Jiraiya got the point. I've suddenly had a case of amnesia spanning the last 10 minutes. Did I miss something important? Said Jiraiya while Tsunade kept her eyes on him for a few minutes before entering the bar. In a nearby building, the two figures of Itachi and Kisame saw their chance to go after their target before leaving the two Sannin to talk with Naruto and Hinata. The Saiyan had taken Hinata to a hotel, having stolen Jiraiya's money when he wasn't even looking, and even if he was the blonde would have moved too fast for the Sannin to notice. He put Hinata on the bed and pulled up a chair before sitting in it to watch the girl sleep through her fainting spell after witnessing his unorthodox attack on Senju Tsunade moments ago. Part of him felt guilty in letting her see that, not knowing how she would react to his actions, or if Hinata would report him to her sensei. While many a men would bow to him like a god for his actions, there would be many a women, mostly feminist and dominatrixes, who most likely form a mob, and try to give him an education on the matter of respecting the female gender in their own way. All the Saiyan could do was let out a sigh, feeling his emotions were not stable when it came to his current situation with this girl, or any other girl for that matter in the leaf. The only one that like him in his age group was apparently Hinata, and even then he was hesitant to get close on that level. While everyone knew about QB sealed in his gut by this point, regardless of how they knew it, the fact remained many would avoid him like a plague, and thus be hated further by the fools in the leaf. Not that he cared about friends in the village, since most of the people in it were assholes anyway, but there were some among its people worth respecting, and even defend if such a need came. Still, such thoughts were for another time, and another place outside of this one to think about. What he should be thinking about was this Hyuga girl before him and what she now thought of him after seeing his actions against Tsunade. Naruto-kun, please spank me again. I've been a naughty girl, said Hinata with a smile on her face and letting out a giggle before swooning in her faint-induced sleep. Okay, that answers my question, thought Naruto with a sweat drop coming down his face before hearing someone knocking on the door, and he had to get it. Uzumaki Naruto, said the shorter of the two straw hat wearing figures after the blonde opened the door. I am. What do you want? Said Naruto while sensing the bloodlust from the taller one and knew they weren't from the Book of the Month Club. We are members of the Akatsuki. You are to come with us at once, said Itachi while Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. And why should I go with you? And I want to hurt something over here. I easily sensed his bloodlust when I arrived earlier, said Naruto while pointing at Kisame. Because we are here to help you on behalf of our organization that has your best interest at heart, Naruto-san. The Akatsuki organization wishes to help remove your burden that the late Yondaime Hokage sealed into you, said Itachi, seeing Naruto's face get serious. Maybe I don't want your help. The last guy, who told me what was in my best interest, turned out to be a bastard, and I had to kill the Hokage for his stupidity, said Naruto while Itachi and Kisame were shocked that the rumors were in fact true. So you killed the Sandaime Hokage? Not bad, Gaki, said Kisame with a sense of praise in his voice. I try, but to the question regarding me coming with you, I'll pass. Oh, FYI, good luck with the whole, being openly gay, thing you two, and the rest of the organization you're in have going, said Naruto before he began shutting the door in front of him, but Kisame grabbed it, and moved it open with an angry look on his face. We're not gay, Kisame with his face nearly in Naruto's own while the Saiyan smirked at him. Says two guys in an all-boys club, with no women. You guys must really be sausage lovers, said Naruto, seeing Kisame's race going purple since his face was naturally blue and was going red with rage to cause the facial coloring. There is one woman in the group, said Itachi while Kisame was reaching back to grab his sword. One woman, out of your whole damn group. She must be lesbian then. Shame really, so many guys around her and yet not a single woman for her to be happy with while in your little gay group. That's just sad, said Naruto while Kisame looked even madder and even Itachi had an eyebrow twitching. We're not gay, yelled Kisame while unwrapping a part of his weapon and got ready to bring it down on Naruto. Are you metrosexual? Said Naruto curiously. No, yelled Kisame with Naruto just smirking at him. Then you're gay, said Naruto before finally shutting the door on the two. Oh, that little shit is so dead, said Kisame before kicking down the door, and Itachi just sighed knowing his partner was being provoked on purpose. Though to what end, the Uchiha didn't know, and was beginning to think that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was suicidal. When Kisame entered the room, he saw the window was open, but their target wasn't in the room, and neither was the Hyuga girl with him. Heading to the window, they both saw blonde-haired boy flying off, and carrying the Hyuga girl with him in his arm. The two members of the Akatsuki were baffled by this, despite seeing this more than once, and wondered how this was even possible. Was it a bloodline, a high elemental affinity for wind perhaps? What should we tell Pain-sama? Said Kisame, seeing one of the last Uchiha in the world beside him. We will tell him what we saw and what we know, Kisame. We then will figure out how to answer these questions at a later time. All the boy knows is that our organization is interested in him. Nothing more, said Itachi before they left, and Kisame sneering at the direction Naruto flew off to. You don't think I'm gay, right Itachi? Said Kisame to his partner. Said Itachi while Kisame didn't like that response. And what the hell does that mean? Said Kisame while Itachi refused to answer him with a single word or sentence. Said Itachi while Kisame looked even more pissed off. Itachi, come on, answer my question damn it, said Kisame while still looking upset by his partner's actions. At Tsunade's hotel suite. So that's what happened, said Tsunade, as she was in a chair, sitting on an ice pack, and hearing how Naruto became what he was now. Yeah, Sarutobi-sensei really screwed him over when growing up, and ironically enough it was Orochimaru's interference on the seal that caused the change to occur. The old man quickly feared Naruto's new power, his attitude, and what he would do with it now that secrets were revealed to the blonde Gaki, said Jiraiya while just finished his explanation of just about everything he knew about Naruto's appearance and power to Tsunade. What about the Hyuga girl? He said she was injured, said Shizune, having sit through the entire explanation with Tsunade, and to admit the blonde Saiyan did scare her a bit. Hyuga Hinata, her cousin Neji, who is in the branch family of the clan, nearly killed her during the Chunin exam preliminaries, and the action itself pissed off Naruto to no end. Beat the Hyuga brat within an inch of his life. Reminds me of the beating you gave me when I saw you naked in the hot springs when we were younger, said Jiraiya, seeing the Sannin in front of him looked surprised by how far Naruto was willing to go for that girl. Is this a private party or can anyone join? Said Naruto, as he entered the room via the window, and put the still out of it Hyuga girl on the bed. I hope you weren't getting fresh with her while she's unconscious in your arms, Gaki, said Tsunade with narrowed eyes while Naruto just smirked at her before his face turned serious. Spare me the pointed look. I need you to examine Hinata of her injuries. That's the only reason I'm on this trip, said Naruto before leaning against the wall while his tail moved around him. Nodding, Tsunade along with Shizune began to do an examination of the Hyuga girl on the bed, and with Jiraiya's information on what Neji did to her was able to pinpoint the problem easily. The problem now was the girl needed to be in a hospital where surgery was required to operate and fix the severity of the injury. I can fix this, but I need to do surgery, and the only place with the advanced equipment to do it is in Konoha, said Tsunade while sighing to herself, knowing this was not her day. Great, all the more reason to come back with us to become Hokage, said Jiraiya, but his face of joy became one of fear at the sight of Tsunade glaring at him to shut up, and then Naruto for other reasons. I never said I was going to be Hokage, Jiraiya. If I did come back, it would be to do the surgery, and then I'm gone, said Tsunade while Naruto scoffed at her. And leave your grandfather's legacy in the hands of someone like Danzo. He's already made a move for it in the event you don't do the job. What do you think he's going to do should that old bastard become Hokage? Said Naruto, seeing Tsunade flinch, and knew she had a good idea of what was going to happen. Such a scenario is not my problem, Gaki, said Tsunade while hearing a growl come from Naruto's throat. Your grandfather's village is not your problem. I don't believe this shit. What happened to the feared Senju Tsunade, who could shatter a mountain with a single punch, and make the ground shake with stomp of her foot? What happened to the woman with the power to make her enemies tremble in fear just her angry glare alone? Because from what I've seen here before me, you're not that woman. You are not the Senju Tsunade of legend, Jiraiya would go on and on about while trying to find you. The woman before me is a shadow of that person. You want to leave Konoha after fixing Hinata-chan's injuries? Fine, leave the village to its intended ruin by Danzo's hands when he becomes the new Hokage. But don't come back afterwards, and don't look back either, because it's a view you won't like in the slightest. Besides, you think Danzo is going to let you wander around for long? He's going to send his loyal subordinates after you and your assistant to either put you down or turn you into a mindless drone, said Naruto, hearing Tsunade growl this time at him. Shut your mouth, brat. You don't know anything, said Tsunade with Naruto frowning and walking right up to the woman before he quickly grabbed her by the throat with a pull forward to bring the Sannin down so they were staring at each other face to face. I don't know anything, I know enough. I know Konoha needs you if it's to survive and have a chance of redemption under your rule. If Danzo becomes Hokage, I will see to it that his reign is the shortest one in history by blowing the village up, and burying what is left of my enemies in the crater I leave behind. After I'm done with that, I'm coming after you, and the spanking I gave you earlier today will seem like love taps compared to the beating I'll give to your body for neglecting your birthright, said Naruto while glaring daggers into the slug Sannin. Tsunade's face went pale with fear, as her rear end was still sore from the assault Naruto had launched against it not that long ago, and knew the Saiyan would make good on his threat. He had the power, the muscle, and was an Uzumaki by blood, meaning the blonde brat would use all of his arsenal to back it up. Fine, you want me to return and stay in Konoha? I will. I'll heal the girl and take up the title of Hokage. If only to make sure that Danzo team doesn't screw up my grandfather's village and fix what Sarutobi-sensei broke after coming out of retirement. But if you so much as speak of what you did to me to anyone, I don't care how strong you are, I will make you pay, and pay dearly for it, said Tsunade with a threat of her own while Naruto just smirked at seeing the fire in those eyes he had not seen since meeting the woman. Now that's more like it. People will finally fear you again like they were meant to from the start, said Naruto before letting the woman go and walked over to Hinata coming out of her fainting-induced sleep. Naruto-kun, where are we? Did we succeed in our mission? Said Hinata, as she saw her crush slowly come into view, and found herself on a nice comfortable bed. That we did. Sadly, Tsunade can't heal you here like we first thought, and we all have to go back to Konoha to do some surgery, said Naruto seeing Hinata look sad by this news. Where my father is waiting for me, said Hinata with Naruto frowning. As if I'd let him put that seal on your forehead, said Naruto with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune frowning. You mean the caged bird seal? Am I hearing this right? That archaic thing is still being used by the Hyuga clan, said Tsunade seeing the Saiyan look at her with cold eyes. Yeah, what we would call archaic they would call a tradition of their clan, said Naruto growling with Tsunade joining him in making a similar noise. Just another thing that needs to be fixed when you become Hokage of the Leaf, said Jiraiya putting in his 2 cents. As if they would ever let me, said Tsunade seeing Jiraiya smirk at her. Funny thing about the laws of Konoha, they have ways of being interpreted, and used in ways that can get around certain things like clan affairs, and this is one of them. In the Charter of Konoha regarding the Hyuga clan, it states that if a tradition of a clan has become outdated, even barbaric by the Hokage, and the majority of the clan heads it is the right of the leader of the village to abolish such a tradition if not alter it to live with the times, said Jiraiya seeing Tsunade frown at him and Hinata looking doubtful. But the K kidnapping when I was 3 years old J just proved how much it was needed, said Hinata while Jiraiya shook his head. Actually, it just proved the tradition should be changed to include all of the Hyuga with a seal, and not just the branch family. To prevent another war, your father was supposed to be handed over to Kumo in order to keep the peace between the 2 villages, but his twin brother Hazashi went in his place due to looking just like him, and because he had the caged bird seal on his head. Had everyone in the Hyuga clan had such a seal, your father wouldn't worm his way out of his intended death, and your much kinder uncle would have taken over as the new clan head, said Jiraiya with Tsunade frowning at his words and Hinata looking even more depressed by this. Wait a second, if that's the case, then why didn't the Sandaime, or ever the Yondaime use such a law to interfere until now? Said Tsunade seeing Jiraiya look sad. Because my late student died before he could, and as for sensei, he probably felt the status quo was needed to keep the Hyuga in his pocket since they have a great deal of influence in the village. My guess is, they worked out a partnership where he didn't use the law, and they support every decision sensei made with the people following their example, said Jiraiya seeing Tsunade scowl since politics in terms of the whole, you scratch my back I'll scratch yours type of thing really pissed her off. Did I mention how I hate politics? Said Tsunade with Naruto smirking at her. So, if they don't like your way of doing things, then just scare them into it with a show of strength, and if that doesn't work, try something else. Said Naruto while Tsunade just raised an eyebrow at him while Jiraiya just grinned. That's an interesting way of thinking Gaki, said Jiraiya while Naruto just smirked. Perhaps, but it gets the job done, and it's the only way to keep those assholes in line until our new Hokage installs some more level-headed management, said Naruto simply. What about my clan? My father will move for me to have the caged bird seal placed on my forehead the moment I set foot into Konoha. He won't be easily intimidated by any show of force, said Hinata, as she saw Tsunade think it over, and smirked when an idea came her mind. You become my student, said Tsunade at last while Hinata's eyes nearly exploded from their sockets. Why your student? Said Hinata while Jiraiya looked stumped and so did the others in the room. Absolutely. Jiraiya here is taking on Naruto as a student and I can easily take you on as one with Shizune helping me out when my duties as Hokage require my full attention. It's in the very laws of Konoha that if someone from a clan, who is taken on as an apprentice by the Hokage, or someone of equal rank like a Sannin of the Leaf Village then that clan the student is from cannot interfere in their studies. Do you accept? Said Tsunade, as she had a feeling this girl had potential, and the Byakugan eyes with the gentle fist made the potential Hinata had go up. I would be honored, said Hinata excitedly before letting out an eep, and bowed in a humble manner. All right, first thing we do when I get back to Konoha is do the necessary surgery to fix your current condition surrounding your heart Hinata, become Hokage to keep order in the village, and then finally make everything official on paper for you to be my student, said Tsunade seeing Naruto nodding in approval. Good. Oh, there's one thing I need to ask you Jiraiya, said Naruto with the Sannin now turning his attention to the Saiyan. What about? Said Jiraiya curiously. Who are the Akatsuki? I had 2 of their members visit me before coming here with Hinata, said Naruto with Jiraiya going pale since this was unexpected. Oh shit, they paid you a visit, said Jiraiya slightly panicky since he didn't expect this to happen so soon since the organization was still young and still growing. Who are they, Jiraiya? Said Tsunade with a scowl and her arms crossed in front of her. They're a group of S-class missing nin, who are hunting down Jinchuriki like Naruto, but for what reason my spies haven't been able to learn, and needed time to gather, said Jiraiya with Naruto frowning at him. And you were going to tell me this, when exactly? Said Naruto while heading towards Jiraiya with intent to hurt the Sannin with the man backing up against the wall. Soon. To be honest, I thought I had more time to gather more intel, and train you to fight him when the time came. They're actually moving ahead of schedule from what my spy high up in the organization first told me, said Jiraiya seeing Naruto clench his fists. And how reliable is your spy? How high up is he in the Akatsuki? Said Naruto with Tsunade looking at Jiraiya too with interest in wanting to know this information. High up, one of the members of group that reports and makes decisions that need to be addressed. I can't go into further detail, but make no mistake, the source is reliable, and can be trusted with giving me key information. I imagine this recent action by them was unexpected for my spy and didn't have a means to tell me about it sooner. If he did, then I could have prepared for it, and given you some additional training while here. Who was it that paid you a visit? It has to be a pair that are among those assigned by the leader of the organization himself, said Jiraiya seeing Naruto remember the 2 that visited him. One was a tall guy with blue skin, sharp teeth like a shark, and had a sword on his back with a scratched-off mist headband. The other had black hair, black eyes, shorter than the first guy, and looked like an older version of Sasuke, said Naruto with Jiraiya's eyes now widening in shock. Hoshigaki Kisame, formerly of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, and his partner Uchiha Itachi, formerly of Konoha, with the title of Murderer of the Uchiha clan under his belt, said Jiraiya with Naruto's eyes widening now. Uchiha, he's related to Sasuke, said Naruto curiously with Jiraiya nodding. He's Sasuke's older brother. When you and Sasuke were 8 years old, he set out to kill every single Uchiha in the village, with Sasuke being the only one to survive it. Since that night, word got out about how Itachi killed almost everyone, and the councils along with the village itself have seen fit to spoil the child at every turn in hopes such ACTS would be returned upon ascending to a high rank in Konoha, said Jiraiya with Tsunade letting out a growl, knowing those idiots would get poor results in giving things to an Uchiha and get absolutely nothing in return. And how has that been working out for them? Said Tsunade, though she already knew the answer to the question. He's eating out of their hands and has grown arrogant. Thinks the village and the world should bend to his whims simply because he's the last Uchiha in Konoha, said Jiraiya while Naruto scoffed since that wasn't the half of it. Add to the fact my so-called Junin sensei is giving him secret training on the side while I was left to do nothing just makes it worse. Gave the team Taijutsu training while he had me work on chakra control. I did D-ranked mission myself since my so-called teammates didn't want to lift a finger doing manual labor and they still got paid for it, said Naruto since he felt it was a travesty in his mind. You do work and get paid. You don't and you get nothing. I'll look into that and handle things accordingly when we get back. As for the Akatsuki hunting you, we'll have to deal with this without the council's knowing, since it will just give them ammo to use against you, and use it as an excuse to control your movements in the village, said Tsunade seeing Naruto nod in agreement. When do you want to head back? Said Naruto seeing Tsunade considering her options for when they should return to the village. In a few days. I want another fight with you. A one-on-one fight. If you win I'll give you this, said Tsunade holding the necklace of her grandfather. And if I lose, said Naruto knowing that was how bets work. I get your tail as a trophy, said Tsunade seeing Naruto's eyes widen and then narrow at her. Hell no, you won't touch his tail. Let me out so I can kill that bitch, yelled Kyubi, as she wasn't going to let this Senju pull her hunky vessel's precious Saiyan tail from his body, and wanted to do her own damage to the woman. Deal, said Naruto while Kyubi was telling him to be careful since she may go for it from the start. The next day. Are you two ready? Said Jiraiya with Tsunade looking focused, and so was Naruto since his Saiyan tail was on the line. Ready, said Naruto and Tsunade at the same time. Fight, said Jiraiya while Hinata and Shizune watched silently from the sidelines. Tsunade charged at him first, intent on hitting him full strength, and completely sober so there would be no excuses. Naruto wrapped his tail around his waist, and began blocking Tsunade's attacks using his skills in taijutsu he had learned from Guy when training for the entire month before the Chunin exam finals. Blocking a punch to his face, Naruto countered with an open palm thrust to Tsunade's stomach, sending the woman skidding back roughly 10 feet, but her use of chakra to the feet prevented the loss of balance, and the Sannin soon-to-be Hokage rubbed her stomach. She knew Naruto was holding back his strength, as he used much more of it to hold her down when the Saiyan had spanked her ass red, and no doubt wanted to keep things from getting too crazy on his end. Tsunade healed her injury and came at him again while finding her body was feeling more energy than usual, though the slug Sannin chalked it up to not being hungover from the previous night of intense drinking. What Tsunade didn't know was the Kyuubi's chakra from the time Naruto spanked the woman the day before had made its way to the jewel seal on her forehead designed to help heal either herself or others in need of such severe medical treatments to save them from death. However, the Kyuubi's chakra had effectively altered the makeup of such a thing, and began to turn back the clock on the woman and give her renewed life to a certain point. It wasn't hard for Kyuubi to figure it out, as Uzumaki Mito had a similar jewel seal on her forehead too, and the fox knew all about Tsunade adopting it since time within Uzumaki Kushina had allowed the vixen now residing in Naruto to learn about what it did. Kushina always assumed that because the fox was pinned down at the time by her own complex seal, the vixen herself had her ears up and listening to every word spoken. Tsunade had explained the design of her seal to Kushina, telling her it was just like Mito's, and could do wonders for those in need of saving. "Not bad, brat, you got some skills," said Tsunade, throwing out a leg to kick Naruto in the ribs, but the Saiyan had caught it and smirked at her. "Same to you, you're not near my level of strength, but I have to admit, that kick tickled my ribcage, and much better than the punch you threw at my face yesterday," said Naruto before throwing the woman away from him. "I have to admit, I'm feeling a bit better today than I did in quite some time, and for some strange reason I suspect you had a hand in it somehow," said Tsunade before rushing him once again with more speed in her steps. "Really? Well then, if that's the case I should spank you more often," said Naruto while Tsunade's face became red and saw red before charging at him with the intent of causing the boy pain. "I'm going to take that tail and I'm going to stick it on the wall above my chair for all to see," said Tsunade, as she threw another punch, but Naruto went to the air, and let her fist hit the ground to make a nice crater. "You have to catch me first and until you let that temper of yours settle down." "I'm not heading down," said Naruto with a grin that would have made another Saiyan in another dimension proud. "What, get down here and take your lumps, Gaki. You can't stay up there forever," said Tsunade while shaking her fist at him. "Want to make a bet, Tsunade-chan? And to make it interesting, the loser of the bet gets their ass spanked," said Naruto, seeing Tsunade narrow her eyes at him and saw Jiraiya snicker while Shizune looked away while blushing. From the look on the slug Sannin, this may be the one bet Tsunade dare not take, and for once would err on the side of caution by not taking the bet. Make Naruto's hotel room. Shizune didn't know why she was heading to Naruto's room. Maybe it was to warn him about the significance of the necklace he now wore from winning the bet after the beating Tsunade in combat. Maybe it was to scold him for spanking Tsunade in the middle of a public street, which she still couldn't believe happened, and even more that no one was around to see it outside of their little group. In any case, Shizune needed to see Naruto, and set things straight before they left for the leaf. "Naruto-san," said Shizune after knocking on his room's door. "What is it?" said Naruto when he opened the door, sweat coming off his exposed upper torso from doing intense physical training, and saw Shizune's face turn red from seeing it. How can he be that muscled? Thought Shizune while perverted things ran freely in her mind. "Shizune, Earth to Shizune, this is ground control. Come in, Shizune," said Naruto, seeing the spaced out look on Shizune leave the woman and refocus on the task at hand. "Oh, sorry Naruto-kun, I was distracted by something," said Shizune while trying to focus on talking to Naruto instead of picturing herself doing things to Naruto. "Clearly, why are you here?" said Naruto with Shizune moving her eyes from his to his body and back again. "I needed to talk to you about Tsunade-sama and that necklace you're now wearing," said Shizune while seeing the necklace on Naruto's sweaty body made him even hotter. "Is it really that important?" said Naruto while seeing the blush rising on the woman's face. "Yes, can I please come in?" said Shizune while Naruto opened the door further to let her into the room. "Sure, Jiraiya is out doing his research right now, so we have plenty of time to talk," said Naruto before letting the woman in and then locking the door after shutting it. Hours later. Shizune stumbled forward out of Naruto's apartment, nearly tripping from the fact one of her sandals barely attached to her foot just like the rest of the clothing that was clinging to her body, and was caught by Naruto's tail. The Saiyan just smiled at the woman, who looked at him, and gave a simple nod though she still had a zombie-like look in her eyes before stumbling to her own designated room shared by Tsunade. All she had wanted was to talk to Naruto, nothing more than talk like civilized people, but somehow Shizune had found herself thrown into a world of hot passionate sex for the past few hours. He was her first and for some reason suspected the Saiyan had spoiled her for any other man. "Shizune, what the hell happened to you? Why do you look like that?" said Tsunade, seeing Shizune ignore her when entering their shared hotel room and reach for a bottle of sake the woman knew the soon-to-be fifth Hokage carried around to drink herself silly before guzzling it down like it was water. "Can't talk, drinking sake, tired, need nap," said Shizune before downing the sake and then headed for the bed while Tsunade feared the worst from Jiraiya and searched him out. With Naruto. The Saiyan blonde smiled at another conquest, which was unintentional at the time, and knew that eventually Tsunade would find out. Though whether or not Tsunade suspected Naruto being intimate with Shizune was entirely up to the fifth Hokage to figure out. She could question the younger woman later of the events, but the Senju woman would have taken out her anger on someone else, and Naruto had a pretty good idea on who the poor soul was that Tsunade was going to lash out at. Jiraiya takes Tsunade's hits and I get the spoils of conquest, thought Naruto with a grin while safely putting away Shizune's panties in a ceiling scroll. And turned to the sound of things being destroyed outside and the girly screams coming that followed soon after. "Get back here, pervert, you deflowered Shizune," yelled Tsunade while the sound of things being destroyed, smashed, obliterated, and annihilated were heard all over the city. "I didn't do anything to Shizune. I swear it, wait, no, stop, have mercy," yelled Jiraiya, as he tried to dodge Tsunade's unexpected fury, and failing miserably since the woman caught his leg before slamming him onto the ground with a massive beating soon following. "Never," yelled Tsunade, as she proceeded to beat Jiraiya's body without mercy, and once more within an inch of his life. "Soon, Naruto-kun, soon I will be free and then all the world will shake from our time together." "Wahahahaha," said Kyubi, as she could wait until it was time to be free, and get a piece of her stud for a vessel with naughty ideas running through her head. In her own private room, Hinata was thinking the same thing, and perverted thoughts also flood her mind. End Omake. Omake number 2 Neji's punishment. "Release me at once, Naruto-san," said Neji, as he was tied to a training post, wearing the horrible green spandex, and the orange leg warmers with his hair being cut to mimic that of his own weird Junin-sensei. "Nope, this is your punishment for hurting Hinata. So suck it up and deal with it," said Naruto before putting a seal tag on the Hyuga's mouth with a simple genjutsu attached to make it seem like the Hyuga's mouth was shut. "You are truly evil, Naruto-kun," said Kyubi, as she giggled perversely in his head, and had to admit his sadistic streak was turning her on. "I know, now for the last piece for his teammate in Junin-sensei to see," thought Naruto before placing a simple note on Neji's body and then left while ignoring the muffled cries from the Hyuga boy. Sometime later, Guy, Tenten, and Lee headed to their usual training ground to train while being unable to find Neji. Tsunade had healed Lee up and told him to do light training while emphasizing on the light part with the threat of doing worse than Gaara did to his body in the Chuunin exam preliminaries if the genin over exceeded the order. When they got to their intended destination, Tenten's jaw dropped while Guy and Lee were ecstatic at the sight currently before them. Hyuga Neji was almost an exact clone of them in almost every single way, minus the hair color not being the same and eyebrows not being bushy. Naruto didn't know how to make him like that and personally didn't want to know should the knowledge ever fall into the wrong hands to make an arm of Mito Guy lookalikes. Though who would do that was beyond anyone's guess. Attached to Neji was a note, which they all read, and the Hyuga could only look on in shame knowing his ability to speak in his defense was secretly taken away from him. "I, Hyuga Neji, am a poor misguided soul in need of help in igniting my flames of youth, and to start myself on the correct path have done this to myself. I have also sealed my mouth shut to ensure that my Hyuga pride does not become vocal in ordering my sensei and teammates in freeing me from this position. Please use whatever means necessary are at your disposal, Guy Sensei and Lee-san, to help me find my flames of youth. Sincerely, Hyuga Neji." "Yosh, Neji is trying to embrace his flames of youth," yelled Guy with Lee shouting how he would help Guy Sensei with Neji igniting his flames of youth. Hence began an infamous three-way hugging with a sunny backdrop genjutsu appearing out of nowhere in a background between Mito Guy, Rock Lee, and Hyuga Neji. The poor Hyuga wanted to scream out in protest, but was unable to, as his worst nightmare came to pass, and his mind forever scarred if not shattered by what he was experiencing at this very moment. As for Tenten, she got the hell out of there since the sight before her was just too much. "What's the rush, Tenten?" said Naruto, having secretly moved into position so she would, conveniently, bump into him. "Oh, Naruto-san, sorry for running into you. I just had to get away from my team," said Tenten while finding her hands were on his shirt-covered torso and blushed, feeling the muscle behind it. "What's wrong with your team? They're acting stranger than usual," said Naruto, though he already knew why. "Yeah, you could say that," said Tenten nervously, since he didn't want to tell him about it on account of it being so embarrassing. "We can go to my home and you can tell me about it. I don't mind listening. We can trade stories about our senseis," said Naruto, with Tenten looking unsure at first, but the echo from where she fled of her team shouting, "Flames of Youth Ignite," helped, and decided to take the Saiyan up on his offer. "Sure, lead the way, though I need to do some intense training afterwards," said Tenten while Naruto just smiled and showed her to his home. Hours later. "Wow," said Tenten, as she was in Naruto's bed, naked, her usually well-kept bun hair now flowing freely, her body glistening with sweat after she had sex with Naruto, who was beneath her, and humming to himself. "How's that for training?" said Naruto with a proud smirk on his face while seeing the young Kunyuki having that awed look on her own face. "The best," said Tenten simply while Naruto smirked at her and let out a chuckle. "Damn straight, up for another round," said Naruto, seeing Tenten look at him now with a bit of joy mixed with fear. "Huh," said Tenten while her eyes widened at feeling a certain something connected to her. The waist was ready for more. "You wanted an intense training session, Tenten-chan, and now you're going to get it," said Naruto before he flipped Tenten over onto her back and attacked. "What have I gotten myself into?" thought Tenten before her mind soon became mush from Naruto's sexual attack on her body. She was going to be sore for quite a while. Chapter 6 Break Time. Naruto arrived back in Konoha with Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizune, and Hinata, with the group having voted, much to Naruto's displeasure, to walk back to the village rather than have the Uzumaki Saiyan fly them back. Not that Naruto was complaining, but he preferred to get from point A to point B quickly, and yet the various people with him preferred their feet on the ground. Incidentally, Jiraiya mumbled how he preferred his hair stay attached to his head. "It's good to be home," remarked Naruto with a grin on his face while grinning at Hinata, who blushed at being so close to him with his tail wrapped around her waist and seeing the rippling muscles behind his shirt. Behind him, Tsunade was glaring daggers at him with anti-perverted eyes, and telling him to keep his hands where she could see them while being mindful of his tail. While Naruto sensed this, he also sensed that was not the only reason she was glaring, and it was clear his spanking he gave to the woman shortly after their first meeting fight was still fresh in the Sanin's mind. "Take Hinata to the hospital. I need to head for the Hokage Tower to properly become the next Hokage and find out just how screwed up things are in the village," stated Tsunade, with Naruto nodding before he walked away from the three older shinobi to the hospital. And ignoring the negative looks being sent their way. "You would think bringing back their new Hokage and not blowing them all to hell at a moment's notice would make them realize I'm not the horrible monster they still believe I am," remarked Naruto while Hinata looked at him with sad eyes and leaned against him. "I know you're not a horrible monster, Naruto-kun," replied Hinata, with Naruto smirking slightly at her comment. "I know you don't think I'm a monster, Hinata-chan. It's one of the many qualities I like about you," stated Naruto, with Hinata blushing cherry red. "Ah, really?" asked Hinata while Naruto's smirk grew. "Of course, Hinata-chan, you can see what others can't, and it has nothing to do with your bloodline. That makes you special," exclaimed Naruto, with Hinata's blush increasing. As the two arrived at the hospital, Naruto frowned for a moment, remembering how the hospital staff, and Hayashi himself at the time, had been less than friendly towards him. The fact Hayashi didn't give two craps about his daughter made the situation worse, since the man could easily bribe or influence the staff to do something when Naruto, Shizune, or Tsunade weren't checking up on the poor girl. From what Tsunade had explained to the traveling group heading when walking to Konoha, the surgery would be delicate, dangerous, and Hinata would be sedated heavily for a short time after it was over, with plenty of time for someone under Hayashi's influence to do something. Naruto couldn't check up on her every day, even though he wanted to do just that, and neither could Tsunade with her time spent with other patients when she wasn't being the Hokage. Shizune would be in the same boat, with different duties in checking on other patients and being the Hokage's personal assistant. Naruto knew many people hated him in Konoha, which meant Hayashi had a large line in the recruitment section, and could choose just about anyone in the "stick it to Naruto" army. Naruto was Hayashi's enemy. Almost all of Konoha was his enemy. Any friends he may possess were their enemies by association, and it really sucked when the enemies outnumbered your friends. Naruto-kun, asked Hinata, as she saw him frown at the hospital, and almost instantly the frown left before a smile came to his face. Don't worry, Hinata-chan, everything is fine, just thinking many steps ahead as usual, answered Naruto with Hinata nodding, though she was still worried about him while they walked into the hospital. What are you doing here, filth? A receptionist asked while she glared at Naruto. Came to drop off a patient. She is in need of a room meant for future patients going into surgery, answered Naruto civilly, though it was strained. Why, come to abort that bastard demonic child she no doubt has inside her body from violating it multiple times? Questioned the receptionist with a sneer. After I kill you for your stupidity, do you want to be cremated? Or possibly have what little remains I leave behind buried in a matchbox? Countered Naruto darkly while the receptionist sneered further. You can't do anything to me, brat. The council's made some laws while you were away and made it illegal for you to harm anyone in this village, replied the woman with a sense of smug satisfaction on her face. Those motions can only become laws when the Hokage herself signs them. Since she is my godmother, I highly doubt she will, and until she does sign them, I can kick your ass all I want, countered Naruto with a bloodthirsty grin on his face. Anbu, yelled the receptionist with two appearing instantly. What is it? Asked one with a falcon mask on his face. Forcibly remove this demonic thing from the hospital, please. I have to arrange for this poor girl to be sent to the for removing the bastard child she carries, answered the receptionist while glaring heavily at Naruto. First off, Hinata-chan isn't pregnant. She needs heart surgery for the damage the stupid doctors here missed from being lazy barkers. Second, if you two don't want the ass-kicking of a lifetime, turn around, and leave before I get violent, warned Naruto with the two ANBU looking at each other and then back at him. Well, throw him out. The councils made it explicitly clear this beast was to be arrested if it caused any trouble in the village, ordered the receptionist while seeing the ANBU were clearly conflicted on this matter. The council's laws against my godson avoid, came the voice of Senju Tsunade, as she marched up to the group with Shizune right behind her, and was glaring at the now frightened woman. But he got this girl pregnant. He violated her and is making a scene, exclaimed the receptionist with Tsunade looking at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Pregnant? Questioned Tsunade with Hinata letting out an eep, and blushing while Naruto letting out a sigh. What can I say? The woman is an airheaded barker. I clearly said Hinata-chan was here for heart surgery, answered Naruto with Tsunade smirking at him and then glaring at the woman sputtering at the Saiyan for his insult. Shut up, you bigot. As of right now, I am the new Hokage of Konoha, meaning my word is law, and right now I am ordering these two ANBU here to take you to Ibiki for a little much needed re-education. Take her away, commanded Tsunade, and watched with a great deal of satisfaction that the ANBU were listening to her and doing their job for once, if what Jiraiya told her about their questionable actions being true. You just can't get good help these days, remarked Naruto with a smirk on his face, and Tsunade let out a small sigh followed by an equally small laugh. How very true. Come on, Hinata, I need to get things set up for your surgery. The sooner you have it the better, replied Tsunade while escorting the girl away from Naruto. Don't worry, Hinata-chan, I'll visit when I can, Naruto called out with Hinata blushing at the idea. I'll get strong for Naruto-kun. He likes strong women, so I will show I can become such a woman, thought Hinata, as she considered how Tsunade's apprenticeship would do just that, and show how strong a woman she could be under the right teacher. With Naruto's time done at the hospital, he took off for his home via flying super fast and landed at the front door before opening it. When he got inside, Naruto was greeted to the sight of the house being clean, new furniture, and the smell of food being cooked in the kitchen. Kami, damn it, this shit is pissing me the fuck off, yelled the familiar voice of Tayuya, being unhappy with something. And of course the sound of swearing that came with it. Tayuya, you know if Naruto-sama hears you say those horrible words he's going to be very upset, and be forced to punish you, scolded Kin while neither girl was aware of him having entered the house and watching them from his position just outside the kitchen. How will he know if you don't tell him? Asked Tayuya before a throat-like sound from behind the two was heard and they turned to see Naruto standing there with a smirk on his face. I'll know about your swearing, Tayuya, because I and possibly everyone in Iwa heard you yelling in anger, commented Naruto with Tayuya going pale in the face and Kin giving a small smirk in amusement. Sorry Naruto-sama, it's just well, Cooking has never been my strong suit, answered Tayuya with Naruto nodding, since he could see that since Orochimaru no doubt had his forces live off the land, rather than use the basic house necessities to make food. Considering the now dead Sannin had spent a great deal of his finances on researching ways to achieve permanent eternal life, it was no great surprise. Did I miss anything while I was away? Asked Naruto while seeing Tayuya relax in not being punished, while Kin pouted. Not much. Kurenai and Anko came to visit to bring things over. They told us that some members of the councils are searching for us, so they had to come here discreetly to ensure no one else knows we're here, answered Kin, with Naruto frowning, since he didn't like how the council's sniffing around for people around him that they can use for their own twisted purposes. I'll deal with them eventually. Until then, you two still need to keep a low profile, and that means staying here away from the public eye, stated Naruto, with the girls nodding, since they were pretty much considered scum in the eyes of Konoha, and walking around in public right now was unwise at this point. Hey, I just thought of something. You're an Uzumaki, right? Questioned Tayuya, with Naruto nodding. On my mother's side. Why? Replied Naruto curiously. Because I know of a girl back in Rice Country who works for Orochimaru at one of the main bases there named Karen, and she is an Uzumaki too. Answered Tayuya, and was surprised she didn't think of it sooner. Damn, was she fucking stupid. Really? Interesting. Distant family on my mother's side are still alive. This is something that can't be ignored. Was she still at the base when you last saw her? Asked Naruto, with Tayuya nodding. Yeah, she was actually here for the Chuunin exams disguised as a grass nin, but her team got killed by a bear, and she got disqualified later on since she didn't have any of the scrolls needed to pass. Karen should be back at the main base Orochimaru used in Rice Country to plot his invasion and watching over the different experiments there, with Kabuto, answered Tayuya, with her making a face when mentioned the medic nin. Did Orochimaru or Kabuto know about her being an Uzumaki? Asked Naruto, with Kin and Tayuya giving a shrug. I doubt it. Orochimaru was obsessed with finding a way to continue his life, even after he learned to leap from body to body, and wanted to extend it past the 3-year time frame. The Uzumaki clan were known for living long-lasting lives beyond the normal human lifespan and would have harvested it from her by this point. I think Karen didn't tell him anything for the sake of staying off the operating table. I only learned about it when we had a rare girls' night out and on impulse she wanted to have some sake. She's a bit of a lightweight in that regard, replied Tayuya, since being the Sannin's bodyguard had its perks in knowing things that others didn't. Good. The sooner I get her away from Kabuto the better. I don't want Ibaka to take up Orochimaru's work and use her as a test subject for his own purposes. The only thing I can think that's worse than Orochimaru is someone taking up his work and surpassing him in it, stated Naruto, with the girls nodding. You're not leaving now, are you, Naruto-sama? You just got back, exclaimed Kin, with Naruto sighing and rubbing his forehead. I suppose I could wait a few days. At least let Tsunade know about Karen's existence and get the green light to go to Rice Country to extract her from that place, said Naruto, and felt his stomach rumble violently. After your bottomless pit of a stomach has been filled with food, of course, remarked Tayuya, with Naruto letting out a sheepish grin. Well, it's a good thing Kin-chan make a lot of food then, isn't it? Questioned Naruto, with Tayuya going red in the face with anger and Kin herself laughing at her friend's misfortune. Hey, just because I'm not naturally gifted in the kitchen like some people doesn't make me a bad cook, yelled Tayuya before glaring at Kin, currently whistling nonchalantly. Perhaps not. Still, I think from now on I'll have Kin-chan be the chef from now on, said Naruto, with Tayuya grumbling with steam coming out of her ears. I'm not that bad a cook, mumbled Tayuya while Naruto looked behind her. The stew you were making is on fire, remarked Naruto, with Tayuya looking behind her, and sure enough, the stew she was making had somehow caught ablaze. Oh holy crap, exclaimed Tayuya, as she worked to put the fire out, and Naruto just sighed while Kin was looking at the scene with curiosity. How did she make the stew catch on fire? Asked Kin, with Naruto looking at her and then at the redhead trying to put it out while swearing profanity after profanity at it. That Kin-chan is a mystery only Kami can solve, remarked Naruto, with Tayuya still trying and failing to put out the fire. Would it kill one of you two? Oh, I don't know. Help me, exclaimed Tayuya while the fire seemed to grow and threatened to consume her. Yep, no cooking for Tayuya for a while. Hokage Tower several days later. Another Uzumaki? Questioned Tsunade, with Naruto nodding. Right under the late Orochimaru's nose. Whether or not his wannabe successor Kabuto knows of it is unknown. I'm not about to take that risk and have her be put on a slab to be dissected or experimented on, answered Naruto, with Tsunade grimacing. Agreed. Still, from what you were told about her, this Karen was willingly serving my now dead teammate, and is most likely serving Kabuto now too, stated Tsunade with Naruto sighing. That's a distinct possibility. Even if she is, I'd rather go to Rice Country, and at least extend the invitation to being away from that kind of life, countered Naruto with his godmother for a Hokage sighing. Can't argue with you there. Considering she's family, I won't risk her being corrupted even further by Kabuto, and give the girl a chance to live here in Konoha, said Tsunade with Naruto smiling since it would be nice to have another Uzumaki in the village. I'll leave tomorrow morning for the mission, stated Naruto with Tsunade nodding since it was late in the afternoon and tonight was a full moon. She didn't need him going giant ape in the village, even if he could control and use it with ease. Do you want backup? Asked Tsunade with Naruto thinking it over for a moment. No, this will be a simple smash and grab mission, answered Naruto with Tsunade nodding slightly before she remembered something. Oh, before I forget, I've decided to promote you to Chunin rank, and make this mission to retrieve Uzumaki Karen your first mission with that rank, stated Tsunade before she tossed him a Chunin vest and he caught it with a raised eyebrow. I thought the councils and the late Sandaime Hokage before you were against any form of promotion, questioned Naruto with Tsunade scoffing. They were, but my sensei is dead and the councils can bitch all they want, you're still getting promoted regardless, answered Tsunade with Naruto smirking and it made the woman fight not to blush. Honestly, what the hell was wrong with her body? Awesome, was Naruto's only reply before he left the room. Konoha's streets. Naruto, called out Tenten running towards the Saiyan. What is it, Tenten? Asked Naruto with the girl panting slightly from running since she had been doing it for a while in trying to find him. I just wanted to thank you for bringing Tsunade-sama back to the village to be the next Hokage, replied Tenten with Naruto smirking. You're welcome, Tenten. The world needs stronger women and not those weak fangirls the Academy has been producing in waves, stated Naruto with Tenten nodding since the Academy did do a lot of that. You won't get any arguments from me on that. Also, Tsunade-sama is going to work on Lee's back, and says he has a chance to recover though the chances are nearly 50-50 in terms of success, said Tenten with her eyes showing her sadness at the idea of her ever-energetic teammate being crippled for life. I have faith in my godmother, as should you Tenten, and believe that Lee will walk again from this ordeal, replied Naruto with Tenten looking at him in surprise and her determination returned. You're right, Tsunade-sama is the best medic nin in all of the elemental countries. If anyone can heal Lee, it's her, exclaimed Tenten with fire in her eyes that strangely resembled Guy and Lee during one of their extra energetic days. It seemed Tenten's sensei was rubbing off on her after all. Now you only need is green spandex, a bowel-shaped haircut, and leg weights to be a female clone of Guy. Though you in tight-fitting spandex wouldn't really be a bad thing, stated Naruto with Tenten looking at him with an angry look and he quickly took to the air laughing with the girl chasing after him with weapons in hands shouting curses. Who knew she would take his words so personally? After flying around the village towards the training grounds, Naruto smirked at seeing an out of breath, glaring at him for that earlier statement, and began throwing weapons at him. He easily dodged them, his smile never leaving, and it was clear that each miss on her part was driving the weapon's user slowly insane. Stand still and take your hits like a man, exclaimed Tenten, as she unleashed more of her weapons, and Naruto let out a laugh that only made the girl angrier. How about, no, mocked Naruto before laughing further at Tenten's angry face. Oh, you are so dead, exclaimed Tenten, as she threw more and more weapons at him with Naruto wondering how she had so many on hand. That and where she stored them all on her person. Naruto was so caught up in his musings that almost got hit with a weapon, but while it wouldn't hurt his skin, the sharp short sword had torn into his new Chunin vest, and that was upsetting. Narrowing his eyes, he turned from the damaged vest, and turned to the now smirking Tenten before seeing the smirk fade when seeing the slightly peeved look on his face. This vest was just given to me by Tsunade. I was hoping to wear it tomorrow for a very important mission and break it in there, stated Naruto angrily with Tenten going pale in the face and saw him get a sinister twinkle in his eyes. The kind of look that was similar to a certain sadistic for a special Junin kunoiki who liked to hurt people for fun and got paid for it. I'm sorry, I thought you would dodge it, exclaimed Tenten while backing away from the now slowly descending Uzumaki for a Saiyan. An error on your part. Something that you should be punished for, Ten-chan, stated Naruto with Tenten now sweating in fear. Go on, Naruto-kun, give her the Tsunade treatment, remarked Kyubi in his head and giggled perversely. Come here, Ten-chan, commanded Naruto playfully with Tenten backing up further with her hands waving defensively to possibly have him reconsider. Ah, I just remembered that I have to do some last-minute work at my family's weapon shop, stated Tenten before turning to run away. Only to be caught at the waist by Naruto and held like a sack of potatoes with her feet off the ground trying to run. And you spent all that time chasing me. Naughty girl. Naughty girls need to be punished accordingly, remarked Naruto in a mischievous tone. Knock it off, Naruto, it's not funny, cried Tenten with a bit of panic in her voice since she had seen his pranks manifest themselves in ways that were designed to humiliate his targets. Punishments never attend Chan, countered Naruto with his grin not leaving him, and he quickly flew off deeper into the trees of the training ground they were on. And ignoring Tenten's pleas for mercy that followed long after the echoing of slaps of a hand to her rear end were heard. Oh, make time with the Mizukage. Terumi May let out a sigh in her office while thinking of Naruto and how she wished the 3 years would fly by and he would come see her again. Some would question whether her interest in Naruto was a bit odd considering his age, but in a few short years, May knew he would be more manly and very desirable by those around his age at that point. May saw power, strength, conviction, and hunger in Naruto's eyes, with some of those things aimed at the female bodies he saw around him. Her body included. Just a few more years. Just a few more years and we can be together, remarked May with a sigh and made a mental note to take her anger out on Ao if he came into the room. We don't have to wait if you don't wait, May-chan, stated Naruto after appearing via the window and shocked the female Mizukage. Naruto-kun, exclaimed May, as she leaped from her chair, and glomped onto the Saiyan with his head now buried in her breasts. I've missed you too, May-chan, was Naruto's muffled response while his face was buried in her valley of soft flesh of pillow-like goodness. What are you doing here? Asked May with the Mizukage taking his head out of her valley and saw the lust-filled look in his eyes. Isn't it obvious? I came to see you. I've missed you. I wanted to see you again after the Chuunin exams ended in disaster, answered Naruto with his tail sneaking up behind her and caressing the woman's butt. Yes, I agree with you, Naruto-kun, and ND I think we should spend more time together. Exclaimed May while loving the way Naruto was using his tail now sliding up her dress and rubbing all the right places. Then let us do just that. Right here, right now, stated Naruto before he began to kiss the woman passionately on the lips, with the woman moaning from the dominating way he was taking control. Naruto-kun, moaned May, as she felt his tail removing her panties down to her ankles, and his hand soon grabbed her ass in a strong possessive manner that told the Mizukage that it like herself belonged to him. That's Naruto-sama to you, my red-haired vixen. Put up the silencing seals this office has before your annoying assistant Ao comes in here to investigate and ruins the mood, commanded Naruto with May doing that, though it was a bit difficult with his hand on her ass moving between her legs. Done. Take me, you hunky stud, whispered May into his ear while feeling his erection poking her and wanted him so damn much. Screw the age gap, he was physically fit and ready for this type of thing, so why deny him? As you wish, my red-haired and super hot Mizukage Haim, whispered Naruto with May moaning and crying out in pleasure that soon followed with the discarding of clothing from both sides. Mizukage-sama, Mizukage-sama, came Ao's voice suddenly. Huh, what? Asked May, as she opened her eyes, and saw she was in her office alone. Mizukage-sama, I need you to look at these forms said Ao, but stopped when he saw May giving him the death glare to end all death glares, and wondered what he had done to offend her. Ow, replied May in sweet tone that made instantly put the man on edge. Why yes, Mizukage-sama, said Ao fearfully. Get out of my office or I'll kill you, slowly, commanded May while Ao did just that, with an outline of his body being the only thing left before it too vanished. I wish that wasn't a dream. It was just getting good and that damn moron ruined it with his voice. I should have killed him, remarked May, as she got out of her chair, and to her surprise felt like her legs were made of jelly. And it was during that time that May now felt a cool draft between her legs from where her underwear should have been. Shocked by this strange, yet wonderful revelation, May felt where the fabric that was her panties should have been, and felt a hint of wetness there before she noticed a piece of paper on the floor. Reaching for it with her other hand, the Mizukage saw it was from Naruto, and reading the contents nearly made the woman squeal in delight. Had a great time, May-chan. No, it wasn't a dream. You blacked out. I don't hold it against you. It was an intense and pleasurable memory for me too. As for your missing panties, I've decided to hold on to them so I can remind myself of our time together in your office, and yes, I did redress you so no one would know of our intimacy. I'm the only male who gets to see that stunning hot body of yours, and if any other guy like out sees it, I'll kill them, slowly. Hope to see you again soon when time allows it. Stay sexy. Naruto. With Naruto. Another woman conquered. One might think you were a womanizer, Naruto-kun, remarked Kyubi in her humanoid form while Naruto mentally smirked. Perhaps they would, Q, but you know me better than that, and I love all the women I've been with in such an intimate manner, thought Naruto while putting Mei's panties in the drawer holding them. Well, don't expect to get any from me after our rutting, commented Q with a huff and Naruto smirking again. Who said we would rut? Thought Naruto with Q glaring at him. Don't say that. We both know it's going to happen one day and it's going to be world-shaking, exclaimed Q with Naruto still smirking at her. Then entice me, that is, if you can, thought Naruto with Q narrowing her eyes at the challenge. Oh, it was on. End Omake. Omake number 2, Taming of the Yoshino. Nara Yoshino was a strong woman, who ruled the Nara clan home like a competent Kage runs a shinobi village, and made her displeasures known to her husband in many ways. From a frying pan the side of her husband's face, or at night when they coupled without a safety word that usually put the man in the hospital under an assumed name shortly after it ended. Now, however, she was at a crossroads in her life she never expected to happen, and it was unsettling on so many levels. What was it exactly? She was having unhealthy feelings for another man. No, not another man, a boy her son's age. Yoshino had seen him fight during the Chuunin exams, seen him dominate Hyuga Neji, seen him become a symbol of absolute male power and dominance that no one could escape if they tried. His transformation into a giant ape, fighting the one-tailed Biju, and Orochimaru's giant three-headed snake summons while still having more than enough gas in his tank to fight. To Yoshino, he was the pinnacle of male supremacy, and a part of her mind, the feminist part of her to be exact, kept telling the woman that she should get close to Naruto. To be nice, sweet, to gain his confidence, and then when he was least expecting it, bam, break his male pride and be any woman's submissive bitch long after marriage. Part of Yoshino even wanted to break the boy in just to make him her personal toy to lash out on due to her husband starting to get a little sluggish in recovering. Maybe it seemed wrong to many, mostly men, but damn it, Yoshino was a strong woman, and as such she had strong feminist needs that required a strong man be broken by her hands. Uzumaki Naruto would become the symbol of male masculinity in a few years' time, and if she didn't break him soon, women everywhere might not be able to keep their invisible iron-fisted grip on men in general. So with that in mind, Nara Yoshino made her way to Naruto's real home, after getting the information out of Anko and Kurenai through various means of persuasion that would make a certain Toad Sannin blush. When she rang the doorbell, Yoshino waited for a few moments before it opened, and revealed a sweaty shirtless Naruto with a small towel around his neck. Can I help you? Asked Naruto with Yoshino smiling at him. Yes, I'm Nara Yoshino, Shikamaru's mother, stated Yoshino with Naruto nodding. Oh yeah, I heard about you. Shikamaru is terrified of you for some reason. I don't see it, replied Naruto with Yoshino holding back the tick mark that wanted to appear on her face. Really? Imagine that, exclaimed Yoshino with a small friendly laugh. What can I do for you, Yoshino-san? Asked Naruto with the woman's smile increasing slightly. Well, if it's not too much of a bother, I was wondering if I could come inside and discuss some things about my son, answered Yoshino with Naruto raising an eyebrow. About Shikamaru? In what way? Asked Naruto curiously. It's in regards to motivation. My son is so lazy, just like his father. All my usual methods in motivating him seem to be having less of an effect on him each day, and I need new ideas to keep both lazy deadbeats on their feet rather than on their backs looking at clouds all day. Since you are creative in doing things in an outside-the-box manner, I was kind of hoping to run things by you and come up with new ways to motivate him into being better shinobi, answered Yoshino with Naruto smirking, since it was clearly something he would enjoy discussing. Come on in, I'm sure we can work something out, said Naruto with him letting the woman in, and saw Yoshino's smile turn slightly evil. Yes we will, and very soon, thought Yoshino while cackling evilly inside her head. Be careful, Naruto-kun, I sense a feminist plot against you with this woman, warned Kyubi with the Uzumaki for a Saiyan smirking at her. I know, I sensed it during our conversation. Still, I'm not about to fold simply because a woman with a desire to break men has her sights set on me and my manhood, thought Naruto before shutting the door. I don't expect you to fold. I expect you to break the woman's pussy and conquer her instead, replied Kyubi with Naruto smirking further at the sight of Nara Yoshino's well-formed rear swaying slightly when she walked into his home. That is the plan, thought Naruto with his smile increasing. Sometime later, Nara Yoshino walked out of the Namika's estates, her clothing ruffled, disorganized, the usually well-kept hair was out of place, and had the woman been more mindful of her own attire, she would have realized her panties were missing. Yoshino couldn't believe she lost against the boy her son's age and had the handprint on her ass to prove it. One moment, the woman is talking to him about Shikamaru, then she moves in close, a smile here, a soft chuckle there, and just when Yoshino thought his guard was down, she struck. Fiercely too, like a predator having caught her prey, Yoshino moved to force him into submission, kissing the boy passionately, moving her hands over his exposed torso, trying to get his motor running while keeping him unaware of her true intentions right before bringing out the cuffs, the restraints, and all her usually favorite dominating toys that made her husband know better than to not say no when she wanted something. When she tried to move in for the kill though, that was when things backfired. She underestimated him, underestimated his power, his strength, his sexual hunger, and the most important part of all, he was a dominant like she had been. Yoshino could tell he was into the idea of them kissing, making out, and going at it like horny teenagers. She still had an amazing figure despite giving birth to Shikamaru in his house. What she didn't know was that Naruto was onto her, didn't like how she planned to restrain, and ultimately break him for the good of the female gender. He took offense to that and his Saiyan blood felt the same way too since Yoshino could almost hear it within him roaring with fury since trying to restrain a Saiyan for any reason from what he told her was blasphemy in the eyes of the entire race. She tried to counter, tried to get free from his grip, but his blue eyes were sharp, intense, piercing, and intimidating with a hint of red forming to show he was seconds away from unleashing some form of Kyuubi's power if the need arose. The punishment for trying to dominate a Saiyan. Getting dominated. Hence the hours they spent on that couch, clothing discarded, the feeling of him between her legs with his mighty masculine thing screwing her senseless. Him in control, the one thing she had never let happen to her before now, and what shocked the hell out of the most arguably feminist woman in all of Konoha, was she actually liked it. Liked it, her of all people liked being taken like a submissive whore and moaning like one the entire time. As for Naruto himself, he didn't care she was married. Why should he? The boy no man she had just got dominated sexually by had done nothing wrong. She had come to him, she had planned to seduce, and break him in her unique way. No one could say what happened in his home was Uzumaki Naruto's fault because Yoshino had been the one to approach him and Yamanaka and Noiki could easily dive into her head to learn the truth. I can't believe that just happened. I've been tamed. Me, tamed, thought Yoshino, as she made her way home, and saw her husband looking at her with a worried expression on his face. Yoshino-chan, are you all right? Asked Shikaku seeing his wife in her haggard state and didn't know what to make of it. Normally that was him after one of their nightly sessions together and it was weird seeing the woman in this state. We're getting a divorce. I'm leaving you, was her only response with Shikaku looking at his son, who was spitting out cereal in a stream before looking at his father, and then at his mother's form heading upstairs. Did Mum just say what I think she just said? Asked Shikamaru with his father nodding. Yes she did, replied Shikaku before looking at his son. We are free. We are finally free, stated Shikamaru before taking his father's hand and the two left their house before walking off into the rising sun in the distance. And ignoring the people staring at them with raised eyebrows. With Naruto. Another one bites the dust. And another one gone. And another one gone. Another bits the dust, said Naruto in a sing-song-like voice while he put Yoshino's panties in the special drawer that held all his conquests. I never doubted you for a second Naruto-kun, said Kyuubi with Naruto chuckling. Suyo you did, thought Naruto since he sensed the vixen had wiped sweat off her brow after he finished sexually dominating Yoshino. End Omake. Omake number 3 Naruto's Merry Xmas. A 16-year-old Naruto came home, his good deeds for the day that helped in protecting Konoha from its enemies being completed, and was ready to relax. He wanted a warm meal, a nice bath, and maybe find a woman for the intense amount of pleasure that would happen as a result of it. So when Naruto came home for the holidays that was Christmas, it was snowing heavily, and was a wonderful Christmas day when he woke up that morning. During that time, the kids opened their presents, thanked Naruto, his wives that were their mothers, or their aunts for the gifts they received before they spent the entire day having fun together. By nightfall, the dinner had been served, and Naruto along with his children ate enough to make the Akamaki clan bow in submission to their mighty stomachs. Some time later after that point, the kids were in their rooms tucked away, and got kisses goodnight by their parents before sleeping happily. As for Naruto, he was the last one to finish kissing his children goodnight, and knew that things were pretty good right now with everything that was happening in his life. And it was going to get even better because when he entered the living room area, he came to see a sight that a certain super pervert no doubt would have wished for many times over. And would always be denied because Santa had put Jiraiya on the naughty list every year for his perversity. As for Naruto, in the bedroom, wearing skimpy tight red bikinis, with Christmas caps, gloves, and shoes on was every single sexy kunoichi he had ever met. Each of them was by the Christmas tree, looking lovely, sexy, and it was clear by the looks in their eyes they were feeling hungry for something that wasn't a Christmas feast. Well, look who woke up. Merry Christmas, Naruto-kun, said Anko with a sultry wink, and Naruto smirked. Merry Christmas to you too, Anko-chan. And of course a Merry Christmas to Kurenai-chan, Shizune-chan, Hana-chan, Sum-chan, Ten-chan, Kin-chan, Tayuya-chan, Hinata-chan, Temari-chan, Mei-chan, Tsunade-chan, Q-chan, and Yoshino-chan. Exclaimed Naruto while seeing the sexy beauties before him. Wait, I understand Hana-chan and even Sum-chan, but how did you get Tsunade-sama and Nara Yoshino into this harem of yours? Asked Tenten, since she just saw Naruto smirking while the two mentioned women shifted nervously while secretly clenching their butts. Well, let's just say I had to give each of them a good kick, or rather a smack to their asses, so they know who is the boss in our relationship. I did the same to you if I recall correctly, Ten-chan, stated Naruto while seeing Tenten, Tsunade, and Yoshino blush red since they knew what he was talking about. That aside, Naruto, we are here to give you a nice Christmas gift that you can treasure forever, said Tsunade, as she stepped forward, and leaned forward to give Naruto a perfect view of her chest that was barely restrained by the bikini top she was wearing. And what lovely gifts you have given me. I almost don't know which present to open first since I hate play favorites, remarked Naruto while looking at his choices on who to claim first in this holiday feast fit for any male Saiyan. And one that also happened to be an Uzumaki. Surely you can think of some way to have us all at once? Challenged Q, with Naruto looking at her and he smirked in an almost evil fashion. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, exclaimed Naruto, as he made an army of copies of himself that filled the rest of the room, and saw the women in his life light up with joy seeing so many of him. Best Christmas present ever, exclaimed Anko happily while the Narutos around her smiled lustfully. Come on ladies, sit on Santa's lap. I've got a present for each of you that I know you will all love unwrapping, said Naruto with each of his shadow clones making a come get me hand motion. They didn't need to be told twice. The next morning, Naruto hummed happily while he was sipping some coffee when some of his kids came downstairs, yawning, mumbling, and greeting their father tiredly. Did you have a good Christmas, father? Asked Minato, who looked like Naruto, but had red hair, and was Sabaku no Temari's son. Yep, did you? Asked Naruto with his son nodding. We did. Where are our mommies and aunties? Asked Kushina, who was the daughter of Naruto, and Teramime, with this one having wild spiky blonde reddish hair. Your mommies and aunties. Oh, they are sleeping in, answered Naruto while smirking behind his cup. Why, are they tired because of us running around yesterday? Asked Hazashi, who was the son of Naruto, and Hinata, with the boy having the Byakugan like his mother while having the father's love for sparring. No, nothing like that. After you went to sleep last night, your mothers, aunties, and I spent the night together opening special presents only adults get, answered Naruto with his 3 children among many looked at him oddly. Special presents? Asked Minato with Naruto nodding. Yep, but it's for adults only. They each gave me special presents last night too in return, and we were up all night expressing how much we loved our exchanges, answered Naruto while seeing his children still not understanding some of what he was explaining to them. Then why aren't you sleeping in like they are, daddy? Asked Kushina with Naruto just smiling at his precious angel. That is a very special secret I will tell you when you and your other sibling are all old enough to understand everything, answered Naruto with the children whining, and it made the Saiyan chuckle slightly before humming a Christmas song in his head. They would eventually learn the secret, but when they did, they wouldn't like the image it projected into their heads when they figured it out. Chapter 7, Blood and Information. Naruto flew to Rice Country at all speed high above the clouds. His eyes hardened to be like steel, his mind just as sharp while planning out on what to do when arriving at his intended destination. Naruto of course knew the whole point of this mission to retrieve his long-lost Uzumaki clan family member was supposed to be a simple smash and grab. With a hint of shock and awe attached to any survivors who saw him be a total badass, if he let anyone survive to see him be a total badass. What troubled Naruto though was Kabuto was possibly very much alive after the whole failed invasion by Suna and Sound. Until Naruto left for this mission, the young Saiyan wondered just how that was possible, and only gazing into the various jutsus Konoha had regarding disguises did he find his answer. The corpse clone jutsu. An intriguing jutsu meant to be Konoha's version of dabbing into puppetry in a crude, yet subtle way based on deception. The trick of this particular jutsu was to disguise yourself as one of the enemy or someone else. Meanwhile, you used a corpse of someone, who was basically the same height, weight, and even blood type as you be put in a temporary reanimated state. They were secretly tied to you via chakra strings, which played the dead body like a puppet to walk, talk, and even act like you as if it was you. And of course one of the major requirements for this rarity of a jutsu to even work was medical knowledge of the human body at an almost unprecedented level. Sasori of the Red Sands, formerly of Suna, had done significant study on the human body in order to make his puppets and get them fight just as well as if they were actually alive. Tayuya had mentioned to him before he left that Kabuto had been a former spy of Sasori sent to keep an eye on Orochimaru when the Sannin left the Akatsuki to ensure the man would not become a threat to the organization. Only for Orochimaru to catch on and turn Kabuto to his side. Both missing nin had put quite a bit of knowledge into the silvery-haired boy during his time with each of them, and Kabuto proved to be a quick learner. It was no real surprise to Naruto that Kabuto could use and did use the corpse clone jutsu given his upbringing in Konoha when he was not under the guidance of either missing nin. Clearly the student had surpassed his teachers in terms of treachery and escaping from the enemy when needed. Though I wonder if Orochimaru is alive. If Kabuto is alive, could the Sannin be too, and just lost his one arm to throw people off his trail? Thought Naruto to himself, since it was a possibility. There was only one real way to find out. Hovering over the base that Tayuya told him was in fact underground to avoid detection from prying eyes and ears from the likes of Jiraiya's spy network, Naruto descended with the speed of a freight train and smashed straight into the heart of the base. Naturally, the base went on full alert, alarms blaring, and all its forces being deployed to defend it from the invader standing in the middle of his rather violent entrance. In fact, Naruto had been there for barely 2 whole minutes, and already he was being swarmed by base's enemy sound nin. Only to be obliterated by a blast of energy generated from his body. Now if I were an Uzumaki in a snake pit, where would I be? Thought Naruto while he began sensing the different energy signatures around the base until 2 noticeable ones came to his mind. One was obviously Karen, due to those with Uzumaki blood having a unique signature from what he could tell when using Tsunade as a partial template given her own family connection. The other one made Naruto scowl since he knew the signature from his time in Konoha and in the Chuunin exams leading up to the invasion. Kabuto. Walking toward Kabuto's location, the Saiyan warrior knew the man also knew he was here, and yet made no move to flee. Finding himself curious regarding Kabuto's stupidity, the young ninja blasted the steel door down where his target was located, and saw the man smirking at him. Surrounding the former right hand of Orochimaru was the countless experiments the two had worked on in the past. Each of these creations clearly had their own minds, their very free will, and overall identity taken from them to be molded into something not their own. Warped to be puppets and slaves to the will of their creators and tormentors who worked on them day and night without mercy. Naruto almost felt pity for them. Almost. Hello Naruto-kun. Fancy meeting you here of all places. I'm curious as to how exactly you were able to find me, commented Kabuto with Naruto never taking his eyes off of the presumed dead man. Don't flatter yourself. I wasn't hunting for you, Kabuto. Though I'm not surprised to find you alive. Your corpse clone was most impressive to fool the Mizukage, replied Naruto with Kabuto looking a tad surprised. So you know about that jutsu? I didn't think you did. Curious as to how you know about it when such a jutsu was never covered at the academy, remarked Kabuto while Naruto shrugged. Curious indeed, but enough small talk. I'm here to kill you and take what doesn't belong in your clutches, said Naruto while making his hands into tightly clenched fists to make popping sounds in the process. Do you really think your power can best mine? Or my minions? You have no idea how strong I am, Naruto-kun. I am on par with Hitaki Kakashi himself, taunted Kabuto with Naruto raising an eyebrow at him. And, is that supposed to frighten me? I took on the one-tailed Biju and won. I took on a 3-headed snake summons and won. I walked through the forest of death and threw a bag of headbands down at the feet of the Sandaime Hokage to show I could crush all who stood in my path. Everything and everyone who is essentially stronger than you, I have faced, and won against. Do you really think your small army deformed test subjects and the albino in the shadows slowly rising from that lab table to my right over there have a chance at killing me? Questioned Naruto with the man in front of him frowning. Kill him, kill the man who helped kill Orochimaru-sama. commanded Kabuto with the various deformed experiments charging Naruto with bloodlust in their eyes. Naruto smirked before he met the large number of enemies head-on to the surprise of the man who commanded them to attack in the first place. Moving with superior speed and skill, Naruto smashed his way through them all. His fighting skills decimated each poor, deformed, and ultimately mindless soul standing in his way. Behind him, the albino figure moved to engage Naruto from behind, but the Saiyan easily countered white-haired man with an arm block. But what slightly surprised Naruto was the fact this person could make bones come out of his body and use them as weapons. Not only that, but Naruto actually found this warrior to be quite skilled in taijutsu. If the situation wasn't so serious, Naruto would have found more time to enjoy this fight. Sadly, all good things come to an end, and this fight was no different for the blonde Saiyan. "Sorry pal, but you are in my way." "Nothing personal," remarked Naruto before blasting the albino back with a ball of energy that would severely injure the man or possibly kill him. "Not bad Naruto-kun. Kimimaro is one of the best warriors in sound, but let's see you defeat someone of my skill in taijutsu," commented Kabuto with his chakra scalpel in both his hands with the intent to cut through Naruto's various internal organs. "Your skills aren't bad Kabuto, but I have, and seen better fighters." "Much better fighters," said Naruto, as he easily blocked each of Kabuto's strikes with ease, and just as easily knocked the sound nin back. Frowning, Kabuto realized that as good as his fighting was, and his healing ability when injured was almost on par with a Jinchuriki, the man knew he was no match for Naruto. Maybe in a few years of extensive research, experimentations, and few underhanded tactics when facing Naruto. But not now, he needed an exit and fast. "You may have fought stronger opponents on a physical level, but I am by far the superior warrior in terms of brains," remarked Kabuto before activating the base's time-delayed self-destruction seal on the wall behind him with a smirk on his face. "Coward, just like your former master. Always running when something becomes too hard to handle. That's the problem with prodigies. No endurance in the face of adversity," commented Naruto while seeing Kabuto move to flee to a supposedly secret exit. Before moving with his superior speed to get in his way. "Are you going to stop me from escaping Naruto-kun? What about the person you are looking for? This base is collapsing. Within a few minutes, the person you are hoping to find will be dead. Can you live with yourself if that happens?" asked Kabuto with Naruto just looking at him for a moment before smirking. "Only a few minutes. That long? Piece of cake," answered Naruto before raising his hand and shot a blast of energy at a shocked Kabuto that caused the man to explode violently into multiple gory pieces. Seeing stirring and a sound of groaning echoing in the corner where he blasted Kimimaro not that long ago, the blonde Saiyan saw the albino was barely alive, and refused to die despite his injuries. The man was losing a lot of blood and his injuries were very severe from what Naruto could see of the struggling albino. It was actually quite impressive. "You might as well take him Naruto-kun. You may get a good sparring partner out of it if I can heal him," commented Q calmly while Naruto shrugged before picking the man up. "Ah what the hell, I might as well grab as many people as possible," commented Naruto before he moved toward his intended target that was Uzumaki Karen. And bumped into her when he saw the girl running for her life to get out of the base. "Hey, watch it, you stupid jerk," said Karen before she saw who it was she bumped into and who he was carrying. "Oh good, you are right here. This just made things a whole lot easier for me," remarked Naruto before picking the surprised girl up over his shoulder while Karen herself let out a squawk at being kidnapped in an undignified manner. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Put me down you baka," demanded Karen while smashing her fists against his back. "Calm down Karen, don't get your panties in a knot. This place is about to go boom in the next few minutes. Is there anyone else here I should possibly grab?" replied Naruto with Karen stopping her struggles to think for a second. "There is one guy, but he's a real asshole. His name is Sugetsu. There is another guy in a cell, but I don't think he will want to be rescued by you," replied Karen with Naruto now frowning and brought her nearly face to face with him. "Where? Show me now," commanded Naruto before held her out in front of him like a compass and ignored the cheek-puffing woman while she pointed in the right direction. Moving quickly, Naruto found his way into the surprisingly clean lab that Karen was just in since it was her assigned post by Orochimaru before he left for the Chunin exams. In said lab, there were test tubes, computers, stacks upon stacks of papers, and of course the many dangerous chemicals in it capable of creating a weapon of mass destruction. "Over there, the container filled with what looks like water," said Karen while Naruto looked at container of water with a raised eyebrow. "So, what is this exactly?" asked Naruto with Karen looking insulted. There is a guy you Barker. His name is Sugetsu, another Barker. Orochimaru experimented on him and his bloodline a while back so he can turn into water. He was from Kiri before being brought here. Sugetsu is a jerk, but I don't hate him enough to let the Barker be left here to die when this place goes, explained Karen before picking up the container and smashing it. To reveal Sugetsu form from his liquid state, and also him being naked. You didn't say he would be naked, Karen, commented Naruto with a glare to Karen, who blushed and looked away from the nude boy. I forgot, he's been in there for months, protested Karen while Sugetsu looked bored. I'm right here, you know, commented Sugetsu lazily. This whole place is going to blow soon. We need to move, said Naruto with Sugetsu simply shrugging. And I should care why. I'll just turn to water and reform, replied Sugetsu with Naruto giving him a deadpan look. Hard to do when you are buried under rubble to the point where even if you reform, you are still buried underground, and have no way to escape long after it happens, remarked Naruto with Sugetsu blinking for a second in thought on the issue. Well, shit, replied Sugetsu before Naruto saw a nearby lab coat hanging on the wall and threw it to the naked man. Wear this until we get out of here. Last thing I want to do is carry a naked man out of here and feel his junk on me, remarked Naruto with Sugetsu put on the lab coat. Better than nothing, I suppose, commented Sugetsu mildly. Not to press the obvious, but we need to move before this place explodes, yelled Karen angrily. There is still one person left to find. The one you mentioned stays in his cell willingly, commented Naruto with Sugetsu looking at him with more interest. You mean Jugo? I don't think you want to let him out. That guy is messed up. Will go completely psycho over the smallest thing. The only one who can keep him calm when out is Kimimaro, and judging from his bleeding body here, that won't be possible in the future, remarked Sugetsu with Naruto narrowing his eyes at him. I'll be the judge on whether to spare Jugo mercy. As for his outbursts and Kimimaro here being healed, you leave that to me when we're safely away from this base, commented Naruto before he grabbed Sugetsu and listened to Karen on where Jugo's cell was located before finding the man inside waiting to die. Leave me here. I want to die. I only hurt people when I'm outside, whispered Jugo in a depressing tone while Naruto ripped the cell open, grabbed him, and after putting Karen over his shoulder, much to her displeasure, he blasted a hole straight through the ceiling straight to the outside. Following that, the young Saiyan flew up with those he rescued, ignored Karen's screams of fear, and Sugetsu's cursing as he did so. Just when he landed a safe distance away from the sound base, the area where it once stood exploded violently, killing everything and everyone left inside of the base, leaving only a crater in wake of the explosion that was worthy of praise from the mad bomber of Iwa, if the man had seen it for his own eyes. Aren't you glad I rescued you all now? Asked Naruto with Karen nodding dumbly along with Sugetsu while Jugo looked blankly at the remains of the place that had been his crude home of sorts since coming into Orochimaru's service. So, what now? Asked Sugetsu curiously while Kimimaro groaned in pain. Now I heal your albino friend here, replied Naruto before turning Kimimaro on his back and put his hand on the bloody man's body. What did you do to him? Demanded Jugo in a suddenly serious tone at seeing his only friend in this state and his power started to come off of him. He fought me and lost, replied Naruto while channeling Q's chakra into Kimimaro and began to slowly heal the albino's injuries. You attacked my friend, demanded Jugo with his body and personality going through a change while Karen and Sugetsu backed away. He attacked me first. Also, I suggest you calm down before you do something stupid. If you interfere in what I'm doing now, the backlash of energy I'm generating will kill him, said Naruto with Jugo breathing heavily. His body and mind seemed to be struggling with itself in terms of what to do next. Calm down, man. Look, the injuries Kimimaro has are healing. You don't want to risk his health, right? Said Sugetsu nervously while Jugo narrowed his eyes at the sight of Kimimaro's wounds being healed. Yeah, at least hear what this guy has to say before you go all psycho on him for what he did earlier, added Karen while Jugo slowly clammed down and still had a serious look on his face. Naruto ignored them by this point, as he finished up healing Kimimaro, who at this point was coming back to the land of the living, and saw he was surrounded by familiar faces. And one he did not. You, I remember you. I fought you briefly. Kabuto said you were the one who killed Orochimaru-sama, remarked Kimimaro with a hint of anger in his voice. More like assisted in stopping his plans for invading Konoha from actually working. The kill goes to the Mizukage. She melted him down with her bloodline limit. The only thing left to identify him was his arm with the snake tattoo used for summoning, which was destroyed later by me to prevent anything of him from surviving. Kabuto only said I helped in killing him so you would go into a rage to fight me in the belief you would win, countered Naruto with Kimimaro scowling before he focused on the others around him. You saved them. Why? Asked Kimimaro curiously. Because Karen is an Uzumaki and a member of my family. Sugetsu might find some kind of purpose in Konoha when we head there. Jugo I saved because he was in that cell unlocked days away from killing himself. Dying without a purpose is a horrible way to go, answered Naruto with Kimimaro looking at the other before focusing back on the Saiyan. Are you saying you can give me purpose? Give them purpose? Asked Kimimaro while seeing Naruto nod. If I did offer said purpose to you, all of you, would you take what I offered? Asked Naruto with Kimimaro thinking it over in his head before nodding. Yes, I would, answered Kimimaro since he had nothing now and it wasn't like killing the blonde Saiyan in front of him something to consider. Even if Kimimaro tried, he knew Naruto was the superior fighter and warrior between them. Even if Kimimaro had yet to use his full strength at the time and his bloodline to its fullest, the Kagaya knew simply from instinct alone that this boy was his better in just about everything regarding how to fight. Orochimaru had once given him purpose and the albino man would always be grateful for it, but the disease he had obtained during his service had made him value to the Sannin go down drastically. Only now, after Naruto had healed him did Kimimaro have a chance to be of use to his fullest, and had this boy to thank for it. And the three of you. Karen is family so I do want her to consider Konoha, but the two of you, that's another story, said Naruto with Karen fidgeting. I don't really have another place to go and if we are family like you claim, I'm going to stay with family, said Karen with Naruto smirking. We are family, cousins actually, I will tell you more back in Konoha. What about you two? Replied Naruto with Sugetsu and Jugo looking at each other. Hell I'm game, you helped me out with being freed and escaped being destroyed by that base. Anywhere else beats being in a glass tube naked, remarked Sugetsu casually and wanted to see how Konoha did things when compared to the rest of the world. I am a danger to the world around me. My power is unstable. Orochimaru used it for his curse seals. I should have stayed in the cell and died, commented Jugo with Naruto now sighing at his defeated tone and smacked him in the head. You baka, that is the coward's way out. The way of the weak. Look at me Jugo, when I faced adversity, did I crawl up into a ball waiting for death to claim me? No, I rammed my fist through it. You have a problem and I know the perfect person in Konoha to help you deal with it, stated Naruto with Jugo looking at him curiously. Who? Asked Jugo while Naruto smirked. My godmother, she also happens to be the best damn medic nin in the world and is the Hokage too. Her name is Senju Tsunade, answered Naruto knowing if anyone could help Jugo with his problems, it was Tsunade. Are you sure? Orochimaru tried and failed to help me, questioned Jugo with Naruto frowning at the mention of the dead Sannin's name. That's because he most likely didn't help you at all. He probably only claimed he would help you so Kabuto could harvest your power to make those curse seals of his in order to jump from one body to the next, replied Naruto with Jugo looking unconvinced. He does have a point Jugo. Orochimaru team was supposed to be like some kind of super genius or something. Not to mention Kabuto had skills second only to Tsunade herself. If Orochimaru's sick mind could make those curse seals from your bloodline, then there should be no problem curing you no problem. I mean, couldn't the stupid team make you some kind of pill, or serum to keep your temper tantrums in check? Questioned Sugetsu with Jugo not liking the idea he had been used falsely by Orochimaru. It's true Jugo, I was Kabuto's assistant many times on many projects. All of them were designed to extend Orochimaru's life. Not once were they connected to help you, added Karen while Jugo just sighed in defeat. How do I know I won't trade one false savior for another? Asked Jugo to Naruto, who simply smirked. Because unlike Orochimaru team, my godmother swore an oath to help those in need of treatment. She takes that oath quite seriously, said Naruto while Jugo nodded. Very well, I will return with you to Konoha as well, said Jugo before bowing to the Saiyan. Get off the ground, I hate that formal crap. Come on, we have a bit of walk ahead of us to Konoha. I would fly us there, but something tells me most of you would hate the ride, remarked Naruto with Karen glaring at him. Considering you put me over your shoulders and carried me like a sack of potatoes, commented Karen with a heated glare at her cousin. Not for nothing, but before we get to Konoha, can I get some clothing? I have nothing to be ashamed of, but I'm not a nudist or anything, said Sugetsu with Naruto nodding since they did need that for him and some new clothes for Kimimaro. Sure, no problem, replied Naruto before the group headed for the nearest town. Konoha Route HQ. Danzo frowned. Well, he always frowned, but this was more the usual. Why? Because his intended weapon in the form of Konoha's Kyuubi Jinchuriki was out of the village. His spies in the Hokage Tower informed him of the brat heading to Rice Country to attack one of Orochimaru's bases for a possibly long-lost Uzumaki clan member. While having another Uzumaki was a great boon for the village, Danzo was angry over the fact this girl couldn't be put into his route program without raising red flags with Tsunade and the boy himself. While Danzo was confident he could handle the blonde Saiyan easily enough with his own hidden assets, the officially retired Konoha nin wasn't about to force his hand when the time to do so was not upon him. The invasion itself, had it been entirely successful in defeating Konoha's primary force, would have allowed Danzo to flank Orochimaru's forces with his root shinobi, and make himself out to be a hero to the survivors. Such a victory for him would have launched him to the status of Hokage and made Konoha the major military power he always envisioned it should have been for years. Sadly, things did not work out the way he hoped, and the elderly man once more had to wait until Konoha's overall shinobi force was too weak to repel his root from taking over. Again, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had prevented this by using his power to prevent Konoha, and its shinobi from falling in a way that would have proved Danzo's method of running the village was better than his predecessors. A setback he had hoped to counter in the years to come with the right resources and events following this, but Danzo was not what one would call an optimistic man. He didn't believe in optimism. He believed in realism, as in knowing the reality of the situation one was in. And sadly for him, the reality of his situation was with his main outside backer now gone, Danzo would have to seek others who could aid him in his plans to take over Konoha. But who? Iwa, not a chance. They would sooner see all of Konoha destroyed in its entirety. Danzo and his root included. Hell, the man would sooner have the Kyuubi Jinchuriki become Hokage before him. Kumo, they would just pillage Konoha of everything valuable from jutsus to bloodlines and leave nothing left for Danzo to build on. Kiri, after the rebels won against the previous Mizukage, with the aid of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki no less. Not possible. Sooner was out of the question given their current situation of needing to recover from the invasion too. Danzo wasn't about to make the same mistake in terms of trusting a minor shinobi village to help him in his plans to become Hokage. His failure with Hanzo was proof of how unreliable they truly are when called to support him in terms of cashing in a favor. Perhaps the ally I seek in my plans is not in the form of a cage of a shinobi village, but rather in a daimyo of a country. There are reports of a man in snow named Oto, who is ruling with an iron fist, and is looking for a way to access the advanced technology buried deep in the snow there. He's also having trouble with the rebels they're popping up and is putting a strain on him financially to pay his forces to put them down. Perhaps an alliance with him is in order. Such technology could be a good asset to have in taking Konoha for myself when the time comes to act on my plans, thought Danzo with a smirk now having formed on his bandaged face before he snapped his fingers and a root nin appeared. Yes, Danzo-sama, ask the blank ANBU mask-wearing root nin. Get in contact with Kazi Hanadoto. Inform him that I wish to enter an alliance with him. One that would be mutually beneficial to us, commanded Danzo with the root shinobi nodding before he vanished into the shadows. What should we do about the Uchiha? He's becoming increasingly belligerent with his Junin sensei. With the Kyuubi Jinchuriki promoted to Chuunin recently, Team 7 is now lacking a third team member, said Sai, as he kneeled in front of Danzo, and awaiting an order. Which is why you will be put on the team as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's replacement. Your mission is to gain a close personal connection to the Uchiha. Get him to befriend you, to trust you, show you are stronger than him, but not too much that Kakashi will suspect something. Lure Sasuke to me with the notion that getting stronger lies not in one of the many branches of Konoha's trees, but in the roots deep beneath the surface, commanded Danzo with Sai nodding. Yes, Danzo-sama, replied Sai with a nod. Also, I want you to spy on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki as much as possible when around him. Observe his training regiment, who he is training with, his interaction with these people when training, everything, added Danzo with Sai nodding again. What if he suspects something? Asked Sai with Danzo narrowing his eye at the boy. Ensure he doesn't, replied Danzo coldly. Yes, Danzo-sama, said Sai before he left to carry out his mission. Soon I will claim Konoha for myself. I will become Hokage, and when I do take what is rightfully mine, I will make the Kyuubi Jinchuriki into my personal weapon. I will make the brat crush all of Konoha's enemies until there is nothing left to kill but him when his usefulness is over, thought Danzo while gripping his cane tightly while the idea of taming the most powerful entity among the 9 Biju played out in his mind. Konoha Hospital days later. Here we are. Time for you guys to get checked out, remarked Naruto while pointing to the hospital with his group nodding. Do we have to? I just got out of a lab after being in a glass jar, whined Sugutsu while Naruto's eyebrow twitched. Karen, said Naruto before the sound of Karen punching Sugutsu in the head and turning into water. Hey, stop doing that, demanded Sugutsu while getting in Karen's face. Then stop being such a whiny little bitch, countered Karen angrily before they began to bicker with each other. That may have done more harm than good, Naruto-sama, commented Kimimaro with Naruto sighing. So it seems. Excuse me, replied Naruto before he moved between them and smashed their heads together. Hey, what the hell, demanded Sugutsu and Karen at the same time. One more argument from either of you and I will do something that will make your time in Orochimaru's lab seem quite pleasant. Got it, commanded Naruto with both of them nodding quickly since the blonde Saiyan already proved he wasn't one to piss off. We'll be good, said Karen and Sugutsu at the same time. Excellent, good to hear you two are seeing things my way. Now march, commanded Naruto with Karen and Sugutsu slumping in defeat as they obeyed. I might require a much deeper examination than usual, Naruto-sama. My lungs prior to my fight with you were not exactly healthy, said Kimimaro while they walked into the hospital. I know, Kimimaro, you mentioned it before when we were heading here. I'll be sure my godmother gives you and Jugo here a detailed examination when the time comes, said Naruto before processing the two at the hospital and to have Tsunade see his group as soon as possible. What are you doing here, loser? Demanded Sasuke since he had been brought in to treat a sprain in his arm and got half the hospital staff to cater to his every whim in getting it worked on. Seeing some of my friends who just got admitted here for a physical. What about you, getting surgery for a sex change you so desperately wanted? Asked Naruto with a smirk. No, besides, if anyone needs a physical alteration it should be you with that damn tail of yours, commented Sasuke with Naruto smirking further. You're just jealous I have one and the perks that come with it, commented Naruto with Sasuke scowling since that was true. Sasuke knew if he had the tail, it could act as a secret appendage in a pinch when fighting an enemy, and there was also the transformation done during the presence of the moon. If Sasuke could do that, Itachi wouldn't stand a chance, and everyone would bow before his very greatness whether they wanted to or not. Shut up, your newfound power is nothing compared to the might of an Uchiha elite like myself, Sasuke shot back. Considering there are only a handful of Uchiha alive outside of yourself, who are much stronger than you, the standards for the title of Uchiha elite has gone down considerably here in Konoha, taunted Naruto while Sasuke scowled angrily at him. It was only because of Sasuke's quick glance behind the blonde and the fact Naruto could sense the person behind him did the Saiyan use his tail to smack the person behind him into a wall. Turning slightly, Naruto scowled even further when he saw Sakura there with a kunai falling out of her hands, and the boy put the pieces together. Sakura was going to either A. Cut off his tail to gain her crush's affection, or B. Stab him in the back at the base of the spine in an attempt to cripple him just before going for the killing stroke that would most likely have been a slicing at the neck. I saw that, Naruto. You are going to be reported for assaulting a fellow Konoha nin with your tail, said Kakashi, as he appeared seemingly out of nowhere, and planned to take the boy in to have him demoted back to genin. I assume you also saw how Sakura had a kunai in hand and planned to use it on me, countered Naruto while Kakashi frowned and saw the kunai barely being touched by his downed student. Are you sure? For all you know, she was handing it back to Sasuke from training with it earlier, offered Kakashi. Please. Sasuke wouldn't accept the kiss of life from Sakura if he was on his last breath and you know it, Naruto shot back while making sure his tail wrapped itself around his waist. That's a matter of opinion, commented Kakashi with Naruto scowling at him. Then report me to the Hokage. Go ahead, we'll see what Tsunade decides once she has a Noiki dive into her head for the truth in you explaining the convenient timing of your arrival after I stopped Sakura's attack, said Naruto with Kakashi's eye narrowing at him and then at Sakura for a second. You can pass, for now, said Kakashi with Naruto smirking. I thought so, replied Naruto while ignoring the glare Kakashi threw him. Don't get comfortable, loser. I'm going to show you my superiority soon, said Sasuke while Naruto smirked once more. What superiority? A single sprain in your body and you rush to the Talk to me when you have been beaten within an inch of your life and come back from it within a few days' time. Until then, piss off, replied Naruto before walking down the hall, through a flight of stairs, another couple of corridors, and finally stopped at the room meant for Hyuga Hinata. Only to hear voices. You are going to be branded when you have properly recovered, Hinata. The Hyuga clan cannot and will not tolerate main family members of the clan losing to the branch family. It is a sign of weakness and all weaknesses must be properly removed from the main family one way or another, said a man, who Naruto deduced was Hinata's father, Hayashi if the blonde recalled correctly since the man appeared to be at that proper age. It is not weakness to show love for one's family, countered Hinata while Hayashi just scowled at her for a second. That is where you are wrong. Love has no place in our clan. The cage bird seal has created a rift too powerful for such a thing to heal it, remarked Hayashi while Hinata just frowned at his words. Maybe if the Hyuga clan stopped practicing the use of the cage bird seal on the next generation of Hyuga children, such a rift of which you speak could possibly begin to heal, offered Hinata with Hayashi looking at her in shock and anger. Out of the question. Never say that again. Do you understand? I will not hear such a thing from you on this matter, commanded Hayashi with Naruto snorting at the idea of this issue going silent. And why is her idea so bad? I think it's great. No seal on the next generation of Hyuga means they don't have to be your slaves in all but name. No seal, no hatred, remarked Naruto with a smirk on his face at seeing Hinata blushing at the sight of him. This doesn't concern you, brat, stated Hayashi with Naruto raising an eyebrow at him. Actually it does. You see, a short while back, I had this important talk earlier with a few people regarding the cage bird seal, and the history behind its existence. Mainly because something about such a seal seemed off to me. Maybe it's the Uzumaki in me or maybe it's the curious nature of being, well, a curious boy. But spending time in my home or at least having a shadow clone in my home doing research on seals has revealed some very surprising facts about the cage bird seal. Would you like to hear them? Replied Naruto with Hayashi beginning to sweat a little since he had an idea on what those facts were. I suggest you keep such information to yourself from now on. It is safer that way. For you and my daughter, warned Hayashi with Naruto scowling now. And if anything happens to Hinata, I'll go public with those secrets just to see your so-called noble clan be exposed for the pathetic pieces of human trash that they really are in life. Countered Naruto while Hayashi looked livid at his words. You wouldn't dare, whispered Hayashi with Naruto smirking. Test me and find out, replied Naruto with Hayashi narrowing his eyes. This is not over, said Hayashi before walking out of the room. I didn't expect it to be over. Not with assholes like you around, commented Naruto to himself before refocusing on Hinata. Sorry about my father, said Hinata sadly while Naruto waved it off. Don't worry about it. The guy is a jerk, but surprisingly you could do worse in terms of who you have for a father, remarked Naruto while walking over to her and pulled out a chair before sitting in front of the girl. Was your mission a success? Tsunade-sama told me you went on a mission to another country to find a member of your clan, said Hinata with Naruto smiling and making her blush. Yep, I found a cousin, a Kagaya, a water-turning guy formerly from Kiri, and someone who is depressed because of his power from his own clan being unstable. All of whom I sent to Tsunade for a medical checkup, replied Naruto proudly with Hinata smiled at seeing his first mission as a Chunin being so successful. You do realize that you need to give an official report on this soon, right? Asked Q with Naruto sighing internally knowing the fox was right while ignoring the Bijuu's words at the same time. How was your operation to repair the damage the doctors missed? Asked Naruto since a change in subject was in order. Good. Tsunade-sama said I should be able to leave in another day or two, but no intense training until my body fully recovers, replied Hinata with Naruto smiling. That's good to hear. Once you have recovered fully, I think the best way for you to get stronger is through an intense training regimen, and looking into a way into using your natural flexibility with gentle fist, said Naruto cheerfully. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Asked Hinata curiously while hoping he meant they would be doing some training together. What is the best way to get stronger? Training, training, and more training. How do we train? Practice, practice, and more practice. How are you going to practice? With me and the others at the Namika's estates, declared Naruto boldly to her. Train, with you, at your house, asked Hinata while blushing and was incredibly nervous at the idea of Naruto seeing her training. And screwing up. Yep, it is the only way you can get strong enough to show your idiot of a father what he refuses to see for himself, answered Naruto knowing this was for the best. You mentioned my flexibility in gentle fist, commented Hinata with Naruto smirking at her now. Being a Saiyan allows for one fighter like myself to see things about another fighter that others cannot see. When I saw your fight with Neji, I saw your stand was rigid. You were fighting Neji on his terms. using his fighting stance. Every move you made was almost an exact copy of his moves with gentle fist. In truth, Neji knew your exact movements when fighting before you even made them. It was only after you began using a rather unorthodox fighting style based a bit on desperation to continue did Neji have trouble in landing a hit. You, my dear Hinata-chan, have a natural flexibility on a physical level the rest of your clan clearly does not have in them. Or if they do, it's rare in terms of being considered a recessive trait, and thus considered to be inferior when it comes out every few generations, explained Naruto with Hinata nodding. In the past, some members of the clan have been known to strain in their attempts to fight like traditional Hyuga. But they were mocked openly for their failures, called weaklings when they couldn't fight properly, and instantly banished to the branch family to work as one of the servants to the elders. It had not been pretty for those who got that distinct honor among the clan, as the elders had been cruel to them on many levels. Using the caged bird seal at random times, making those branded with the seal fall over in pain, and scream in agony while whatever they were holding fell to the floor. Anyone seeing such acts would ignore it or assist in the mocking of these poor souls rolling around in pain. Hinata knew that her future in the clan could possibly be among those branch family members if the elders and her father pushed for such a move. So I should focus on my flexibility, said Hinata, since she always felt the need to be more evasive with her moves rather than face things head-on. To flow everywhere around everything like water. Yes, gentle fist is not limited to one style contrary to the belief of your clan. Though the belief is most likely upheld by them due to the Hyuga clan's traditions related to the breeding process done in terms of reproducing from within. Meaning cousins breeding with not too directly related to each other cousins to keep the strongest traits around. But every so often, you get those who break the rules a smidge, and you get inbreeding on an almost unnoticeable level, replied Naruto, since Q had been kind enough to explain things to him about this prior to coming here. I thought as much, said Hinata to herself, since she knew certain clans wanting to keep the bloodline pure, to keep it strong, and practiced such things with some die-hard clans going to very high extremes of incest to make it happen. With lots of trial and error in the process, with a lot of errors popping up during the trials to make and keep the bloodlines pure. In any case, we need you to embrace this natural flexibility your body has developed, and use it with gentle fist. At the same time, you will need suitable sparring partners to help refine it. Several which I know and can easily be recruited to help once you get out of here, added Naruto with Hinata nodding since she would like that. Thank you for doing this. I'll make it up to you, somehow, said Hinata, since she owed a lot to Naruto for doing so much for her. I'm sure you will think of something. Until then, rest up for when you get out of here. You'll need all of your strength for the intense training I have planned, said Naruto before he let out a boisterous laugh worthy of a Saiyan and flew out the window while Hinata just sweat dropped at the end. Why was the boy in her life she had a crush on so weird at times? Hokage Tower sometime later. So Kabuto was alive after all. At least is dead this time, right? Said Tsunade with the Saiyan in front of her nodding. Blew him up into tiny pieces. There was no way he could have fooled my senses and pulled the same crap twice. It doesn't work that way on a Saiyan, replied Naruto with Tsunade nodding, since she had been told about the Saiyans by Jiraiya from what he was told by Brat in front of her about them. Saiyans were in a way just like a walking Sharingan. They could mimic or copy almost any kind of technique or jutsu out there when seeing them, with the exception of certain bloodline limits. Still, it was impressive to say the least, and in some cases the Saiyans were able to figure out how certain moves worked so they could at least counter them in battle a second time around should they rarely fail the first time. Truly remarkable. I'll take your word for it. Sadly, I can't give you credit officially because it would make our new friends in Kiri look bad, and then they wouldn't want to be the level of friendship prior to this. In any case, you did well in bringing that little group of yours here, with one of them being an Uzumaki. Knowing there are still a few out there in the world brings a warm feeling to my heart, and I am glad my grandmother's clan wasn't snuffed out, said Tsunade with a smile on her face. That's good, but what can you tell me about the other three? Kimimaro, Sugetsu, and Jugo? Asked Naruto curiously, since he did bring them to Konoha in the first place. All healthy, which is a bit surprising considering Kimimaro had a lethal lung disease that should have killed him sooner than when you face the guy. My guess is the use of Kyuubi's chakra when healing his injuries cured what he had left and repaired them to the point where the disease is gone. Sugetsu turns to water whenever struck and seems to be in good health despite his desire to cut into things with a sword. But Jugo, he concerns me with his depression, replied Tsunade with a hint of concern at the end. Do you think Jugo is suicidal? Asked Naruto with Tsunade shaking her head no. Not really, or rather not yet I should say. A few more years alone in that cell. Maybe a thought of it here or there. From what Jugo told me, the only reason he didn't go insane around you or me was due to Kimimaro being nearby. Their friendship and friends in general seem to keep that other part of him at bay. I've run some tests, but the results are unclear for now. I need to analyze his blood. Maybe even see his bloodline in action for myself, said Tsunade with Naruto nodding. Jugo told me it was Orochimaru's key to making the curse seal. Maybe that will help, offered Naruto with Tsunade nodding in agreement. That's what I thought too. I'm going to share my findings with Jiraiya on Jugo's power and how it could be used to make a curse seal. With any luck, we can find out what is causing his bouts of insanity, and find a way to treat it properly, replied Tsunade while Naruto nodded. Until then, I want all of them staying with me. Kin and Tayuya know them, so it will be good to have a few familiar faces around the house they know and trust, added Naruto with Tsunade nodding. The councils will protest this. They might find support with some of the clan heads in the belief you are gathering several strong warriors to take over Konoha, said Tsunade with Naruto scoffing. Let 'em bitch. It won't change the simple fact it's necessary. Karen has legal standing to live with me since she's my cousin. Kimimaro was one of Orochimaru's chief bodyguards for many years. He knows who the Snake Sannin had contact with during that time. Not to mention he is the only one outside of myself who can keep Jugo from going crazy, said Naruto with Tsunade nodding at that due to them being valid points. Not to mention a good sparring partner, added Tsunade in terms of Kimimaro's fighting abilities. That too. As for Sugetsu, he's a little rough around the edges, but the man can easily be our liaison between Kiri and Konoha in terms of staying on good terms. We still have the Kusanagi, right? Said Naruto with Tsunade nodding since they were able to get that off of Orochimaru's melted body. In fact, it was only thing not melted by the Mizukage bloodline limit. You want Sugetsu to have it, surmised Tsunade with Naruto shrugging. The man loves swords, why not give him that one as a sign of good faith? He's already had the training. We could make him a sword instructor. And it's not like we can't have a few more of them in Konoha. If anything, we seem to be a little understaffed in that area unless you consider the ANBU, remarked Naruto with Tsunade grimacing. Sadly, you're painfully right regarding that last part. After Kyuubi attacked, the number of skilled ninja swordsmen in Konoha outside of the ANBU was reduced drastically in number. From what Jiraiya told me, we didn't have enough instructors to teach. Not only that, but the few we did have were the ones I would consider questionable, due some of them being from Danzo's root program. Even now, if I were to put them in charge of teaching such a program, it would risk making them loyal to Danzo in the future, said Tsunade with Naruto frowning. We should talk to Kimimaro about Danzo. I wouldn't put it past the old bastard to get in contact with Orochimaru following the latter's fleeing from the village, replied Naruto with Tsunade frowning. Danzo aiding Orochimaru? You actually think Danzo would do that? Asked Tsunade with Naruto raising an eyebrow at her. Given Danzo's way of thinking about Konoha and how he clearly wants to be Hokage to rule over it, I would be more surprised if he didn't try to get in contact with the Sannin, countered Naruto while Tsunade couldn't help but agree with him on that matter. I'll speak to Kimimaro about that later. For now, go home to the others, and make sure they don't do anything stupid, replied Tsunade with Naruto nodding before leaving. Namika's estates. Pervert, yelled Tayuya before punching Sugetsu in the face and turning him into water. Pay up, commented Karen while kinpaying her and mumbling on about the red-haired Uzumakis and how they shouldn't be allowed to make bets. Hey, I just said the maid outfit looked good on you. Take a compliment, exclaimed Sugetsu once he reformed. It wasn't a compliment, you shit. I know boys like you are all the same. You were being perverted, you were picturing me naked, exclaimed Tayuya while pointing an excusing finger at him. First off, I wasn't picturing you naked. Second, get out of my head, Tayuya. Third, if I ever wanted to picture any woman naked, it would be the Hokage with those awesome rocking tits she got. Not like yours, which are basically small apples when compared to the Hokage's luscious melons, answered Sugetsu with a perverted look on his face. Before Tayuya hit him over the head with a nearby table. Tayuya, you know Naruto-sama can't replace the furniture you destroy in this house, said Kin in a reprimanding tone. Indeed, commented Naruto once he walked into the room and saw Sugetsu struggling to form together. Naruto-sama, please don't punish me, squeaked Tayuya fearfully since she had been on the receiving end of his punishments just prior to him leaving for sound. Her butt still had a faint red mark from his hand impacting there. Ha! The mighty Tayuya of the former sound fall reduced to a mousy squeaking maid, taunted Sugetsu with a small laugh. Shut up, dick face, yelled Tayuya angrily. Enough, Tayuya, I won't punish you this time since Sugetsu is being a dick. But I won't be merciful a second time. Sugetsu, for being a dick, Karen can use you as a punching bag for the rest of the day, and you are forbidden to fight back, said Naruto, knowing it was the only fair thing to do. I was not being a dick, remarked Sugetsu before he was punched by a now very happy Karen. Yes, you were Sugetsu. Now take your punishment like a man and deal with it. Karen, take him outside, and continue what you were doing. Only use this, commanded Naruto before he gave her a huge hammer. What the fuck, man? Be reasonable, protested Sugetsu while surprised Karen could lift it and drag him out back at the same time. I am being reasonable. Either Karen smacks you around with the hammer or I use you for target practice with my energy attack. Take your pick, said Naruto with Sugetsu slumping his head in defeat. Some choice, commented Sugetsu while Naruto just smirked at him. Now see that is you being a dick again, replied Naruto with a laugh as he saw the man get dragged outside to be smashed into water until Karen tired out. Thank you for taking us in, Naruto-sama. And thank you for sending me to Tsunade for treatment, said Jugo in a strange show of courage in speaking up. All the while ignoring the smashing sound coming outside of Karen happily pounding Sugetsu into the ground with her hammer. You're welcome, Jugo. Just remember, you have friends here in this house. That thought alone should keep your other side from coming out until Tsunade can provide the proper treatment, replied Naruto with a smile, knowing the young man needed all the friends he could get. And by Kami he was going to make sure everyone in this house had at least one friend in each other. Chapter 8: Snow Time. Naruto was not amused, not by a long shot. Staring intently at the large group of people on horses in samurai armor while hovering between them and the woman dressed as a princess they had been chasing. Only they weren't samurai and the woman they were chasing was not a princess. They were actors. Actors shooting a movie in Konoha and the director of said movie, a Princess FUNN movie at that. Even worse, the movie's director had failed to inform the Hokage about a chase scene being filmed while using the village as the location for it. Apparently, the director of the movie wanted to play the scene out so people around the actors would be naturally startled and surprised by the scene itself. What it did was make Naruto angry since he had been walking and eating a bowl, his 10th, of ramen at the same time. His mastery of energy manipulation allowed him to hover the bowls of food with ease, but the stampede of horses had hit all except the one in his hand. Naturally, the loss of so much food of the gods' kais would not go unpunished. Sadly, the need to avenge his beloved food was delayed when more Konoha ninja arrived to stop him from doing something rash. They quickly explained the situation to him, so the desire to obliterate the actors in armor was going to be put on hold for the moment. So with great reluctance, the Saiyan Uzumaki stayed his hand, but he would avenge his favorite. Avenge. With that being determined, Naruto flew to the Hokage Tower to investigate further about the situation since rumors were flying about a possible mission to guard the actress. Not that Naruto would enjoy it, considering the woman didn't even want to sign autographs for the children who were big fans of her movies. She actually turned them down, hurting all their feelings, and doing it without any regret in her eyes. Naruto had to banish the thought of sending a small orb of energy into the woman's chest and kill her instantly via a hole where the heart was located. As much as the woman had deserved a much-needed reprimand, Naruto knew it would not be through him, and went with the "see if anyone else does it before I do" approach. As it turned out, rumors were in fact true that the actress for the Princess FUNN movies was in need of protection per the director and manager of the spoiled actress's request. They had gotten word of some of the more rabid fans plotting something, and it was whispered to be life-threatening. While the movie studio had hired standard security, the director and the woman's manager were not about to take any chances. This woman was the bread and butter for all the Princess FUNN movies ever made. If she died, the company would lose millions upon millions of ryo. It was better to spare no expense now over losing far more in future revenue never getting into their pockets. The money made from a single Princess FUNN movie could easily pay for such high-level protection expenses 10 times over. You want me to be that woman's bodyguard? Her, that spoiled little actress, who just a moment ago, I saw wanted to swat away a group of children hoping for her autograph. Are you more drunk than usual? Asked Naruto, since the mentioned woman's manager, Asama Sanadayu, had been the one to make the request with the director's approval. In order, yes, sadly, yes, and no, I'm perfectly sober, you cheeky little brat, said Tsunade while glancing over at Shizune with a mild glare for stealing her sake away earlier. Damn goody toe shoes. The younger woman just had to act all responsible and deny the senju her beloved's sake. So what if it was the early afternoon? She wanted her sake, damn it. Who else is coming beside me? Granted, my presence alone is overkill, but all it takes is one person to sneak around me to end Yuki-san's life, said Naruto, since he could be in the middle of a fight with someone and it could all be a distraction while a second person sneaks around to put a blade on the actress's throat. Good question. Unfortunately, your group obtained from Orochimaru's base cannot go with you. Karen is not ready for anything related to combat. Sugetsu will freeze where you are going due to snow country having blistering winters. Jugo is out of the question for obvious reasons and Kimimaro is needed here to keep him calm. That being said, you will be heading out with Team Guy and Team 7. I know you have misgivings about the latter, but Kakashi has actually been to snow country before in his youth. He could prove useful on this mission given the terrain, said Tsunade while Naruto grimaced. Just so long as the Uchiha doesn't do anything stupid. Not to mention Sakura better try to pull her weight. Who is filling in for me since I'm not part of Team 7? Questioned Naruto with Tsunade producing a picture of a pale-faced boy in standard ninja gear. His name is Sai. Danzo approached me with him and said his skills could fill in the gap left behind by your departure from the team. From what I was able to wiggle out of the old warhawk, the man personally trained the boy, said Tsunade while Naruto snarled at the mention of Danzo. Meaning the boy is beyond the level of genin. Not to mention he will be Danzo's spy to observe the Uchiha and ultimately myself if given the chance. Not to mention this guy will have the personality of a wet dishcloth, said Naruto while looking at the picture and burned it up in his hands. While Naruto didn't know much about the man per se, he knew enough about Danzo to want the bastard obliterated from the world. Given he was a rival of the Sandaime for the title of Hokage and had done many questionable things in his long life, always stating, it was for the good of Konoha, each time. But Naruto knew better. Bardock's memories of how certain people aka Frieza had destroyed planet Vegeta for the greater good of the Planet Trade Organization. Also the Super Saiyan of legend would not arise from the ranks of the Saiyans he treated like garbage. Greater good his Saiyan but. Frieza did what he did because the lizard knew the Super Saiyan of legend was stronger than himself. Frieza saw himself as unmatched and the idea, no matter how remote, of someone or something being stronger irked the cruel tyrant something fierce. I'll let everyone at my home know. I just hope they don't start killing each other while I'm gone, remarked Naruto with a sigh before he flew out the open window. Damn brat is worse than Jiraiya. At least the pervert doesn't knock over my paperwork when he exists. Exclaimed Tsunade angrily. Paperwork you have yet to start, Tsunade-sama. As I recall, you delayed working on it by going to a meeting with intentions of extending the time frame of working at your desk, commented Shizune while Tsunade laughed sheepishly. That obvious? Asked Tsunade while Shizune just smiled and as if by magic or possibly the use of a pocket dimension, brought out another 6 stacks of paperwork to do. Right on top of the large pile she already had on the desk. Yes, replied Shizune while secretly enjoying her teacher crying at the sight of the pile of paperwork needed to be filled out. One of the many ways of paying the Senju woman back for all the years of gambling and drinking sake at bars. There was also one time when Tsunade tried, when drunk, to get Shizune to take a rather fat pimply man with a rather perverted look on his face on a date. Oh yes, revenge was indeed sweet. Naruto's home sometime later. What, you get to go on a mission guarding the actress who plays Princess FUNN? While she is shooting another movie. And I can't go, demanded Karen angrily while shaking Naruto with equal fury. Not my call, take it up with the Hokage, replied Naruto with amusement in his voice since he knew his cousin was going to raise all sorts of hell on the Senju woman. Oh I will, just you wait, exclaimed Karen while shaking her fist with righteous fury in her eyes. The kind that made male Nara clan members run for the hills to get away from. Why can't we go? Asked Sugetsu with Naruto smirked. You can't go because the location isn't good for your body if it turns into water. I doubt you want to be turned into ice and risk being shattered into over 100 pieces, said Naruto with Sugetsu grimacing at the image playing in his head. And Kimimaro nor Jugo can't go because one needs to keep the other sane. The Hokage is still working on a treatment program for him, said Karen since she had been tasked in assisting the Hokage and Shizune with the project. Hence why I am going with Team Guyan, Team 7, said Naruto with those around him looking angry about it. What, Team 7, the one with the broody emo jerk? The one with the banshee with a shriek strong enough to wake the dead? Asked Sugetsu while Naruto nodding. And the one with the sensei who is always late and reads porn openly without shame? Asked Karen while her eyebrow twitched with a tick mark. The very same. They also got a new teammate to fill the void I left behind. Some pale-faced and most likely emotionally stunted ninja named Sai, said Naruto while he saw the confusion on everyone's faces. How do you know or suspect the new guy is emotionally stunted? Asked Karen since she was sure Naruto wouldn't make such assumptions right away. Because he was recommended and trained by Shimura Danzo. The man hates all things related to emotions and stomps them right out of a person being trained under him, said Naruto while everyone made RIC type of noise. There is more to it Naruto-sama, said Kimimaro while everyone turned to the albino. Oh, what else is there? Asked Naruto curiously. As you know, I was one of the most loyal followers of Orochimaru. I knew many things, saw many things. I never questioned him, never challenged him. As such, my loyalty to the Sannin at the time allowed me to go with Orochimaru as his prized bodyguard. There were multiple times when Orochimaru would meet with various contacts personally for one reason or another. I was to ensure none of them tried to betray my former master and attack him from behind. One such contact was Shimura Danzo, said Kimimaro with the Saiyan's eyes widening in shock. Are you sure? Asked Naruto with Kimimaro nodding. I was standing right beside Orochimaru on several occasions when he met with Danzo. The man had brought several dozen mask leaf shinobi with him. Each of them was the same in terms of how they acted, but also in how they moved. They were too stiff, too rigid. While I am not a sensor like Karen, I could tell those leaf shinobi were not the usual ANBU that Konoha possesses. They were in a sense, emotionless, said Kimimaro with Naruto clenched his hands into fists. That fucking hypocrite. I heard stories about him in passing. People saying he was a true patriot. That everything he did was for the good of Konoha. How he would defended it from all evil. Only to be working with that Sannin for some reason that is clearly not one related to patriotism, said Naruto angrily since his firm belief in both the Sandaime and Danzo being cut from the same cloth was clearly justified at this point. I remember that fucker too. He was all calm and cold when talking to Orochimaru. As if the Sannin couldn't attack him. Or he knew something that kept Orochimaru from trying to attack him, added Tayuya while Kin nodded since she had heard the rumors about the man when it sound. Have you reported this to Tsunade? Asked Naruto while Kimimaro shook his head. I have not had the time. Your Hokage has been too busy with paperwork, meetings, and treating Jugo to be informed of this, answered Kimimaro while Naruto sighed. Make time, go into her office and tell her everything. At the very least, we can use the information against Danzo in the event he makes a move against me. Or the Hokage for that matter, replied Naruto with Kimimaro nodding. When are you heading out to take the mission? Asked Kin curiously. Soon, within the next few days. The rest of the group needs to be told, supplies gathered for the trip, and several other things connected to our travel. Hopefully, nothing bad will happen while everything gets prepared, said Naruto though he just knew the universe was going to do something to screw him over if it saw a moment to create some shits and giggles. It usually did. Several days later. Naruto was right, the universe was trying to screw him over for shits and giggles. First, Kakashi and Team 7 aka Team Unreliable arrived late to the meeting point. Second, the actress his team was assigned to guard had decided to flee to who knows where. As a result, they had to track her down before someone did something stupid to her. And finally, though not such a bad thing really, but still an annoyance, his own hair was changing color. It was changing from blonde to red the last couple of days and thus it was showing off his Uzumaki traits now coming into existence. Not that Naruto minded since he personally thought the aspect of having spiky red hair was more badass over that of having spiky blonde hair. Still, if what images he saw of Bardock's son Goku ascending into Super Saiyan with his hair going from black to gold. Meaning if he ascended, his hair would change color from red to golden too. Provided he could ascend to becoming a Super Saiyan. But for the moment, Naruto decided to focusing on finding their client's runaway actress and cash cow before one of the woman's more rabid fans decided to do something bad. Something to make this mission a total failure and thus make Naruto's life difficult since he knew people would blame him for everything. The people of Konoha usually did. She is in here, said Neji while he used his Byakugan to see the target was hiding out in a bar and drinking heavily. For someone who wishes to hide from the public, she is doing it in the most stupidest way possible, commented Naruto since bars were public areas, filled with people, and the bartenders were known to give out information to anyone willing to pay enough for it. All the usually things they were trying to avoid. I'll go in and subdue her. The rest of you should stay outside. We don't need anyone here making a scene, said Naruto while Team Guy understood while Team 7 frowned. Well, except for Sai. But he was an emotionally stunted tool, so no one focused on him. "Why you?" demanded Sasuke with Naruto glaring at him. "Because I can get her out of there without making too much of a scene, and I won't let my ego stand in the way of the mission," said Naruto while Sasuke glared at him. "You aren't exactly the embodiment of stealth, Naruto," commented Kakashi while he was reading his book. "And you are. What about Guy? Either one of you says Shinobi of Konoha," challenged Naruto while Kakashi had to admit it was true. "What about you?" asked Sakura while Naruto smirked. "Me, that's easy. I'm a Saiyan," said Naruto before vanished from sight one moment and was back the next with a now dizzy green-in-the-face woman. Clearly the high-speed movement and drinking sake earlier didn't mix very well. The fact Fujika's Yuki had fallen to her knees and puked 2 seconds later confirmed it. "That's fast," commented Neji, since there were few who could move that fast or close to it. "Thank you," commented Naruto while keeping a firm hand on the woman at his feet, having just finished puking what she ate earlier that day out of her system. "We better get her somewhere less discreet before someone recognizes her and jumps to conclusions," said Guy with the others nodding, and they moved quickly to get out of the public eye despite it being near the dead of night. Sometime later, Fujika's Yuki woke up with a start. Looking around, the woman saw it was a cabin of sorts, and judging from the rocking movement around her, this room was part of a ship. A large ship meant to hold a large crew and guests on board, which she quickly deduced held the rest of the film crew for the next movie. How she hated acting, putting on that fake smile every time the camera rolled, pretending to be something she was not, to be this woman who she was not. It was a life of lies and deceit. She couldn't live like this. She needed to be herself, her true self. She wanted to be free to walk in the street without being surrounded by fans of her movies. Free to walk around and not fear assassinations. Fear of her enemies knowing who she really was and have her life snuffed out at night. If not for being somewhat dignified woman with a secret past known to a few, Fujika's Yuki would have screamed out loud in frustration. Fortunately, a knock at the door, followed by it being opened, revealed the person who had caused her to pass out shortly after puking. "You!" exclaimed Yuki furiously before groaning as the hangover decided now of all times to kick in. "Yes, me, the one who found you in a bar, the one who grabbed you from said bar, and the one who put you here in this room on this ship. You are welcome, by the way. You were in a public place where people could easily identify you if they looked hard enough with keen eyes. People like that bartender who was pouring you drinks, for example," said Naruto, who had gone back to the bar within the hour of dropping the woman off at their assigned hotel and interrogated the bartender to see if he talked. Which he did to an agent of an agent of an agent of this woman's true enemy. Even now, Naruto had informed his shinobi comrades of the snow shinobi seeking to target him while their ship headed for snow country. All on the payroll of one Kazuhana Doto, who was not only acting as a warlord tyrant of his late brother's kingdom, but wanted his ever-elusive niece dead to prevent her from claiming said throne of snow. And it just so happened that said niece was heading home, if albeit unknowingly at the moment. But she would. The woman wouldn't like it, but that was life. Besides, from what Naruto had learned after putting pressure on the woman's manager, Doto was an asshole bleeding the country dry, all to unearth the advanced technology buried under the snow the winters he kept at bay from seeing the public eyes. The only reason the man was able to hold on to the country as long as he did was because the people below him did not have the strength or means to rebel despite the slow gathering of said strength to do it one day. That and what money he didn't bleed from the people to fund his attempts at mining for technological wonders went to the snow shinobi who were the true muscle the man had in his employ. So long as he funded them and their village, as well as promises of grander things in the future, they would fight for him, and crush his enemies wherever they tried to pop up. Unfortunately for the tyrant ruling this cold terrain, they didn't count on a Saiyan being the main opposition here. "You shouldn't have done what you did. Your life is in danger," said Yuki while Naruto looked amused. "What, you mean bringing you here on this ship? Please, don't be so dramatic. There are no cameras in this room, so don't bother acting," replied Naruto while Yuki glared at him. "I'm not acting here, you baka. If you only knew who was beyond my name, you would take this seriously," exclaimed Yuki angrily. "Who says I'm not? Who says I don't know the truth?" asked Naruto while Yuki looked at him with suspicion. "I doubt you truly understand," challenged Yuki angrily. "She would be wrong. Maybe you should make a game of it. Every time she is wrong, a piece of her clothing has to be removed. Play your cards right and you could see her naked," said Kyubi with a smirk on her face. "Quiet you. Now is not the time for teenage hormones to run rampant through my body. That comes later, thought Naruto, knowing the fox in him was trying to get him in the mood for the whole mating process she felt he should start. Promises. Promises, Naruto-kun, said Kyubi while sighing and knowing she would have to wait a little while longer. I do. Your manager is very loyal to you. He was resistant to tell me the truth at first. But when I showed him the power to obliterate something from exceedingly long range, he was open to telling me more. Mainly about you. Kazehana Koyuki, said Naruto, with the woman going tense and slightly fearful, which was not unreasonable in the Saiyan's eyes. Such information was worth a daimyo's ransom. Quite literally, in this particular case. Fortunately, the young woman in front of him was not a daimyo, not yet, of her own country. That and the one who claimed the title of daimyo unlawfully had no intention of ever paying said ransom. And Naruto wasn't kidding when he told Koyuki about his demonstration of destroying something from far away with impressive firepower. A single orb of energy in his hand was shot from the ship well over 100 miles out to sea. He imagined the explosion from the aftermath could be seen all the way back from the mainland where they left port. It still helped make the impression to Koyuki's manager that he could protect her if push came to shove, but only if the man was honest with them about the truth behind who they were guarding. So imagine that most of them, sans Kakashi, looked quite surprised over the fact the famous actress they were assigned to protect was actually certified princess, and with a little luck helped become the new daimyo of Snow Country. So you know the truth. Will you kill me now? Collect the bounty my uncle has placed on my head. I imagine it far more than what your village was paid to protect me. It's only natural that you would. The job would quick, clean, you can say whatever it is you want on how I died so no one would be the wiser. You get to keep your pay my manager gave you and the money my uncle will give once my head is laying at his feet, commented Koyuki in a bitter tone. Contrary to what you were thinking just now, I'm not going to kill you, said Naruto with a sigh, leaving him. So why are you here? Asked Koyuki curiously. To tell you that the director is setting a movie scene up on another part of the ship. Get ready in 20 minutes, said Naruto before he walked out her room and shut the door. Why me? Thought Koyuki before she sighed in defeat and decided to do her job and just get through this mess that was life. Sometime later. She's a good actor, commented Neji calmly while he and Naruto watched the movie scene play out on the ship. Agreed. Still, our situation requires more than good acting to complete this mission, replied Naruto while Neji grimaced since he and everyone else were made aware of the woman's true status. It is also hard to imagine your ability to turn into a giant ape, commented Neji since Naruto had filled in everyone, sans Team 7, of the potential he possessed due to his Saiyan heritage when in that form. Hence why staying outside when the moon was out in full while they were on the ship had been strictly enforced. They didn't need Naruto turning into one and sinking the ship before they reached their destination. Never underestimate the moon, my friend. She holds tremendous power. It is all about who can draw upon it when the time comes, said Naruto while Neji shuddered since he figured his beating by the now red-haired Saiyan's hands had been merciful. Such an act pulled during the invasion when fighting Gaara could have been used on Neji and the Hyuga would have been destroyed as a result. No gentle fist move could stand up against such a large creature. Do you think Doto will strike soon? Asked Neji while seeing the woman they currently acting in front of him earning herself another fat paycheck in making this latest movie. I would, if he knows our route. I'm sure someone was able to tell him in exchange for a nice finder's fee, but that person most likely received a sword to his neck instead, said Naruto while Neji raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? Asked Neji while Naruto looked out into the sea. Because I asked her manager. Doto doesn't give money or rewards to anyone unless it is absolutely necessary or in his best interest. A simple informant, who no one will miss if he dies, is easier to get rid of by quietly ending him once his usefulness has ended, said Naruto while images from Bardock's past came up with his Saiyan team being killed by Frieza's minions prior to the tyrant moving to exterminate the entire Saiyan race. I heard the man is a tyrant to those he rules over. It's no wonder the people are secretly planning a rebellion, said Neji since the manager had given him the grim details about how Doto killed his own brother and moved to take the throne illegitimately. He's weak piece of shit. Take away his fear, his allies, and weapons. What do you have? A man who will do anything to outlive and kill his enemies. Take away the means to do that and you have a coward. Tyrants are cowards at heart. Take away what gives them the ability to be feared and they are nothing. Less than nothing, said Naruto while Gato and Frieza came to mind. Unfortunately, he has a lot of allies. Naruto. Not to mention technology beyond anything this world has ever known and more of it buried under a lot of snow, replied Neji, since the rumors of the country were known to all. Regardless, we will still make sure the future daimyo on this ship sits on her throne no matter what. Just be ready. Something tells me that the allies of our enemies will be here soon, said Naruto while sensing danger off in the distance waiting for them. Sometime later. There were times where Naruto hated being right. While rare, the few times he was right, it had been with enemies coming out to kill him. Or those he cared about. Sure enough, 3 snow shinobi had decided to attack the ship, and ultimately try to sink it with his ice jutsu taking shape of large animals. One of them being a giant whale. Fortunately, Naruto was able to blast it to pieces with said pieces falling away from the ship itself. The debris still made waves and shook the ship as a result, but the display by Naruto to fly at them in an all-out taijutsu fight made the 3 snow nin retreat. The red-haired Saiyan knew they would report back to Doto and inform him of their assignment being failure, for now. If anything, Naruto felt this battle was to test the waters, pun not intended, on how well defended Koyuki was defended from her uncle's forces in this attack. The fact several ninja teams guarding her were from Konoha would most likely make Doto concerned, since shinobi from Konoha had been here before on a previous mission. No doubt the snow nin who attacked recognized Kakashi and would report his presence to Doto. At least Kakashi would be good cannon fodder, since Doto will no doubt want him killed off first, since the tyrant would assume the Junin was the strongest leaf nin protecting Koyuki. Unfortunately, her royal pain in the ass for a future daimyo chose to slip away from the group shortly after landing on snow country soil. Sighing and glaring at Team 7 since they were supposed to be watching her, Naruto took off through the forest to find the woman running through the snow, and had clearly fallen multiple times doing it. "You are truly helpless. You know that, right?" asked Naruto while hovering in front of her with his arms crossed and saw the woman struggling to move through the thick snow. The only reason Koyuki wasn't cold just yet was due to the thickness of her clothing. No doubt part of the design for the movie when shooting a winter scene and keeping the actress warm to play her part. "Shut up, I won't go back, I can't go back, don't you get it, this place, this weather, and these people are all insufferable," exclaimed Koyuki while Naruto frowned. "Insufferable, how? You just got here for the first time since your childhood," replied Naruto while slowly descending onto the thick snow. "Yes, but I remember it all too well, the cold winters, the brutal snow, the people of our country suffering, yet enduring, all while my father tried to bring spring to winter, as he called it. Every day it was the same thing, trying to bring spring to winter, never stopping, never ending. I never understood what he was doing. I don't think anyone truly understood his plans or his actions. And then, one day, everything changed. For the worst," said Koyuki with tears coming out of her eyes for the first time since the night it happened. "When Big Bad Uncle came into the picture and killed your father," Naruto concluded with Koyuki nodding. "And all for the power the country possessed. Power and technology this world has not seen due to the snow that buries it. But I have seen some of it. Train systems that can move things and people great distances and speeds faster than a horse ever could. Airships that take to the sky and transport you beyond the seas instead of risking the wrath of the water if traveling by boat. There is so much this country has to offer, and my uncle wants to use it for evil. And yet I am powerless to stop it. The people can't stop it. I live a life of lies and deceit while everyone here suffers under my uncle's cruelty. I'm in hell," said Koyuki while finally glaring at him in anger. "Hell, you want to talk to me about hell? Since my birth, people have been abusing me, torturing me, and trying to manipulate me for their own suck amusement. And for what? For something that wasn't my fault. All to be their puppet, their slave, their toy, their weapon, and when I caught on, they tried to demand I suck it up. That I take it with a smile on my face and continue to take it long after without complaints. That I was always meant to be their plaything, and the idea of thinking for myself was considered blasphemy in the eyes of my tormentors," said Naruto while Koyuki was shocked to hear this. "What did you do?" asked Koyuki curiously, since she didn't expect someone so young as Naruto have any kind of power to oppose those running his village. "I told them to fuck off. That I was going to think for myself. I was going to be myself. And I told them I would use all the power at my command to ensure their cushy lives at the top of the tree would be ruined before my end. When I was younger, about 6 years old, after I took rather bad beating on my birthday no less, I promised myself that no matter what was thrown at me, I would endure. I would take this pain, this suffering, this abuse the village forced on upon me and turn it into something else. I would become so strong and so powerful in life that nothing short of a god could challenge me. Now all the people in Konoha who abused, hated, or tried to use me are now pissing themselves in fear. I took what was sent my way and turned it into a means to get stronger. That is what you have to do. Your enemies think you are some spoiled actress. They don't think you have the spine to rise up and defy them. They think all the power is in their hands. You just need to prove them wrong by finding your inner strength and using it. Exclaimed Naruto with Koyuki slowly nodding. Isn't this a touching moment? So inspiring. The monkey boy teaches a spoiled princess how to stand on her own 2 feet. What's next? You teach her how to dance too? Asked Roga Nader with a smirk from his position in a tree. Why don't you come down and I'll show you how, commented Naruto while fighting the urge to blast the snow nin to pieces since the sound would cause an avalanche. He needed to get in close. Tempting, but no, I suggest you hand over Doto-sama's niece. Refusal would be unwise on your part, said Nader confidently. Go liquor, lemon, snow cone, said Naruto while Nader frowned. I see, you are one of those kind of shinobi. The one who acts with his heart instead of his head, commented Nader while Naruto smirked. I prefer to think of it as me being brave over that of being a weak coward. Like a certain snow nin in front of me, Naruto countered while Nader scowled before smirking. Let's see how brave you are when dealing with an avalanche, exclaimed Nader before he made a hand sign and triggered an explosion. You shit, cursed Naruto and was about to grab Koyuki when he noticed his feet had been frozen underneath him by several inches worth of chakra-made ice. While only temporary, it was in that time, Nader struck first by grabbing Koyuki, and had her over his shoulder. And just because he could, the man gave Naruto an armored punch in the face. Not that it hurt Naruto, who didn't even feel it, but the Saiyan wasn't going to reveal that to the snow nin. Not when he was dealing with a fucking avalanche. Besides, Naruto knew that Nader wasn't going to kill Koyuki. Not yet. Doto wanted her alive for something. He sensed as much from when the attack on the ship was more of a probe into the defenses the ship had. Now the enemy was upping their game and it was time for Naruto to do the same on his end. Which he did moments later after the avalanche hit and Naruto exploded out of the snow before giving chase to Nader. It wasn't hard to track him since he was entering a tunnel of sorts when Naruto found the fool. No sooner had the snow nin got halfway through the tunnel did Naruto fly past him with Koyuki once more in his arms. What? How? Demanded Nader in shock while Naruto smirked. You didn't think such a weak move could stand against a Saiyan, did you? Said Naruto while he floated in the tunnel. And what the hell is a Saiyan? Demanded Nader while preparing to use another ice jutsu. Only for Naruto to vanish and appear right in front of him. And shove a fist through the snow nin's armor and flesh. Me, replied Naruto menacingly before he made the man explode after shoving a ball of energy into him. Fortunately, for Koyuki, she was facing away from him when Naruto performed the act. What Koyuki did see was the sight of her country's legendary high-speed train coming at them right through the tunnel. It's the train, we are going to be crushed, exclaimed Koyuki while Naruto glanced back at the sight of the vehicle. Again, Bardock's old memories of the space pods, the power level detecting scouters, and other high-tech items the PTO came to Naruto's mind. Compared to those items, this train was a primitive piece of technology. Still, Naruto wasn't going to say anything since this world was not the one Bardock was from, so it was a moot point. Granted, he could destroy it, given his power, but there was a chance of the debris could fly out of control and hit Koyuki. So the best course of action was to get her out of the tunnel and somewhere safe. He could always blow up the train later. Hold on, we're going on a little ride of our own, said Naruto before took off and flew toward the opposite direction of the train. We can't outrun it, we are going to die, exclaimed Koyuki while Naruto growled. Shut up, I'm sick and tired of this, it's hopeless. We are going to die. Bullshit from you right now. We are not going to die. We are going to live and you are going to sit on that damn throne to rule over the people here. Exclaimed Naruto angrily while flying faster and exited the tunnel in plenty of time before the train came out of it. And it just so happened that the two of them were near the movie crew and the Konoha teams guarding the group. Where were you? Asked Tenten curiously while Naruto set the princess down. Sorry, I was buried in an avalanche, and just finished outrunning a train. How are you? Countered Naruto with Tenten blushing in embarrassment since she had come off as rude to him. That scene flying out of the train was gold. We have to find a way to add that into the movie. stated the movie director, since this was well beyond anything he could have hoped for when making this movie. The sound of the train activating its brakes brought everyone toward and saw the long length of the locomotive had various compartments to hold something. And Naruto suspected that whatever this something was, it wasn't good for them. So, my foolish niece returns. And she brought help from Konoha no less. Add the rebel filth trying to take this country from its rightful ruler. How insulting. I will not let this act of betrayal by the people of this country go unpunished. They will die for this. All of them, including their families, down to the last child, stated Doto from within the train into a speaker system, with his anger and bloodlust growing during his speech. Your niece is the next in line for the throne, Doto. The fact you killed your older brother to take over also makes your claim for the title of daimyo forfeit by default, said Naruto while hearing the angry growl from the man's throat. My brother was a weakling, spending all his time trying to make Snow Country a better place while failing at every turn. He was a failure for a daimyo, and failures like him have no right to rule, exclaimed Doto, since he was always jealous of his brother and the fact the people loved the man over him. Doto wanted to unlock the technological treasures of their county to bring about a new golden age, but at the same time, he didn't want to share the rewards such an endeavor brought. Not to mention his goody-goody noble elder brother and daimyo wouldn't allow such things to happen the way Doto wanted. Doto knew his brother would share the wealth with the people. The people. He hated the people, always wanting what was his by right and might. And for what? Because they were all loyal. They should be loyal to him until the day they died and receive nothing in return, because the people, all the people, were beneath him. And now this monkey boy for a Konoha shinobi was denouncing him. All for killing his brother and taking it for himself. The nerve. Doto, your time is at an end. We will put an end to your end and bring new life to our country, declared Osama Sanadayu in full samurai armor and sword, along with various other rebels ready for a fight. So the rebels show themselves. How nice. It saves me the trouble of hunting you down myself or employing my snow nin to do it for me. Since you are all here, let me show you a small, yet powerful demonstration of Snow Country's technological power through this train. Consider it a generous gift from your one true lord and master, stated Doto with a cruel laugh echoing through the speakers. After Doto finished speaking, the various train compartments soon shifted on the outside to reveal projectile launchers of some kind. It was actually making many of the people who were opposing Doto, the Konoha protection detail, and the movie crew nervous at what was happening. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sai, create an earth wall to protect everyone. Now, commanded Naruto while filling both his hands with energy. I don't take orders from you, loser. Sasuke shot back while Team Guy was rushing to get people out of possible firing range despite the snow impeding their movements. If you want to live past this moment in time, you will do as I say. Or do you want to be turned into corpse? Countered Naruto while Doto laughed into the speaker. So the monkey boy figured it out. Good. Witness the full power of the kunai and arrow launcher system. Daye, exclaimed Doto before the system in question began firing volley after volley of pointy-tipped projectiles at them. God damn it, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sai, do it now, commanded Naruto while Kakashi and a reluctant Sasuke did what was asked of them. Only to surprise Naruto once more at their heartless actions when only two shinobi used enough chakra to create the earth wall to protect the movie crew, Team Guy, and of course Koyuki. But not the rebels. Cursing at them, Naruto moved quickly in the path between the projectiles, and fired his own energy attacks at them while they were still in the air. He got as many of them, but some of the projectiles got past the Saiyan since there were so many fired over and over again by the train. Finally having enough, Naruto formed one more energy ball before firing it at the train, and the end result was blowing it to high hell. The princess could bill him for the damage later after she became daimyo. Looking around, he saw quite a few rebels had been killed. Not as many as there would have been had not acted, but still there were quite a few severely injured, if not dead men on the ground, staining the pure white snow with red life-giving blood. Some groaning in pain, others crying over the loss of dear friends near them who had joined the rebel cause to overthrow Doto. Speaking of that arrogant shit. During the commotion, the two remaining snow nin partnered with Nader had managed to sneak off with Koyuki and get her into the airship now flying high above them. And what is worse, the people who were supposed to be watching her when he set her down, which was Team 7, had failed to do it. Sure, Kakashi and Sasuke had made the earth wall, but Sakura and Sai could have made sure Koyuki didn't get nabbed. Though one was just plain useless and Sai himself was an emotionless puppet at Danzo, so he may have been under secret orders to let it happen for some unknown reason. You idiots, morons, stupid people the world over. I am so fucking angry right now, yelled Naruto angrily at Team 7 in its entirety. What is your problem, loser? We did what you asked, said Sasuke while annoyed and confused all in one. Hardly, you only saved the movie crew with your earth wall. You and Kakashi together had plenty of chakra in your bodies to make a wall large enough to shield everyone. Yet you chose to be cheap and save only a fraction of the people while I had to pick up the slack. I bet Sai didn't do what I asked because Kakashi silently countermanded my order so he wouldn't do it, exclaimed Naruto while Sasuke scoffed. Like I care about those samurai dogs. Besides, they are rebels so they're scum in my eyes. We were hired to protect Koyuki and the movie crew, not some lowly peasants in their pathetic quest to fight, said Sasuke while Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. And you feel the same way, Kakashi? Asked Naruto while the Junin shrugged. Sasuke has a point, Naruto. Nowhere in our contract with Osama Sanadayu does it say we protect the rebels. Besides, the movie crew is more important, and we would need any leftover chakra to protect them should the remaining snow nin flank us, said Kakashi while Naruto looked even more pissed off. That is cold, my old rival. You should have made the wall larger. My team could have covered you and everyone else in the process, said Guy while he and the other did what they could to help Naruto stop the incoming projectiles. Using the chitin, shooting projectiles at incoming projectiles, or moving to grab targets to get them out of harm's way. Call it what you will, Guy. It's called protecting the VIPs you are paid to protect first and everyone else coming in second, said Kakashi calmly while Sasuke smirked. Oh really? Then how do you explain those snow nin capturing Koyuki and whisking her away onto Doto's airship? Countered Naruto while pointing at the airship getting away from them. You can fly, right? Well, go fetch her, Chunin, said Kakashi without worry over the fact he was treating Naruto more like a trained dog playing fetch and ignoring the ever-growing, extremely angry look on Naruto's face. Or the slow rumbling around them. You bastard, you go on and on about teamwork and friendship. But in the end, you are just another hypocrite. You not only risk the lives of the second team here, but also the rebels seeking to free themselves from Doto. And for what? To protect the movie crew. Do you think they approve of you just saving them when it was possible to save everyone here? These rebels are not actors in a movie, who get hit by a projectile and suddenly get up once the director yells, cut. To wrap up a recorded moment. When they get hit by the projectiles and die, they stay dead. Exclaimed Naruto with his anger increasing and Kakashi narrowing his one eye at him. I don't need a lecture from a shinobi lower in rank and experience when compared to myself, Naruto. Besides, I am confident Doto won't kill his niece. Not yet at least. She still has enough value to not be killed by his hands or one of the snow nin he employs, said Kakashi confidently while sound heartless when he did. Says you, we all know about the fucking crystal on her neck and its purpose. Doto does not need her. He needs the crystal, countered Naruto while Kakashi just gave the boy his usual mask-shaped smile. Which is why I swapped out the real one for a nice fake one that looks exactly like it, replied Kakashi with Naruto's anger rising even more. And what happens when Doto realizes the necklace with the crystal hanging around her neck is a total fake? Who do you think will suffer for such a humiliation? Doto already had his brother killed to get the throne. Do you really think his niece will be spared such a thing? Her value to him is now worth zilch, exclaimed Naruto angrily knowing this mission was possibly minutes away from being a total fucked up failure. As long as Doto doesn't get the crystal to start up his plans for world domination, I can live with that, stated Kakashi to the shock of Team Guy and the anger of his former genin student. I hate you. I never thought it was this possible to hate someone at this level before now. But yelled Naruto at the end while his power shot up and everyone saw him begin to go through some kind of change. The ground began to shake violently. The sky became filled with storm clouds. Lightning shot out from the clouds to strike the ground around them, terrifying the rebels and the movie crew alike. And most importantly, they saw Naruto was changing too. His newly changed into red hair quickly changed color to blonde for only a brief second before it went back to red. And changed yet again from red to blonde for another second. Only to happen again. And again in another second. And again in another second. Naruto, you need to calm down, pleaded Lee while getting nervous, and it seemed the young Saiyan's rage was only increasing. Calm down. I will not calm down. I have enough of people telling me what to do, how to do it, and judging my actions when their actions are the one that should be put into question. I will not live my life being told how I should feel and what I should be feeling," exclaimed Naruto while glaring holes at a now concerned and nervous Kakashi. And it wasn't just him. Team 7 as a whole was become frightened by this. Even Sai, and that boy wouldn't have known fear until now if it came up and punched him the face. What power! I've never seen or felt anything like this. I don't even have my Byakugan on and I can feel it, thought Neji before Naruto let out one last yell from deep within. And his body seemed to be consumed in a golden fire that changed his hair plus his eyes at the same time. His hair was once again a golden blonde color and his eyes were now an intense turquoise color. "Holy shit," exclaimed an injured Sanadayu, who was being treated by Tenten for the projectile that hit his leg. "My thoughts exactly," thought everyone else while the director was making sure that his cameraman was getting every single second of Naruto's new form before and after its completion. "When this Kakashi, I am going to enjoy beating you within an inch of your life. So by all means, enjoy this time being whole, and pain-free, while it lasts," stated Naruto and shot toward the airship leaving a golden streak in his wake. Yosh, the Yondaime Hokage was known as the Yellow Flash. Naruto could be called the Golden Streak. Sedley with fire in his eyes since his new rival had ascended to a level of strength never before seen by anyone. How can he have such power? It should be mine, thought Sasuke with his anger and slight insanity creeping through his mind. With Naruto, he caught up to the airship instantly. Without any kind of restraint, Naruto easily ripped the door off and let the pressure along with the wind rip through the hallway. Already, the alarms were indicating there was a serious problem and alerting the owner of this vessel that something was wrong. And sure enough, the two remaining snow nin came to investigate. Only for both of them to be obliterated on the spot by Naruto shooting an energy ball that also destroyed another portion of the airship. Not that it bothered Naruto or the fact the damage caused the airship to tilt. He moved with a purpose, damaging the airship in the process before kicking the door down the door leading the bridge. And standing there was Kazi Hanadoto, wearing his own chakra armor while holding his niece tightly by the throat. So the noble hero comes to save the princess. How pathetic. It's like something out of a fairy tale. You even look the part, mocked Doto with a sneer while not impressed by the sight of Naruto's transformation. "Release her or die," replied Naruto coldly while seeing Doto had a fresh cut on his face and a blood-stained dagger on the ground. Clearly Koyuki had tried to get in close and do some kinda damage to the man. Or at least leave a mark of some kind that he wouldn't soon forget. Good for her. "You overreach boy," countered Doto while young Saiyan in front of him formed a ball of energy in his hands. "Last chance shit for brains," said Naruto while Doto used his niece as a living shield. "You won't fire that thing at me." "Not when my niece is involved," countered Doto with his voice filled arrogance and confidence. "You're right, I won't fire it at you," said Naruto while Doto's smirk grew. "And that is why I am the ruler of Snow Country now. I don't feel the need to care about anyone else but me," commented Doto and expecting Naruto to stop his intended attack. "You misunderstand. I won't fire it at you. I'm going to fire it within your airship," said Naruto before he raised his arm to fire the energy behind him. "What?" questioned Doto before Naruto fired the beam of energy behind him and caused a massive explosion behind the Saiyan. Boom! The explosion could be seen from the ground. Many were horrified since they feared the worst had happened in not only losing one of their protector's comrades, but the future daimyo of Snow Country. Fortunately, when the dark cloud following the explosion had begun to clear, the golden glow and streak came into view. The rebels cheered at seeing Naruto return and with Koyuki alive in his arms before setting the woman down. It was clear from the dazed look in her eyes, the woman didn't know what truly happened on the airship as things exploded. Naruto understood. He knew that Koyuki believed her life should have ended there, but the Saiyan had moved faster than Doto thought possible to grab the woman from his grip. Once he did, Naruto shielded her with his energy so the explosion wouldn't harm her in the slightest. "Thank you Naruto, thank you for saving me," said Koyuki while Naruto simply smiled and nodded. "That was amazing," exclaimed the movie director while dancing around and was so thrilled by what he saw. "That's a bit of an understatement," remarked Naruto to himself before he powered down to his normal state. "This movie is going to dominate every other movie out there. We got everything, the drama, the passion, the transformation you went through, the explosion of the airship and the saving of the princess. This will be the best movie ever," exclaimed the movie director, knowing that some of the things his cameraman got on film would have broken the budget he had already and just got it all for free. Not to mention it was all authentic. No special effects, no cheap tricks or sleight of hand. It was all real. People loved realism in their movies. And he got something incredibly real. On film, for free. Well, at least everything is fine now with Koyuki safe, commented Kakashi before he felt Naruto's fist hit him in the stomach with enough force to lift the man off the ground. When we get back to Konoha, I will see your ass gets nailed to the wall for your actions here today, Kakashi. Make no mistake, you will answer for it, said Naruto angrily before he walked away with Koyuki after snatching the real crystal that Doto had wanted from the start. He is not wrong, my old rival. When we get back to Konoha, you will have much to answer for in connection to your actions, said Guy, knowing he and his team would back Naruto up when it came time to report to the Hokage. Don't worry, sensei, we'll back you up, stated Sakura while Kakashi struggled to stand and look over at where his sensei's son was walking. I messed up. My actions will be reviewed by Tsunade and I doubt the Hokage will as merciful with a simple punch, thought Kakashi while he saw everyone was following Naruto to the machine Doto had planned to activate. The man had been bragging about it to Koyuki prior to Naruto's rescue of her and had wanted to see what exactly the man was after. Do you think it is safe to activate? Asked Koyuki curiously. Your father spent a lot of time making this thing, right? Do you believe he was making a weapon? Or something to help your country survive the bitter cold? Asked Naruto while Koyuki smiled gently and went to the control system before putting the crystal in the slot. Soon, the machine began to function. Gears, pistons, and other components activating as power was fed into the machine. The actions making the machine's various parts move had helped the snow on it fall to the ground and revealing the many giant mirrors aimed in different directions. With them in position, the sunlight shined down on the mirrors, creating heat from the reflective panels, creating the needed heat to melt the snow. As a result, the melting snow revealed luscious fields of grass, flowers, plants, and other things, with spring itself finally appearing after so many long years of being lost to winter's ever-cruel embrace. This is unbelievable. He did it. My father actually did it. He made spring come to our country, exclaimed Koyuki with actual tears now coming out of her eyes. I thought as much. A man like your father doesn't spend so much time trying to bring spring to a winter-filled country and leave behind a weapon. Doto was a fool. He was so confident that what was being made here could be used as a weapon. It's clear that the fool did not know his brother at all when it came to making something like this, said Naruto while basking in the feeling of spring touching this land for the first time in a long time. Spring County capsule sometime later. The renamed Spring Country was celebrating its new beginning for all of them now that Doto was dead. They were free to be happy. Free to walk around their cities, their towns, and homes without fear. Fear of being persecuted, fear of being violated, fear of being killed. They were finally free of their fear. Are you sure it's not possible for your group to stay longer? Asked Koyuki, now dressed in daimyo robes that were very similar to her Princess FUNN clothes she wore in all of her movies. Tempting, but we sadly can't stay any longer. We have to report back to the Hokage and let her know how the overall mission was a success, said Naruto while Koyuki looked sad, but quickly cheered up. Oh well, maybe in the future, should I require your services. I know who to call, Naruto-kun. Until then, here is something to remember me by, said Koyuki before she presented him with a signed autograph of her in the Princess FUNN outfit. With a lipstick kiss on it and a message too. See me when you are a few years older. I will give you a real thank you involving less of what you see on me and far more in the bedroom. Kazuhana Koyuki. I am definitely taking her up on that offer in the future, thought Naruto with a smirk and gave the woman a nod of understanding after reading the message on the autograph. You better. It would be unbefitting of my vessel to not pounce on such an opportunity to claim a female daimyo of a country. Besides, you can now claim to have conquered an entire country through bedding her, said Kyubi while giving him a knowing look. You really are into this whole conquest of women thing, aren't you? Thought Naruto, as he saw the fox in his body smirking. Koyuki smirked back before she walked off to meet some kids asking for her autograph, which this time around, the woman had no problem giving to her devoted fans. She also made a note in her mind to revisit Konoha again to give those children from before the much-needed autographs they asked for the first time around. Konoha Underground Route HQ. This is bad. Doto has fallen and the Kyubi brat has gotten even stronger. I had hoped my agents in Doto's ranks could leak information on where his niece was heading and the fool could send the snow nin to intercept them. But they failed, all of them. Not only did Doto get it in his head to act like the paper tyrant in believing the country was his to rule, he also provoked the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to change into some kind of golden warrior. Now his powers have seemingly multiplied several times over. He not only killed Doto, but the other 3 snow nin, and saved Koyuki from harm, thought Danzo while he looked over a report Sai had sent to him in advance while the teams were heading home. And it was quite an report to say the least. While Konoha now has a foot in the door to the country's resources and technology in the future, it will only stay that way so long as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki stays loyal to the new Hokage. And Konoha by extension. This last piece of information is unacceptable. His loyalty is hardly what one would consider stable. Not only that, but the Jinchuriki's loyalty is not to me like it should. Such a tool and weapon should be loyal to the true Konoha. Loyal to the real Konoha. The Konoha I have always represented and strived to achieve despite others always keeping me from my destiny, thought Danzo with his memories of those who stood in his way making the man grip his cane in anger. Tobirama for naming Hiruzen as his successor. The Uzumaki clan as a whole and their self-righteous attitude toward the Biju being sentient beings over that of mindless beasts. Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina for keeping the Kyuubi from being utilized as a weapon against Danzo's and therefore Konoha's enemies. Hiruzen himself for accepting and surviving several discreet assassination attempts made by Danzo so he could take over in the man's place when it came to making a nomination. Namikaze Minato to succeed Hiruzen after the Third Shinobi War. Hiruzen for once more becoming Hokage after the Yondaim's death. Senju Tsunade becoming the new 5th Hokage through Jiraiya's recommendation after Hiruzen died. The last one had infuriated him to no end. Earlier that day, Danzo had used the power of his Sharingan in his head to influence a powerful noble who was in Konoha that day. If he had known when the nominations for Hokage were going to happen, Danzo would have used his eye to nominate himself. He was Hiruzen's rival in their younger years and Danzo had only expanded his ambition with time. He had the wisdom, the knowledge, and experience to run Konoha. Let the young generation march to their deaths. That was what shinobi were for when sent out on missions. Tools to be sent to their deaths. And if they somehow survived, just send them out again and again and again until they finally do die. As for the moral implications, Danzo cared for none of them. So long as he was Hokage and plans of his own creation were accomplished to bring Konoha to greatness, he didn't care about the lives of others. Only Danzo's life mattered. Only Danzo's life had any value. Everyone else around him was insignificant. He was a weapon holder, a wielder of tools. And in Danzo's mind, everyone not him was either a weapon or a tool to be used and thrown away when necessary to achieve his ambition. For now, I have to be cautious when dealing with Konoha's weapon. The more enemies and obstacles I send toward the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, he gets stronger as a result. While it is beneficial that he crushes Konoha's enemies, it will also making him more dangerous for when the time comes to make my move against Tsunade. What is worse, his powers and mentality is an unknown factor in all of this. Calling himself a Saiyan, I do not know if the Sharingan can be used to control or subdue him. Even if the Sharingan worked on the Jinchuriki, for a time, there is always a chance the control I wish to establish will be temporary, thought Danzo with a frown since the weapon's powers were an unknown. And Danzo hated the unknown. Not only that, but the power Naruto wielded seemed to be based on rage. The Sharingan made people and animals go into a rage. Biju especially. Danzo had no intention of using his Sharingan and risk adding fuel to an unpredictable fire he knew would not be controlled, even by a powerful genjutsu unleashed by such a rare Sharingan. He would let the weapon revel in his victory. It was a victory for Konoha and in a way, for himself. One step closer to accessing resources his spies within Doto's ranks would never have been able to obtain due to the tyrant's paranoia in wanting to keep it all to himself. Besides, Doto would have been a threat to Danzo and his own ambition in the years to come. It was best to have the fool removed now before the threat became too much to be ignored and Doto becoming so arrogant as to reveal his secret relationship with Danzo himself. It makes certain people demand answers. Answers Danzo did not and would not give to anyone since he felt his approach to things was justified. The man felt he didn't have to answer to anyone or anything. He was the future ruler of the world and as such, Danzo was beyond the judgment of lower beings. Chapter 9 Darkness and Hate. Tsunade read the reports Guy and Kakashi wrote up. For the most part, they were pretty much the same. For the most part, there were a few, yet noticeable difference. For one, Guy explained in his report about Kakashi's actions during the mission to Snow-Turned-Spring Country. How the man chose to save the movie crew over saving everyone with them. including Guy's team, the rebel soldiers, and Naruto, with the excuse the movie crew was far more important. Kakashi's report did not include that and even stated how Naruto was out of control, badmouthing everyone, and being disrespectful, while Team 7 was the image of perfectly calm. Hence why both Junin were in the room to explain this situation. Guy was being quite calm despite his usual self being the exact opposite, but Kakashi on the other hand was doing his best to not sweat nervously under his mask. I read both your reports on the latest mission, and I must admit, I am a bit puzzled by your reports. Do you know why? Asked Tsunade while Guy was puzzled and Kakashi did his best to look bored. Puzzled? Why, everything I wrote in my report is true, Hokage-sama, replied Guy while Tsunade looked from him to Kakashi. Is it the same for you, Kakashi? Asked Tsunade while Kakashi stiffened for a second. Yes, Hokage-sama, said Kakashi while Tsunade narrowed her eyes. I see. Well, the reason I am puzzled is because your reports are similar for the most part, but they different in certain areas. Perhaps the two of you would like to help me with this by clarifying certain things in order to end my puzzlement? Asked Tsunade with both men nodding. What is the issue, Hokage-sama? Asked Guy since he was sure Kakashi had been honest in his report, the same as himself. Namely the issues in both reports showing certain events happened one, yet was not even mentioned in the other. Not only that, but in regards to your report, Kakashi, you mention how good your team was during the mission, and state how Naruto was out of control. You said, and I quote, went into a fit of rage. Insulting you, your team, and just about everyone around him. Was irresponsible, disrespectful, and endangered the entire group. You event recommended Naruto be demoted. Does that sound about right? Asked Tsunade with Kakashi nodding. Yes, Hokage-sama, you will also notice my students signed off on my report too. They all agree and swear what was written is accurate, said Kakashi while Tsunade nodding. And you realize the penalty for falsifying a report, and said report having your genin students signing it? Asked Tsunade with Kakashi nodding while the sweat started to come back. Yes, Hokage-sama, answered Kakashi while Tsunade looked over at Guy. As for you, Guy, you have stated Naruto was commanding, yet for all the right reasons. He protected the client despite her being difficult. He also protected the rebel soldiers and your team from hard as well despite everything. Sound about right? Asked Tsunade with Guy nodding. Yes, Hokage-sama, every youthful word I wrote in my report is correct. My team had no problem signing off on the report. They know the penalty, if not the risk of not filing a proper mission report, said Guy, who gave her a thumbs up and shiny teeth-like smile for good measure. I see, so herein lies the puzzlement. Why is it that certain parts of each of your reports are either omitted or different from the other? Who here is lying to me? To the Hokage of this village? Questioned Tsunade with the two men looking at each other before looking back at her. Perhaps Naruto could come in and state what happened from his point of view. Offered Guy since he had no problem with the young Saiyan being the tiebreaker here. I would advise against that idea, Hokage-sama. The boy does not like my team. He will clearly do anything to discredit me, countered Kakashi with Tsunade narrowing her eyes at him. Considering how you were not much of a teacher to him from the start, is it really that much of a surprise? Asked Tsunade with Kakashi shrugging. He should have respected me no matter what, replied Kakashi with Tsunade not liking his response. So Naruto should have put up with your tardiness, your favoritism toward the Uchiha, and let's not forget your decision to not properly train him in anything outside of the principles of teamwork. Teamwork, which was not existent from the start. Something you refused to correct in the slightest. In fact, the only remote form of teamwork Team 7 has possessed during the Naruto was on the time involved Sasuke consulting him and Sakura using Naruto as a punching bag for the slightest provocation, said Tsunade with Kakashi shrugging once more. Teamwork takes time, and 2 out of 3 people working together is better over none at all. Besides, Naruto wasn't a team player. He never listened, never did anything right, said Kakashi with Tsunade's eyebrow twitching at his words. So you're saying it is Naruto's fault he wasn't taught anything? It is also Naruto's fault that you did not show up on time, teach your team as a whole over a single individual? Asked Tsunade with Kakashi shrugging again. Teaching a genin team has always been at the discretion of the Junin sensei in charge of them. I see potential in Sasuke and none in Naruto. Sakura was the buffer between the two of them. In fact, Naruto shouldn't have been promoted to Chunin and only became one due to Jiraiya taking over his training, replied Kakashi while Tsunade narrowed her eyes at the lazy Junin. Kakashi, I promoted Naruto because of his skills, maturity, and competency as a shinobi of this village to do things right. He also helped fight off an invasion, stopped the One Tail from destroying Konoha from within, and let's not forget his actions in helping the Bloodline rebels take control of Kiri after winning their civil war. This eventually led to the new Mizukage visiting and assisting in Orochimaru's downfall, countered Tsunade with Kakashi narrowing his one eye slightly. The Sandaime Hokage would say otherwise if he was still alive today and not dead by Naruto's own hands when he transformed into a giant monster ape, Kakashi shot back while Tsunade growled in anger. My sensei made sure Naruto's life was miserable from day one. And for what? Revenge for the loss of his wife. A loss that, from what Naruto told me, wasn't even the fox's fault, said Tsunade while Kakashi didn't believe that in the slightest. And you believe him? The fox inside of him clearly lied, said Kakashi while Tsunade wasn't moved by his words. He explained to me in detail exactly what happened that night from the QB showing its memories at that moment in time. A masked Uchiha came out of nowhere, killed all of the ANBU bodyguards, my sensei's wife, and ripped the fox out of Kushina right after Naruto was born. So don't try to feed me crap about Naruto or the fox lying to me about what happened that night. Sensei's own journal admits as much on the subject of someone influencing the QB coming out. Even still, my sensei felt someone had to be blamed for everything so the village could properly vent over all the losses it suffered that night, replied Tsunade with Guy making a noise. Forgive me Hokage-sama, but the reports? Questioned Guy in order to get things back on track. Yes. Thank you Guy. As far as I am concerned, Guy's report is the valid one while you Kakashi have falsified an official report. All to show off the Uchiha in a false light and get Naruto demoted. I find that inexcusable. And before you protest Kakashi, I contacted the new Spring Daimyo to confirm which report was right. Not only her, but the former rebels and the movie crew with all of them basically backing Guy's report over your own. So tell me something Kakashi, why shouldn't I punish you and your team who signed this report for this violation? Demanded Tsunade while Kakashi tries to keep his resolve on this issue strong. Because Naruto is too dangerous. He is unpredictable. The only value he had was the fox sealed inside of him and the awakened power obtained during the Chunin exams. Without those two things, Naruto would be a dead last nobody who should have been thrown away in the shinobi reserves to rot. And you and the village need me to bring out Sasuke's potential with his Sharingan, answered Kakashi with Tsunade's growl getting louder. Kakashi, your actions are reckless, stupid, irresponsible, and narrow-minded in regards to those around you. Your perception of things is poor, and if it wasn't for the fact you are a valuable shinobi to have in the village, I would throw you away in a hole and destroy the hole, answered Tsunade with Kakashi feeling slightly smug since there was a but coming. But you won't because of my valuable skills, and Sasuke needs someone to help with his Sharingan in order to reach its fullest potential. Anything less would be detrimental to the village, added Kakashi with his smugness leaking out into his voice. Yes, I won't throw you away. However, do not think for one moment I am not going to punish you for this action. It just won't be the fitting punishment I want to give, replied Tsunade while Kakashi was shocked and worried over that miscalculation. And what punishment did you have in mind Hokage-sama? Asked Kakashi with a hint of worry. You will be demoted to Chunin. Your pay reduced to reflect your demotion in rank to reflect this. Your time will be spent training the Uchiha since you claim to be the only one to help him with his Sharingan. Furthermore, the Uchiha will be tested and evaluated by people of my choosing in the future. If I find him lacking in necessary skills needed to be a shinobi of this village, I will remove you as his sensei, said Tsunade with Kakashi wincing, but he could handle it. And what about Sakura and Sai? What about Team 7's future? Asked Kakashi offhand with some measure of curiosity. Simple, Team 7 is being disbanded. As far as I am concerned, Team 7 never even had a future. Sakura's training has been minor at best and will be sent into the shinobi reserves, provided she keeps up her training. If not, she will be relieved of service and can get a civilian job. Sai was brought in at the request of Danzo. A man I wouldn't trust to have a civil conversation without him seeking a means to gain power in the process. As it stands, I am sending him back into the reserves too, said Tsunade while knowing Danzo would find a way to snatch Sai up from the reserves for his illegal route program. The Sandaime's journal was quite detailing in Danzo's past actions in the past up until her predecessor's death. It also mentioned how Root was officially disbanded, but still active in order to make other villagers, if not clients, believe Konoha had the best morals of the 5 great shinobi villages. If Root Nin were ever caught in their mission, Konoha could not be implicated in their clearly illegal activities on the mission they were on. Oh, the shinobi of old like the Tsushikage of Iwa and even the Reikage of Kumo knew Root Nin when they saw one. So did the veterans who fought in the previous wars and lived to tell the tale from those 2 villages did too. But neither cage could claim their village was innocent of having ordered their own missions where illegal activities were carried out. Danzo made sure to have such information as insurance should his own operations be brought to light. A just-in-case situation to justify his actions. At the moment, Danzo assumed she wasn't aware of his activities with Root. Still, it did not mean the man would be reckless in his activities with Tsunade being Hokage. To do that would be stupid and foolish of someone at Danzo's level when it came to scheming. Speaking of Danzo, the man came into the room looking serious, walking with a purpose and his cane hitting the wood hard with each step. For a man who believed ninja should be stealthy, Danzo had no problem announcing his entrance like he was the center of the village, if not the whole world. He wanted everyone to focus on him, but not his illegal activities or his root nin. Hokage-sama, I heard Team 7 has returned from their mission, which was a complete success, commented Danzo while deciding to speak first. Funny how I was just informed of the same thing. Your hand-picked student Sai must tell you a lot of things. Some of which you are not meant to know, said Tsunade before she dismissed Kakashi from the room. I personally trained him and I do have clearance, replied Danzo without shame. I'm sure you did train him since your emotion-purging signature is all over his body both mentally and physically. While Sai's shinobi skills are quite impressive for one his age, it would also explain why his ability to interact with people, namely his own genin team, it is practically non-existent, commented Tsunade while Danzo's one eye narrowed at the jab toward his training of Sai in all aspects of life. As far as Danzo was concerned, human interaction with others outside of himself was just something Root Nin did not need to do. I'll be sure to remedy that, remarked Danzo. I'm sure you will. Now, aside from your socially awkward student, why are you here? Asked Tsunade since Danzo's sudden arrival was unwelcome and unexpected. I had hoped to speak to you about the Jinchuriki and his importance to Konoha, said Danzo with Tsunade narrowing her eyes at him. He has a name, Danzo. You will address him as such, countered Tsunade with Danzo giving her a mild shrug. I suppose I should. Weapon and tools are occasionally given names to make them feel more important. Though I find the idea pointless, replied Danzo with Tsunade growling. He is not a weapon. He is a person, same as you and I, countered Tsunade while seeing Danzo didn't care about Naruto's rights or position in the village. As usual. Except he is a Jinchuriki and all Jinchuriki are weapons of war. Weapons who need to be held by a weapon holder, Danzo shot back. All shinobi are weapons of war, including those who are supposed to be retired of active service. And last I checked, I am the Hokage. Which means Danzo, by your own way of thinking, I am the weapon holder, countered Tsunade with Danzo frowning slightly due to her being painful as it was to admit on a mental level right about that. There have been multiple weapon holders in Konoha in the past who have the power to command shinobi aside from the Hokage, commented Danzo and was prepared to use ANBU captains, clan heads, and even the Sannin themselves as key examples in order to squeeze in his position as former head of Root in there too. To some degree, yes. But you fail to realize, Danzo, that the Hokage is the leader of the entire village. Meaning I am the final authority and the weapon holder to wield any and all weapons. Even other weapon holders in the village lower in rank outside of my own position. And don't think for one moment I have forgotten about your position in Root or that you wish to remind me of it to call yourself a weapon holder. Even if that is remotely true, Danzo, you are still a weapon for me to command. In fact, if I ordered you to walk into Iwa with hundreds of explosive seals on your body and kill the Tsushikage, I expect you to obey the command. Said Tsunade with Danzo disliking the idea of dying, much less on the order of someone he considered weak when compared to himself. Such a command is invalid, Hokage-sama, as I am retired from active shinobi service, said Danzo with Tsunade smirking. If that is true, you have no business being on the council. You have no business being part of Konoha's infrastructure and government, countered Tsunade while Danzo's one visible eye narrowed. Just because I am retired from service out in the field, doesn't mean I cannot function to serve the village in another capacity, Danzo shot back with Tsunade's face becoming deadly serious. No, you can't. Either you are on the active roster or you are retired on a small pension. You cannot have it both ways. Are you still active or retired? Challenged Tsunade with Danzo gripping his cane tightly since she was putting him a tight spot. If he said active, Danzo would keep his position the council along with the correct level of clearance to access certain classified material others did not. But if he did, it would mean his position was second to the Hokage on an official capacity. It meant he has to obey any order she gave and to ignore or disobey could be counted as treason. Such a thing would also risk being counterproductive to the training of his Root Nin, who he taught were to obey him as the true Hokage of Konoha. To acknowledge Tsunade as his better on an official level might make certain members of Root question things about what they were doing. He couldn't risk it. At the same time, if Danzo declared himself retired, he would lose his clearance level to access classified information needed to manipulate things from the shadows. It would also mean his Root Nin would be unable to obey him anymore, as they couldn't follow someone who retired from leading. Besides, retirement of shinobi in their elderly years practically meant death without purpose. Even more so for a man of his seasonable age, and Danzo had no intention of dying like that. Or dying at all. Danzo had squads his Root Nin raiding Orochimaru's old and more recent bases, where the man conducted his research to extend his life in order to extend his own beyond the norm. He wanted to live forever. To live and rule over the world as a god, with Konoha being his temple to him. To his beliefs. To his convictions that emotions are a weakness and should be expunged from the mind. That his way of doing this was the correct way, no matter how immoral his actions might seem to others. What few knew about Danzo was it was actually his mindset that poisoned Orochimaru in the first place when the Sannin was en route. Convincing the Sannin to go beyond the boundaries of ethics and morality in order to achieve the means to ascend to godhood. It has worked for the most part, with the Sannin providing results to his research, which had helped Danzo in his desire to evade death's grasp. But over time, Orochimaru's mind was unable to handle the mental strain of the concept Danzo had envisioned. Orochimaru's ambitions and genius had mixed with Danzo's concepts of becoming a literal god among all others. As a result of this, Orochimaru's mind became warped and twisted into what people knew of him prior to his death. Only instead of following Danzo's ambitious path for the good of, well, Danzo himself, the Sannin had chosen to follow his own ambition born from the seeds of the War Hawk. Orochimaru had decided to find out the secrets of immortality for himself and only for himself. He had cut Danzo out entirely in the quest for immortality without fear of repercussion from his superior, in the belief that the highly illegal experiments done would not be revealed to the Sandaime. The Sannin felt Danzo would risk implication and become a target of the Sandaime for doing illegal actions. He underestimated Danzo, who had made sure to purge all records of his involvement in the support of these experiments before getting his rival involved to expose the Sannin of his crimes. The last thing Danzo needed was the Sandaime having the means to kick him out of Konoha and labeling him a traitor like Orochimaru. Since I clearly have the power to choose what I am to Konoha, aside from being a long-standing patriot, I would say I am an active shinobi, answered Danzo, while making sure Tsunade understood his position in Konoha was one of loyalty to the village and being one of the oldest members in it to serve. Glad to know where you stand, Danzo. And since you are an active shinobi, no matter how seasoned, I have a mission for you. One where I can make use of you and your Root Nin lying underneath Konoha, said Tsunade, while Danzo's eye widened in shock before it narrowed. Root was disbanded years ago, said Danzo, while trying to play the "I don't know what you mean" and the much more subtle "you can't prove it" card. And yet I have it on good authority that it is still very much active. Now, before you say I have no proof, I want you to think real hard about what I just said. If I didn't have proof of Root being active, would I have mentioned it right to your face? And to answer the obvious question in your head, yes, I have the proof, and no, I won't tell you where it is or who provided it. All you need to know is I know it is active, I know you are running it, and I know you have done plenty of shit that if it came to light would turn every single shinobi village, if not every country, against us in an all-out war. Provided I don't give 'em you and your Root Nin as a peace offering, replied Tsunade, with Danzo gritting his teeth, since it was clear to him that she did have proof and wasn't afraid to expose him. And he once more cursed his dead rival for leaving said proof for someone to pick up to use against him. It seemed he underestimated the Sandaime's desire to deny him what he wanted, and would go so far as to deny him from beyond the grave. What mission do you require of me and my Root Nin, Hokage-sama? Asked Danzo, with Tsunade narrowing her eyes at him. First off, they are not your Root Nin anymore, Danzo. They are mine. You may be their commander, but I command you. Meaning I own what you own. So don't call them yours ever again, or I will have you executed on the spot for treason. Second, you and my Root Nin are going to redirect their efforts on the one major threat threatening the balance of the elemental nations, ordered Tsunade, with Danzo's eye widening slightly. The Akatsuki, concluded Danzo, since they were the only ones left outside of the other shinobi villages threatening Konoha. Yes, you and all the Root Nin that you've had under your command will be redirected toward finding and eliminating the Akatsuki's contacts, informants, and eventually their main base. Jiraiya reports they are not yet ready to move against us or the other shinobi villages, so we have a chance to hit them first and hard by targeting all of the high-ranking members of the Akatsuki. I want you and the full might of Root taking the fight to them. Is that going to be a problem, Danzo? asked Tsunade in the end, with Danzo shaking his head no. No, Hokage-sama, answered Danzo, though he didn't like giving it to her. Good, I expect results and you will provide me with detailed reports when ordered. If I find you have been trying to subvert my orders or using any of the Akatsuki's resources for your own purposes, I will break you, Danzo. Painfully. I will break your body into so many pieces, even my medical skills won't be enough to put you back together properly if I wanted to save your miserable life, warned Tsunade, with Danzo now fighting the urge to reveal his hidden arm and eye so he could usurp the woman of her position. No, he was exposed enough as it was right now. Tipping his hand at this stage of things would be unwise since there were still too many obstacles in his path. Not to mention a certain Kyuubi Jinchuriki would take his attacks on Tsunade personally and seek to obliterate him from this world. He wasn't sure how his powers could compare to the village weapon right now. Too many variables. Not enough information. As you command, Hokage-sama, said Danzo before he left the room and planning to get around this troublesome issue. With Sasuke sometime later. Sasuke was livid. Every day that went by, it seemed he was getting weaker while the loser was getting stronger. The most recent incident with Spring Country and him transforming into something else entirely burned his Uchiha blood something fierce. The dead last with no real talent was getting the power, the strength, and the glory from these missions. The greatness that came with those things belonged to the Uchiha clan. To Uchiha Sasuke, the last loyal Uchiha in all of Konoha. Sasuke needed to obtain power to rival, if not surpass Naruto. He needed to do something drastic. Something that would tip the balance of power in his favor. To achieve absolute power in order to bring Naruto low and into the ground. Power he couldn't get here in Konoha. If anything, they had given him all they could and Sasuke was done with their sudden desire to want something more from him. He was an Uchiha. He didn't have to give anything back, anything to anyone. Sasuke was an Uchiha, and Uchiha took what they wanted when they wanted. Everyone was a tool, a stepping stone, and resource to be used for the purpose of making any and all members of the Uchiha clan stronger. And with Konoha no longer able to give him what he needed, the only thing left to do was go somewhere else. I need to leave this place. Leave and go where I can get stronger to kill Itachi. Once I do, the fools here in this village will give me everything that loser has obtained just to gain my loyalty back, thought Sasuke, knowing the village would bend over backwards for him no matter what crime was committed. Making up his mind, Sasuke went to his room, packing his essentials needed to survive long enough to get outside of Konoha and Fire Country. Once he was in another nation, Konoha wouldn't be able to touch him. Not yet at any rate. Knowing the councils, they would move to have him pardoned for any future crimes provided he gave the village a bunch of Uchiha children in the future. And Sasuke had no problem with that, provided they were any and all women his loser for a former teammate loved and cared about. What better way to hurt the Saiyan than to take someone close to him as his personal breeding bitch? And rub it in the Saiyan's face every single day. With that in mind, Sasuke took off from his house, heading for an exit near one of the damaged walls still being repaired after the failed invasion. No one was really guarding it at the time since none of the villagers wanted to provoke Konoha at the moment, given the stories of how one of their own could turn into a giant ape-like creature and handle a three-headed snake summons. Many shinobi were actually wondering why it sent Iwa's Tsushikage into a frenzy and making false accusations of some kind about it the first 2 weeks following the failed invasion. Though why the old man went ranting about a Jinchuriki and a giant ape was beyond most who didn't know about the 9 Biju and which one was which. Not that it mattered to Sasuke. He would find a way to get stronger, beat the Saiyan loser who shamed him repeatedly ever since changing during the Chunin exams, and prove to everyone that the Uchiha clan was the most superior clan in existence. And never realizing that someone was watching said Uchiha from above with a frown on his face. Hokage's office short time later. So the Uchiha brat ran. Why am I not surprised, commented Tsunade, since she knew this was going to happen after Inoki had given her the psyche report on the brat. Or rather the sorry excuse for a psyche report the Yamanaka in charge of it had filed after Itachi killed his clan and mentally tortured Sasuke. The mental evaluations that followed were no better, and Tsunade demanded an explanation about how this could be allowed to pass. Her sensei let this excuse for reports on the Uchiha's mental health go by like it was normal and ignored the real mindset of the brat. Fortunately, Inoki had found the member of his family responsible for the assignment, dragged him before the Hokage. After getting answers on why the fool basically fudged the reports on Sasuke's mental health at the request of those high in the governing body of Konoha, he was taken to Ibiki for good measure to search for anything else they might want to know. Though it was fortunate this now spilling his guts out, Yamanaka had also made a secret file on Sasuke detailing his real mindset in the off chance of getting caught, and he needed a bargaining chip to hold off losing his head. Inoki proceeded to explain the real mindset of the Uchiha based on the real report, and it was clear the brat had a lot of issues running around his head. An overinflated opinion of himself. Inferiority complex. Superiority complex. Emotional issues in the belief people were either tools or obstacles to his goals. Selfish and will betray anyone remotely close to him if it means obtaining his overall objective to win. Conclusion: untrustworthy. Recommendation: serious mental therapy and kept locked away until ready to handle the world. And why was this real report ignored all this time? According to her sensei's journal, he needed to have an Uchiha prior to the clan's liquidation on Naruto's future genin team. One who had a chance to awaken their Sharingan eyes and keep the boy in line. Kakashi wouldn't be able to do it forever, and Yamato was supposed to be the Sandaim's secret ace in the hole should Naruto go on a rampage with the Kyuubi's power. He also hoped that Kakashi could be able to keep Sasuke in check and promise him the means to accelerate the development of the Sharingan to one day target Itachi. So many promises made and most of them false or not kept. All to control power in the belief it was true power to control others with power. The fool, the foolish son of a bitch that was her sensei, tried to cage storms and demons and power personified, all for the sake of trying to feel more powerful when trying to control it. He feels underappreciated, that while I am getting stronger, he is getting weaker. The idiot can't stand the idea of someone our age being stronger. Hell, he could barely tolerate the idea of Haku being stronger than us back in Wave, commented Naruto, knowing the Uchiha had been broody ever since Wave happened and he lost to someone only a few years older. It only proved to Naruto that Sasuke's pride was easily hurt and really fragile. He would act cocky, arrogant, acting like his skills were unparalleled. But when someone comes along and upstaged him, usurps him, or even shows just how pathetic his power is by some kind of comparison, Sasuke would whine like a little bitch. Bring him back to the village. Beat him within an inch of his life if you have to, Naruto. He is a disgrace to Konoha, his clan, and the will of fire my grandfather believed in all those years ago, ordered Tsunade with the Saiyan nodding. As you command, replied Naruto before he flew out the window and spilled her papers everywhere. Damn it, Naruto, use the door next time, yelled Tsunade, since she now had to have the work redone or reorganized. Oh, how she yearned for some sake. Damn Shizune for taking her secret stash just an hour ago. It should practically be a prerequisite in order to deal with this kind of crap. Valley of the End. Sometime later, Sasuke had finally made it to this place where his ancestor Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama fought each other. All was left was a few more miles and he would be over the border and would seek out one of Orochimaru's hidden bases in Rice Country. Once he found it, all Sasuke had to do was see which experiments left behind by the Sannin had the potential to increasing his power. Going somewhere? Asked Naruto, who was hovering behind him with his arms crossed. Yes, to Rice Country, to find the power needed to become stronger, answered Sasuke with Naruto smirking. You won't find it there. Or the other bases Orochimaru left behind for that matter. They have all been destroyed, replied Naruto with Sasuke growling. And how would you know? Asked Sasuke while Naruto's smirk grew. The various subordinates we captured a while back. You remember 'em, right? They were some of Orochimaru's most trusted people. He took 'em everywhere. We know about every single base he set up in Rice Country and all the other countries. So all you are going to find is wreckage, answered Naruto while Sasuke glared harder. I knew you were jealous of me. Jealous of my power, of the Uchiha clan. You were always afraid I would one day become strong enough to challenge your power, said Sasuke while Naruto laughed. Seriously, are you that pathetic? Is your ego so fragile that the idea of someone being stronger than you makes your mind seek delusional means of coping with life? Asked Naruto with Sasuke gritting his teeth. Shut up, I'm an Uchiha, an elite. I am a direct descendant of Uchiha Madara himself. I have the blood of greatness in my veins, exclaimed Sasuke with pride and anger while Naruto scoffed. Please, spare me your spiel about the greatness of your clan. You are not even a shadow of Uchiha Madara. As far as I am concerned, you have all of the hatred, but none of his power. The man would be ashamed to call you his blood, commented Naruto before he was gone one moment and appeared across from Sasuke above Hashirama's own statue. We'll see who is stronger when I rip your heart out. Maybe I will visit those women you are so fond of in a few years and show them what a real man can do. Use them to breed a new Uchiha clan, one where we dominate the world and all our slaves to our greatness and power. exclaimed Sasuke with sadistic glee while Naruto just scowled in a way that spelled doom for anyone it was aimed at prior to a fight. Not only are you a whiny pathetic weakling, but you are a fool too. Just for that, I am going to crush you, and throw your ashes into the wind, said Naruto in a deep cold and deadly serious voice. Bring it, loser, exclaimed Sasuke while summoning the Chidori into his hand to make himself look intimidating. Naruto only smirked. Done and done, said Naruto before he vanished and appeared in front of the shocked Uchiha before punching him in the stomach hard enough to lift him off his feet. The Uchiha spewed blood, followed by vomit, followed by blood in the vomit, and was barely holding on while not passing out. The hit was unlike anything the Uchiha had felt before today. No one had ever hit him this hard from just one punch. Not Itachi, not the academy instructor, though he never did realize they were ordered to pull punches, not Zabuza when they first met, not Haku in Wave with those damn ice needles, and not even Orochimaru when fighting him in the forest to death. This one hit was on a whole other level. Is this it? Is this all you can do, Uchiha? So weak, so pathetic. Take away Orochimaru's curse seal and your Sharingan eyes. This is what you are, Sasuke. Weak, pathetic. You were given so much by the people of Konoha. Yet you didn't earn what you were given. Not one piece of it, exclaimed Naruto angrily now while Sasuke struggled to breathe. I lost my clan, my family, my mother and father. I lost everything. Sasuke shot back while gritting his teeth with Naruto growling at his horrifying loss, like nothing else in the world mattered. So what, you think you are the only one who lost everything? Look at Kiri, they went through an entire civil war regarding bloodlines, wiping out countless clans with unique bloodlines that have been around for generations. How many people do you think lost their entire families during all 3 shinobi wars? How many lost their husbands, wives, daughters, sons, aunts, uncles, cousins, and even grandparents during those times of war? You are but one person in a long line of people who got fucked over at a young age. The same with me. The only difference is you had this entire village to love you. You had this entire village to support you, give you comfort, love, friendship, ready to do whatever it takes to make you happy. And yet despite it all, you throw a hissy fit when someone in the village actually has a good day while in your emo presence, countered Naruto before kneeing Sasuke in the air, grabbing his foot and slamming him into Madara's statue. No one deserves to be happy. No one in Konoha deserves to walk around with smiles on their faces. They should be scowling and filled with anger and hate every day over losing what they love. It's only fair, exclaimed Sasuke while Naruto scoffed. So what you are saying is, it's only fair that the people in throughout the world become miserable just like you. In what universe do you believe this world owes you everything when you have lost so little by comparison? Asked Naruto while Sasuke spit out blood and tried to hit his rival with Taijutsu. Little by comparison, I lost my entire clan in a single night. You don't know what it is like to lose so much. The world owes me and my clan 1,000 times over, exclaimed Sasuke with his mind clearly showing signs of madness while trying to hit Naruto. And all the while, the Uchiha continued to mention how it was his duty to avenge his clan by any means necessary. How the world, if not the entire universe, owed him for the loss of his clan. How he deserved everything and was going to take it one way or another due to being an Uchiha owed a universal debt. Only to be viciously punched off Madara's head before being hit again in midair into the cliff wall near the statue of the Uchiha. Sasuke gasped in pain and found Naruto's hand nearly crushing his throat with the Saiyan looking increasingly pissed off. Enough. I'm sick and tired of all your belly aching, all of your bitching. You want to talk loss? I'm come from a clan of my own and we were nearly wiped out by an alliance of nearly every shinobi village on the planet. What's worse, is I learned more about my Saiyan side and how I obtained it in order to keep the warrior race I now represent alive. Saiyans are not a clan with an actual bloodline. We were once an actual humanoid race with our own planet to call our own. We had our own culture, our own beliefs and a way of life suitable to our nature. Do you know what happened? Some power-hungry lizard fucker feared our potential and wiped out the entire planet by blowing it up. Exclaimed Naruto angry with the memories of Bardock and what Frieza did to destroy the Saiyan race. What? Asked Sasuke in shock. Yeah, an entire planet, filled with life, people, and almost all of them being Saiyans. And to make it even worse, Saiyans were part of that lizard fucker's army. We served him and his empire loyally. And what does he do? The fool blows up our kami-damned planet because he feared the Saiyan race would one day become too strong for him to control. If this universe owes you so much for the loss of your stupid clan totaling a little over 100 people, then I am owed more by the fucking multiverse. And ow for the loss of my mother's clan and the entire Saiyan race, totaling well over into the millions," stated Naruto before throwing Sasuke from one end of the Valley of the End to the next. "You lie," protested Sasuke after coughing heavily and struggling to breathe. "Foolish Uchiha, always using all the muscles within your body except the one that truly matters most in your head. Would I honestly lie about something like that? No. Why? Because it's 100% true. I lost far more in life when compared to your pain, you twit," said Naruto before kneeing Sasuke in the stomach and relishing the sound of several parts of him breaking. "It doesn't matter what you say. You are a demon, a monster, a freak of nature despite your claims. You will never be able to know true peace. Konoha will never accept you for anything else but a monster like they did in the past and into the future," said Sasuke while Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. "So what? The opinions of the arrogant in a village filled with bigots means nothing to me. And if they do try anything, I will take great pleasure in ripping them apart piece by piece," said Naruto before throwing Sasuke into the water below. And Naruto, simply floating above the water in the air and sensing Sasuke's angry chakra signature easily through it all. Even now, the Uchiha was still making his chakra levels known with the negative emotions attached to them. If the brat had any sense, he would mask his signature and try to run away before the beating continued. Though it seemed common sense was no match for Uchiha pride, always having to win no matter the outcome just to prove their so-called superiority to everyone. So it was no surprise that Sasuke leaped through the water behind him, kunai in hand, Sharingan eyes spinning, and his face filled with hate. No surprise that the boy was so damn angry about being cheated from what was his in life and wanting everything the world had as compensation. "Die, you tailed freak," exclaimed Sasuke angrily while ramming the blade into the back of Naruto's head. Only for the blade to break upon contact with Naruto's skull. "I know people say I have a hard head, but this puts a new spin on it," Naruto remarked casually before backhanding Sasuke into the literal feet of Madara's statue. Why can't I beat you? How are you so strong?" demanded Sasuke while looking at Naruto with rage in his eyes. "Because I worked for it. Every day. I suffered for it. Every damn day. What did you do with your life? Nothing. You wanted a jutsu, you complained and someone taught it to your whiny ass. You wanted something from a store, but couldn't afford it. You just went and complained and the shopkeeper would give it to you at a loss from his own pocket due to a hefty discount being made. Do you know how those stores were able to give you all of those high-level discounts every single time and still make a profit in the end? They charged me double, if not triple what you would have gotten for damn near free. Where you got the most freshest foods from the market and sent to the front of the line no matter how long it was, I was given rotten food. Outdated food. Food that was so spoiled, the rats wouldn't dare eat it. The stray dogs in the alleys wouldn't touch it. And for the wait, I couldn't even get through the door sometimes. They would toss me into the alley with said spoiled food after taking all my money. Did you honestly think someone as spoiled as you would and could become strong enough to kill your brother with the entire village handing things to you without working for it? Strength means working for it day in and day out. Non-stop, like I did," said Naruto while Sasuke spat out some blood and a tooth before glaring at him. "You didn't get strong through hard work. Your Saiyan powers did that for you," Sasuke shot back. "Wrong. The only thing my Saiyan blood did was speed up the process. Even if I wasn't a Saiyan, I could still best you in battle. You have no endurance, no real strength, except for your eyes. Face it, Sasuke, your title of Rookie of the Year wasn't earned through hard work. It was a gift made out of pity," mocked Naruto while Sasuke lashed out and with a punch to the face. Only to feel like he punched solid steel and broke his hand. "How did he do that?" thought Sasuke while grabbing his hand now immediately swelling. "Are you done with your whiny temper tantrum now?" asked Naruto while finding this so-called fight boring. "Never. I will never go back to Konoha. It is filled with weaklings and fools who hold me back from my ambition. I would rather die," protested Sasuke while Naruto sighed. "So be it," said Naruto before raising his hand and a ball of energy formed to obliterate the Uchiha from existence. Only for Naruto to frown, glance to his right, and shot the blast toward a spot that was overlooking their position. Seeing his chance, Sasuke leaped away with what little power he had left in order to escape the now distracted Saiyan. Only when Sasuke reached the top of Hashirama's statue, Naruto was there in an instant and punched the Uchiha in the stomach. "Stay down, fool. Our spy, if not your intended rescuer, needs to be dealt with before I drag your ass back to Konoha," said Naruto before turning to face the plant-like creature. "How did you sense us?" asked the white half of the plant man. Who cares? We have our orders. Retrieve the Uchiha runt before he can be killed or returned to his village, said the black half of the plant man. Judging from your attire, you are from the Akatsuki. Why would they seek out this runt? His older brother Itachi is part of your organization. An older brother who he loathes and hates, commented Naruto with Sasuke gritting his teeth at the mention of Itachi. We have orders, said the white half of the plant man. And the Uchiha can still be of use to the Akatsuki, said the black half before sinking into the ground to barely miss a strike from Naruto before appearing beside Sasuke. We will give our leader your regards, said the white half of the plant man. Be sure to mention I called him a cowardly asshole, remarked Naruto while the black half of the plant man snarled. Don't get too comfortable, brat. The Kyuubi will be ours soon, said the black half of the plant man before it grabbed Sasuke and disappeared into the ground. Well, this complicates things, said Naruto before heading back to Konoha to report what happened. Akatsuki HQ. Here he is per your orders, said the white half of Zetsu with the Uchiha in hand. Still don't know why you want him. He's a weak little shit, said the black half of Zetsu before throwing the beaten form of Uchiha Sasuke at the man's feet. Of course he is weak. Konoha made him weak. They fear those who have the potential to be strong enough to become great, said the figure in front of the downed Uchiha boy. You sound like you know from first-hand experience regarding Konoha, commented Sasuke while looking up at the leader of the Akatsuki. Of course I do. I was once part of Konoha's shinobi forces. Proud patriot, eager to serve my village during the last shinobi war, said the figure while Sasuke was shocked there was someone who was from Konoha leading the Akatsuki. Who are you? Asked Sasuke while the figure chuckled behind his spiral mask and his own Sharingan eye showing. I am Uchiha Obito, the one and only student of Uchiha Madara himself, said Uchiha Obito before removing his mask to show Sasuke his scarred face. How is this possible? Asked Sasuke with Obito smirking before putting his mask back on. I will explain everything to you. The truth that Konoha doesn't want you to know. And in time, you will become strong enough to crush the fourth Hokage's son with ease, said Obito while Sasuke was almost satisfied with the offer. And what about Itachi? Asked Sasuke with Obito tilting his head. What about him? Asked Obito with Sasuke's anger showing. I want the power to kill him. To avenge my clan, replied Sasuke with Obito sighing. I suppose I can help train you to one day kill your brother in the near future. Itachi will most likely be useless to the organization in a few years anyway and have to be replaced with fresher blood, commented Obito like it was going to be a hassle to lose Itachi for his younger brother. Teach me, commanded Sasuke after standing before he violently backhanded to the ground once more. First off, you do not command me, brat. Now before you go on a rant about how you are an Uchiha elite, you forget I am an Uchiha as well. Older, wiser, and more powerful than even your big brother Itachi. Second, I already agreed to teach you so there is no need to act like a whiny bitch. 3. You will do what I say, when I say, and how I say or I will snap your neck like it was a wet twig, commanded Obito while Sasuke glared at being hit by his fellow Uchiha brethren. I am not one of your subordinates or those fools in the Akatsuki and will not be treated like one, Sasuke shot back while Obito scoffed. And you are not my superior or better, so don't act like you are either one, boy. For now, you will do what I command because I am your teacher. You want to get stronger. It is called listening and obeying when given orders. Everyone starts off like that and you are no different. You think Orochimaru was all strong and powerful from the start? No, he had to listen and obey just like everyone else. Same went for me, Itachi, your father, and all the cages from every village past to present, countered Obito with Sasuke glaring. With the loser being an exception it seems, commented Sasuke with Obito's one visible eye behind the mask narrowing. That so-called loser is the son of my sensei Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Both of them were exceptionally dangerous shinobi in their time. Don't believe me, I was the one to rip the fox out of Kushina just after she gave birth to Naruto and it should have killed her outright. Yet she was so strong that the woman endured long enough to use what little strength was left in her body to hold back the fox's claw from killing her only child. Minato was fighting me prior to this and still had enough strength to force my retreat and sealing the Kyuubi into Naruto. Had Konoha properly nurtured their son from the start or if they had been around to raise him, I imagine the Gaki would have been high-level Chunin low Junin while you were still trying to graduate from the academy. The fact is Sasuke, my old village could have had a valuable asset in Naruto much earlier if they had just let their own stupidity die soon after that night occurred. Instead, they tried to cripple him and deny Naruto from reaching his full potential because they feared his already amazing potential inherited from his parents before factoring in the possibility of the Gaki using the fox's power to its full potential. This hate-filled issues you have with the Saiyan blood are pointless, as the Saiyan part of him is merely countering all of the damage my village did while growing up, explained Obito while Sasuke grit his teeth in anger and frustration. It's not fair to get stronger so fast and with each new battle. Adding the QB sealed into him only makes it worse. That power the loser wields should be mine to command, exclaimed Sasuke while Obito sighed like he was dealing with an unruly child. Before punching the boy in the face once more. Are you done bitching, complaining about this so-called unfairness you feel right now when compared to the Yondaime son? To think the two of us here are from the same damn clan. I almost wish Madara was here to see how whiny his descendant has become and the way the clan acted following his death, said Obito, but it was more to himself. He had a lot of work to do before the Uchiha was ready to unleash himself into the world. A lot of work. Konoha Hokage Tower. The Akatsuki asked Tsunade skeptically to Naruto after reporting his mission was a surprising failure. Yeah, it was wearing the same robes as Itachi and Kisame. Some kind of plant-like thing which had a weird split personality disorder. One half would talk first before the second half did in a darker voice. Said he was given orders. Someone high up in the organization felt it was necessary to grab Sasuke before I could bring him back. My guess, it was the leader since only he could give an order like that, said Naruto while Tsunade frowned. What makes you think it was the leader? Asked Tsunade while Naruto shrugged. Who else? Besides, Itachi is part of the organization, right? Sasuke has no love for his brother and I doubt Itachi asked for it. My guess is the leader intends to replace Itachi at some point within the organization and decided Sasuke would fit the bill. The Akatsuki is made up of not just S-ranked missing nin from different villages, but also those who can suppress and combat Jinchuriki or Biju when push comes to shove. They would need a Sharingan user to do that, said Naruto with Tsunade nodding since it did make sense. The village will have a fit over your failure to retrieve the Uchiha. Some will say you let him go deliberately out of jealousy, remarked Tsunade while Naruto scoffed. They can think the Uchiha shits rainbows, unicorns, and gold for all I care. It doesn't change the fact the Akatsuki came and took the brat right as I was about to bring him back to Konoha. Still, even if the Akatsuki took Sasuke, I gave the prick a beating that will take months to recover from. His attempt to get stronger will be hampered greatly unless he receives a world-class doctor to heal his injuries, commented Naruto with a grin on his face while relishing the memory of beating the Uchiha bloody. Which the Akatsuki don't have or can't hire since by that point, the Uchiha will be in the bingo book with a high bounty, added Tsunade with a smirk. A bounty I intend to collect in the coming years, replied Naruto before he left. So, I take it you heard everything just said? Asked Tsunade before Jiraiya entered via the window. I did, and to answer your unspoken question, it's no. I doubt Naruto would lie about the Uchiha being taken by the Akatsuki. Besides, he can sense my chakra easily enough even if I try to suppress it. Though I will inform my spy of this development. The last thing he needs to be right now is a sudden surprise should he see Sasuke within the organization he's spying on, said Jiraiya with Tsunade sighing. It's a shame Itachi had to do what he did. Not everyone in the clan deserved to be killed that night, said Tsunade after reading the report Hiruzen had written up on the situation and the details in the journal. I spoke to him about that once during one of our rare face-to-face talks. He didn't kill the elderly, the women, or even the children that night. Sensei promised to keep them alive and make sure they didn't follow in the same path of betrayal like Fugaku was planning. Someone else did it, someone who was just as strong, if not stronger than Itachi himself. Someone he couldn't talk to me about, answered Jiraiya with Tsunade frowning since her late sensei's journal said as much. Danzo and his route, asked Tsunade since she suspected him like sensei did, but could not prove it. Possibly, the man always did believe in using scorched earth tactics when dealing with certain threats, or those he deemed a threat to Konoha. There is also all the medical reports I found mentioning the loss of Sharingan eyes in most of the bodies in well over half of the dead Uchiha found the following morning, replied Jiraiya with Tsunade now frowning at this information. My guess would be the leader of the Akatsuki assisted in the deed. Itachi doesn't fear Danzo. It was most likely the leader of the Akatsuki assists Itachi in killing the entire clan, except for Sasuke. Danzo swoops in with his root and harvests the eyes because he didn't want such a powerful dojutsu to be lost. He knows Kakashi had one implanted into his eye and might have thought of having the same thing done to himself, said Tsunade with a frown while Jiraiya did too. It makes sense, though who would he go to for such a secret and treasonous operation? Asked Jiraiya with Tsunade thinking before her eyes went wide. Orochimaru, whispered Tsunade with Jiraiya realizing this too. Of course, he was obsessed with transferring bloodlines into other people or bodies for his own purposes. But doing it surgically meant losing it when switching bodies. It would explain why our old teammate never did it himself. Danzo must have approached him in secret and asked Orochimaru to do the surgery shortly after the massacre. He must have a Sharingan eye under those damn bandages and using his excuse of it being an old war wound to conceal it from everyone, concluded Jiraiya, since it would be the only way to hide the Sharingan on his face. Not only that, but who was the Uchiha he harvested it from? Danzo wouldn't choose just any random Sharingan eye. No, I suspect he chose one with unique and rare properties, even among those of the Uchiha clan, theorized Tsunade with Jiraiya nodding since it did make sense. The questions to ask now is, what kind of properties? And how many times can Danzo even use the Sharingan, if he has one? A man of his age can't use it every day. Can he use it once a day? A week? Maybe 2? A month? Asked Jiraiya while Tsunade sighed due to this suspicion was giving her a headache. Danzo will never let us find out if our assumptions are true or not. A man with a small army of root nin under his command no doubt has quite a few who know medical jutsus to help him maintain his Sharingan eye, remarked Tsunade, and Jiraiya scowled since there was no telling how far down the rabbit hole this went. And we unfortunately need him in order to keep the Akatsuki on the defensive for the next 3 years. My spy told me due to Yagura being killed, the 3 tails will reform in 3 years. 1 year per tail, replied Jiraiya with Tsunade nodding. Good. With any luck, the Akatsuki will thin Danzo's root nin while being weakened at the same time. With both sides weakened, Danzo can be kept under better control and the Akatsuki itself will be weak enough to crush before they can do any damage when they plan to resurface, said Tsunade, since that was what she was hoping for in the long terms, with the 2 sides fighting out until neither side had the strength to oppose her plan to clean things up. For once, time was going to be on her side. Danzo's root HQ. To think Tsunade had the nerve to call me out like that. Hiruzen would have never done such a thing, commented Danzo while Homura and Koharu were in the room with their own scowls. Hiruzen had more respect for us. He knew how we thought and understood our mindset, balanced his out. Tsunade does not respect the older generation. She is unworthy of being Hokage, said Homura while Koharu nodded. Clearly, still, she has provided us a means to protect Konoha from the shadows in her own rude way. The Akatsuki are a threat to Konoha and Itachi is a threat to us if the truth behind the Uchiha massacre were to be revealed, remarked Danzo, since he knew if the truth did get out and what happened to the Uchiha eyes taken from them, it would spell disaster for him. Root should move against the Akatsuki and get in contact with Itachi. Inform him of the plan to take the fight to the organization and use his position to our advantage, replied Koharu while Danzo nodded. Naturally, and when Itachi is no longer useful, we will kill him. Or rather, we capture him in order to have Sasuke kill his older brother in exchange for the brat's loyalty. Once we have it, the remaining Uchiha can be trained to truly combat the Jinchuriki and bring it to heel, commented Danzo with the shinobi elders nodding. And once properly conditioned to be obedient, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki can be used to crush 2 other shinobi villages until Konoha is the only one remaining, said Homura with Koharu nodding briefly before they left. It is a shame Orochimaru and Kabuto are dead. The Jinchuriki's unique Saiyan powers, added with the Uzumaki lineage, might have been useful to help prolong my life, said Danzo to himself while walking into his office and stared into a nearby mirror before a deep scowl formed on his face. For years, Danzo found his body getting weak and weaker. His hair was thinning, his once young-looking skin now had more wrinkles to it, his bones and joints were aching more with each passing day. It got harder to move around to the point where medication for his body might be required, with all the side effects involving his mind slacking for a few precious hours. His medic nin within Root had used medical chakra to prevent the need for such things, but soon medication would soon be required short of a medical miracle. Unacceptable. We still have time. We will use the next 3 years to prepare for the true Konoha, the real Konoha, to rise up and replace this farce the Yondaime tried to create. It is a shame Hiruzen had to follow the path the Yondaime set for Konoha, seeing how popular it made the village. Otherwise, he could have easily changed things to our way of thinking, said Koharu with Homura nodding and Danzo standing still with his back toward them. The Yondaime died a martyr all those years ago, a symbol of the will of fire that he along with Hashirama and Tobirama believed in. The beliefs of a martyr cannot so easily be removed or changed. A symbol can be, if given time, perception, and enough people willing to believe in the change we wish to instill in them. We did it with the Uzumaki clan when removing all knowledge of their existence from Konoha when their clan fell. By making sure the next generation of shinobi would know little to nothing of their very existence, we created the belief it was our villagers' might alone that prevailed against our enemies in the Second Shinobi War. Not the aid of allies from some island filled with a dangerous clan refusing to join Konoha fully like they should have done from the start. We easily did it with the Uchiha clan by slandering them in secret and let their pride run its course by letting the fools demonize themselves in the process to further justify our own actions in wiping them out with one of their own. As a result, we had the last Uchiha within its walls loyal to us because we gave him the belief that our power was absolute in all things and only through us could the spoiled brat achieve his own personal ambitions and goals, explained Danzo with Homura and Koharu nodding. Only for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to make the Uchiha question those beliefs of the world and perception we created in Konoha. This action made the Uchiha go rogue and weaken Konoha considerably. This action cannot go unpunished and must be dealt with swiftly, said Homura with Koharu nodding. Unfortunately, a direct act now would be ill-advised by myself or Root. Tsunade knows any action taken against the boy now would look suspicious and me acting out of some kind of spite, said Danzo knowing Tsunade would suspect, but not have proof. Not that she would need it since the woman had other evidence from past deeds to have him charged with treason. What about indirect? What about enemies outside of Konoha? Enemies of the boy's own father and mother? Offered Koharu with Homura and Danzo frowning. You mean the Tsushikage and Iwa? Or Kumo and the Reikage? Asked Homura since those two villages hated both parents of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki for different reasons. Both of them, Iwa and Kumo, have regarded much of their former strength since the last war. The Sandaime Tsushikage already suspects something and I'm sure the Reikage's own spies in Konoha have informed him of recent developments to put things together, replied Koharu while having discreetly leaked such needed information already to both villages without the two men in the room knowing. Plausible deniability so they couldn't have anything pinned on them and weaken their slightly weakened power base in Konoha's government. I know you all too well, Koharu. The mere fact you even mentioned the idea means it has already been set into motion, remarked Danzo while Homura looked a tad surprised his former teammate would do this behind their back. It was necessary. Tsunade is breathing down your neck. Homura has been a more vocal supporter of our actions when we talk to Hiruzen about things. Out of all three of us, I am the second most subtle person, and have no problem setting side plans into motion to keep you two from being sent to Ibiki, said Koharu with Danzo smirking and Homura just staring and staying silent. So she went behind my back and did it for our own good. So this is what it feels like to be on the receiving end of such things, right Hiruzen? Thought Danzo knowing he did the same to his old rival on numerous occasions. I can only imagine Onoki is not liking the idea of the Yondaime's progeny being alive, much less able to become a giant ape monster, commented Homura at last. No, our own spies in Iwa reported the Tsushikage was irate and almost accused one of his two Jinchuriki of secretly going to Konoha to aid our village during the invasion. One of the two Biju Iwa currently possesses is the four-tailed giant ape, so it is somewhat understandable why he even made his outrageous, yet not entirely usual claim at the time of hearing how the Kyuubi Jinchuriki transformed to fight the one-tailed in battle, said an almost amused Koharu. With any luck, the future actions of Kumo and Iwa will allow us a way to weaken and control the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. If not, we can always make sure his actions weaken them instead, added Homura with Koharu nodding. No matter what happened regarding the final outcomes of Konoha's weapon fighting the other two shinobi villages, they would be the ones winning in the end.